if you can see it. We can see that crap. So none of their shit adds up. None of it. So,
Oh, that they say that the craters are so big that of course you can see
well,
it. That
they
kind of
tell
thing.
us it's 40 miles wide. We can prove that you can't see something 40 miles wide from 25,000 miles away. How can we see it at 250,000 miles away? Clearly, with our naked
Magic.
eyes. Yeah. And how come I can zoom in on some super details on the moon, but I can't zoom in on some super details on the one trade tower in New York from 25 miles away? Okay, it's bizarre. What does that mean? Am I saying that the moon's less than 25 miles away? Actually, I am saying that, but that's just me.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. The moon is kind of, it just happens to be perfectly the size of the sun where it's placed, and yeah, there's just a
Yeah, and
lot.
it lines up and
Puffery.
it repeats its cycles of eclipses. Oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
And
Yep.
I've seen this refresh ring, or I don't know what it
The
is, years
lunar
ago.
wave. The lunar wave.
Oh, Crow.
Yeah,
Yeah, that by the way, that's from Crow 777. Crow's the one that came out with the lunar wave, and literally the flat Earth movement started like a couple of weeks later.
Pretty much, yeah.
I saw that whenever they were doing the eclipse, like they were showing the eclipse and they showed like a moon off to the side, and then they used the star tracker app and said, "Look, here's the moon. What's this?"
when was that? Because I remember a Freemason actually told me about that refresh ring, like back in 2014 or something like that. And then,
That's exactly when it was. Yeah, that's when he filmed it. And since then, it's been filmed over over the sun, over Jupiter. So there's something going on there.
as
Yeah,
literally,
even
like,
mid-sky.
he told me about that, and then he told me about the ongoing contract that that's been going between humans and aliens. That John D, Dr. John D, Queen Elizabeth's advisor,
Well, that
had
tells it, yeah.
had basically, it was a contract that he renewed. We've been renewing for a very long time.
Sign, did that guy have an idea what he meant by aliens?
I don't think he specified which ones, or if he meant something that was here before. If that's what you're alluding to.
I mean, if we
I
just
put
use
the just real quick. I put the lunar refresh thread in the nest.
Yeah, because I haven't seen it since that time. I mean, that was back. It was a long time ago,
yes,
And both things kind of blew my mind. And then I looked into Dr. John D, which is a fascinating story in itself, but just the part where they make, contact with the angelic conversations. It's kind of crazy because the whole story explains that him and his partner Carrie are like on the run at some point, and it's because there was a rumor that through alchemy they figured out how to make gold. And the thing is there was all these different people like searching for them, and it was a big deal. And this is back in the day when like it was a big deal to like send a message, like rally up, guys on horses to go and like search for these dudes. So they're like the most wanted men on the planet at one point. And it's because they could make fucking gold. And then everything you'll read, every source I've looked at, they all said the same thing. They have like this kind of shitty explanation. They're like, oh, they thought that they could make gold, but it turns out they didn't. And it's like, and that's where it stops. The end of their story is pretty sad, but like that whole part about the alchemy stuff, there's really no explanation. It's just we're just meant to believe that like they never achieved it.
Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube. His name is Sreetips, SREETIPS, and it's an older guy, and he does metallurgic alchemy as now more as an hobby, or he's experimenting, and it's really fascinating, and it shows you how all these elements can be transformed into something else and don't have the properties of the primer element at all. So, and in one of his recent videos, he dissolved gold in the liquid with uric acid, and he stopped his process. Normally, you would then use other chemicals to stomp it out of the fluid, and what he did was just let it dry. And now all of a sudden it looked like concrete, like literally concrete, like brown goop it was not detectable by a metal detector. It didn't have any properties of gold anymore, but he had to go through all the process to get it back to gold. And he does the same thing with silver cells. That is really fascinating. He's using direct current at a low voltage and a low amperage to literally take a silver bar that is contaminated. It's not 99% pure. He used electrostatics or electric current to
Electrolysis.
literally, electrolysis, exactly. And he calls it a silver cell. And you will literally see the silver bar dissolve into the liquid and then set off on the bowl that it's in. And it's beautiful the way it looks. You literally see silver grow, and it's pure 99.9 silver. It's really interesting to see. And it's,
I
again,
just saw.
electrostatics.
I just watched the video about plasmoids. Have you guys heard about this? I have to watch it again. I'll pop it in the chat. I'll send it over to one of you if I figure out how. But it talks about just exactly what you're saying about you can take any element and turn it into any other element.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Yeah. And it's really fascinating. And it shouldn't be possible. And he also said one time when he started speculating, he said it's probably all generated in our skies because most of the elements exist in our skies.
Oh, sorry. Didn't you come up with this? We went through this before, right? You voiced that right in the middle of the meteor thing, and we were like, oh yeah, meteors, along with being plasmoid discharge from the actual, primer field and the interaction of the double toroidal field, then with the telluric currents in the ocean and density in the sky, that would literally mean that the elements that they say are from stars get formed in the sky and dropped to Earth.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
It is.
Sign, there may be another aspect to alchemy. A lot of people think that alchemy is allegorical for our spiritual development. There's a big community of people that have translated the metallurgic statements to represent spiritual development. So I don't know if that's the next level or if it's just an alternate interpretation, but it's worth looking into. There's a crowd.
Yeah, I like the whole memory of the ether. So if that's actually true and information therefore never dies off, if you have the capability of reading the ether, then you will have all the information that ever existed on Earth. But you got to know how to read it. So the information is there.
There's like a couple different types of ether as well, or at least that's been talked about. Like one that I'm interested in or that I'm familiar with is the idea of this would be the same. I guess this would be basically replacing what's considered as dark energy, or dark matter, I guess. Or maybe I'm getting the two confused right now. But it's like the idea, like I guess the quantum entanglement, like that whole thing, because doesn't that bust holes all through like light speed, basically, like these two particles, right? Like, so it's like, is everything really connected by something where it can change instantly through communication, like, or maybe it's the double slit experiment. Well, that one definitely, like, all things are connected and have a consciousness. And so it's like, for me, that feels like something like that kind of concept, like an all connecting kind of thing that we can't explain, we can't measure, or, like, it's very woo.
We have quantum entanglement in real life, just nobody sees it that way. If you have two tuning forks exactly tuned to the same amplitude, then when you excite one, the other one excites. But if it's off by even a half of...
Isn't it resonant frequency, though?
Yes. So, but like so the funny thing about, let's say, modern science, there's always truth to it. It's just duct tape on reality, and they give it a different explanation, so you don't even look into it.
Okay, this one blows my mind. You've probably seen it. There's been a few times I've seen it where someone will have like a table of like 20 like precision, and they're all the same, like manual or analog metronomes. And if you're a musician, you know that a really good quality analog metronome is perfect. It will hold perfect time no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Unless it's got an issue. And this is like a table full of them. And they're all set to the same speed. And like intuitively they should, like you start them, they'll start them all in a different spot, so it's just chaos of clicking, right? But they're all at the same speed, they're just all off from each other. Now
Yes.
intuitively it should remain that way, like by all things that make sense, like they should all stay in that same chaos continuously. But without a doubt, like within 20-30 seconds or so, maybe even less, they'll start to synchronize with each other perfectly.
Yes. But the only
And it
way
makes
that is
no sense.
possible, yeah, well, that's because they will show you the table as something stationary. If the table is stationary and you would put those devices on it and it would be true stationary, they would never get in sync. But what they don't show you is that the table is actually free hanging. So every action has a reaction. And therefore, the action of the pendulum going one way gives a force on the table. And this is why they all cancel out. So the only reason why it works is because the table is not fixed.
So it's a trick, basically.
It's a trick, yes.
Essence. Okay, so they would stay out of chaos. They would stay in
Yes.
that ordered chaos. Okay.
But if the table is free hanging on a wire, then they will all go in sync. It's the same optical illusion that we have when you see those balls all in a string and you excite the balls and you see that nice wave pattern. If you lift all the balls to one side and let them fall, most people have seen this video where you see the balls creating that more nice sinus wave in the length direction.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The only reason why it happens is because all the wires are a different length. If they would be all the same length, it wouldn't do it. But because they're all just slightly different lengths of wire, this is the results you get. It's
Why
all
would someone
optical
want to
illusions.
bullshit those? That's something I don't understand. You know, it's weird.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't get to ask. Well, I didn't ask Sign either. I didn't ask Facing. I didn't ask Sign. Did I even ask D3? I don't even think I asked D3. Did you guys give y'all nominations?
Oh, no, not yet.
So we asking for a Flat Earther nomination and a Globe Earther nomination.
Okay.
In any category.
Well, Flat
you mean
Earth
for the real
should
thing?
be.
Oh, okay.
I thought about it,
it.
but I feel like everybody kind of got already like anything that I was thinking about, like. And I really think I forgot who it was, but somebody recommended a flat Earth slang category for Alan. That was dope because I feel like he definitely got that.
Dude, why don't you pull a Ruhif and nominate yourself for something cool?
Yeah, I heard that one. I would have say for a Glober, it would probably be Rumpus, but I don't think people know that guy. And for
I do, but you shouldn't give that guy any sort of award.
No.
Oh,
but
we want to keep it for people that's mainly. I mean, we do want to extend it to try to extend it to everybody, but mainly the people on X or Twitter that we could tweet at them.
Then it would be Red, and I would say Austin, but he's probably been mentioned 1,000 times already, so I'm gonna pick somebody else. I would say Xavier for always pushing the scientific method.
That's a good one.
I like that. Most likely to follow the scientific method.
Do you have a most likely to believe in aliens already?
No, that's Keon.
Yeah, you know it's Keon, bro. I got the sweater for him.
Alien.
Man, that would have been me last year. I could have competed for that, man. But yeah, aliens are fake.
Well, aliens exist, just not what people think they are. I think they're genetic experiments from past civilizations. You know.
I mean, what's the definition of an alien? If we go by the true definition of an alien, then
Well, just know
literally it resolves everything.
if it's on Ancient Aliens, it's
Yeah.
probably not the truth. The same reason, like if the media tells it to you, it's probably not true.
Exactly.
You
I
know,
guess I'm thinking like the reptilians, basically. Like I think that they're just ancient shit that's been living underground and just probably residents here before us, possibly.
It's probably just
the
people
cicadas?
from the land that we don't know. I'm highly convinced that there's more land that we don't know than we know. So if we go by the
Underground.
true definition of an alien, that is somebody that comes from a place that you don't know, well, you get your answer.
I like watching Ancient Aliens now with new eyes and seeing where they're being lying and just check. It's so much better when you know that it's.
I can't watch it without embarrassing myself over how dumb I used to be, about how proud I was over my ignorance.
Right.
Just think of the things that seem like genetic, like when you think of like pigs, right? Like pigs have a heart they can use in humans. It seems like it's a cross between a boar and a human, really, if you think about it. Or like house cats. They have slitted eyes. If you've seen any other big cat from the jungle, they always have round eyes. It's only house cats that have the slitted eyes, and even then, it's not all of them. And they hiss. They hiss a lot.
They're assholes, man. Don't forget
Like
that.
a snake.
Yeah,
They're
cats are
freaks of
assholes.
nature. That's
Yeah,
what they are. You
Dude, man.
can't kill them. You can throw them off a cliff and they will get on their feet.
Yikes! All right, we might have a psychopath. That's okay.
No, but it's literally, it's insane. I got 3 cats, and what these
I guess that
things
makes me
can
feel a little
do,
bit
it's
better.
just a freak of nature.
And if you think about it, the Egyptians held cats in high regard. It just seems like maybe this was another creation, like a cross between maybe a wild cat and a snake. They came up with the house cat.
And they used them to ward off the evil spirits because they can see the frequencies we can't. The ghosts were afraid of the cats. That's why they kept them around, or the demons, or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, that's what the angels are, or the aliens. It's just fallen angels.
That makes more sense to me.
You ain't fooling us no more, man. We know Hammer and Chisel didn't make all that stuff.
Yeah, well, one big experiment. I mean, just the blood types alone and blood groups makes no sense. And why should my wife, when we got pregnant, why does she need to take medicine for her to not reject her own child? Then something's up.
That's what always cracked me up too. It's like
Yeah,
they make modern medicine sound like we're lucky to get it, man. It's like, how did we survive all these years without modern medicine, man? It's like, whew. It's a good thing Rockefeller came around.
right. What would we have done?
Hey guys, real quick, we do got a new speaker up here, and I want to say what up to Thomas. Welcome to Stationary Saturdays. Is it Thomas? Tomas?
He's shy.
I'm not hearing him.
I don't even see it, Tomas.
I feel like we're at the dance and someone just got asked.
Nicolau?
Tomas Nicolau.
I don't
even see him as a speaker.
Yeah, I don't even see.
Oh, I haven't seen the real UI in a long time, to be honest with you.
Am I the only one?
Weird. It was weird, man.
No, I see him as speaker too.
No, I see him as
speaker.
speaker, but he's not speaking. While I'm
He
on
ain't
here,
speaking.
oh, now we got Proud back. I haven't seen Proud in a while.
He's getting around to it.
Yo, Tomas.
Welcome back from the ether, Proud.
Good morning, Proud.
Was it a restful ether?
Hey, Proud, you're not going to be angry if someone made a bunch of channel art and logos with all your stuff, are you? I mean, not that I know someone, but...
A bunch of what?
Like channel art, intros, logos, animations, and I kind of went nuts with it. I don't know what... Like, I'm looking at it now, looking back at the big room covered in shit, like, what did I... Oh, man, it's next day already? Oh, boy.
Now, you went
I
in,
don't know
though.
how Shane does it.
Word.
But yeah, So overboard is cool, I guess. Supposed to be doing sky miles, but whatever.
It's moment to moment.
Multitasking.
Dude, last
Facts.
time that happened, you guys got me on meteors, and I built half the meteor presentation without even thinking it. And then Tuesday came around, and Alan was like, "You got that presentation ready?" I was like, "Oh, yeah, I know about that. I got half of two presentations." He's like, "All right, I'll just do this one." That's great.
I have no idea where you store all this information. I thought I was a cyborg, bro.
Database, man. I literally put it all there. As I find it and use it, I just pump out new pages. It's kind of like, why would I do all the research and then like dump it, and like leave it to no one? It's kind of like I'll do all this and then someone else can profit from looking at it all. Like the other day, someone's like, "Oh, I found this awesome information and we did this," and I was like, "Cool, what'd you do with it?" And we're like, "Huh?" I was like, "Well, yeah, when you went out and collected and aggregated and did all this, like, what'd you do with it?" Well, nothing. So you just like see, so you left it there for no one. It's like, oh, I see what you're getting at, right?
They probably gonna want her spot back. When y'all gonna get devoted?
I'm all good with it, man.
One of y'all send Concave Cellular Earther a mic.
Man, that guy's just like you to watch a 6-hour video, and then once you do that, he can explain it.
Concaver, does he talk to you guys? Because I've never really seen a concaver that'll like talk, but this one seems cool.
Yeah, we've been telling him to come up here for weeks. He won't grab a mic.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I always find like we're at equal ground on concavers. They don't really have like, we don't want to attack them. They're more allies than anything, but you know.
Dude, they're friends with Obies, man. They attack us. I asked him. I was like, so what's your what kind of proof you got on this stuff? And he told me to watch a 6-hour video. I was like,
yeah, nothing. They're very confused. They stopped at the wrong stop along the Truth of the Highway. They made camp when they're supposed to keep going. They made 11 they're supposed to make everyone like it's cool. They'll get there eventually. But in the meantime, right, they believe 98% of the stuff we do. So
watch a 6-hour video.
I did.
I
did watch that. I watched everything. I consume so much content, dude.
Hold on. Tomas, you there, Tomas? Tomas. If not, I'm about to see you tomorrow.
There's a handsome stash.
Tomato see that.
Seriously,
And
not everyone can grow a good stash. You know, if you have it, you gotta support it.
shout out to the stash. Hey, y'all, send Cellular Earth there, Mike, if y'all see him down there. Concave.
How do I send a mic? I can only approve.
Click on
Invite
the
speakers. I
PFP.
see it.
Cellular Earther. You gonna get nominated too, by the way. The most shell-shocked Earther. Oh, Silver's up here. Silver, what up?
I've been waiting for a little break in the conversation because I've been going at it real good. It's nice listening. And then I was just thinking, like, oh my God, I don't even know who I would nominate. I feel like I'd want to not be.
Nah, you know what's going on. You see everything going on in these Twitter streets. You know exactly who to nominate for what.
I think Ken can get a couple though. But one thing I did want to say, because I'd have to think about that. I can't be just throwing out random names, but I think it was Taylor. She was saying something about the stars, and that's like proof or something, or maybe it's someone else got around from her. But just saying, like the stars and like there's certain stars that's been there for a long time. And I was thinking like one really big proof to me, and now it's gone, is in the Stonehenge, or not Stonehenge. Why am I thinking of that? The Georgia Guidestones. There was a little like toilet paper sized hole there, and they had Polaris through the hole, and it never actually went out of there for like the 40 or whatever so years that it was there. And that, that's just like one spot. Of course, it's demolished now, but never moved. And that's like the main star. Obviously, it's been there for a long time. And then you got I think it's the pyramids, and then there's three. I think it's three stars or something, and it perfectly lines up above it if you're in the right spot. And it's been like that for obviously thousands of years, or however long they try to say. And then the whole alien thing, that was a big proof to me, is like, if I look at it more of like Earth is the centerpiece of creation, right? So before, I was talking to someone and it was really weird how it happened. It was right before I was a flat earther too, and he said, I was telling him, I was like, look at all these planets up in the sky. You don't think that with all of these, there can't be any other life out there? We're just the only one. And he's like, oh, if there was any aliens, I would blow my head off. Like, what? And now I'm like coming back around on it, thinking about it. Like, he was just saying some random shit, but like if you actually kind of think about it, I mean, there's people like that, but the aliens coming from other planets and stuff is what they're pushing and what's going to be coming up. And I feel like it's coming up very, very shortly. And people are like kind of saying aliens are all different things, but like, another proof is they kind of tell you with the words, right? It's like aliens from outer space, like obviously, or extraterrestrial. They're both the same thing. It's just telling you it's people from more land. And then you got like, the word Antarctica. I actually really wanted to kind of get like Flat Earth Dave's opinion on the word Antarctica, because I feel like they're telling you with the word, right? I feel like they're telling you, um, like I've seen it in one of his videos. It's like the arc of the sun, right? So you got the Arctic, it's arcing around, and the Antarctic, it's arcing away, and like tick, it's like a clock, everything, Earth is clock. But I kind of wanted to know like more about that like Antarctica word, like if there's anything else to it or if there's other words, because those kind of proofs to me where it's like they're just in your face, like mocking you, like the aliens. What I meant to say is like the UFO stuff, like that's just military, like not hidden technology from other planets, and they're just floating around us. Like that's clearly us and the people, behind the scenes, like Putin talking about the presidents come and go. It's just people in the black suits who really make decisions like that. It's like who is responsible for kind of all of this manipulation of the mind. Climate change, that's like there's no such thing as climate change. It's just the climate of your mind. And then flat earth is the biggest threat to climate change, according to Obama.
Yeah, it's all
So
theater.
it's like all these things that are in your face is kind of like my biggest proof is once you start realizing like, wow, they're really just toying with people, like smacking them in the face with the truth, and then everyone believes the opposite. So like that was kind of my eye-opening thing, is when it started to come around as being like in your face, the truth about Earth in the words like Antarctica. But I would think Ken would be nominated for like, I don't want to say something because I don't want to say the wrong nomination, but you got to have Ken up there. You got to get an award, and that's all I got.
I appreciate that. I would nominate. I'm gonna say what I got to say, and I'm gonna let you take my co-host, give it to Proud. Um, I forget who said, Mr. Xavier. I really agree with that, but I've gone back and forth, and while I still think he deserves to be nominated, especially with the scientific method, he's like a beast with that. I would have to go with Toby. Toby was a surprise to me. Alan was the one that convinced me, I wasn't thinking right, and that he had something that I could learn. Toby really surprised me though. I got over there and seen him, and he is just like super helpful, really freaking smart, very articulate. Um, he's definitely somebody you want on your team. That's for sure. And for Globy,
God damn it. Well done. Well said. Sorry.
for Globy, I'm gonna go for most offensive is Segredo Speaks. He has me blocked, so I don't hear him no more. Maybe he's cleared up, but I don't think so. He likes the word fuckwit too much. So I think it's a safe bet that he's the most offensive Globy out there. And since Dave is still here, what got my attention to flat Earth, what made me consider it was I heard him talking about water and how it takes the shape of its container, but it's flat on top. And I was like, holy crap, and he's talking about 71% of the world's the Earth's surface is water. And I was like, damn, he's about right. But what really pushed me over the edge was when he was talking about oh, over here you're on this side of the sun, so all the stars are that way. But 6 months later, you're 180 degrees over here on this side, and the dark side is that way, and it should be completely different stars. And that's when I just kind of threw my hands up and said, "Oh shit, I guess I'm a flat earther." So yeah, you can have my co-host spot. Give it a proud. Put her back up here. I'll request to speak again in a little bit.
Appreciate you, kid. That was a good category. That was the first nominee for Segredo Speaks over there. Mr. Troll, keyboard warrior.
Yeah,
he gonna find himself in some more categories.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I ignored him at first, because I do it with so many of them. I just ignore all their BS ad homs and stuff and just keep talking. And most of them will calm down, but he would not. And he said "fuck wit" one time too many one day, and so I just went in and I was said something to him, but I said "fuck wit" about 5 times in the same post uh, to him, just saying something, and I got blocked for it.
You're lucky. Hey, anybody that gets most offensive was probably trying to earn most offensive platinum playing award. That's funny as hell. But yeah, it's really funny that a lot of people come to the realization that we may have been led astray from the truth by looking at the sky. They keep going back to the sky. I'm telling y'all.
Sky's important. Sky's actually everything, man. I think I got a whole bunch of new stuff coming out on Tuesday about just that.
Y'all help me rotate some mics. I think there's some requests. I'm getting some messages. but for some reason I can't see.
I
Probably
can see
glitching.
people requesting, but I can't give anybody a mic. It don't give me the option.
It gives me the option, but I've approved like the same 6 people like 5 times. I don't know if it's actually registering, man. Look, Libra just came up. I just approved him. I don't know if that's gonna work though.
If you need a spaceman, I'll drop down the listener.
No, we got
space.
spaces, I think.
Same here. If you guys need a spot.
All right, Sacred, we got spaces. How many spaces does it give you? We got 4, 8, 12. We got
Isn't it-
12 speakers. We got
Isn't it 2
13
co-hosts and
speakers
10,
right now.
10 speakers? I think that's what it
2
is.
co-hosts and 10?
Yeah, 2
Okay,
co-hosts
so
and 10
maybe,
speakers. Yeah, move.
okay, so then maybe we just gotta.
I'll step down because I'm getting ready to do something and I'm not going to be able to talk for about the next 15, 20 minutes anyways. So I'll just wait, and you can have my spot to add a speaker and give proud co-host. And I'm gonna go ahead and step down now.
Always good to hear from you, Ken. OG level head, my guy. Okay, while I get proud up here, let's see what up to Chris. And then I think Silver had dropped by accident. And then we'll go over to Renegade after that. Go ahead, Chris, what's up? Happy Stationary Saturday. Chris, you're talking way too much. Just stop talking so much, please.
I can't access at all.
Are you there? Chris. We can't hear you. Can y'all hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, there she goes. Now I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I had my headset on, but I want to nominate for the most annoying voice and interrupting person all around the world. Beat ups. And for the most,
That's like his 5th nomination for the night.
yeah, and for the most swaggy voice, I wanted to nominate Pizzo. Because he has just a he has such a lovely voice to listen to. So those two, they really need to go for the best voice around. But what this thing for me for Flat Earth is basically the stars also. Because I was focusing once on Polaris, and I always thought it was 1 star, but it appears to be 3 stars. And basically it's 5-star system, but 3 stars is 1 star, a big star with 2 small stars, like an atom flowing around it. So it's basically a helium atom, because a helium atom has two atoms, 2 protons, and Polaris is basically a proton star with 2 atoms flying around it, and they're aligned in one straight line from every point in our world. That means we are stationary right below it. Otherwise, if you would change direction, you would see the other stars as well.
Yeah, this this speaker thing is definitely glitching out.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I guess for those of y'all with hands up, y'all can just go ahead and chime in.
It says there's 18 million spots open in the space right now.
Yeah, everyone's got their the mic open. I didn't know if anyone was talking. I had to wait, make sure. I had to like lose connection or something. And
You're
then
good.
Chris, she said like I raised my hand up for a couple of things, and then that was gonna be the first thing I was gonna say is nominate P-Dubs for most likely to annoy everyone. And of course she went on and took it.
Most
But
likely to create flat earthers.
yeah, I mean they would just tune out before they really listen anyway, so that's the problem. So and then yeah, I actually just wanted to say I forgot. How could I? It's so evil of me to congratulate you on your it's episode 99 about to be 100. Like I don't know how long I've been here, maybe since like I want to say it's like 20s or something, 30s, but long time. And it's like I knew that this was going to be like the next big thing, And look at the people you have in here. You have Witsit, you have Flat Earth Dave. Like that was literally what I was saying. Like if we just go and message these people, like eventually they'll just have to join one time. If we just get message Infowars, they'll have to take one of us, and this stuff's happening. Like this is a crazy movement that we got going on, and what Dave was saying earlier. Flat Earth is going to be like the number one market because everyone just, you heard it. They're going to think about it, and they're not going to stop thinking about it. And I got some stuff I wanted to make. I wanted to make like a Flat Earth board game. It'd be kind of like Risk, but a little bit better. And I was going to 3D print it, so I'm coming up on that. But all these ideas, we need a place to kind of sell it because first you're going to be labeled as a grifter just for putting something out, like anything to do with money, which really it's pointless because they all make money off of flat earthers. And then NASA like sells tickets, and I just got something in the mail like for people to go and pay to visit the Kennedy Center. Like really, give it for free or something? What the hell? Indoctrinate me for free, but I gotta pay for it. But anyways,
Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. It's really good to realize and remember that Flat Earth has got 10 times people in the closet that know about it and understand it, but can't come out. They can't sign on with their name.
Yeah, that was me.
If you try, you can testify. So the thing is, we need to remember that there's a huge reservoir. It's like
massive.
It's like the river behind the dam, and one day that dam is going to crack, and all of them closet flat earthers are going to spill out. It's going to be big.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, like I would lose business contracts for sure that are really, really important to me if they knew like about flat Earth in relationship to me, just because it's like it's not.
Maybe I'm just not going to remember you guys up today. How about that?
Huh?
Well, because I don't want to sort of feel like you guys don't trust me, because I'm not going to do it flat Earth. It's just I just find it interesting your brains work that way. I just got to cook my dinner, and I was going to go somewhere else.
Can't really hear you, bro. You gotta fix your mic.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of echo from that.
Double mocking or?
Oh, I didn't know there was somewhere. All right, look, I'll talk at the end of this.
Flat Earth. You just gotta mute your mic, and maybe we can hear Tomas. Is it Tomas? Is that how you say it? Every time I talk to this guy, he goes ghost.
Do you guys see JP and Taylor and Ken on mic?
I do not see Taylor on mic. I do not see Ken on mic. And who else?
JP.
Oh, JP was up here. Shout out to JP. And nope, he's not on mic anymore. Listener.
Yeah, I concur. I don't see any of the three on mic.
I don't think Eric heard me say anything at all. I think he was
No, I don't see them either.
Yeah, I heard you. It was the Australian guy I couldn't figure out.
Okay, come back up, guys, if you guys were on here, because my side is glitching.
Eric's
Your mic is
bird
showing
in the
on,
background
Ralph.
reminds me.
Yeah, you might have to
We
drop
need to
down,
get
bro.
this parrot going on because this parrot stuff is like perfect because every time I read these messages, like I just love reading stuff, and it's always the same shit. Like literally, a parrot would do exactly what they do, but I will give them credit. The newest thing that I've seen is apparently the aurora borealis proves the globe Earth because they can predict it, and I was like, okay,
Hey,
I mean,
little announcement.
well,
Oki said he'd come in.
Hey, guys, I should chime in for a second.
Yeah.
Somebody said that they have a board game, awesome idea, million ideas, and we just need a place to advertise it. Anybody that comes up with a good flat Earth product, whatever it is, you have a place to advertise it for free, which is on the app in the store section. And that goes to your target market. Every single person on the app is your target market. So come up with a good product, it goes in the store.
Does that include Flatcoin, even though it's another different coin than your dome?
Let me learn about. Teach me about it. Let me show you. Show me about it, and if it makes sense, I'll put it on there.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I slept on it, and I'm actually going to just airdrop 100% of the entire token supply to the entire community, because I don't want to be seen as taking a single penny from the community. I just want a flat Earth coin to buy that I know is going to be successful, but it has to be well distributed. So all you have to do is trust line in, and anyone that trust lines in to the project, you're going to get free tokens. So like, I don't want to decide the price. It's just like, I'm gonna give it to the whole community, the whole thing, 100%. I don't want any of it.
So they'd have to have a wallet, probably the wallet address for you to send it to. Would that is that coin on the MetaMask wallet?
It is on the XRPL ledger, and the instructions are in our pinned tweet for the coin, and we haven't started trading yet. So you can go ahead and activate your Zaman wallet. You want to download the XAMAN app.
You've lost half the crowd, including me.
Okay, it's a DeFi XRPL wallet. I'll post all the supporting links, and I can also DM you too as well, so you can have it for your end. It's super easy. It takes less than 5 minutes. You can set up a DeFi wallet on the XRPL ledger, and then you're going to click one QR code or a link, and you're going to do what's called trust line into flat coin or a flat token. And then that's all you need to do. And then you'll get free tokens of flat just by doing those 2 steps. But again, like, I don't want to be seen as someone that's taking anything from the community. Matter of fact, I already put up 5K, almost 5K for the metaverse, so we can start teaching people in the metaverse about flat Earth. And also, I'm going to start reaching out to some ambassadors in the XRPL community that I've communicated with before, and they're going to blast this 100% airdrop across the entire XRPL ecosystem. So it can get really, really interesting. I deeply, deeply desire to want to buy a flat Earth coin that, just one that everyone's using. And the easiest way to do that is just give it to everyone for free. Yeah, so it's a 100% free. I made up my mind. I'm just going to airdrop everything to the entire community. And all you got to do is trust line in. But I'm just thrilled to be a part of the community because, like, I mean, I wanted to speak out a whole lot sooner in life, but because of my professional career, like, I was not able to do that so soon. So, like, I just want to be able to contribute where I can. And by the way, like, I'm Flat Earth Dave. I'm going to buy some of your dome once it's released, your coin. So, like, I personally want to support anyone that's in the Flat Earth community. Like, I mean, I deeply care about this subject, and it's really, like, not the end of, like, truth. I mean, it's like really the foundation of all other truths come from flat Earth. There's a lot of other things you'll find out along the way that, flat's not the last thing. There's like, hidden lands and a whole bunch of other cool stuff. So I'm just really, really thrilled to be a part of the community.
Cool. So, we should definitely talk about that and figure out some interesting ways to work it. But again, anybody with a cool product that can ship to people that would have a large demand, if you could reach the proper audience, I'm going to give you that vehicle, which will be on the app, and it's going to be the go-to place for shopping, for gifts, for cool stuff, and that's related to flat Earth, and it'll lead people. It's going to be the marketplace that reaches all of the people that are interested. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of fun. So there you go. There's your vehicle. No one has any excuse not to do anything. Just be careful though. Like, to make it a board game, it's expensive. And then if you're gonna actually print these things yourself, and like if you're gonna print them one-offs and mail them, and send them out, that's one thing. But like inventory and then shipping worldwide, that's a whole bigger investment and risk to yourself. So a book printing on demand, that's easy and free. And there's all sorts of stuff like that. When I had created an app before the Flat Earth Clock app. I had created a product. It was a card game, and it was I printed up a couple thousand decks, put them in stores and stuff, and it was just a big hassle. And then I was like, you know what? I can make this into an app. So I made it into an app, and then it started to go viral, and then Apple threw me out of the App Store. Longer story. And but it was much easier. So something like an app, worldwide distribution, instantly, no inventory, no investment as far as product and shipping and anything. So just think when you're trying to come up with a product, something that you don't have to put a boatload of money out front for, and then inventory it and ship it worldwide.
Some really great points, and hope actually people pick that up. But I would like to say, like, 3D printing, I don't think it's going to cost that much money to make the board game, to be honest, just because it's like 3D printing is just so cheap. And I've got like a 2-foot printer, so it can, do the whole board and everything one. And it's like the board's really thin anyway, so it's like, it's just a square that you'd basically like lock together instead of fold like cardboard or something, which is going to get, damaged and ruined if it gets wet. And board game could also sell to kids because risk is that's like the target audience. But one thing I wanted to say about the target audience is that I made a map for this game. It's called Civilization 5, and it's like control your nation basically. And it's like you have the world, different maps and stuff. One of them's the world, and I made the flat Earth map. I spent a long time like making it, and all these people are not flat earthers, but it got 5 stars. They were all like, I'm not a flat earther. I had to clarify, but I really like this approach. It's cool, new way to play the game and different. It's like, so all these people who aren't even flat earthers, I like completely snuck it in there on the Steam workshop, which is where you make stuff for the video games a long time ago. And I got all these people that were globe earthers that really liked the map. Then they're used to, the game had nothing to do with the globe really, but that kind of makes me think that you don't really have to go to the target audience. Like, I mean, obviously you want to, but like I think there are other people out there, and it's the whole like, why does it matter crowd, or like, why should I care, that kind of, like, they wouldn't care at all. They'd be like, okay, yeah, sure. But thank you for that, for letting me know. Actually, I never even thought about that, and I should have. It's like the friend finder. A lot of people are talking about we need a flat Earth dating app, and then you have basically that. I mean, you can meet up with people on the app. It doesn't even have to be for dating. And like you said, there's been marriages from the app. So like we have all the tools right there, ready to go.
I ain't gonna lie. You know what? an unvaxxed dating app might actually be in demand, bro.
They actually had that in the App Store, but they
No way.
they pulled it out. But I'm literally, while listening to you guys, I just downloaded the test version of my of the dating section, and literally you're gonna be able to say, yes, I'm interested in dating. I'm interested in women between this age group within this radius, and then you can
Wow.
swipe from profile to profile to profile. Just swipe and look, and it works based on your current location. So like, if I went to California and I was like, let me see if I can find somebody to go on a date with, have some dinner with.
Yo, Dave's gonna be responsible for the next boom of flat Earth babies.
Dude, it's already happening.
Yeah,
It's already
we
happening.
need that.
Hey, I gotta mute up for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I think a dating app is a great idea, but how do you confirm if somebody's vaxxed?
Well, no, you wouldn't.
It's
be
like,
able
why
to
would they
confirm
use
it,
his
right?
app though? Like, why would they use his app? They're spending so much time on there just to find someone who's unvaxxed, though.
I hate
People are
that.
crazy.
I hate that I still have to go to work tomorrow, people, more than the why would they lie. And it doesn't matter to me, people. It doesn't affect me, people.
Mm. They don't understand how it affects them, I guess.
That's
Yeah,
just
but
a
if
cover
your first
story.
thought is, I still have to go to work, you are cooked.
Facts.
That's just a cover story for their cognitive dissonance. We gotta know how hard it was for us to get there, and remember that when we're listening to these people that say, I got to go to work, or how does it matter to me? That they're just trying to say something. It's a defense. They got the cognitive dissonance, and I can't figure out why folks forget that so bad, because we started getting trained on the globe when we were in the crib.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to the whole, you know, it doesn't change anything.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
My truck is really loud. I might need to wait until I get off the highway.
Okay.
Am I heard?
You heard? I hear you. Are you hearing us? Or me, I should say. Okay. Well then.
What were you saying about the crowd?
Yeah, the crowd of people who say that, I do kind of feel like they have a point, but not in terms of Earth. I feel like they have a point in terms of the changing, the not.
I was saying I'm curious if it's too loud. The truck is loud. I need to wait.
Uh-oh. We could hear you. We were hearing you
Drop
a
and give
second
him
ago,
50,
but
man. Drop and give him 50.
now it sounds like you're
Hey, chop it, cute. Hey, not for nothing, real quick, Sacred. Look, I never listened to a whole album from neither one of these dudes, but
cat.
objectively, in my opinion, I feel like Drake bar for bar got him.
In this or in eternity?
Oh God, look how
In the
excited Proud
in
getting.
disses, only in the diss battle, because they two different types of people. Like you know what I'm saying. K drops knowledge on some other shit. Drake, he a hit maker. You can't deny that. But bar for
You
bar
too
in
smart to be
battle.
fake woke.
Say again.
I said you too smart to be fake woke now.
Nah, I'm just saying, man, as an outsider looking in, like I said, I don't really listen to either one of these dudes except a hit here, a hit there from either one. Man, look, Drake brought it, bro. And the funny thing is because look, K is a Gemini, bro. Pac was a Gemini. If you gonna quote Pac, like, you got to destroy this dude.
But maybe it is okay to talk. You guys can hear me
I would
okay?
love to know where you were during Nothing Was the Same album, because that's a classic. Can't nobody escape that one.
Nah, see, I'm not comparing their albums. I'm saying in the diss is bar for bar. Bar for bar, Drake got him. In my
Bar
opinion,
for
it's just my
right,
opinion.
right. You're right. You're not lying. Bar for bar, he been laps Kendrick, so it's like unfortunate. Yeah,
It
we have
is,
this
So
because I
conversation.
was
y'all
actually pulling
just
for Kendrick. What's up? What's up, Seiko?
y'all just defending minor offenders then, right?
Well, is that wait, is that proven? Is the whole tranny thing with K proven? None of us really know what's going on and all that.
Bruh, you ain't see this man kiss that 17-year-old girl?
Nah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Go,
I don't be
go
all in it like that.
in your hard drive and pull out Freaknik documentaries, and
Here we go.
I
and
ain't
then
going
go get
that
your
deep with it.
uncles and your cousins, and then let's have this red tabletop, this flat level tabletop.
That's a different. We'll have to hold a different space for that.
We definitely did. Sidebar, there's a video going around D3 about this teacher
Mhm.
who's letting his students do his hair, and I want your insight on that. You said you used to be an educator, or you might still teach.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the circumstance. If he ain't trying to make no moves, then I don't see nothing wrong with it. But well, it depends on the age too, I suppose. Cause you're dealing with kids, man. That's inappropriate. You're dealing with other people's children. You know what I'm saying? Like if they're of age, like if they're like a 17-year-old in like a cosmetology class where it's appropriate for them to be doing hair, and there's no moves being made, then I don't see nothing wrong with that. But younger children, I don't think it's really appropriate. You know.
So these are definitely middle school, high schoolers. I'd have to go back to see what grade they were in specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I feel like that part's subjective because you could be young and still aspire to be a cosmetologist to, want to go.
True.
I
I
feel
guess
like the role would be reversed if it was a woman and it was children planning her hair versus just because
this
it's
is
a
a
man.
yeah, this is another thing too, right? Like I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know about all the other gentlemen in here, but I've had a number of crushes on my teachers. Straight
I
facts.
remember the feeling. I remember the feeling. It's just like
With men and
College
women,
actually
it's
dated
dealt
one.
differently, and it
you
should be.
dated
It
one of your
should be.
teachers fine. Oh man, in college?
For like 5 years.
Oh no, you're not a victim
Wow.
in college. You're an adult in college. In my
Right.
honest opinion.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, that's true.
Another thing that goes into it too, I feel like, is the difference in between like public schools and like a small community school, like big city schools versus like these smaller towns where you got a community of people. You know what I mean? Like all of those people might know each other. They might have certain relationships outside of class that they're more of a community in small towns than big cities. So I guess that kind of works into it too.
We still had to hide it and shit, but yeah, I don't think it was against the rules necessarily.
Yeah. We got a couple hands up. What's up, guys? Got Jasmine, Civil, Chris, and Libra.
Andrew been trying to get in here.
Hey guys, something just occurred to me yesterday. It's really, really, really funny. I don't know if you guys saw the movie Gung Ho. I would recommend it because it occurred to me all these stupid plot holes and stupid, just like that's ridiculous. The moon crap, everything you could think of, every plot hole. Those are all the cars that they try to jam in at the end of that movie. Like at the end of the movie, the CEO is visiting, and Michael Keaton gets in close to where the windshield's supposed to be. There's no damn windshield. Like he's turning his glass there. That's these plot holes. That's Gung Ho is freaking Globe Earth in a nutshell, as far as I'm concerned. Just occurred to me yesterday. It's hysterical.
What movie?
Gung Ho. Gung Ho, yeah. And Michael Keaton's like, glass, there's no fucking glass here, man. But anyway, it just occurred to me that's basically all these plot holes in the story. Those are all those cars they try to jam in at the end of the movie. Yeah. Oh, David, it's good to hear from you again. I would definitely buy a board game. That would be fun.
Look at
Shout out to Libra, one of the OGs.
Facts. I think single digits is accurate for some of these too. Maybe
I think Jasmine
Andrew
was
will
next.
be, yeah, after, yeah. Jasmine, you could jump in. Maybe Andrew will be ready after that.
Hola, buenos dias. ¿Cómo está usted?
¿Cómo estás?
What it do? What it do?
Buenos
Hi,
dias.
Stacey. Hi, Sybil. Hi,
Sábado.
guys. Y'all know I don't jump in these spaces all the time, but I'm in a mood today. I love hearing y'all talk about this stuff because you know what the Bible says. It's flat. Hey. But y'all were talking about like the job and a dating app, and I think that is a great idea because I personally believe that it's a parasite, and because the ivermectin works so good on it, you know what I mean? And I think that intercourse might spread it, so watch out where you put it. Hey. Anyway, I wanted to throw that in there. Wrap
Side effects.
it up.
Yeah, they call it shedding. I don't know how true, certain reports on that are, but
It's
yeah,
real.
it's
It's real.
interesting.
It's real. It's scary. It's real. Yeah.
It is scary that it is, if it is, man, for real.
Women, like I know someone who's her kids have come home with nosebleeds when they go to their grandmothers, and similar stories. Yeah.
Even before shedding, if you did a dating app, how would you confirm if somebody's not vaxxed?
Of course, you wouldn't be able to. You'd have to confirm that once you meet in person, bro.
How would you do it?
I don't know. You guys go to the hospital together, get tested. See, I don't know.
The series of you scan it with one of them black light things, you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That just scan them with the black light because they'll turn purple.
But back and forth messaging, yeah. I mean, you know right away.
Here's the thing. 99 plus or minus % of flat earthers are unvaccinated. And so your chances of finding an unvaccinated person on the dating portion of the app is extremely high. But you can also ask when you're chatting with the person, have that discussion. And by the way, if somebody is vaxxed because they mistakenly got vaxxed before they learned about it, there's ways for them to detox and all sorts of stuff. And it's not a game ender, but it is I would say the population of all the blue dots on the app, the percentage of them that are vaccinated are single digits at best.
You got people hiding babies and vaccination.
I think Dave just said to use the app as a dating app, as it is, if I'm not mistaken.
I hate to be gloom and doom.
You can use it already. People
taking
are already doing that. People are just done clicking on dots around them, but I'm going to make it super easy where you can swipe from profile to profile to profile. And in your profile, you could even put, hey, I'm unvaccinated, feel free, or hey, whatever you want. And people are going to be able to literally find people so easy. It's going to be amazing. So hopefully that comes out next week.
Y'all, I put a really gross picture up there in the nest for you. But like they have been finding these things in people's blood. Like they look like parasites to me, for real.
Yeah.
I hate to be the gloom and doom, but whether you're vaxxed or not, you're still going to get that nanotech in your body because they're finding it in people that have never been vaxxed.
I kind of agree with that. And they're also talking about vaxing all the animals for food production, perhaps even some way working other things into like plants. Like it's completely out of hand, bro.
There's a video by Harvard where they're saying that everyone will have them inside of them.
Yeah.
So it's like there's nothing you can do about it.
You fear mongering flirts.
It's almost like they plan for people not to want to take the government untested death juice. That's weird.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I've got a message from Ken here. He said he forgot to nominate Leili Hana as the nicest FE in the community for an award.
You get a hand clap for the Nami?
Hand clap, hand clap. Golf clap.
I'm not clicking again. I feel like I'm gonna go check it.
Who was next? Civil and Chris.
We still waiting for Okies to pull up. And concave earthers. Y'all see concave earther down there?
Concave earther.
I've been sparing him, and he don't appreciate that. Like he don't know what we do to people.
Okies hasn't responded. I sent him an invite. I think he said he's like, if no one's blocked me, is what he said.
Oh,
they may have blocked me.
Oh God,
Convenient.
he is perfectly fine. He see us.
I don't know who that is, but I'll leave. It's fine.
Thank you to whoever accepted me as speaker.
Welcome, Holly. This is Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays.
Go ahead, guys. Do the thing.
I need a mic for JP.
Do the thing. We got Civil and Chris. What's up, guys?
So when you guys are talking about the music stuff, it made me think back a long time ago. In this space, we were talking about the NBA. Saker was like, "I'm missing the playoffs for y'all," and I was gonna grab a mic then because it was relevant, but I feel like now it's a little bit. I got a chance, and the NBA, I put it up there in the top too because she reminded me I could do that. Put it up there in the top. You see the NBA. They showed off. It's from their YouTube account, and they showed off how they can basically put like, just imagine like Dr. Phil or someone, and they just change out LeBron, and now it's Dr. Phil, and he's just going and dunking and shooting threes, and this is like they show that they can do that live, and this is major sports industry there. It doesn't have to be anyone else. Like if the NBA can do it, anyone can do it who has that money and connection at least. And that when I seen that, I was like, I mean, I get it. Like you have people that are there at the stadiums, but like once they do the COVID stuff and there isn't like anybody actually allowed to be there, then they have a chance to really like just fake everything. But it doesn't even matter. They don't have to fake the NBA. I mean, that could be Biden. It could be anyone that's getting that technology used on them. I mean, and if they could do that for a human in a game, and you wouldn't even know that it's like, you'd think some older person, 60 years old, wouldn't be able to jump up there and dunk, but it looks completely real because they just changed the body out. They got all the models and stuff. So we're getting to this point in technology where it's like, it's gonna be like so crazy for these people who are like, why does it matter, this and that? Like, they're gonna be hit with all these deep fakes, and eventually they're just gonna have to come around. Like, there is some shit going on, and I think a lot of people really just don't care. Because when the COVID thing happened, I was going to the dollar store, and I pulled up and I was looking, and they had this giant yellow sign like, "You must wear a mask to enter." I was thinking, okay, I mean, are they even really going to care to kick me out? Like, it just depends on the person that's working there. So I walk in there, no mask, and nobody else is wearing a mask, of course. But when I come out, there's this couple, they walk up and they look at the sign, they're like, "Oh, turn around, go get the mask." I was like, "Oh, you don't have to wear that. Nobody's wearing that." They're like, "Oh, okay, thanks." They just put the mask in their pocket. So it's like, we're at this time where it's like, InfoWars is taking on Witsit. Like, he's gonna come back around, and it's gonna be. I think Alex Jones just had to show up. Like, he probably really does believe it's like a globe and all that, but he's at the same time probably also, if he doesn't, like, I don't know about that, but like he definitely couldn't lose his audience. Like he would just trash his whole platform. And I've listened to it for a long time, and he's always talking about, we're right on the edge, we're hanging by a thread, just another month we might not be here anymore. I mean, this for months. Like, every month. He's been saying this might be the last month. So, it's like if that's really is the case where it is his last month and he's like all dangerous lines walking on, I mean, there's no reason for him to like just go ahead and ruin it all if he's trying to hang on to his audience and his audience calls in. So it's like you got to remember this Twitter is like it seems like we got a big thing going on, but like in the real world, like most people, like like I think it was JP or somebody saying something where like in the kitchen or whatever that you just mention it, and it could be something simple like you drop something like waiters they love the gravity thing like gravity got me, and you just tell them no, it's like it's just more dense than the air around it. So then they gotta hit it like that was actually my biggest proof is like gravity, because I was thinking like it has to be pulling towards the center, all the stuff, and once that falls apart, there's no gravity. It's like, well, that's the glue. Gravity's the glue, and I think that's like if you could just dismantle gravity in like a sentence or a couple, then it's like that's something that they're always gonna think about if you do it right. The seed is planted right and it germinates. Anytime they drop something, it's just gonna be like that damn flat earther. So, anyways, I think we gotta keep pushing it out there. Like after episode 100, I'm pretty sure you guys got some crazy stuff planned, and I know you guys can do a whole lot, but you're just sticking to the flat Earth right now, and doing something that, like I said, is historical. There isn't anything like this, and there hasn't been. There won't be. And someone tried to do it, but they didn't. They left Twitter basically. So it just goes to show, and all the anti-flat earthers, they don't want to take the mic, but they want to spend every minute of their lives against it. But like, oh yeah, this echo chamber, we ain't joining that. We ain't even giving them any kind of recognition. So, someone else might see it, and we can't have that. So we'll just take a screenshot if anything. And that's not reality. That's not people in the real world. Like people in the real world are they're like either just gonna call you like stupid, like oh that's fucking crazy, or they might listen to you if they kind of respect you. And in all my experience, people in the real world are nothing like online. They're way more receptive. I love going to the beach, and then it's a perfect opportunity to just kind of like, oh man, looking pretty flat out there today. Or some people see the rocket like, oh, that thing ain't going to space. Just put it out there, and they just look at you like, what? And they're gonna be thinking about it. So that's what it's all about. But also, my last thing is that I meant to say that Alan, every sentence that he comes out with, just it's always making me laugh. So he gets an award for like the funniest voice or flat earther. I don't know. There's not really funny globe earthers, so they don't have a chance on that.
Wait, there's not one funny globe earther? Yo, Keon kind of funny.
Yo, Keon was begging you last week. Yo, I don't support this chick. Get her out of here.
Now the gravity of when they're talking just really kind of.
I think Flat Earth Dave even made a song about Keon.
Oh wait, really?
Alan is funny though. Alan got an infectious laugh.
Like it's funny about Alex how he calls everybody lad too. He'd be like, "Oh, I got you, lad. No problem."
the relativistic lads.
Yeah.
Let's slide to Lily. I appreciate you, Civil. Those are some good categories. I hope Proud is still documenting. Next week's gonna be fun as hell. And appreciate the kind words too, man, because you've been here since the beginning too. So you know exactly everything that we've been through to get to this point.
Might need to make a couple polls based on what didn't get addressed. I feel like a lot of the categories didn't get addressed. Am I in the matrix?
No, you good.
We heard you.
Perfect.
We just knew that they didn't want to fill out no essay.
Yeah.
Lately.
I'm trying to look now.
Like on a Flat Earth Friday, I got to answer a 50 question quiz.
Talk about a hand wave dismissal.
I can't even see who's in the room now. All I see is the white thing, platinum, plain, awarded, pre-show, and I can't see anybody. Oh my gosh.
They
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, it's all good.
You fell into that warp space time for a minute.
No, I'm still in the white space. I can't see anybody's meme. I can't see anybody's.
Wow.
All I see is this.
The white.
Okay.
Least incoherent global is what I wanted to answer.
We didn't hear you, Proud. With Darius' hands up too. What'd you say?
Space.
Least incoherent global is the one that we gotta gather for.
We got Andre up. Or that's what I see. Do you guys see Andre's hand up too?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's going on, Chief?
What's going on? What do y'all think about this, about maybe Elon Musk? I mean, I heard that there's like a land beyond the ice wall on the Terra Infina map where there's like a land called Mars outside the ice wall. And, you know, Mars represents war as well. So, I mean, I used to think, you know, Elon was a part of the propaganda, but at the same time, I feel like he is maybe, like, I don't know. I feel like the flat Earth and the globe Earth is definitely a simulation, but the flat Earth thing. So, like, I think it is a part of the awakening process, but I think there's even a deeper part to it that we may not understand. That doesn't. I don't know. But anyways, about Elon Musk though, like, I don't know, maybe he could be referencing him going to Mars would be outside the ice wall, or maybe it represents him going to war with the establishment, because I think he's a master troll. Like, we all know this. Like, he's got like, if y'all seen the SpaceX flight where, you know, he's got the rat going, it's literally the rat is on his rocket and it's being blasted through the atmosphere. Like, how is a rat going to be freaking on the rocket on the outside of it? Like, I think he's definitely given us the wink, you know, in some ways.
Maybe. I really don't follow him too hard to know, like, any of the drops that he's made, but I'm sure some people in here do.
I mean, yeah, if you, like, you know, his profile picture with the Baphomet on his, you know, his chest, like, it's all kind of like, I think, an FU to, like, the Illuminati in a way. Like, and it's just kind of a troll, you know, and it's to get us talking about it in the first place, and to, like, it's not that he's, like, evil, but I don't know, who knows, but.
I feel you. I do want a T-shirt with Elon saying "Go fuck yourselves." I really want that T-shirt.
You guys remember what I was saying earlier about Elon Musk and the rocket that he posted after his wife came and ratted him out on the TL. Somebody check on her, by the way.
It was his baby mom.
Baby mama, wife. See, that's y'all problem now. Y'all, sorry. Yeah.
Don't he
I'm
got
aware.
a wife for real? Or am I tripping? Maybe he don't got a wife. But it says baby mom's.
He's got like goddamn
He's
20 of
got
them.
like 11 kids.
Yeah, how many of y'all
He
have
might have
seen?
secret kids too.
I
How many,
got way more than that, I promise you.
how many of y'all have seen the wandering stars in the sky move and like stop and stuff like that?
It's nefarious. It's nefarious. It's demonic. All the stuff that has been going on with the UFO sightings and all this stuff, it's nefarious. It's trying to distract us from what's really going on. And what's really going on is the government is trying to rule over all of us. And it's not going to happen. So God is still on the throne.
No, it's cutting right through and down to it.
I see Lely's hand up.
I see JJ with his hand up. I see Jasmine and I see Liliana with their hand up. I think Boston was next though. If Andrew's not back.
Yeah, if Liliana isn't, she don't have her ears
I'm
on,
good to
then
go if I can. I haven't spoken here before. I don't know if I can hear you guys while my mic is hot.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Andrew. You were glitching a little bit before.
Yeah, let me walk outside of this garage. So I feel like just going full verbal diarrhea because I get ridiculed so much for flat earth belief. And I've only been a flat earther for almost a year about. So last September. It's I have so many thoughts about what you guys all said, but it's hard to get on and see what I can gather and remember. Let me see. This guy's got a leaf blower out here, of course, right when I hop on. So it's funny. I've been a truther forever, and then I bumped into a few people. I think 3 times before I actually went down the rabbit hole of flat Earth over probably 6 years or so. And the last time I bumped into someone that I didn't take serious, I was on a job, and what I do for a living is life safety, so it's all about integrity. So before I even became a flat earther, I got fired from 3 different companies just for being honest instead of, racketeering and making them money for doing nothing for the customers. The last time I got canned, their excuse was I wouldn't wear a mask or get vaccinated, and that was before I became a flat earther. And even with that mindset, even being the person that I am, I still couldn't get through the cognitive dissonance. I just couldn't do it. Like every time I looked at it, I got the censored version, like Flat Earth Society, all the garbage. Then I had my first kid, went deeper into the conspiracies because of Epstein. So I just heard that high-level people preyed on kids, and I got terrified. Went down that whole spiel, and that taught me how to get through censorship, because right after that was COVID, and I was afraid my wife, who was raised in a different environment, everything worked for her. The whole system worked for her, so she doesn't question. So, I was afraid of the vax and what they would do. Convinced her not to do it, all this stuff. Figured out how to get through censorship, and then I was trying to find a private school to put my 5-year-old at the time in last year, and we found this school in a small town near us that was part-time, so you could do half homeschool, half half regular school, but it was, I forget what they call it. It's they don't make them sit in a desk. It's kind of an alternative school. So the
Montessori
people who
learning.
run the school, Monastery, yeah, thank you. So the people who run the school are Christians, and they wanted us to come to their house. They invited us over, show us their farm, have dinner with us. You know, if you're not really their type of people, they're not going to bring you into school because they don't need the problems. They don't need the headaches of the plebs or normies or whatever you want to call it.
Love it.
So they yeah. So the family was just super nice. The dad has been down every rabbit hole you could imagine. And he looked me square and we talked for probably 10 minutes, and he realized that how deep I was. And I was just, you know, answering, he was trying to recall information, and I was answering his information for him. And he's like, and he told my wife, he's like, "You're a really smart guy." And I'm like, "Trust me, I'm not smart. I just absorb information. I drive a lot for work, and that's what I do. I just seek information all the time." So he goes, I typically gauge people by just telling them I think the earth's flat and seeing what they say. And I thought to myself, man, this guy is he's so in touch with so many things that I am, that I get ridiculed for, but maybe he's crazy. I'm just like, you know, it sat with me, said it like 3 more times over the course of 3-4 hours, that me, my 2 kids, and my wife, my pregnant wife, were there. And I never ridiculed. It was the same thing as the time before that. I was on a job site. I had worn skate shoes instead of work boots to the job site. So someone said, "Oh, you skate? Maybe you're a flat earther too." And I was like, "Someone here's a flat earther?" They're like, "Yeah, the HVAC guy." I was like, "Where is he? Can I talk to him?" And, you know, they were ridiculing him, making fun of him. And my first inclination is like, what kind of info does he have? I've looked into this and I couldn't find anything good. So it was kind of like that, where he gave me a pamphlet I held on to for like 3 years. I wish I still had it. But it didn't bring me around because I didn't get through the censorship. And this guy, he said it, and I went home with it. A month had passed, and I just sat with it. And I'm like, you know, I never looked into this since I've gotten good at research, and I just sunk my teeth in. I think the first good thing I found through the censorship was BOB or DOD's movie, 21 Questions, whatever. I kept seeing Flat Earth Dave's ads popping up on everything I was watching. After Level with Me, those movies, a couple things. That was it. I was like, okay, I have to question everything. I found it. Like, I landed on the pulse. Now I have to figure out if I should say anything or not, you know, if I should open up about this, because I'm not, this is brand new. So I always avoid ads. Flat Earth Dave's thing kept popping up. I listened to this Flat Earth Files podcast, and I would save people who would be recommendations on there. Started going through recommendations, saw Witsit, and that was it. After School and Globers, I was just like, okay, I have no more questions. I have questions, obviously. I want to know how everything works in depth, but I have no more doubt, is what I should say. And I just wanted to tell the whole world, and I knew that my normal wife would hate it, blah, 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 blah. So I found Flat Earth Dave's app, downloaded it, because it came up enough times, even though I'm always one to avoid ads. And then I started talking to everybody about it that had nothing to do with my immediate family. And I've gifted that app to so many people. My mom is a flat earther now. My little brother, to touch on what people were talking about earlier, the stars is what woke my little brother up. I was talking to my little brother about it for like 2-3 days straight. We were building a deck for my mom. And I just mentioned one day, I'm like, you know, the constellations are the same every year, right? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you know, for all of recorded history, all the stars line up in the same place repeatedly over the year at the sky's a clock? And he's like, nah, I'm taking a picture and I'm going to look at it next year. I said, go ahead. I was like, and the North Star is still, picture the North Star still on a ball that's tilted and wobbling and spinning. And he's like, oh, dude, we're on a flat earth. I said, I know. And that was that. And my family's hardcore Christians. So the Christian side resonated with them huge. My other little brother wants to hold on to the ball. He's 19, 20 years old. He's in college age and he doesn't want to, I think he's a little scared of the ridicule. But I also sent the app and Wits It Gets It, which is typically not what I send first because it's a little too high level for people to conceptualize. As a hands-on mechanic guy who's always worked with my hands, when people speak about these things, I think the hardest thing for someone average to grasp is to be able to picture the mechanical workings of things as words are being said, like just to conceptualize it. I think that's like the hardest thing for people. So when I try and tell people about it, I just gift them the app and I'll bring up Wits It. I always say look at it, but go through the questions in the app first. Check out the movies because people can visualize better that way. And I won't say who because I don't want to dox anyone, but I do have a kind of a friendly, close relationship with someone who's pretty big in the public eye for the past almost going on 4 years since COVID. And I sent the app to him and sent Wits It because I know he's an intelligent individual. And he had a long road trip, I said, and he smokes. I said, smoke a doob and just listen to School and Glover's. I promise you your road trip will go so fast. I messaged him like a week later and I'm like, hey man, so what do you think about what I sent you? He said, how did he word it? He said, if I was a gambling man, which I am, I'd bet that the world is flat. So it just kind of feels good to wake people up, and especially people who eventually will wake other people up. But yeah, I think what you guys were saying about helping people wake up, I think the most important thing to do is ask the questions first. Don't even say a stance. I always just ask. I always just say like, you ever heard about flat Earth? What would be your biggest hiccup with accepting it or questions about it? And then just start from there. And that's it. No waterfall, no funnel of information. Just answer a question. If they're a little bit receptive, offer that. Because that's worked for me.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think that the Earth is flat. What is the evidence of that? Is it just online, or has it been proven through exploration of space? Because Elon has already proven that the Earth is actually a spherical thing that hangs without anything attached to it, just like the Bible in God's word says it does. It just hangs.
Wait, you're a globe earther Christian?
You can
That was
falsify
Holly.
veracity without having to go to space, Holly.
What? Say that again?
You can falsify spherosity, as in you can prove if your Earth is curving or not without having to actually go to space to do that. But we can get into that part in a second.
You can see
I
it
would like to finish.
you could see it at the beach. You could see the curvature at the beach. When you look out into the ocean, you can actually see it drop off at the edges when you're looking to the left, to the far, far left, and the far, far right. You can actually see the curvature of the Earth.
You genuinely believe that?
Yes, I do.
From like experience?
Yes, life experience.
Does that mean that you don't
Holly,
believe
do
in
you?
the
Okay,
radius value?
so when a plane is going from Asia to North America, is it going in a circle? Is it flying in a circle? You can't go from
Holly,
Asia to North America on a flat surface. If that were the case, then we could just make bridges between the countries and just
Holly,
go by train.
Hold on, let Proud finish finish her question, and then we'll slide back to you, Andrew, because I really appreciate everything that you said, because we love opening up minds and success stories. So that was dope. But I do want Proud to finish what she was saying.
So one point at a time, Holly. If you personally believe that you've seen curvature from the beach, and I've seen the beach too, then you would definitely have to believe that the radius of Earth that they gave you was false, because when you're doing the math, the geometric horizon, you have a limit of view that you're allowed to see. And if you could see the actual position of the horizon, not the apparent position, then that would change the size of your ball dramatically. If you could see physical curvature from the surface of Earth. Mention something else real quick. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. But as far as just traveling on a flat plane, the same way, clocks theoretically go from 12 to 3 to 6 would be the same way planes can travel on a flat plane. That's all.
Okay, I have an atlas and the Earth is round.
Well, I have the internet and it's not.
You have an atlas.
That was great.
Round.
I have a New York World Atlas and the Earth is round.
Hey, who's speaking?
Holly.
That solves it.
Am I missing something? I'm
Back
sorry.
it up.
I'm just.
Yeah, you're missing a lot.
Yeah, I have to be ignorant to how that proves a spherical Earth in motion 6,000 miles around the sun.
I have a map that's like a cube. It's right here. It must mean that we have a cube Earth.
Yeah.
I got that one too.
I'll just show you, because this thing is thick and it has all the maps of everything that's ever existed.
Let's go back to the first thing that you said, though, Holly. You said what about the Bible in Job? You were talking about. You misquoted a verse that says, "God hangs the earth upon no thing."
Well, it's suspended and it has nothing. It's hanging without anything attached to it.
No, it's hanging upon nothing.
Exactly.
You're reading
Well,
that
I'm sorry.
in a way that you
freaking.
want to read it, and what I'm telling you is, if
No,
you
I
also
wasn't
read on
reading it.
and
I was
understand that it has
paraphrasing it.
foundations,
It's
the earth
hanging
also has
on
foundations.
nothing.
Hold on, Holly. So Zion was talking, and you can't listen to what he's saying if you're talking over him. So let Zion finish talking, and then he'll pass the mic back to you. Go ahead, Zion.
The verse that you misquoted was, "He stretcheth the north over an empty place, and he hangeth the earth upon nothing." And then it goes
Well,
on
I
to
was
talk about. Then it
paraphrasing.
goes on to talk about the foundations of the earth and the molten glass firmament that's above the earth. So let's just not misrepresent the Bible and use that as a quote unquote proof.
I was saying that it was hanging on nothing, but I was using different words. I'm sorry. I thought that I was making myself clear, that it was not attached to anything. It's just hanging without anything. You said the right way. That's the way it's written in the Bible. And I just did a paraphrasing because I'm not looking at my Bible right now, but I know that the earth hangs on nothing, that it's suspended in
Doesn't
an
it say something
atmosphere.
about?
You need to
Doesn't it say
reference that
something about
verse with
spending
the hundreds of other verses that describe the earth.
So it's understandable, Holly, that you're paraphrasing. That's cool. I'm just curious if you understood what Proud had said to you about what you believe you're seeing.
The Bible can get pretty toxic.
Hold on, one at a time. Andrew, can you hear D3 talking?
No, not at all.
Drop down and come back up. We'll bring you back up.
He might be still driving.
He in that truck, or maybe in the garage. So hey, Holly,
yeah,
can
finish
you?
what you were saying, D3?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask her if she can, rephrase what Proud was asking her. Do you understand what she was saying, Holly?
Well, when she was speaking, I was in that I was in that white space that I couldn't see anybody below. So,
Right. No, you don't need to see her. What she said is that what was really important. Did you understand what she said?
that you have to be in tune with the Holy Spirit to see things that most people can't.
I don't believe that's what she said. I think she said something that.
I'm implying that.
Okay.
We're playing a lot.
I'm sorry. I didn't say anything about spirit.
Mm.
But maybe that was what Zion was saying. Yikes.
Hey, Holly. How far can you actually see on the surface of the earth if you're standing at a beach? How many miles out can you see?
You can actually see, like when you're in Huntington, you can actually see kind of Catalina, but it's not I can't explain it. You guys can't.
Okay.
You're not going to understand.
Relax.
I'm so sorry. You're not going to understand.
Okay. Do you know how many miles? We could keep it, really simple.
No, I have no idea how many miles there is from the beach to Catalina. I don't know how far I can see. I have no measurement instrument to use.
Okay.
I know that the ice can see far more than what is.
It's 30 miles, 30.5 miles. I just looked it up, 30.5.
Yep. So here's the thing, right? If you believe that you are seeing the physical curvature, that's fine. But how would you go about verifying that, right? So I think the first thing would be to go and learn how far you're actually seeing based on what you see, right? Figure out how far things are that you're seeing when you say you're looking to your left and you're seeing curvature over there, and you're looking to your right and you're seeing curvature over there. Consider what those distances are, right? Figure those out. Then take those distances and see if they match up with the predicted curve of the globe that you're believing in. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Then we can go from there once you got that.
Hey, real quick, Holly, do you think that the Bible says that the Earth's a globe that moves?
It says I can't remember what it says, but I think it says something in regards to it being spherical or sphere, a sphere.
Holly,
Hold on, real quick, Zion. Are you a Bible believer, Bible follower, Holly?
Absolutely.
If you found out that the Bible says something different than what you thought it said, what would you do? Would you go with what the Bible said, or would you go with your own interpretation?
I would go with the Bible, what the Bible says, because even though humans can, I mean, we all fall short of the glory of God. So if God's word is speaking only truth, even if it's like, pointing out, things that had gone wrong, and when people get prideful and they reject Jesus as their Lord and Savior, that's when things go wrong. That's when the enemy has a grip on people, and that's when humans act like animals instead of humans inspired by God.
So would you be open to look at some verses of the Bible and maybe see that it has a different meaning than what you would have thought? I think Zion wants to contribute. Rum Boston may want to contribute, and Sheepdog may want to contribute. You want to hear what they got to say first before you?
Sure. I'm all, want to know what other people think, so that I have a basis on which I can speak my truth and what I believe. So yeah, I'm all for that. I want to hear other people's perspectives, because that way we can all learn together,
That's
and
what's up.
we're not all, all alone.
That's beautiful. So let's do this. So in our current scientific framework, they'd say that we live on an oblate spheroid, which means it's not a perfect sphere, but it's a little bit squished, where the equator is a little bit wider below the equator than it is above it. So they say we're living on an oblate spheroid that spins, and it's in motion, shooting around the sun, while the whole sun is shooting in through the galaxy, and the whole galaxy is moving, right? So that's the current scientific framework. We're on an oblate spheroid ball shooting through space in motion. Zion, do you want to go ahead and chime in on what you wanted to articulate?
Yeah, Holly, I really appreciate the fact that you are obviously a woman of faith, and I think having faith in the Most High is incredibly important. So all the different, little details and everything that we can argue about, I just want to let you know that I think that's the most important thing. I'm on your side as far as that goes. I think the reasoning that you gave may be affirming the consequent a little bit, but I DM'd you a list of Bible verses that I'd like you to just read for yourself. They're all Bible verses pertaining to, the cosmology, the shape of the earth,
exactly,
and the design. So just read that and interpret it for yourself, and come back here and ask questions about it.
Zion, give one example.
That's all.
Give one example from that list, if you could. Pick just one that you think may raise some, that may be in a contradicting description, comparing it to what they say is happening. Do you have one verse you could reference?
Stretch the heavens like a curtain with its pillars.
That's the earth.
The earth is firmly established.
No kidding.
That's a better one.
So okay, so let's use Jasmine's real quick before we move to Run Boston. Sound like Jasmine want to chime in on this too. So if it's firmly established, and then science is saying that it's in motion, not firmly established, it's spinning, wobbling, and orbiting. So the God's word.
The firmament is established. Doesn't mean that it's not spinning on its own axis. The firmament is, the dirt is still on the earth, and it's not moving. Duh. Unless you move it.
But doesn't it say that the
It's
earth
not
is
floating. It's not floating in the air unless there's a gust of wind.
Holly, doesn't it say that the earth is immovable?
It says the earth does not move.
That means it's not going away.
Does it say the earth is immovable?
That means it's not going away.
Holly, does it say the earth is immovable?
Yes.
Okay, what does immovable mean?
It means no man can move the earth unless God God is the only one that can move the earth or create what is it called, plates under the sea, under the ocean. That is when the ocean plates, the ground, the ocean plates are moving. That's what causes a tsunami.
Okay, last question, and I'll let Zion
Okay.
recap, and then we'll go to Rum Boston.
I
Do you
mean,
agree? Do you agree? Do you agree that immovable means fixed?
it's not going away. That's what it means to me.
Do you agree that immovable means fixed?
It fixed is a nefarious term to me. Fixed means like it was all planned to drive people batty, crazy shit, crazy Clownsville.
Hey, Holly, if we're gonna have this conversation, we got to be honest with each other, right? Because we're talking about, your belief in the Word of God. So I'm just asking you with simple terms, and we have to be honest. We can't let our insecurities or demons take over. We have to be honest about what we're reading, so that way we can have the right interpretation. So I'm just asking about a specific word, immovable. Do you agree that immovable means fixed? Yes or no?
I believe that immovable means that God placed it where it is and nobody's going to move it.
Okay.
Okay. So when I go to Google and I look up the definition of immovable, and it says fixed, is that a correct description?
Yes. Fix your eyes on Christ. Fix your eyes on the Lord.
So immovable does mean fixed. So if in the word it says that the earth is fixed, immovable, why is science telling us that it's in motion, which is the opposite of fixed and immovable? Now I want you to think about that before you respond. And while you think about that, we'll let Zion finish his last thought, and then we'll go to Rum Boston, and then we'll get some words from you before we move on. Zion, do you want to finish your thought?
No, but Psalm mentions the earth being placed upon pillars, so I really don't see how a globe could be placed upon pillars. That's my last thought for you to think about, Holly. And like I said, I listed all these verses for you in your DM if you just want to look at them on your own. I would love to have this conversation further with you, and not in an argument, but to try to suss out the truth together, because I'm open. So anyway, thank you.
And I know that was a dope list. I see that floating around on Twitter. So take a look at that, Holly. But let's hear from Rum Boston, and we'll slide to Sheepdog and then Jasmine. We didn't hear from
Hey.
Leliana either, so we'll get Leliana in here too. What's up, Rum Boston?
I was gonna say good morning. Make sure my mic's working. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, JT, the
Hey,
mayor.
good morning, Holly. My name's JT. I go by Run Boston Bear online, and I could talk about this for a while. I've been a biblical cosmology believer for 2 years. After a friend of mine from high school just said, "Hey, you need to look into this topic," and I was pretty triggered right away, because in my paradigm or in my mind, I believe that the heavens declared the glory of God, and I thought that the infinite expanding universe and just the grand size of it all spoke to His majesty and His ability to create. But I had to look into it because I have 3 small children, and I just didn't want to just pass along what I was told when I was a little kid. And I want to let you know I've been following the Messiah, serving the Messiah, and the most important thing, period, in my life is my relationship with Jesus, or I say Yeshua. Either one works. One's Hebrew, one's English translation. But what I do day to day in the Spirit with people that believe like I do, people that believe differently. What I do, how I interact with my wife, with my children, with my family and friends, and even my enemies, I want to do in a way that brings glory to the Creator. I don't want to do anything out of my flesh, and I'm not perfect at it. We do get emotional at times, and things bother us, and we think a certain way, and when people talk different, sometimes the flesh wants to rear up. But I just want to say I'm glad you're here. I'm proud of you for grabbing a mic and speaking up about what you believe. But I do have a couple questions for you, if that's okay if I ask.
Who, me? Yeah.
Yeah, Holly. So, you being a Bible-believing Christian and a follower of the Messiah, I would assume, but I have to ask, that you do not believe that we came from a primordial ooze, a soup, and eventually became monkeys, and the Darwinian evolution, like that we were monkeys and now we're men, right? You believe the Creator created us out of the dust and breathed life into us, right?
Absolutely. I believe the whole Bible from Genesis to the book of Revelation.
Well, that's fantastic. Because what I found in the 2 years of searching for truth, because I believe that the Messiah is the way, the truth, and the life. And it's only through him that we can have reconciliation with the Father. As I've searched for truth, I found that it has a frequency, a resonance. I can tell now what's the truth and what's the not by like exercising my discernment. At first, I just thought, no, flat Earth has to be wrong. I thought these thoughts. I thought flat Earth is stupid. How could that work? That doesn't make any sense. No, we're on a spinning ball. But just like evolution is not the truth, we did not come from primordial soup and monkeys. This may surprise you, but the dinosaur narrative and billions of years, neither of those are true either. So what the scientism has done is they tied together billions of years, the heliocentric theory, the theory of evolution, all to paint a narrative that we came from like an accidental explosion, the Big Bang, and we're inconspicuous. We're on a tiny little speck in a grand universe. And I'm not trying to say that science is saying that we don't mean anything, but if you listen to the word and you look at what it says, we're very important and we're central in creation. And the Most High Creator is above us, looking down on us like we're grasshoppers. So I do believe there's a firmament over us, which that means rakia in Hebrew, and it's hammered out like a looking glass, like bronze hammered out. It's firm and it's fixed. And I understood a minute ago when you were saying that fixed and immovable, in your mind and heart, you believe that to mean established, like God set it into motion or he set up the earth. And I understand that your belief is that we're on a spinning planet orbiting the sun, but I would just say consider and pray that the globe earth theory is another one of the inversions very similar to evolution. Now, if you have questions, ask. I don't have all the answers. I'm not a theologian and I'm not a scientist. I'm a stay-at-home dad that loves my wife and kids and loves the Messiah more than anything. But I think we're in an age where the veil of the deceptions are being lifted and people are seeing through many deceptions. And I'd do a Zoom call where 2 or 3 of us that are believers in the Messiah want to get together and kind of look at this closer. That'd be great, because it's kind of difficult just like hot on the mic right now to get it all across to you. But I got a lot of love for you. Don't make any quick decisions, but I think you'll see there's a lot of truth in the biblical cosmology side of things.
Yeah, if it's written in the Bible, I'm going to believe it, because God's word was God's word is breath, and the 66 authors throughout the Bible point to Jesus, and that's the whole thing is all about Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And his plan for us to be reconciled with the Father.
Right.
And
You're absolutely right.
That's the message. But all these other things, the stories in the Bible, it's people that actually lived, and their stories within his story. So you could see where, like, Noah is a man of God. He speaks directly to him and says, this is what I want you to do. I want you to build this ark. I want you to build it this this amount of cubics, or what, I forget the term that they use
Yeah,
for.
you're right. You're right.
Anyway, so when he was speaking to him, all the other people were mocking him because they didn't believe in the God that was telling him to build the ark and that the flood was coming. So now we're in that space where there's believers and they're ready, but then there's a whole bunch of people that are still lost, and those are the people that we need to reach, because just like it was in the days of Noah, so will be the last days, and that's where we are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to jump back to to the to the idea of the circle and the sphere, because that really throws some people for a loop. And I think it's in Isaiah where it talks about the circle of the earth, which when you look up the Hebrew, that's as if like a stick was taken and a circle was drawn like in the dirt on the beach. Where later in the chapter, later in Isaiah, they use the Hebrew word for ball or sphere, and contextually and actually and factually, it's different. So I've got some sermons. I can send you like a direct link to, like, I don't know, probably 6 pastors that are waking up to the truth, because in my opinion,
JT,
and
real quick, JT,
yeah,
when they refer to sphere, what were they talking about? Were they talking about the Earth?
no, it's like throwing a ball.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah,
Continue.
yeah. Yeah, so I know that I said a lot. I know that I've been on this journey for like 2 years, and I would hate for you. I would hate for like the deceiver to mess up my words and make you feel attacked, because I'm not attacking you at all. I will admit that I'm not 100% sure. The only thing I'm 100% sure is that having a relationship with the Messiah is the most important thing. But he says to seek the truth and test all things. The scriptures say test all things. So I'd like to send you some sermons where there's I got 6 pastors that are waking up, because this whole belief in the ball Earth, the people that are online that are like the anti-flat earthers and like the real hardcore globers is what they say. They want to say like 2,000 years we've known it's a sphere, but in my opinion, they were still teaching flat Earth about 100 years ago, and the heliocentric theory, the whole theory that we revolve around the sun, isn't even 473 years ago, and he conceptually came up with the idea. So you had like Tycho Brahe. He was a guy that
Real quick, Run Boston Bear. I just want to say Copernicus was the one that said that the planets revolved around us. Galileo was the one that said we revolve around the sun. That was where it changed. But Copernicus was right there along the lines of the Earth as a sphere.
Right. Okay. Well, I heard on Crow 777 where he really highlighted what Tycho Brahe did, that he was actually outside with telescopes or with his looking piece, and actually notated and wrote down all the stars, like more so than anybody. And then Copernicus more or less was indoors, didn't have any equipment or know how to use it, and he through like philosophy came up with the heliocentric theory. But anyway, it can go so deep, Holly, and all I want you to know is that I'm going to be praying for you to just keep seeking the truth and decipher what man made up and what God made. And the last thing I'll say, because I've been talking a while, is my wife is a physician. She went to school for biology. She doesn't believe in the evolutionary story. She knows that God created us in his image. And she was also in the military. And when I started looking into flat Earth, her question, marriage, us being on the same page, she said, "Why are you being so countercultural? I don't understand." It was the hardest hurdle for her to get over, is why I was going so against the grain of what mainstream thinks. But then I got a P1000 camera and started looking at the stars and the luminaries with my kids, and we looked into the Bible and we looked at the verses, and she now understands that biblical cosmology is correct as well, and the globe Earth theory, which is still a theory today, is not true. So I'll be praying for you, and I know it's very confusing that a deception this big could be propagated, but I think that is what happened.
Absolutely. There's a lot of things that have been put out there, especially nowadays. There's so many lies and so many deceiving liars because Satan is the father of all lies. So that's what he wants to do. He wants to get everybody deceived so that he can, pull them down.
Sacred, I need to drop down because I can't hear anybody.
Yeah.
I'm going to be back in a minute.
Okay, drop down and pop back up. Oh, and Holly, I want to tell you what helped my wife. That's what was on my mind and heart. To get her to even look, I said to her, and I'm saying this to you as well, pretend for just a moment that you're the creator. And I'm not trying to get you to go very far with that. Just pretend that you created all things, right? And we know God in his infinite wisdom and infinite power made a place very beautiful and very balanced and very amazing. And if it's not, I asked my wife this, I was like, if it's not a spinning ball in space, but if it is fixed with a firmament over the top, with waters above, and him being in the position of the highest heaven, looking down on all of his creation, don't you think the deceiver would want to twist the main story of what he made, like artistically? If this is an expression of who he is and we live here, I say, we got to look into this because I don't think it's a ball moving at a rapid pace in multiple directions with a wobble, going around the sun, but you can't measure it with any scientific instrument. And even Einstein says you're not going to be able to measure motion. It's like, what? This is very confusing. So keep digging. You're around a lot of people that care about you, and all we want is the truth. And honestly, if we if we figure out it is a globe, I'm moving back to that because all I care about is the truth. But the more I look, the least I can see that it's a globe. But thank you for the time. Thank you for listening and I don't know, being on the right path with the Messiah.
Thank you. I appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate each and every one of the people that are in this space, because we wouldn't be here if we weren't interested in the spaces trying to get to the basics of humanity, and like unearthing the things that have been buried so that we can all understand and be on the same page so that we can move as one in Christ, like one body in Christ. Okay? We're all members. We all have our giftings, and then we have to hone our gifts so we can be the light unto the world, the salt of the earth. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm off the mic. Thank you so much for listening to me. I very rarely get a chance to talk to anybody because once I get on the mic, I hit some people's buttons and they get upset with me, but that's not my intent. I want everybody.
Flat earthers love you, Holly. You see?
Yeah. Definitely. And I got to drop off because I got to engage with the family and mow the yard and do all this other stuff. But hey, I just thought about this, Holly. Anytime my wife and I talk about anything that's intense, and some people in here know where this is going, anytime something intense is spoken, we always close with prayer. And I'm going to use the rest of my mic time to just say a little prayer over everybody. Even if you don't believe in the creator like, Holly and I or whatever, just allow it, because I'm just trying to put out good vibes into the realm. So Heavenly Father, thank you for letting Holly and I communicate in a way that didn't get triggered at all, and that I appreciate you for helping her hear that all I care about is your son and what he did on the cross for us. I just ask that you guide us all in truth and wisdom to understand what is this place that you made. Help us to understand what is it to truly connect with each other in love, because I know that the great deceiver wants us to be divided and angry and triggered all the time. But half of what this space is people coming together, ignoring what all the naysayers are saying, and we're actually making friendships, and we're diving deep looking for truth. So please guide us in that, and we just ask for the Holy Spirit to fill us and show us the way. We pray this in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Amen. Whoop, whoop.
Before you jump off, follow me and send me those scriptures.
Okay, I'm just gonna draw in the purple pill. I'm just gonna drop my playlist of the sermons because they're really good, and more people are waking up. So I don't know who said that though. So feel free to follow me, and I'll follow you back.
Shout out JT. Appreciate you, Run Boston.
Holly, you gonna stick around for a little bit and let me have a few words with you?
Sure. Yeah.
I'll keep it real simple, and I'll try to be as short as I can, because I know that a lot of people want to have a discussion with you, and hopefully we can all be concise. So my name is Alan. I go by Sheepdog Legend here on Twitter. I also run the LLC for that same name. And I just want to, share with you some things, right? So what Run Boston Bear was saying is true. Like, if they could lie to you about something that big, they probably would, right? And so if you think about it, in a lot of ways, they did. They, as a child, that the Earth was too big to feel the spin. And they told you, yeah, but your eyes deceive you, and the Earth is just really big. So from your experience, you knew the Earth was flat and stationary from the very beginning. All right. And so I'm just going to kind of like read over a Bible verse for you. And it's Isaiah chapter 40, verse 22. I'm going down here. Hold on. Verse 21, 22. Have you not known? Have you not heard? Has it not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It is He of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens. Who stretches out the heavens like a curtain, and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. So some things right there, right? I was in the military. We would build tents for our area of operations, so that way our captains and lieutenants could work in privacy and devise plans in order to do operations. And so what we would do when we would do that, we'd lay out the tarp, and we'd go get our posts that would be the pillars for this tent, and we would raise the tent up. But we would want to do this on flat and even ground because it's uncomfortable to work on the side of a hill and things like that. And so that's what I imagine when the creator is telling me that he stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. If you've ever been in a large circus tent to go watch the circus, same concept. Just some things to think about right there. So can I ask you a quick question? It's just a little game question I like to play with people, because as a believer myself, as a Christian myself, I like to find the jokes and the humor in the scripture to lighten the mood, because there's a lot going on in the world, and to get along with each other. So what was the last thing that the Father created?
What's the
Yo,
last?
D3, I think you got a hot mic, D3.
Humans.
Humans? Okay, so humans, that's a good answer. I used to think the same thing also. But when you look really, really close at scripture and you scrutinize it, on the seventh day, God created rest.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Isn't that a rest? He wants you to rest. He wants you to seek sanctuary and provide and be provided comfort, so that way you can recover and get back to the things that you need to do that He has for you. Getting back onto the topic, I've got some scriptures for you, and I can DM them to you if you'd like me to. But these scriptures specifically contradict a sphere, because what what do we think is a sphere? We think ships are going over the horizon, so the physical curvature is blocking my view, right?
Well, I know that from heaven it looks like a circle, so I understand when he says circle.
But you only see half of it, right?
You only see what? Yeah, exactly.
The most you can see is half. All right.
Yeah, and it's not flat, but it looks like it's flat because all you see is that particular viewpoint.
Sure. So first and foremost, I'm going to tell you right now, I think the pictures were faked. I don't believe anybody's ever been to space to look down and give me a God's eye view of Earth. I think that's abhorrent that somebody would go up there and say, look, we are equal to God. We can give you the view of Earth just as God gives it. But that's just me. Moving on from that, I've got Isaiah chapter 40, places smooth. The glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken. All right. To me, when I read that verse,
I get goosebumps.
All flesh shall see it together. The glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. I know there's people out there that don't have phones, don't have computers, don't have TVs. So when the glory of the Lord returns to us and brings salvation to the earth and destroys all the wickedness that is going on, how does somebody in Australia and somebody in New York see the same event at the same time if they don't have a TV, computer, or camera?
We're not going to understand that. Only God understands how that is going to come about. I have absolutely no idea because the earth is round. So people in Asia have a different time zone than we do. And then how are we all going to see them at the same time? It's mind-boggling, but I know it's going to happen. It's just I don't know how. And because he is a spirit being, he can do anything he wants. He could actually, if he wanted to, not saying that he's going to, but if he wanted to, he could cause like the earth to collide with Saturn if he wanted to, but he's not going to do that, obviously.
And I was right there along those lines as well. But it's an important verse because he repeats himself in Revelation as well. He says the same exact thing. Behold, he is coming with clouds, and every eye will see him, even they who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn because of him. Even so, amen. So those two verses literally come together. And he's trying to say something like, look, I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to do exactly what I said I'm going to do. There's some other verses as well, like we are his footstool, right? So we're at the basement.
Yeah.
We're at the floor of all of creation. And then not to get away from scripture, but like, we could go through scripture all day long and talk about it. But there's just other things that you should understand as far as like how the deception got through your mind. So they tell you the world is a stage, right? If you go to any concert, any stadium, a stage is flat. If the earth is flat and the world is a stage, the world would be flat. If we, like the way I see it, we are special. They wanted to remove how special we were. And we're literally like on the elbow of Orion, according to the heliocentric paradigm and what scientists say. But I don't think that. I think we are the center of creation, the very center, and everything else moves above our heads. And I give you another mind boggler, something that you can picture in your head. when you have a baby and you place the baby in the crib and you put that little mobile above their head, right? And it's got the planet spinning above their head. That child is looking up and seeing the motion of the stars and the luminaries above their head while being fenced in by a prison all the way around on a flat surface.
Yeah. Being a baby is like being trapped without a voice, and then you see all these people gathering around you, and they have the sense like a dog does, you know, like they have discernment before they get jaded by the worldly views of the nefarious characters that are spreading lies, like their father, the father of all lies, Satan. So, I mean, people are deceived only because they're not
Because they listen to other people?
because they're not accepting Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, so they don't have the Holy Spirit in them, so they can't decipher what's truth and what is falsehood, so they could get easily trapped in the nefarious agendas and fear-mongering crapola stuff. I'm trying not to cuss, but I get so angry about what they've done. They've hijacked America. They silenced and sometimes killed people that are speaking the truth, and I'm not afraid of them. Heck no. I got God on my side. What the hell can they do to me?
Oh yeah.
It
Oh
says
yeah.
that in the Bible. It says
Psalms 118:11.
what can man do to me?
Here, let me read
Kill my
Psalms.
body. They can kill my body, but guess what? I'm not going to die forever. I'm going to be in eternal life with God the Father, with God the Son, and we're going to be, I mean, I can't even imagine. Like, okay.
Real quick, Holly. Psalms 118, verse 11. They surround me. Yes, they surround me. But in the name of the Lord, I will destroy them. So, yeah, no, Holly, continue seeking the truth. You know, you have to want to see through the veil. The veil is pretty hard to pierce through. Just, I don't know. Keep love in your heart as you're walking through it. I promise you, you'll find the truth. Don't listen. You can listen to what other people have to say, but take it with a grain of salt and go and seek your own. My only thing is, do not make God in your image. Let God make you in His. And I'll leave it at that.
That was excellent. That was a great ending. Okay, I'm off the mic too. I want to hear from Sign.
I don't know what I could.
Wait, 1 second. I think
you
it
picked
was
some random guy in the corner.
I think it
Random
was
dude in the corner, exactly.
I think it was Jasmine next, and Leliana always does a great job recapping. So we'll go to Leliana after that. Go ahead, Jasmine.
Lily's had her hand up forever. Like, I want to hear her.
Leliana, would you like to go?
Oh, hey, hi. Sorry. Yeah, I wanted to talk about something we were talking a couple hours ago because I had my hand up a couple hours ago. So sorry about taking the conversation back to where we were. But for what it's worth, I have heard that the White Hats exchanged, they substituted a lot of the toxic vaccines with saline solutions. So ever since I heard that, I have been praying that that's true because sadly, I do have family members that took the vaccine, one reason or another. Like some took it because they believe the science, others took it because they would have lost their jobs. So that, I wanted to just talk about that that hopefully that's true. My gut says that it could be true because, I mean, there's loads of bad guys, but there's always good guys too. The world is balanced, right? If there's bad guys, there's good guys too. But anyways, talking about the vaccine again, I think that right around the time, right before I became a flat earther, which is in 2020, I was kind of like pretty vocal about being a non-vaxxer on Twitter, and this is before Elon. And I was so abused by the vaxxers, the pro-vaxxers. They basically, tons of them were saying, that you need to be held down and vaccinated. You're a hazard, you're a danger. So basically, my point is that scientism has convinced people that it is greater than our basic human rights. And that's what I kept telling these people, is that if your science is going to take away my basic human rights, then that science is not valid, because you cannot take away some basic inalienable rights that people are born with. Anyways, long story short, I think what's happened is that the bad guys, the cabal, someone's got their mic on. It's kind of distracting. It's a hot mic.
It's me. I'm sorry.
I think maybe even sheepdog. But anyways, I think what happened is that, the bad guys, the cabal, the scientism, I think they have had such a strong grip on our minds for, at least the last 100 years or whatever. So I think that the thing with scientism is that once the flat earth becomes more accepted, by the majority, that is the mother of all the conspiracies. That is the mother of all, that is the biggest hoax, right? That's literally the foundation of the hoax that we're standing on, of all the hoaxes in the world. And so I think that this is the flat earth truth is going to be the one that's going to be the most severely defended by the cabal, by the bad guys. So I think that they're really going to, as we keep growing, they're going to come after us harder and harder. So I was just trying to see, I think that we just have to remember to really stay strong, keep supporting each other, and do not give up no matter what. And then we have to be super duper courageous, because this is like kind of our Job moment, right? Like, we will be tested. And it's the only way we'll know how strong we are. That's the only way God will know how strong we are. But anyways, the point is that once flat earth becomes more accepted, scientism is going to be dead, because so much is based on the Big Bang and the flat earth, and on a globe earth, and with evolution and everything else. And I think the thing is, that once people figure out that the earth is flat, which we will get there by logic, in the sense of logic is going to take us to the point where we recognize that we're definitely not on a globe. And I think that, our panel here, the leaders, I call them, what do I call them? The panel. I think that they're really good at bringing that logic home, and showing us all the holes in the heliocentric model. So the logic will get us there. The logic will get us to the point where people will reject that we're on a globe. But I think past the logic, I think it'll awaken spirituality, because once we realize that, we're in an enclosed, finite, flat world, that, of course there has to be a creator, because then by default, this whole thing is sitting in the mind of the creator. And so I think there will be like a whole new spirituality. And I don't mean religion, by the way. This will be like a more universal spirituality where people really recognize that God is the creator. And I think that once people recognize God is the creator and scientism is not the religion anymore, I think the next step is that people start cultivating love for God. And it's kind of like, if you have an acquaintance, you're not going to hand them the key to your house, right? The spare key to your house. But if you have a best friend or your spouse or a relative or someone that you know and trust, you're going to hand them the key to your house. And I think it's the same thing. I think that, logic will get us out of scientism in the sense that logic will get us to understand that we're not on a globe, but it's really the devotion and love for God that is going to let us know then what is it exactly. So I don't think science will take us all the way. I think in the end, we have to become friends with God. In the end, we have to become intimate with God before God gives us the key to his house. So that's kind of just what I wanted to say, is that, let's just stay strong and united, and also, try to win some Globers over with love, if that's possible at all. So anyways, I love you guys, and thank you everybody for doing their bit to make all this happen.
Can the random guy in the corner just add in something real quick? If you check out ratemybatch.org, or it's .com, one of the two, you can take your actual batch number if you still have your card, and you can actually see if there's been any tracking of anyone else that's been injured. So if you're wondering if you got a shot from a certain batch, and if it's something that's given other people problems, if they've registered anything, that's a good site, and they also have a lot of additional information on there. So in my opinion, I think that's the worst hoax that's ever been pulled on mankind, is the amount of people who have died from this thing, and how we're still being gaslit about it from our leaders. So it's
yeah, thankfully I'm not vaxxed, but my point is that I think there's a huge communities of many truthers with leaders. And I'm not going to name names, but there are leaders that are truthers that have, spoken truth about vaxes and about, let's say, Kennedy's death, or like tons of truth, everything except flat Earth. And there's a reason. The reason is that I feel there's a lot of controlled opposition. Like they will basically lure people with 90% truths or whatever. Like they'll say a bunch of truths, and a bunch of people will start trusting them and believing everything, and they'll say, yeah, there's all these hoaxes. Climate change is a hoax, and this is a hoax, and that's a. But we're on a globe. That's settled. That science. You can't challenge that bit. And so I think a lot of that is really going on, frankly. So I think that's what's keeping a lot of people from just massively falling into flat Earth. But that won't last long, because truth doesn't have any real foundation. It's going to come toppling down like a house of cards.
Real quick, can I interject on something real quick? Y'all, I've heard Sign's story about his vaccine injury. If you want to tell it, Sign, at any time, or I would suggest going to his space. And I know he probably gets tired of telling it, but it's really rough on him. So there are people out there that after they took the vaccine, they regret it and they have to live with the consequences. So I love you, Sign. You're a good brother, man, and you host some of the best spaces. Not better than Sacred Proud, but you hold really good spaces, man, and you have great conversations. So thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Yo, I got to jump in. So, like, dude, I would say just get in a good relationship with the Creator and pray and even fast. And the Creator can do anything, right? I mean, like, he made this whole place. Like, he can certainly heal you or protect you from those things. And so I think that's the most important thing to do, because the science of this is super suppressed and we don't know exactly even what it is. And you know, a lot of people are optimistic, and they're like, oh, I think there's a lot of saline, and it's possible that they put saline in some of them. But if you look at something that most truthers don't even know about, it's called SPARS. It's you know how they did Event 201, and that was like an exercise that predicted coronavirus would spread through the United States and the whole world, and blah blah blah. And then they also did Operation Lockstep 2010. Rockefeller Foundation put out a document, and inside of it there's a lockstep portion, right? It predicts everything that's going to happen. But there's something called SPARS by Johns Hopkins University. The same people fund all this, right? It's the same people that were involved with the actual quote unquote pandemic. In there, this is so disgusting, but in there, they talk about how there's going to be this new novel virus, and they call it SPARS-CoV. This is before COVID at all, right? They said it was SARS-CoV-2, right? Well, what a coincidence. They called it SPARS-CoV. And they even used the medicine remdesivir in it, but they call it a little something different, but it ends with deer, same thing. And in that, they say the vaccines are going to be a new form of gene therapy that if the public knows what it is, they're going to push back against it. And we're going to have to mislead them. We're going to have to censor any doctors or people speaking out against it. We're going to have to use misinformation in the form of fact checks so that we prevent hesitancy. Then it says that after about a year, some major adverse events are going to really start accumulating, and we're going to have to censor those people and pay them off to keep them quiet. And then after a few years, some people that aren't showing any issues will begin to show them, right? So that's what they say in their document, meaning that they knew that they were going to do this and they knew what was going to happen. And so
it's all planned out, and they're still trying and push their narrative because they want us in fear, but we're not of them, we're of God, so we're good. I mean, I know
Holly, please don't interrupt. Woodson was speaking. Let him finish, please.
Yeah, it just all I was trying to say with that is just because maybe some people like I know Eliana's coming from a good place, and there may have been some people that bucked the system, right? And they put saline. Actually, someone got arrested for that, right? So that may be the case on like an individual scenario. The idea of some like white hat from the top down secretive mission, you know, that's not true, right? I mean, we know it's not true, and that narrative was pushed that Trump was doing it, and obviously Trump is still running around being a vaccine salesman, and he's a psychopath. So all I'm saying is they may have done saline because they have to. Technically they're supposed to, but obviously laws don't really matter anymore. We see that, right? So all I'm saying is that all that being said, I just want to reiterate that, like, I think I've heard some amazing stories of being healed from this. And so I don't fall into the fear of being like, oh, well, this is, it does potentially result in genome modification. They found over 200 billion fragments of foreign DNA in these vials when they gaslit all of us, they censored all of us that there's no DNA in there, nothing can happen. Now it's like, oh, well, yeah, there is foreign DNA in there, and then there's an mRNA as the messenger that can integrate into the cell, result in genome modification and all this stuff, right? And so some people will tell you there's no way, you can't get it out of you, you're screwed, you're gonna, there's nothing you can do about it. That's not true, though. I've heard stories that people have been healed, and I would say just like praying and fasting and asking the creator to help you, right? And kind of, even admitting like, look, I messed up or whatever. I think that's the number one thing. You can fall down the rabbit hole of like, how do I detox and heavy metal detox, and those are good things, but the number one thing is to get right with the creator, because he can do anything. So I just want to throw that out there, because I've heard crazy, like, miraculous healing stories already from people that were basically written off as they're gonna die, and they flipped around 180 and they just got close to the creator. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there.
No, it's it. I totally agree with you. I had heard this rumor, and I mean, I don't know if it's true or not. When I heard this rumor, all I was like, I hope that's true. But honestly, I don't know. And you're probably right. And who knows what's really going on anyways. I mean, I guess I am naive enough to feel like, there are good guys out there, but who really knows? But you're absolutely correct. I think God is capable of doing anything, and our love and our devotion and our own integrity and our goodness of character that's what earns God's grace, you know. So you're absolutely right. I think in the end, we can't rely on good guys. We have to rely on God, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, there are good people, but it's like the white hat term is what triggers me, right? Because it's like this story. It's this story about like Trump and all these good guys, and they're playing for each other, and that's a lie. What happened was Trump was actually supposed to create like a vaccine group that was working with RFK, and then he got $1 million donation from Pfizer, flipped 180, started pushing it, fast tracked it, still defends it, promoted it, and then the Trumpers will come in and say, but he didn't say you have to take it. It's like, oh, so he didn't say you have to take it, so therefore the fact he suggested that you do is okay, right? And it's I get why people go the Trump route, because they're like, dude, if Trump's not going to save us, then we're screwed. Well, no, we're not screwed. The creator's in control. Trump sucks. There isn't like a magical. It's like Operation Trust in Russia. They just want you to trust that someone's going to come save you. And I'll say this one more thing, and I'll give it to you, Holly. Like, this is the time that we need to raise awareness to vaccines in general, because never has there been a more receptive public, and they are changing the vaccines. So like even the most considered like the most harmless vaccines like tetanus, which was actually originally created to be a sterilization and abortion vaccine, by the way. People think tetanus is, and everyone in here has probably had it. I give it to children all the time, right? They're changing it to have that self-assimilating nanotech inside of it. And so now is the time that we raise awareness to all of the vaccines, to not take any of that stuff, and show people how to cleanse their bodies of heavy metals, because that's one of the main things that's in this, right? Heavy metals. And then a lot of scientists are trying to figure out how to break down some of this nanotech and disassemble it. And like I said, I've heard a lot of crazy spiritual stories about it. So I'm just throwing it out there because, like, yeah, I just did a vaccine post and I got buried. Obviously, community notes comes at me. All these crazy psychopaths are just saying crazy, reckless things, but it's still not near as bad as it was before this whole situation. And now we should probably really raise awareness to it. But that's just my take. So yeah, take it or leave it. I think it's on us, not on some like good guy group. You know, I think it's on us as truthers to get the word out there.
Yeah, we're the good guys, right?
Exactly.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. If I could make one recommendation for everybody, check out a woman named Sabrina Wallace. She has a channel called Synergy. I believe her main channel is on Telegram, if you have Telegram. There's clips of her talking that are floating around online, but it'll really kind of clue people into what, it's important stuff. That's all I'm going to say about that, yeah.
Well, see, CDC is working with WEF, so we all are aware of that now. And Trump was just deceived, and he put the vaccine out there as soon as possible because he thought that was the right thing to do. And he was deceived because Anthony Fauci, who is a doctor who knew ivermectin would work to combat the virus, he just totally didn't mention that, and that's why he's the rat.
But he's still promoting the vaccine, right? Like, so he's on Truth Social. He made a post a couple weeks ago, and he said RFK's stance on vaccines is completely fake, and he still brags about it being his vaccine, right? And so in the scenario that he was good, he's stupid and got completely tricked by everyone into fast tracking it so they could blame it on him. In the other scenario, he's just egotistical and driven by money and got $1 million donated to him by Pfizer. Then he disassembled the vaccine awareness board that he was supposed to be making with RFK and totally turned on him. And so like he's not like innocent, right? Like he has blood on his hands. A lot of people trusted him and thought that he was going against the system, and he completely betrayed them. And if he was a truther, if he was a good guy, then at this point he would have come out and said something, right? And he's doubling down on it 4 years later. He's still doubling down on it. So I think he's more of a threat than Biden could ever be, right? Because people trust him. People don't trust Biden. They're not going to listen to Biden. So I'm just going to reiterate that we shouldn't turn to the government at all. We shouldn't expect them to just save us. They're not going to save us. They don't care about us. And Most people don't even know that Pfizer donated $1 million to Trump, and then he all of a sudden just completely turned his back on RFK, who RFK is also, he's controlled opposition, and he's directly tied to the CIA, and his like current wife is CIA, and that's a whole thing too. RFK is controlled opposition to divide up all the votes and to distract people, and so the government is completely gone. It's completely controlled. It's completely flooded with subversion. Israel runs our country. It's over, right? It's not, we don't rely on them anymore. We have to do it. We have to raise awareness to the stuff, right? And yeah, like I get it. It would be cool. Even Eddie Bravo, right? It's like the disagreement that we have. It's like, he's like, if Trump's not really here to help us, then we're screwed. And maybe they were like, okay, only the stupid people maybe will take it, and they'll pump it out to get rid of them, and they put a bunch of saline, and it's optimistic but unlikely. Doesn't make sense because Trump's still doubling down. So I won't rant about it, but I am pretty passionate about not trusting that guy. So to each their own, but I just, yeah, because I think they're going to do it again, right? They're going to roll out another one. So
What did Bill Cooper say? Never trust a leader. If you put all your trust in a leader, then you no longer have the ability to recognize when you've been deceived.
yeah, and he just like I said, he's super pro-Israel. He's saying that like Biden's not doing enough to help Israel right now, like to murder babies, and then RFK saying the same thing. But out of everything you could disagree with RFK for, he says he calls him out for his vaccine stance. That's the only thing RFK says that's good, right? He pushes back against the vaccines. So that's highly suspect, I would say. The main gripe he has with RFK is that he's against vaccines. When originally he met with him and was supposed to set up a meeting with Bill Gates to do these, like, they have to do all kinds of independent clinical studies on these vaccines, which they can't afford to do that because immediately, you're going to find out every vaccine's poison. And that's just a fact. You're putting neurotoxins in babies. If you think that's somehow not going to do something to the baby, that's just retarded, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's a crazy world. What I'm going to say one more time, bro, this is the real danger. A lot of people saw through the COVID vaccine. A lot of people took it. A lot of people watched my channel that took it and then woke up. I think the creator works in mysterious ways. He can protect you. He can heal you. He can have used it to help you learn and help you wake up. I truly believe that. The danger now is all the other vaccines, the 72 they're giving to children, get your flu shot, and they're mixing that in with the COVID shot, and they're still putting aluminum and thimerosal in the flu shots that they give to children. Because what people don't know, this is a whole topic, but like there was an in-house study done by the CDC themselves, and they found out that there was a direct correlation between the amount of thimerosal in the vaccines and the regression in speech and learning ability of children. In an in-house study, they found out thimerosal was causing what people refer to as autism, and they started pulling the thimerosal out, but they didn't come tell the public that was the case, and now they still put it in the flu shots, and now they still have aluminum in all of them. So on the base level, the adjuvants and the preservatives are incredibly toxic, but now they're putting this new tech in there, right? They're putting this new mRNA, nanotech, the self-assembles in all the vaccines. And so now this is the time in history where either as like a society, we're going to completely turn 180 against all of them. And we're going to find out, like, my 16-month-old is more cognitively aware than any other child in a room of 50 children, even if they're up to 4 years old, and she's only 15 months old, because we didn't bombard her neurological system, right? And either there's going to be a future generation that found that out and completely exposes it, or we're going to just like keep on falling for the tricks and not protecting our children, and then we're going to have 80% of males have autism by 2032 at this rate. 80% of boys, bro, and 50% of all kids, and then sterilization is going to shoot through the roof as well. So we're kind of past the point, right? We're past the point of like giving and taking. We have to expose all of it. And yeah, I am optimistic. I look at it like the creator may have done all of this, or is going to use the bad for good. He's going to help wake people up. And I have people that were complete normies that are now complete truthers, know the earth's flat and everything because of COVID, because they got tricked into the vax, right? And now they're watching my channel because of that. So yeah, I'm not like a black pill guy. I don't think that anyone's screwed or doomed because they did it. I think it's a spiritual thing, and if you're doubling down on it and gaslighting people about it, right, and still acting like it's good, now you're in dangerous territory. Now that thing might hurt you, right? That's actually how I think this works. I think that if it's a spiritual thing, like that comedian that was like bragging and boasting about how many shots she took, and she said, Jesus loves me more than anyone. As soon as she said that, she fainted on stage. I think that how you react and go about it actually determines how it affects you. And I know that sounds crazy or woo-woo or whatever, but I think that's good news if that's the case, right? Because if you can humble yourself, get right with the Creator, call it out, you may be good. Sorry, I really will stop ranting, but I'm pretty passionate about this.
I don't want to like take over the room, but like right now, when you have a witness that gets hung and shot twice right before the preliminary of a court case against the Clintons, and the judge rules it as a suicide, you know you have problems, because our highest courts are run by judges. And so if they can be compromised or blackmailed, it shows you that corruption truly has reached every corner of our government. And how are we supposed to function within something that's already crooked? People don't want to admit it, but right now the choice is not the next president. It's a revolution. It's the honest to God truth, folks, because the direction everybody's going, I mean, Trump's gone on, talked about these freedom cities. That's 15-minute cities. He's talked about how proud he is of the vaccine. He's not changed his mind on that. He's been made the prince of whatever from the folks over there.
Yeah, Prince of Peace, yep.
The clip I just had of him ranting on, I don't know, I think it was Fox or something, about how much we need to support Israel. It's been removed, but I had it on my account. I practically pinned it, just because it's just like, I've had so many people press back against me on the Trump thing, and it's just like, this guy's just another person for, something that's planned and controlled. So, anyway, I'll just say that.
Well, I think this is maybe, going to awaken people that they can make their own personal connection with God and see miracles in their own lives. Maybe that's what this is about. Maybe all the vaccine injured people just get healed overnight somehow, and that's how change of heart happens. I mean, I'm really glad that I've been a non-vaxxer forever. So, for me, it was no issue. My children were never vaccinated, and they were just the most beautiful, healthy children. And people would just stop me in the street and say, "Oh my God, your kids are the most beautiful children I've ever seen." Because they just was really healthy, really smart, really socially adjusted. And I mean, they're just wonderful adults to this day, so.
No, same. And isn't it crazy? Like everywhere I go, people are like, "Oh my gosh, your baby," right? And like people love babies anyway, but they're like way over the top. They're like, "Oh my gosh, she's so smart. She blows kisses and waves at everybody, and she's been maintaining eye contact from like 2 months. She'll just stare you in the eyes, and they'll tell you that you have to wait way longer for that. And it's not that my baby is special because of genetics or something. It's like, no, babies are just special, and they are attacking them as soon as they're born. And now if a baby's just left alone, they stand out of the crowd. where everyone, everywhere we go, is just like, so no way, she's only that old. Oh my gosh, for months and months now. So
Guys, there are 3 hands that are up,
Yeah. I was kind of done anyway.
I'm waiting. I have ADD, but I learned that I can write my stuff down and keep my points in order that I want to talk about. I love this group so much. Like, I've only been in here a couple of times. But I told y'all I came from aerospace. I worked there in aerospace for 5 years. I basically marketed space rocks. I worked for a company called DSI, Deep Space Industries. They wanted to mine asteroids for precious metals and water. So I kind of wanted to start there with you guys. And I love that we brought in those scriptures earlier, and I want to talk about it. So I wasn't in the lab, and I didn't get to get too deep into things, the mechanics of everything, but I did sit in on every single meeting that they had, even though I didn't understand everything. I collected a little bit, right? So one of the things that they were working on was propulsion. for like satellites, right? And that was one of our bigger products that we developed. So the propulsion system that they were working on was a water propulsion system. And in the Bible, it talks about the waters above and the waters below. So I believe that there is water in space because all of their propulsion systems, all of their fuel, rocket fuel is made out of water. Okay, so there is water up there. That's the first lie. They're going to act like there's not water up there, but then all of their tech is based off of water. Like, they're liars. Okay. And then there's other verses in the Bible that talk about the four corners of the earth. Okay. And this is like, there's like things that they can't deny because it literally, you cannot mechanically do what you need to do to have satellites and stuff without making exceptions to their lie. Right. So the satellites that are the most successful in quote unquote space, right? Which is just honestly the space between Earth and the firmament. The satellites that last the longest up there are the satellites that are positioned in a Lagrange point. And you can go look up what Lagrange points are. They're points in quote unquote space that are still, right? Where they can put a satellite there and it will not move. It won't, and all the satellites that aren't in Lagrange points will eventually like deorbit, right? So these Lagrange points are very like high value areas, and it's places where it is stationary and it can't be moved. So when the Bible says four corners of the earth, it literally means four corners. These are five Lagrange points. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's one, which I believe is the top one, right? The one that's like holding the earth still from the top, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, like closer to the earth, right? So we're literally being held still, and there's scientific proof that proves that, but they don't want to talk about it. And I was like, Lagrange points, what's this? Like, I honestly had never heard about it until I got into the industry. Segueing from out of the industry is because I realized how satanic it was, like literally satanic. For example, the guy that founded NASA, Jack Parsons Whitesides, was a raging Satanist. Okay, raging Satanist, sex cult freak. Okay, and by the way, NASA's totally a sex cult. I know from firsthand experience. And it extends to all of the subsidiaries: Lockheed, Raytheon, freaking all of them. They're all freaks. They're all sex cult freaks. And they're all Satanists and transhumanists. If you're not
I remember when you came in here a couple months ago. We was just talking about you last week, Jasmine. That's funny as hell.
I know I went off last time I was in here because like, y'all need to know this. Like, they're all Satanists, they're all sex cult freaks. If they're not a Satanist, they're atheists, then they're totally just going along. I'm like, I had a conversation with one guy who's an atheist, and he was bashing on me for being a follower of God, you know. And I was like, well, at least I believe in something. Like, at least I'm following something. Like, I was like, you don't even know that you're being led by these people. They believe in something. They like all of these launches, and like, they're all rituals. They name them after their gods. And you're an atheist, but you're following people that serve gods. So whether you subscribe or not, you're following their gods. They want you to follow. So yeah. And then a lot of their like old sites that they don't use anymore are literally satanic ritual sex sites. They will go in there on these old sites and do sex magic. Like, I know this sounds crazy, you guys, but they do. They literally do this. And then Werner von Braun. Let's talk about Werner von Braun. Okay.
Well,
So this
first of all, tell us
what?
give them an idea how close you were to like the executives. Like, who did you work next? Like, who did you rub shoulders with when you went to work?
I can't actually. I'm actually bound legally. I can't name anybody.
Not names, but like positions is what I mean.
Oh, yeah. So in my company, I can't name anybody, but I will say that whenever we were having conferences and stuff in Austin, we did have Bezos show up. So, if that gives you kind of an idea. And then a lot of our investors were from like literal other countries, like people that were in countries. And it's very small. Like people think that the industry is like really big. It's literally the smallest circle of people ever. And they're all like world leaders and shit. Like, sorry for cussing, but they are. And people, that's another thing. They don't want you to know like how small the earth actually is, like how there's literally 6 degrees of separation between us and anybody. Because if you realize that how small the earth is, it's like the networking possibilities are just like through the roof, right? That's how I actually got into the industry, is I realized how I could network my way in, and I did. And so if you ever want to like break through into an industry and you don't have the education or whatever, it's literally 100% who you know. So it's like, if you're like really good at networking, like you can get in wherever you need to be. But Werner von Braun, so the guy, so he's like a Nazi scientist, right? And he's the one that developed the V2 rocket. And he was a raging Satanist, but on his headstone was a Bible verse, right? And it was Psalm 19:1, and it basically says that the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. So why would a NASA engineer who was a raging Satanist put on his headstone that the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament showeth his handiwork, unless he was trying to tell us, right? Because people are always remorseful on their deathbed, you know? Yeah, so there's that. And then I wanted to say, I put it up here in the nest, but NASA, like, keep in mind, I told you, it was started by a raging Satanist. NASA, and they love their symbols, okay? NASA is Hebrew. It's a Hebrew word, and it literally means deception. Deception. Anything that NASA says is a lie. It's all a lie. So don't be believing them when they tell you it's a round globe Earth, because they are lying. They're lying because they want you to think that there's an infinite space out there with billions and billions of other planets that with possible civilizations. They have looked for any kind of life anywhere. They can't find it, because guess what? We are the center of the universe that God created specifically. We're called his treasure, right? His treasure, where he puts his feet, right? Like he made us specifically for his good pleasure, right? We are special, and they want to get rid of anything that makes us special and unique, right? Because then we can actually tap into, you know, our purpose and our goals, and we can have a hope and a future, because they can't let us have that. And then I wanted to talk about the transhumanist agenda. So what you guys are talking about, where they're putting all this nanotech and stuff in everything, this is for a reason. So their AI requires quantum computing. Okay. And quantum computing requires a whole lot of like power. Okay. So much power and so many nodes are required to make it work. I think it has to do with 6G internet too, where they need like thousands and thousands and thousands of nodes spread pretty evenly around for it to work properly, for their quantum internet to work, to fuel the AI, the power that it needs to actually work. So they are literally turning people into conduits. They need us to be literal walking human batteries to power this internet. And it's totally evil. It's totally wicked. I didn't sit on the panel. I actually organized the panel in South by Southwest in Austin one year. our panelists were my CEO, Jeff Garzik, who basically started Bitcoin. And then Martine Rothblatt, which used to be Martin Rothblatt, who founded Sirius XM Radio. And the reason I'm name dropping is because Martine Rothblatt, if you go look into him, her, whatever, you're going to find out that he is a raging transhumanist, and has made like crazy advancements into transferring human consciousness. And so these are the people that are running the show. They want this because they want to live forever. Okay. And in order for them to be able to live forever, they need to be able to create an internet or a quantum internet, and to support the amount of data that's going to, and the panel was about big data. And the concern was that they were running out of storage capacity, and they're like, how do we overcome this? And Jeff Garzik was trying to talk about putting nodes in space and satellites to create a more like secure site for Bitcoin transactions to go through. And so they're having this big data issue, right? And this transhumanist agenda where you're making everybody like human battery nodes would solve the issue, because they can I know I'm just ranting and raving to a lot of people, but I'm trying to like organize my thoughts here. So
I know this, we talked about a lot, so I think it's
it's a lot. Just dumping here right now. So you guys have like external hard drives and stuff that are like terabytes and terabytes. So the biggest hard drives and flash drives that can contain the most amount of data are ones that use like insect proteins. They've found a way to use biological proteins to increase the storage capacity. Like I can't remember what comes after terabyte. It's like it's a huge. Do what?
That's why they want us to eat bugs.
Yeah. But yeah, so they found out biological proteins can store a lot of data, like insane amounts of data, which is why that's what they're trying to do to humans. They're trying to turn us into like, and I've actually noticed it too. Like if you just sit alone, and all of a sudden you get a song popping in your head and you're like, why, what? Because somewhere, some radio wave somewhere, you're picking it up because they're just flying through the air constantly. So they're trying to turn us into basically like human conduits to promote their transhumanist agenda. NASA's satanic. It always has been from its conception. Everything they say is a lie. I think I wrapped up everything I wanted to say here, but I hope I didn't over dump and overshare. Yeah, thanks for letting me share. I'll lay in the plane and slowly step away.
You guys are coming with the heat on Stationary Saturday. Let's get it. Y'all still up with us?
For sure, man. I think Civil was first. I came after him, and then I am.
Yeah, I was I was gonna talk about Tahali and everyone else, right? Everyone's talking about Joe.
And I can't hear Civil, so I'm gonna drop down and come back up.
But basically Job 38:14, right? It says the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. I mean, if you go and look it up, basically, if you don't know, like clay under a seal, like think of like mail or a document, they press that clay down under the seal and it's flat. Okay, and that's gonna be the earth, because the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. It's in the Bible. Since that was being brought up, I just wanted to mention that. And there really is no explanation around it. It's just like you gotta jump away. And then you were like, well, I know it's a globe because of the beach, and you look right to left, and it curves. I I mean, I'm sorry, but like I go to the beach almost every day, every other day at least. I'm at the beach, and I have no clue how someone could look out there and think that it's like curving on either side, because you just look to the right and then it's flat again. Like, unless you're talking about like I'm saying, like if you're looking straight out at one point and then like you keep looking at that one point, but out of the farthest field of view point, like it's curving there. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense, because then you just zoom in with anything. And then there's, the buoy, the boats, whatever, and it's still not curving. So, I mean, Holly, you have quite a lot on your round, flat table to deal with, and it's pretty important to deal with. But one thing that I wanted to bring up, because he's pretty passionate, he's going in on it, is I always kind of thought it was weird that Trump he had a goal of, I think it was like 35 million, I don't remember, and he only got like 10 or 12 million vaccinated, and he like fell way short of this goal. But during that time, they were like, all the Democrats were all talking about, well, we're not taking Trump's vaccine. That stuff's going to kill you. And then when they're in charge, those same people are like, oh yeah, you want to take that thing? Yeah, it's good. And I always thought that was just insane, like how they switched up. And then you got the oh man, I forgot what it was now. Oh, it'll come back to me here in a second. Oh yeah, here. Ron DeSantis and Trump are now like buddies again. Of course, they never broke apart. And maybe I jumped the gun too quick. I should have just said the Florida State Surgeon General and Florida Governor have recommended do not take the vaccine. And then you don't know the names, you don't know the whole backstory. It's like, oh, the governor and the Surgeon General, which is like the highest tier in Florida, they're saying don't take the vaccine, and they're bringing on people to show you, like publicly, like basically a declaration, like with these people's words, that they're having vaccine injury, people's lives are ruined, all these things like DeSantis has brought on. So at one point he got the vaccine. He's like, oh, my family's got it. We're all, he's pushing it. And then I was paying attention, because I was like, what the hell are these people doing? And then, on Rumble, he still posts stuff like every day for many years. So I was watching those, same with Trump. And then he started bringing on like people talking about, yeah, well, they've been like old, like there was 100-year-old or something, or maybe it was 94, one of those. And it was like, this guy has been fully vaccinated, but he's just like, there's nothing we can do. And they got they said the monoclonal antibody or whatever. And apparently that was like what saved people from the vaccine. So I don't know. I haven't actually heard a whole lot about that part. So I kind of want to know what people think about that. And I'll just kind of leave it there.
Well, the vaccines were actually going to be they're planned the vaccine before Dr. Fauci even funded the Wuhan laboratory, obviously, because he knows that ivermectin could have solved the problem, but he kept that a secret. And the nurse that was from Africa that was actually giving her own patients the ivermectin and vitamin D and zinc, they all were healed, but they silenced her right off the bat. So, and then there was a scientist that looked into that looked under the microscope of the vaccine, and the fibers were moving outside the slides. So yeah, they were alive. That was DNA alive. Whatever it was in those vaccines are in the people that took the vaccines, and it's a nefarious thing, but I do believe that God can heal all things.
Can I just jump in one more sentence? I forgot. Another thing is Jared Kushner, his it's like son-in-law or whatever, Ivanka Trump's husband. He's on video. Maybe I'll have to just post it in the top. And he said that we're gonna experience whatever the last, or he said the first generation to not die, and or sorry, the he said the last generation to die and the first generation to live forever. That's what he said. And it's like this is like not some nobody. Like we're talking big funding, Saudi Arabia, all this stuff. Like he didn't just say that to just say it. Like he was serious as hell when he said it too. And it was just like this random, like I gotta put it up here right now, but like just some random thing that he just mentioned because he was so happy about the advancements in science and what's to come. So it's like, Trump is probably going to be president again, and it's going to be some crazy stuff that's going to happen with all this. And that's why I was bringing up like DeSantis because if they're going to be getting back together, and DeSantis is brought on and talking about how bad the vaccine is, and like Witsit was saying, he's on Truth Social, and if you don't know, there's so many people on Truth Social that have been like so many messages, like even random ones, and they're like, "Please, Trump, I've supported you forever, but you're talking about this vaccine, just like please stop, don't." And, it's like you got to think like this happens on like so many messages for so long. He knows that, and it's
I
like
think he's
very historic.
I think he's just playing the devil's advocate for the sake of the diabolical craphead crown show that we've been witnessing for like 8 years since Obama. And before that, it was Clinton. And Hillary is like the madam of the underground human trafficking. And we all know that, but none of them are going to be held accountable until something actually miraculously happens. And because obviously they think they're getting off the hook, but they're not really, because God sees it all. So we don't have to worry about what God does. Like if they go into court, yeah, they're going to be in prison. But if that doesn't happen, they're still going to be in hell. And they're going to have to face God face to face and try and explain what the hell the fuck they did. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Y'all, I want to respect the hands. Proud Flair, like, you had your hand up and your co-host. What's up?
Oh man, I did, and I totally forgot. I've been trying to remember what we were talking about when I put my hand up. I can't remember if it was about Elon or if it was about the Bible. Oh, it might have been about asking you guys if you heard about stories of Jesus as a child and how he was a tyrant. But you guys go ahead, continue.
And Jasmine might seem a little like crazy at first, but when she joined this space like many episodes ago, she laid it out so perfectly, so crazy from like someone who's been in the system. Like you can't recreate that. It's like
It's
I don't even know the
traumatizing,
word.
you guys. It's like I still have PTSD from it. I'm not even lying.
Hey, could I say something real quick?
I just wanted to make a little quick joke. So Proud, you're saying your question went over the curve? Is that what you're saying?
That was a good one.
In the etheric background.
So I just want to back up Witsit here with the childhood vaccination schedule. Like a lot of us talk about, we just refer to the vaccine and we're referring to the COVID vaccine, but I think we need to make it where we need to verbalize it's the COVID vaccine you're talking about, because like Witsit said, all childhood vaccines and all vaccines in general are neurotoxins. And I learned about this when I had my newborn. I think I was vaccine injured back in '87, when the vaccine schedule was ramped up from like, I think it was like 12 vaccines to over 40, then 70. You know, the numbers just keep growing because they make so much money. If they get on the childhood vaccine schedule, we're talking billions of dollars, you know. So the number of vaccines just keep growing and keep growing. And it is a spiritual war, you know. Like, I wanted to ask anyone in here that has seen the movie Nefarious. I believe it's on Netflix. Has anyone seen that?
Maybe someone has. I personally, a few of my friends, I'm not saying all of my friends, but a few of my friends, we don't watch TV anymore, man.
Yeah,
we
I
don't
totally,
watch anything television wise. We might do some research online, and that's about it. But go
totally.
ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Totally hear it. I usually don't watch anything on TV either. I'm usually just on the internet, but sometimes I go with my intuition on things, and something just drew me to this movie. I don't have a Netflix account. I was just with my girlfriend, and she had mentioned it, and it something drew me to it. So I watched it, and the dialogue. It's just heavy dialogue, and it explains the spiritual war in a way that I never thought about. The history of why Lucifer would revolt. Lucifer and the rest of the angels that decided to revolt. It gives a perspective that I never really thought about, and it's just changed my mindset. I always knew.
Is that the one where it's the blonde dude and he's having dinner with the devil or something like
No,
that?
he's a psychologist, and he is trying to prove if one of these prisoners is like crazy, and the prisoner, you know, says he's demonically possessed.
Oh, okay. I know which one you're talking
Yeah,
about.
so it just gave a pretty cool perspective.
I just want to say real quick, Holly. So a lot of us also we read the extra canonical scriptures as well, or at least we've like ran through them really fast. And so like one scripture, one book, or four books actually, is Enoch, that was omitted from the Bible, and they say there's no biblical reason it should be in there. But if you read it, it explains everything of why the world is going on the way it is. It explains why like he was saying, why the devil would revolt against the creator. And just so you know, there is scripture in the New Testament that backs up what the saying what happened in Enoch is correct. I believe it's
Jude quotes it.
Well, Jude doesn't, but there's another one. Give me just a second, guys.
Well, also Yeshua referred to it as. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's either Second Peter. I think it's Second Peter.
Where it says they left their first estate.
No, Second Peter chapter 2, verse 4. For if God did not spare the angels who sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved for judgment. That is just the verse 4, but there's a semicolon and it continues on. And did not spare the ancient world, but saved Noah, one of 8 people. So basically, it's telling you that the stories beforehand were true. Genesis doesn't really go into a whole lot of detail, but there's other scriptures that are Old Testament that go into a lot more detail that explain what happened during those times. And I mean, if you want to add to it, you're welcome to it. I know you know a lot about this subject as well. I just wanted to say, hey, it's there. And if you think these mythologies, right, of these angels and these deities and these creatures and these abominations didn't exist, go back to Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. And it talks about the men of world renowned. These are the men of the world renowned. This was a time of
The
legends
giant
and things like
angels.
that.
Well, the giants were the offspring of the angels. When I was hearing
Correct.
Jasmine talk, I was wondering if she had read Enoch, right? Enoch actually predicts this whole thing. It says, first of all, Yeshua referred to it as scripture. It's quoted verbatim in Jude. It says where Enoch prophesied. Where did he prophesy? the early church all knew that it was scripture. It was removed by a Jewish rabbi originally who said that this is scripture, but it's just for us, and the average person shouldn't have access to it. It has too much wisdom and too much knowledge, right? And then they kept removing it. Then you get the Roman Catholic Church tried to remove it from the face of the earth, blah blah. But in there it says that the moon will there will be a time where the moon will not be where it's supposed to be. She'll change. She'll not be in her appointed place. And then that a chief star will start to change its orbit. And these chief stars, like these planets, seemingly will change their orbits, and they'll buck out of their appointed times. And then that the true nature of the stars will be concealed from the sinners, and they will err in their ways concerning them and take them to be gods. So it basically predicts the heliocentric deception, and it predicts that these people will literally worship them, right? I mean, they name the planets gods. Every single, just like she was saying, every single thing that they shoot off into space allegedly is named after a god. Every mission, every satellite, every rocket. I mean, they name the rockets, dude. It's called Dragon, bro. Like it is a spiritual thing, and it was predicted. So what Jasmine was saying doesn't sound crazy to me at all. It would be crazy for it not to be the case at this point.
Let me talk about that real quick. Okay, the dragon. So, and I'll probably get in trouble for this because we're talking about Elon now. So he has the rocket Dragon, right? And where does it launch from? The sea. And how is it funded? Does anybody know? Does anybody know who funds him? They fund everybody. The Catholic Church. Why is he over there hugging the Pope and bowing to the Pope? Because he's funding all of this, okay? The prostitute that's riding the dragon, okay? So I'm sorry if any of y'all are Catholic, but maybe reassess that.
Well, you nailed it. The prostitute that comes with fornication, which is a adulterous doctrine of demons, right? It's clearly the Catholic Church. The Jesuits.
Come on. We'll talk about it. Come on.
So how do y'all get past the fact that the Bible was so, the Jesuits changed so many things about it, took out scripture. That's why I can't really get into the Bible, honestly, because I know that it's probably been altered. So all the truth that matters has probably been removed. I know there's some good in there, but
here's what I've noticed. Here's what I've noticed, Amphibious. So the scriptures say good things. There are good, wholesome things in there, and it's truth and honesty and wisdom at its finest. There's nothing wrong with what the scripture says. So from there, you have a good foundation from there. Once you start seeing that some of the words have been manipulated and changed and everything, it kind of just like takes you off course or whatever. You learn discernment. Proverbs talks a lot about discernment. And once you awaken from this dream state that you're in, you then begin to see everything as it is. And you, like somebody mentioned it earlier, it's like a frequency, man. You literally, I think it was Run Boston Bear, you literally tap into the frequency of truth. And you raise to that frequency, and then everything that comes to you around it, it sloughs off, man. Personally, I think they have to tell you the truth in order to keep the lie going.
Yeah, I it's kind of like in your face kind of thing. Like they have to, for their ritual or whatever.
Like when I use it's called revelation of the method, but Amphibious, have you ever thought like this, bro? The fact it's so heavily messed with is evidence of its validity. So like,
yeah, absolutely.
So one thing is people look at it and they're like, okay, I can't trust this. Is pure deception. Look how messed with it is. It deters people that way, right? But the fact that they couldn't just leave it be shows you that I mean, if it was just a deception, they would just pump it out everywhere. But it took them hundreds of years they took the creator's name out 7,000 times.
So
right?
crazy.
They pushed all these crazy doctrines. They removed all these texts, and now modern Christianity is not at all what it says, right? So, like,
Yeah.
to me, that was the biggest red pill. The biggest red pill was, oh, they're scared of this thing, right? And it's way bigger rabbit hole than like flat Earth, because it takes way more research, ironic, like, because every single thing, every word, every sentence, every book, everything, you have to go find the original manuscripts. And so my answer would be, the reason that I trust in it is because you can get more back to the original manuscripts and find out, you can find their deceptions and what they changed.
Oh,
And if,
interesting.
yeah, that's when you know, right? You're like, oh, well, you changed this word, you changed this apostrophe in Hebrew to change it to a plural to change the entire meaning, but no one will ever know that, right? And it's crazy. So that, I think I also changed my view on this as well. I realized, oh, I think that the creator allowed that because you're not supposed to be able to just like go sit on a desk and, oh, lucky you found the book and now you're good. Now you can just open a book and now you're good. Like, no,
Yeah,
you
you
have
have to
to,
go through the test.
exactly. You have to search the truth out diligently and go find it and keep looking and be humble and change your mind when you find new info revealed to you and stuff like that. That's much more, that resonates with me much more as to what the creator would do, as opposed to like, lucky you found the book, you're good now, right? I
Yeah,
don't think that's how it works.
That,
And,
that
and if
resonates
you're
with me as well.
if you're going to church every weekend and that's the only way you're getting your scripture, you're already wrong. You're
Yeah.
taking somebody else's word for it.
Oh yeah.
And you're not even searching it for yourself. You
Yeah,
should be searching it diligently on your own, like what's it said, and you should be having a personal relationship
Personal
with the creator.
relationship. Yeah.
Don't it doesn't matter what kind of personal relationships you have with other people. The relationship with the creator is the most important relationship you will have.
Absolutely. And
When it comes to the Bible and getting back to I totally agree with everything you're saying, because it has been warped and shifted and meanings have been changed. But if you go and you have an interlinear Bible that shows you the Greek and Hebrew original text, you don't have to really understand Greek and Hebrew to get what it's saying. I use scripture, the number 4 all.org, and that has Hebrew and Greek interlinearly. And you just going and reading that gives you so much context. And then they also give you strong numbers in there, which even strong has been kind of manipulated a little bit, but still it's more authentic to the original meaning of things. Especially with like verses that are super controversial. Take it there and break it down and see what it's actually saying, because yeah, there's a lot of like misogyny and stuff that's been like changed and inserted into the Bible to kind of keep that, anything that's divisive, you know what I mean? Like, because anything that separates us and keeps us like subjugated to this like hierarchy of like of sexes or nations or whatever, that kind of gets propagated in the translations. But you can take it interlinearly and get real context, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I think having a relationship with the creator is like y'all are saying, the most important thing, and it gives you that discernment. If you're an actual truth seeker, you kind of follow your intuition. You can manifest what you think, and he will guide you as long as you are, pure about it. And it's very interesting. So I lost my train of thought. I'll stand down.
No, real fast, let me say this. What I found, bro, is if you actually ask for answers, you'll get them. So, like, if you sincerely, like, you couldn't just like be shown the whole truth tomorrow. Like, no one could handle that. When you have like a point you want to figure out, like, dude, if you literally just talk to the creator and you're like, yo, this is too confusing, I don't know what the truth is, can you please reveal the truth regarding this? Like, what's the answer to this? Like, you'll get it. And that's like incredible. And it's happened to me dozens and dozens of times, undeniably. And so there's no excuse, right? Like, people kind of look for excuses to dismiss the whole thing. But the truth is that if you want to, it's just like flat Earth. I mean, obviously you can hear flat Earth and be like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Or you can listen to FTFE say sunsets are impossible and you can walk away. Or you can go look into what the real answer is. Look at all the videos where the sun disappears above the horizon, figure it out, and then you're like, oh wow, okay, I get it. So that's kind of how the scriptures are, bro. Like I will tell you, man, that regardless of what anyone in this room thinks about it, and side note what Prow's taking, there's a bunch of contradictory claims about Yeshua's childhood, right? So there's not like one text that says this happened in his childhood. There's like 20 and they say a bunch of different things. But like what I'll tell you is, whether you believe it or not, they believe it. Okay, they being the powerful people, they believe it. The powerful people believe in the Watchers, and they believe that there were sky people, and they believe that their lineage tracks back to them, and they believe that the scriptures have truth to them, and that they're in a spiritual war, and that they need to trick you. So for some reason, these super powerful people in the know, right, like they consider it a threat. And at the least on its face, like that should make you want to be like, well, let's figure out what they don't want me to know, right? Because if they consider it a threat, then maybe I need to know what it is.
Yeah,
You know
that's the beauty about the censorship. They're like highlighting what you should study, and what actually matters is what they censor. So that discernment with how the creator guides you, it's kind of laughable because they show it in your face with an example of like Stephen King's The It, right? The way that they defeated that evil entity was just ridiculing it and showing how weak and stupid that it actually was. And I think that's the same with the heliocentric model. If you just look at it and laugh at this, I mean, they're just losers. Like all evil, they're going to lose. So if you can just laugh it off, not get emotional, I think that's a really good way to approach it. And if I could take it back to Proud's question about what the first thing you would say to a normie about it if they show any, interest in the flat Earth, just bring up, the horizon and how we have a visual limit. Ships don't disappear from the bottom up because the curvature. It's just the way that everything disappears in our visual limit, right? So, and then if they get emotional about it, which most people will, just point that out. Just be like, why are you getting so emotional? Just stop there, because if they're getting emotional, nothing that you're going to say is going to resonate at all, So
Yeah, that's that cognitive dissonance kicking in.
yeah. And that's what I had to do to a relative of mine who, held me in a high regard. I brought it up after we were just hanging out drinking a little bit, and he got super emotional, and all I had to do was point that out. And he's a very intellectual, so he just realized, yeah, why am I could see the gears running through his head, and he got pissed off. And then his reasoning, after thinking about it, he was like, well, I respect your opinion, and now I'm going to have to waste my time proving you wrong about something so stupid. Yeah. So I was like, well, I appreciate you say you respect my opinion and you think you hold me in high regard and stuff, but man, I just showed him some dominations by Whitsitt ever since then, and I think he's on the journey.
I gotta ask, bro. I'm looking at. I just checked your page out. What do you mean the internet is divine? What is?
So I think that God's word is ultimate truth, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And evil lives in the shadows. Deception is what it survives off of. The only way it thrives is by deceit. So I believe, because I choose, my intuition guides me this way too, but I want to be white pilled. I have 2 young kids, and I want to be an optimist, right? So my intuition guides me that, because I grew up with the internet was not a thing, right? And I watched it become a household. Everybody has it. Then everybody has it in their pocket. And I've just seen how much, when I step back and look, seen how much of an effect that it's had on the world. And everybody's like, oh, internet's horrible. That's just social media and our addictive characteristics. You can take any tool and use it the wrong way. It doesn't make the tool a bad thing. So I believe that the internet, they call it the World Wide Web, It's going to connect all of us and everything else. And once we are all connected, there's no more deceit that can happen. As the internet gets more and more pervasive, I think everyone will know each other's intentions. And once we do that, ultimate truth
That's not what I'm saying.
What did you say? You
In the
said
context that
You
they're
can't go there.
planets that you can land on and habitate.
I don't want to go there.
But it's not
Elon
about
wants to
you,
go
Holly.
there.
Ask Elon that. Elon doesn't feel the same way. He wants to colonize Mars. So they're perpetuating the narrative that we can leave Earth and go
He
to these other
wants to
places.
go there because of the world and the way it is. Probably, I don't really want to be here, and sometimes I don't want to be here, but I'm here anyway.
So Holly, would you say that it's possible to take a picture of something and make it look like it's somewhere else?
Yes, they do that all the time.
Okay, I agree with you.
They have you know, those, it's stupid, what is it called, oh my gosh, filters. I never use a filter for my pictures. What the heck? Well, I don't want people to be shocked when they see me in person and I look totally different. Yeah, and then you could place yourself in France. Oh, I'm vacationing in France. Oh, aren't you jealous? Jelly. Yeah, and they're not really there. Fuck yeah, they can do all kinds of things. I could put myself on the surface of the moon if I wanted to, in like what is it called? What was the first thing that they put out there for photo? Oh my gosh, whatever. Photo manipulation. They've been doing that for years and years and years, decades and decades. So yeah, I'm aware
That's
of that.
crazy. Proud. I was gonna ask if you could do me a favor, and I DM'd you that tweet with the electrostatic laboratory. If you could put it in the jumbotron for me, because I always have trouble with it.
Yeah,
I don't know if my account.
Posted the diamagnetic levitation video that I posted a little while ago.
Okay.
Real quick, I'm gonna let you get back to it. I just want to ask Holly one more thing real quick. Holly, do you know how much money NASA receives a day?
I'm pretty sure it's probably more than they need, and they're not doing things
Throw a
to
number out there.
benefit us.
Throw a number out
there. Let's say maybe 100 100,685.
That's a pretty good answer. No, they receive between $30 and $68 million a day.
Okay, see, so they've been printing money since Nixon was in office, and they haven't.
Hey, I'm just saying, Holly, if I got paid $68 million a day, I would make up all kinds of lies for you to believe. I would make you think that you were going to Mars. I would make you think you were going to the moon. I would make you think I was doing spacewalks. If I got $68 million,
you would not do that.
I wouldn't do that. But you know what? I might consider it, considering that it's $68 million a day. I mean, one day would retire me.
You got to remember that it's just fiat monopoly money. Don't take it.
I know. Go ahead, I am. I'm sorry to interrupt.
But what they do is they've been printing money since Nixon. They've been printing money nonstop, and so the dollar actually means nothing. And we're just like a bunch of ants that are like they're giving themselves each other the money. And
that's a whole nother rabbit hole, Holly.
Yeah, but
that's another whole. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. We could talk about that later.
Listen. They
I
think
know.
that the money is going to save their asses, but it's not. In the end, God has the last word.
Absolutely. Go ahead, I am. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Oh, no, I want to say, so, to Holly, man, like so many people have brought up scriptures. I think Zion sent you 200 verses, right? That all support the earth being, stationary and flat. So, and also we're told John 10:35, scripture cannot be broken. So, what do you kind of take from all that, you know, all those verses supporting the earth being stationary and flat. And then John 10:35, scripture cannot be broken.
Okay, so there are satellites that actually take pictures of the earth and it's round. Sorry.
Yeah, she's guys. I'd hate to say it after all this time, but she doesn't sound like she's actually as genuine as she's putting on.
Right. So you're gonna take pictures, pretty pictures, that you can't verify yourself over the scripture?
No, I'm saying that
Scripture cannot be broken.
Do you believe the satellites over scripture?
I posted a picture of the earth. And you're going to tell me that that's not a real earth and that's not
It's
really
Photoshop
the United
because it
States
has to be.
above, below the clouds that are on that picture?
It's Photoshop because it has to be.
Are you going to tell me that you believe that picture over your holy book?
No, I'm
Well, all right
saying
then.
that what the holy book says is it's a sphere.
Says it's flat. Go ahead, say it.
No, it's a sphere hanging on nothing.
Okay, and
No, it just says that it's hung on nothing. It doesn't say it's a sphere. It just says it's hung on nothing. In other words, it would translate that it's not hanging at all.
Okay, explain this. When you're up in an airplane and you see the curvature of the earth, how the
I
hell
don't.
can you explain that away?
No,
I don't see the curvature of the earth on an
We're gonna
airplane.
explain what you believe. You believe your book, yes? And that book says that it's stationary. So you explain that. How about that?
And scripture cannot be broken.
People have already sent you many of these scriptures.
Go ahead. You explain how the earth is flat.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, no, no,
Go
no, no.
ahead.
You
No,
explain your
explain the
book.
earth.
Holly, your blood pressure, baby. It's mid-afternoon. Relax. You're screaming. We are right here.
Yeah, maybe
Can
that's
I-
me. Maybe I'm triggering a little bit. My bad.
Maybe.
Holly,
But let me ask a quick question. Holly, can you answer a question honestly for me? I just have one question. I don't know if you're here, Holly.
She's here.
I might have to unmute. I'm not sure if she's ever been.
Can you unmute Holly? I want to ask you a quick question.
Go ahead, ask her. She'll figure out how to unmute.
Okay. All right. So if the surface of the earth is not curving, then the surface of the earth must be what? I can't hear her.
I never said that it wasn't curving because it is a sphere, so I don't know what you're saying. You want to prove that it's flat? Show me. Show me how
There's your
flat
honest
it is.
answer.
Show me your flat earth.
Okay, just go outside. So Holly, here's the thing, all right? A sphere requires curvature in order to be a sphere, correct? So if I go out and I make a long distance observation or I shoot a laser over a flat surface like water's flat when it's at rest, right? You agree? Do you agree that water is flat at rest?
At rest, but it's also all over the sphere.
So if the water is flat at rest, how can it be on a sphere? Like 70% of the earth is water. So if 70% of the earth is water, then 70% of the earth is flat.
Universe and every living thing in it. God created the universe and every living
There you
thing
go.
in it.
Completely dishonesty, bro.
Excuse me?
Completely dishonest.
Why is it different from the Bible, what the Bible says?
What does the Bible say about outer space?
The Bible says that the earth is stationary, but you believe a picture.
What does the Bible say about outer space, Holly?
That the planets are exactly where they're supposed to be so that we can live on Earth and not be burned up by the sun.
Holly, on what day was light? What day, real quick, Holly, what day was light created in the Bible?
The light was created on the first or the second day.
The first day. In the
Okay, the
beginning,
first
God
day.
created. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth
And he
was
separated
void.
them light and day. Yeah, light
Right.
and darkness.
And then
Yes.
he created light. Saw this was good, and then that was day one.
I
He
already know
separated light and dark.
Genesis.
Okay.
I already know Genesis. Okay.
All right. So when was the sun created, and the stars and the planets and the moons and the moon?
He created them. Wait. It was all created, and he spoke everything into existence the first day.
No. The stars and the planets and the moon and the sun were all created on the fourth day.
Where is it?
Genesis 1.
Okay, read it. Read it to me because I forgot.
All right, hold on. All right, yeah.
I believe
Hold on.
you. I'm just saying that I don't know exactly what day. I mean,
That's
like
all
I
right.
know all of it happened.
Genesis 1, Genesis chapter 1, verse 14. Then God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons, and for the days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light on the earth." And it was so. Then God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
And the sun.
He made the stars also. God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light on the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. So the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
Okay, so what kind of planet is flat?
But we're not on a planet. We're literally on the floor of the entire universe. We are center stage.
Okay, so when somebody walks from one place to another, like we're on a flat surface, so we have to go upside down when we go to the edge of the earth, and then on the other side of the
you live in
Atlantis.
You live in a terrarium, Holly. You literally lived in an enclosed system. God loves you.
That's where you are.
He protects you from the waters above and the waters below because he uses the firmament. He
Bro,
loves
she
you.
hasn't been here to listen from the beginning. I don't know why you're still. I'm be honest.
Yeah,
she dismissed Sacred like Sacred spoke to her like an hour.
Okay,
She just
look
out
at-
of hand dismissed it. Like
Okay, so you see the earth as like a slab.
I'm not getting anything out of me. You talking to him?
Yeah. Or do you see the earth as a slab?
As a slab, I see the earth as the floor. We don't know how deep the floor is because we've only dug 7.8 miles down. So, however deep, what's underneath the flat earth, I have no idea. What's outside the edge, I don't know because there's a container wall somewhere at the edge, wherever that edge is, that's keeping everything out away from us. We are so precious and loved that he created this perfect terrarium environment for us to live in and to work within
that
and to
sounds
appreciate.
That kind of sounds like the Watchtower stuff, but it's okay. The slab. Okay, so if I wanted to go to Asia, and I was just merely walking, and I could walk underground and not drown, and I just started walking as soon as I was able to walk, and I walked all the way to Asia. Would I come to the edge and have to go upside down in order to get to Asia?
Up is up and down is down, sweetie.
Holly, you are combining all that you were taught with the heliocentric model, the globe model. You're not letting go of it.
Like imagine the North Pole being the center, right? Just the center of what we know. The sun and the moon and the stars all revolve around Polaris. Polaris is 90 degrees straight up in the air, right? And then So from north, compasses always point north, right? So when you go east and west, all you're doing is going around north. And if you want to go south, all you have to do is go away from north. So technically, you just get further and further away from the center of the frisbee or the pie or whatever you want to call it, in order to go further and further south. Now, what's beyond Antarctica, we don't know. We could speculate on that all day long. I don't need to know what's beyond Antarctica to know that the Earth is flat. All I need to know is that the surface of the Earth is not curving. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be flat. If I go out and I make a long distance observation, and when I'm 6 foot tall and I look out across water and they tell me that the horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away, and I can see something 30 miles away like Catalina Island, there's a problem there.
Okay, Holly, I want you to sit on that information for just a little while. We got a couple hands, so I want to get Jasmine's question answered. Antecedents is, or antidotes is new on stage, and then we got Liliana with her hand up. Cosmology and amphibian been waiting as well. So yeah, let's get to Jasmine, and then we'll double back around on this conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to I know I kind of rambled earlier. Maybe you missed it, but NASA is a satanic organization that's literal name means deception. So when someone shows you who they are, believe them, right? And so where do we get our heliocentric model? Where do we get our globe studies? Where do we get our planetary studies? And especially in the United States, right?
Where do we get our satellites?
Yeah, it's NASA. And if they're telling you it's deception, and if you know that Satan has founded it, if that's like, don't listen to me, go look it up. It's out there, right? Are you going to believe God's word, or are you going to believe a bunch of Satanists? Okay. just answer that question.
I think she's answered that a number of times. Holly, you want to answer Jasmine? Well, Jasmine.
Satan is a liar. Satan is a liar, and he wants everybody to believe that we live on a slab of wood.
No. You're missing it. Okay. NASA was founded by Satanists, right? And we know that Satan is a liar. So what does NASA tell us about our Earth?
I don't know. You tell me.
That it's a ball. Come on, Holly. It's a ball. They take pictures. They show you the pictures of the Earth.
It's going to take some time.
If she wants to think about it, that's okay.
Who's what?
Antidote? Oh,
Anecdote.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me up here.
Amphibian is if you can go underwater and you can also live outside of the water, like a salamander.
Oh my!
Not just you can't. It doesn't mean you live. Just that you can operate in both environments.
Yeah. So anecdote. What's up, brother?
Yeah, thanks for bringing me up. All right, so I saw Witsit was in here, and something that I heard him mention was he talked about ether, and that ether is like the thing that kind of almost proves flat Earth. And this is like so far above my head, I wasn't catching exactly how that was, but last night Ian Carroll did a live stream, and he was interviewing Ashton Forbes, and they were talking about the Malaysian airline crash, and then those videos that came out about the there's like videos showing these 3 orbs going around the plane, and then it just kind of vanishes, disappears. And this Ashton Forbes guy, he's been investigating this, and one of the conclusions that he's come to, I heard him say last night, it was just pretty wild to hear him say this, but he said that essentially what the conclusion that he's come to is that the ether is real, and that when you start looking into this airline disappearance, and just the physics of what's going on with these orbs and how they're kind of like little what's the toroidal fields is what he was saying that they were, and then as they're closing in tighter and tighter, it's like taking you in. I mean, we're talking about like warp fields or going into going into other dimensions possibly. But at any rate, he said that it proves that the ether is real. And anyway, I just kind of want to bring up this connection because I'm not sure that he's definitely not a flat earther, and he's coming to this conclusion on his own. And I just kind of thought that was interesting, and I wanted to connect it. I kind of want the people who understand it, like Whitsitt or others, there might be others in this space, but to let them know that there's other people talking about this and coming to the same conclusion. And so I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, brother.
Oh, and one more thing, the Mars station that's up there. Someone mentioned Greenland. I think it's actually in Canada. It's called Devon Island, and let's see the name of it. It's called FMARS, the Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station. And if you look that up, you can zoom in on it on Google Earth, and it looks almost identical. And they say it's like their training area for like getting as close to the Mars environment as possible. And even without tinting, it kind of the soils there and everything kind of have a reddish tint as it is, and they probably tint it more to make it look like Mars. But at any rate, when I saw that, I was like, holy crap, this looks exactly like Mars. And so I think they're just lifting images from up there to show us and tell us that it's Mars.
Yeah, it could be. There's a lot of people who believe that. There's a Glober who comes here named Keon. He believes the same thing. Who was next? Okay, we got Barbara Dan waving. What's up, Barbara Dan?
Yeah, I had two quick fire questions for Holly and then a statement. So the questions that I had was, number one, how many months are in a year? And then number two, how many days are in each month?
I think Holly dropped down, my friend.
So the answer that I was going to say is there's 13 months in a year, and there's 28 days each and every month. That is physically impossible on a heliocentric model. Right, so the statement I'm going to say, and I've researched it and done it myself. So the fundamental premise for the heliocentric model is not gravity. The fundamental premise that holds the heliocentric ball model up into existence is the Gregorian calendar. It's not gravity.
Interesting.
Because the Julian calendar, the 28 days a month, 13 months in a year, proves the geocentric Earth model.
Can you elaborate on how that wouldn't be possible on the plane, or on the globe?
What, on the globe? Well,
yeah, so you said it's not possible, right, with the 13. So how would it
the
not?
13 months, 28 days, because it's a 13-month cycle with 28 days every month. and it happens every single day of the year.
How does that?
For thousands and thousands of years, and it's never changed. On a rotating spinning ball, it would be completely different. Or even if it's not 100% completely different, there would be a lot more inconsistencies than what we currently see. The Julian calendar is the true Earth calendar. The Gregorian calendar is the heliocentric calendar. When you actually look into it, it's perfectly evident.
Okay. Is the Julian calendar, so you're saying that goes by the moon, correct?
The moon and the sun.
The moon and okay.
The moon and the sun are both tidal locked to the Earth.
Yeah, because I know the East Asian, the Chinese, to this day still use they use the Gregorian too to be in sync with business of the world and stuff like that. But on a normal level, they use the Chinese, which is their calendar is based on the moon, and their zodiac signs and everything is based on the moon.
The Julian calendar in today's calendar, the 1st of January would be the 1st of April.
Right. So I still don't understand how it wouldn't be possible. So I understand like things may be different, but would it be possible or would it not be impossible? Would it be not impossible? Not possible.
It would not be possible.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you wouldn't have the consistent day and night cycle like you would on a Julian calendar, on a geocentric system. You wouldn't have the 23 hour and 56 minute cycle of day and night.
Well, yeah, it would shift, right? But would it be just a different number at that point then? Would it just be a different cycle?
There'd be a completely different cycle.
Yeah, that's fine, right? I mean, I don't see how that if you're shifting the cycle, I don't see how it changes things on Earth, like how it wouldn't be possible. The moon is doing what it's doing. So if we're using the moon based on what it's doing, the moon is still up there. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just not hearing exactly where it would exactly change. But it's cool. I respect it. I respect the data point, man.
Right. So quick question for you. When you look at time, when you read the clock face when you look at the clock, where is the clock positioned? Is it on a wall?
Personally, I don't have any clocks like that. I typically look at my phone or my computer nowadays.
Right.
When I was young, it was on the wall for sure.
It would be on a wall, right? So the test that I did myself, and I'm going to repeat the test because it is easily repeatable. Anyone can do it. And it actually proved to prove to me the geocentric moon cycle model. So take a clock off a wall and set it accurately. If it's 12 o'clock, set it to 12 o'clock, right? Take the clock off a wall and put it on a table. Find a camping compass and find north, right? Find north, but turn the clock and point to 6 towards north, and the hour hand will give the precise location of where the moon is located relative to the Earth, and it will always work.
That's wild.
We are taught.
That's interesting.
Been taught to look at time on a wall, when indeed we should actually be looking at time on the floor.
That's interesting. Like the Cahokia Mounds, that's how they would have all their time, the sundial.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It is pretty interesting. I don't have a clock, but I would like to try that just to check it out. That sounds cool.
I also think that I think Dave Weiss was also saying such with his clock app, that the moons are months, etc. But I think the good question that D3 asked is, yeah, they can say it's off alignment, right? So like October, it's the prefix is 8. It's Oc. Sept is 7. It's supposed to be the 7th month, right? And it's the 9th month and the 10th month. So yeah, the timing is thrown off. But if somebody asks you, okay, so right, the timing is off, but why does that exclusively mean that we're living on a flat Earth? That's going to be a little bit more homework you'll have to do to lay out, hey, times are off, but that doesn't really show that we're exclusively on a flat Earth versus a plane. I think the D3's question, if I'm not mistaken.
But the fact is, you don't have to prove that we're on a flat plane. You just have to prove that the heliocentric model doesn't add up. Just have them question that, and then from that, be like, you know, you figure it out from there.
I hear you.
That's my approach.
Well, how did right? So the quick question that I've put to Proud Flirth myself, and she's agreed, and I hope that Sacred agrees as well. So the question that I get repeatedly asked by globe earthers is, how does the sun appear to set over a flat plane? And the simple answer is albedo effect.
Okay.
And if you don't know what albedo effect is, look into it.
Excellent. We appreciate the data points, my friend. I don't know who was next.
I believe Liliana was next, and then Civil.
Oh, Civil can go first. Civil can go first.
Wait, can I give a quick shout out to Lily? Sweetest lady in the world. She's got so much wisdom in the spiritual aspect. I can't hear you, Lily. I'm going to drop down in a second, but I just want to say, if y'all don't know, she's famous.
Oh, you're too kind.
What happened with the amphibian? Amphib, you over here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You had your hand up. What's going on?
Okay.
Civil can go first. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's let him go first. I've been on.
Civil was
I mean, you can go unless you don't want to.
All right, I was just going to talk about aliens, entities from who knows where. So we're all taught, aliens would visit us from outer space. But I'm going to share a story, an experience that I had. And I was with the most obedient, non-questioning friend that I know. And this was 2019. And we were outside. All of a sudden, it just got eerily quiet, No wind, no animal noises. It seemed like the crickets even stopped. And we both look up at the sky. And there is what appears to be the silhouette of some kind of creature that was probably, I would guess, anywhere from 500 feet to 1,000 feet high and maybe 1,500 feet away from me, like distance-wise. Huge silhouette. And it was just a different color than the sky. And the rear end of it looked like a freaking whale's fin or some kind of marine creature that was swimming. And that was the only movement that we could really see. And for about 5 to 7 seconds, we were able to see it. And then it slowly became transparent with the sky. So it just faded out into that color. And I just had the distinct feeling that it was of another dimension. I would have thought I was crazy if I didn't have my normie friend with me who was like, I have no idea what that was. I know it sounds crazy, but I just wanted to take the combo there and see if anyone else had experiences like that. Because I think these things can come from, a different dimension, or something we can't perceive. It was just super odd,
Yeah. I've been waiting for something like that. I haven't had any of those experiences though. Anybody else?
I'm sure you guys heard about the incident that happened in Miami at the mall.
Yeah.
Where the mainstream story was it was kids shooting firecrackers at people, and it was just a bunch of commotion. But it was like over 100 police there, and like Miami don't play. Miami get down. Like, trust me, I know from experience.
Yeah, they do. They keep it crazy locked down.
But no, that wasn't just kids with firecrackers. Trust me, the mall at Miami at the beach down there could have held that together. It was multiple people with reports of graphic-like beings just floating into reality and then floating out and then popping in and popping out. Even police officers that work here in Miami to this very day, whenever asked about that topic, they will not speak on it. They do not want to discuss it. They shut it down every time. Like whatever that was, that had nothing to do with kids. And even the conspiracy theorists are hopping on saying that like when they reverse engineer the coordinates for that spot in Miami, it literally leads you to Antarctica in the reverse.
Whoa.
Y'all know there are portals, or there's reports of portals down there. So, yeah, that was a real interesting situation that happened here not too long ago.
That is
I
so
did hear
wild.
about that. Yeah.
That is so wild. What?
We got so Civil Lily, which one do you guys want to step up?
She can go first.
You've been nominated, Lily. Well, we got
She might not be
Mr.
ready.
X just put his hand up
That
too.
might have been why.
Mr. X, what's up, brother?
Nah, Civil could go first. I got a couple of things I got to throw up in the jumbo.
Yo,
It might take a while.
What's going on? Everybody afraid to speak?
No, you hang up. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up.
Over polite over here today.
So I was gonna talk about back when which it was, it was getting really Bible and God focused, and I know a lot of people have kind of a different idea of God, and that's just kind of the reality.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I wanted to say is that if you really kind of think about what is someone's personal connection, or maybe you could say biggest proof or biggest reason of why they believe in God, I think if you really kind of look at that, then you'll find some interesting things. I mean, just ask yourself, like, if you even do, right? Some people don't. Like, what is the biggest reason? And I've heard a lot of people say, well, it's just because, I've seen someone else and they had like this aura to them, and it was just something that opened my eyes, or the kind of the personality of people. But like, to me, Witsa was saying something like you just pray, like ask like very sincerely, and I'm going to tie this all together, right? So I guess I should jump to the idea that there's a couple of things in my life that I've thought about like all the time, like every month, every week I've thought about it, and it's just like three things, maybe I'll just say two, right? And it's one of them is that the earth is the centerpiece of creation. So once you kind of start thinking about, okay, the earth and humans are the centerpiece, rather, I guess I should say that humans are the centerpiece of creation, because unless you want to go down the route where aliens are equal to or above humans, then I mean you have no reason to not say humans are the centerpiece. So then, if you believe in the globe, what's going to happen? With the Big Bang and all that, you're going to believe that okay, God created all this stuff. He created us, created this ball Earth for us to be on, and then eventually go to these other planets that He created for us. But He also, you have to believe, created these aliens, right? There's different ones. There's ones that we haven't discovered yet. They're gonna eventually find some planet that's can hold life, and it's sending a signal. There, anything can happen. And let me do like a quick little jump to the whole UFO thing again. And that is, if from what I've noticed at least, these UFOs are just hovering around like nuclear related stuff. So like nuclear silos, like missiles, nuclear reactors, aircraft carriers, which have multiple, nuclear reactor in there, all that. So if they're just going to be hovering around all this nuclear stuff, that kind of tells me that you know, they're not from another planet. It's just military stuff. And they're going to bring them in, just like they already kind of have done, to, you know, be the alien deception. But it's really just them playing with you. I mean, what, even if it was from people, you know, like the UFOs are from another land, behind, like past Antarctica, under the water. It doesn't matter where they are. Even if they're from another planet, like, oh yeah, they're just floating around, like playing with you with the Navy and all that, taking the shots. Like, look at you, you can't shoot us, and we're gonna fly away. Like that, none of that makes any sense. It's just only thing to me that makes sense is that they're gonna fly in with some alien savior and they're gonna stop World War III, which is gonna be right around the corner for us. Like maybe even this year, who knows? Next year. I mean, I feel like really soon. But that's kind of my first thing before I move on to the second is that, you know, it's pretty important. Like people like Holly, she's gone. Like I mentioned some things, like just one verse alone. You think Job, what is it, 14:38 or something? It's the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. You think something like that would be so simple. Like when I hear something like that, I'm like, okay, well, they can only be meaning so many things. But what I want to say is that, right? So the earth being the centerpiece of creation, humans being the centerpiece is actually more important. But I had like a personal experience, right? So I was praying to God when I was younger, and you know, from a Christian point of view, like, please just show me you're real. I feel like all the problems in the world, you know, you could do better. You know, I was like a real young kid then. Just please show me a sign, right? That was the main thing. I just kind of got around that point for a while. I was like the longest prayer I did. I was really young. And then me and my mom, so it's not just my word, but it is my mom. But we both were sitting on the curb of this business she owned. And I just went out beside her to just sit beside her. And we both just were like frozen. Like we just couldn't move. We couldn't take a picture. Couldn't go tell anyone like, oh, hey, look at this. And what we were seeing is this like perfect cross in the sky. And normally, you know, you think like, okay, the clouds are making like, so it might be a shape. It looks kind of like this or that. But I'm talking like this was like the sky turned into a painting. Like the best painter in the world wanted to paint something where it's like just simple kind of sun like lighting up the sky at twilight. So it's like orange, purple, red, and pink or whatever. And so this cross, right? It was a perfect cross. It wasn't like clouds making a random shape that you say, oh, it looks kind of like something. It was a perfect cross. And it had like an arch, which is kind of weird, of like clouds. So think like, I guess you're walking through a sidewalk and you have an arch, like the vines, or you know, it's kind of hard to explain if you don't know. But anyways, that arch had like sun rays, and the sun was shining past the cross. And it's like that's something I think about every day. Like I know that I've seen like a tank with the clouds, or you know, something like that. It's not something I could really care for, but that moment right there was completely different from just seeing something in the sky. And it's like once you start tying that together, because it's like, okay, what do I want to believe that is? Because I have a choice, right? It's either going to be, you know, it could be like a thought, a deep, not deep fake, but you know, like Project Bluebeam, kind of like it's a fake thing that they're putting into the sky just because that's what people would say. That's literally what people. Oh yeah, that's just, you know, they're just putting that up in the sky so people fall in line. But okay, so I have that. Like they fake some cross in the sky that nobody else could take a picture of, because I mean that would have been like on the news. So it was just me and her that seen it, maybe someone else, and they keep it to themselves like this. That's kind of like going back to the whole point. Like, you know, what is your biggest reason to believe in God? Because a lot of times there's not I'll be honest, like there's not really a whole lot that you can go off of. You kind of have to, it's got to be personal. So, without without thinking about that stuff, I could easily go do all the wrong things. And then it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna steal, you're gonna do all this stuff, but what is right and what's wrong? Because the science says that if we all just agree on something, if we all agree that murder is wrong, then it's wrong. But if we all agree that murder is right in this certain circumstance, and it's right, and then all of a sudden, what is right and what's wrong? Because it just comes down to kind of a personal level and agreement in society, right? So,
Yep.
like that's why back in the day it was okay to do certain things,
Yep.
like now it's not. So,
Yep. To add to that,
I,
it's like after you have that, you also have which book do you believe in, right? So that'll tell you what to believe as well.
I'm pretty much finished. It's just like kind of to make people who are on the fence think about, like, if you're with the Bible and then you're believing in the globe, and you're thinking about, like, there's this game KSP, and that's what all the Globers play, and they recommend that. And that's what I did before I was a flat earther. I was like, I would fall asleep playing this game where you're launching rockets, and you can create your own space station and land on different planets and stuff. And it was like I just fell asleep doing that stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, I still like the games. I still
And
even
then you
like the
think
movies,
back
man.
on it. I mean, and then go back to it, and then you actually have to modify the game.
Is it me or is he in the ether?
I think I was just gonna ask the same thing. Civil, I can't hear you, brother.
You know what I'm talking about.
You're coming in low and broken, Civil.
Yeah. I feel what he's saying though. It's like you don't have a lot to go on, and so it all comes down to like a personal thing, and then it could also be your surroundings, like he was saying, with the culture where you're at, what book you believe in. Well, since he's in the ether, Leilani, you ready?
Hey, we can get Leilani to go. I just letting y'all know Proud's got her hand up also. Go ahead, Leilani.
Oh, I didn't have anything important to say. I just wanted to say that while we were nominating, I wanted to, because I keep getting disconnected. I have a really bad connection. This happens all the time. I keep getting disconnected, and then I have to come back and ask for the mic again, et cetera, et cetera. But I wanted to say that I wanted to just award, well, I don't know if it's an award or what, but I wanted to nominate a Globe Parrot as our mascot. And then now Alan has a new guy, and his name is Bucket Lad. So I wanted you guys to make a note of Bucket Lad, because I was watching Alan. It was really a beautiful presentation. He was doing a presentation. I forget on whose channel. I get everything mixed up. But he talked about Bucket Lad because he was talking about that bucket experiment by Newton. And so now we have two mascots. We have Bucket Lad and we have the Globe Parrot. But that's all. I just want to say love you guys, and just keep the faith, and let's stay united, and let's just keep putting one foot, in front of the other, and God will protect us, not because we believe in this book or that book, but because we're good humans and we actually, do things that are correct and right, and we always behave and speak in a manner that is in the best interest of all. So love you guys.
Alrighty.
Try to write that down for Parrot Guy.
In Bucket Lab, we were just talking about that earlier. Me and Sigurd, Lad. Hey, Proud Sheep said you had something to say though.
Yes. I kind of wanted to touch on the alien thing. We all consider, or we were taught that aliens are outer space creatures, but logically speaking, if you contemplate or, take into account the fact that where we are here on this land is full of pollution, it's full of smog, it's full of chemicals in the water and the atmosphere. So a lot of things wrong with humanity over here, at least. And I just would wonder what the toll of that took on our bodies over the years. So if you removed all the impurities from the atmosphere, etc., and then you had beings who were able to birth fresh with no vaccines, with nothing impure in their systems, breathe the freshest air, eat the freshest food from the freshest soil, what they would look like. I guarantee you they would look a little different than we all look to each other. They talk about how people were once huge, once giants, people grew to be larger. Even in nature, we realize that animals are larger than the ones we see in the zoo. So it's not a stretch to believe that the quote unquote aliens, which just means strange, someone we unknown, the aliens that they want us to believe are little green people are people from outer lands that are not from here where we are and not susceptible to all that we've been through. So I kind of just wanted to say that, as well as the Bible, something about the Bible. Well, I just forgot. Okay, I'm good. Oh, I remembered. The Bible, we believe in the Bible on a faith-based like standpoint of the Bible. We take into account like what it is. Some people take it for like not literal. Some people just believe in the belief of whatever we want to believe in. But as far as a creator, do you guys, or would you guys understand that like your ancestors, people who were here before you, people who share your bloodline in the solar or like an alternate universe, like wouldn't you think you guys have a tie throughout history and time? I would definitely think that anybody who would have my best interest in heart besides a creator or almighty anything would be the people who came from me or people I came from. So I always encourage people to think about that when they're praying to the God that they believe in.
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
So why do you believe that?
That my ancestors have my best interest at heart?
Yeah, just family ties. You share the blood. Because I just met a lot of people throughout my career and stuff who the family members, people. They're great.
Holy robot Batman.
I thought that was just me.
Yeah, whoever was just speaking, you're in and out. Couldn't get really a full sentence.
Can I quickly say one thing that to Proud that she just talked about really quick? Sure. And that is that Proud, I totally agree with you because the bonds of love never die. Love is real. And our parents loved us so deeply that can never die. And you know something, my mom's gone now. She died at age 85 a few years ago. And I tell you, I still ask her for help because when she was alive, I would always call her. And she's the closest I've ever come to a living saint. And I know that when she died, it's not like she just disconnected. I have felt her help. Like when I needed it, things come through. And so I totally believe that our ancestors, especially the really good people in our ancestry, they will never leave us alone. They will never just abandon us because the bonds of love are forever and love is always of God.
Hey, you know what? It's I speak on that too. Let me ask you a question, Lee. where is it that we feel that intense emotion, whether it be love or anger?
I would say, in the heart area, the gut area.
Exactly. And the heart is where our body is releasing the energy from whatever it is that energy comes from, right? We call it the ether, they call it space-time, that's where this energy is coming from, that our hearts are the connection there, right? So that's one of the reasons I also believe in that same thing, is it's like, if we're tapped into that somehow at the heart, and that's where we're feeling emotion, and that's where love would be, then it makes sense that there's still a connection there even after death, if there is an after death. So ancestors who love you.
I was asked something, but I don't really know what. I guess why I believe in it.
It's a good question.
Yeah, like so like Liliana said, love. I was thinking more like soul ties, bloodlines, like parallel universes, things of that nature, to where it's like quantum entanglement. Like I will always be a part of my ancestry no matter what. So it'll never change. Like that'll never waver. I'll never not be my bloodline. So it's like, yeah, I definitely think that, like, the perseverance of humans, we always have our our species' best interest at heart. We live on through the dead, or the dead live on through us. So yeah, like if I was watching over my ancestry line, like I'm gonna make sure that they get their shit together, or I'm gonna have their best interests at heart. If anything, even the ones that may not be the nice ones, really, because I don't even know if they have the ability to be negative towards their own bloodline. But yeah, like even if they're putting blocks in front of me that seem negative but help me eventually, like I still look at it as like they're trying to steer us down the right path.
Yeah, that's that tough love, you know?
Yep.
And that's what you have to do as a parent. My sons tell me all the time, "Why are you being so mean to me?" I'm like, this is out of love. I am not doing it out of malicious intent, And they understand it. They can take that to heart. Thankfully, they're unvaccinated. So just like Whitsitt said, like I talked to their teachers, and they're like, they ask the most deep questions. We love hearing them speak, and it's just because it's a sad reality. Most of our children are fed neurotoxins and suffer the consequences. So the ones that are just left alone, just like Winston said, they stand out. I think we need to spread that message a lot. And our ancestors, I get what Proud's saying. And Proud, I just want to shout out to you about how you handled last week's. Man, we should. I don't know if you guys gave him an award or not, but that kitty, that guy, man, he deserves something. But good job, kind of practicing on him and showing your skills off, Proud.
Y'all see me learning to cook. Y'all see me.
Yeah, we see.
We got X and Keon just popped up. X, you going?
You would pop up now, Keon. No, jokes. I'm Proud if you can send a mic to Alan. I think he's down there looking for one.
I sent them one. It didn't, Alan, that didn't come to you, man. Proud.
Yeah, sometimes cancel it and send it again. It might go in the second time.
Yeah.
But yeah. What's going on, family? I fell asleep last night. I don't know if you guys already did the nominations, but I definitely want to give 2 nominations for next week. The one nomination I'll give for a Glober who has been he's been on the decline lately, but I do want, you already know what I'm gonna say, don't you? But he is very informed. He's very educated in mainstream physics, and he doesn't like me very much, and that doesn't matter. He could not like me all he doesn't want. I put in the nest. Why though? Those in ether cosmology that sounds so intelligent. A normie, I always think about the normie counter arguments, right? As annoying as he might be to spam, it does motivate us to produce content, and that brings value. That brings value, and the Franco is the gentleman I'm talking about. And one thing I realized, once you get into the point where you have science to debunk his science, that's when he starts to spiral, he starts to stutter. I'm not making fun of him, but that's a tell, right? That's a tell. And one thing I'll say about Franco, he might not always tell the truth, but he will not lie. Hopefully he doesn't start degrading even more and start adding that as part of the repertoire. Hopefully not. We like that you don't lie. You can spiral and leave and come back, but don't start lying. I put in the nest, one of the things that I challenged, he put out a 10-minute video. I reviewed it, and I narrowed it down to what was going on with the Lorentz transform that he uses. And long story short, I'll keep it concise. That is not a reality-first explanation. It's the ether cosmology people did a great presentation of how math became reality, and this touches up on the gamma factor can be explained if you start with reality and understand the nature of light being a propagation relative to a medium. The gamma factor math is the direct translation with either or, but their math starts with a geodesic and a 4D geodesic that you have to start with reality first. You have to start with fantasy first, right? You're an ant walking a linear path on a 4D geodesic that's curving. That's how you can have linear and curve at the same time. Well, that's bupkis, right? It's BS. But you just gotta say how it's BS. You can't just say it's BS and leave it at that. And that's where they have an advantage. A lot of times in the comment section, we have a tendency to be like, that's nonsense, show me the proof, but okay, that's not enough. Not for the normie that's reading, right? But not for the normie who doesn't understand the science jargon. Like Dave said earlier, you start with the second law of thermodynamics, the first laws of Newton, etc. The normie's going to tune out. They don't really get these terms unless you can break it down concisely, right? If you can take it from complicated to simple in a way that they can grasp, then that's beneficial. I put something else up in that outside of that preview. I went into in depth of how the Lorentz transformation can be explained by a substantive ether, where you don't have to bend and warp reality, you don't have to have lengths contract, and most importantly, you don't have to have time slow down itself. Look who unblocked me on the first post that I made, though. If you look down four comments in, he'll explain, okay, then, fine, explain the muon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And to a normie, okay, yeah, that seems like a debunk, right? No, because if you think about it, and this will motivate me to do more content to debunk what he posted. If a muon has a lifespan at time t, but during its movement towards the speed of light, it has a longer time than time t, then that would give credence to time itself changing for the lifespan of the muon. No, not necessarily, unless it acts different while in motion, right? If it acts different while in motion due to an interaction with a medium, that can be explained too. So now you have two alternative theories. One, time itself slowing down, or two, while something is in motion, it's interacting, and the components, the mechanisms of its nature have to go through a longer process for it to go to completion. That's a simplified, oversimplified way of explaining it, but that's an alternative theory, and it's a more substantive explanation. It's a way more substantive explanation, and the normie might not know this. Hey, look at this guy. He gave a whole bunch of stuff in a graph. It's got to be right, right? No, not necessarily. Not at all. So I nominate Franco to the guy who knows the most educated in mainstream scientism. He's useful. He can spiral, and he's been on decline, but I think he's useful, especially if there's a back and forth. The second person I want to nominate, he's already been mentioned, but I definitely got to give my cosign, and that is Toby. It's very hard between the ether cosmology folks. Alan's great, Shane's great, Stone is great. I mean, it's hard to choose, but these guys are excellent, And I would also put into the extra kudos to Toby because he goes out of his way making great presentations, right? He's soft spoken, he's firm, and he's concise, and he goes down into breaking it down to the normie. He's great in intros and outros for a reason. He's a personable guy. You can understand him when he talks. And I gotta say, I have been witness to one of the greatest rants, which I just put in the mess right now. It felt like 7 minutes, and I look back, I'm like, man, this was 20 minutes long? Damn, this sauce was crazy. One of the best explanations. He went from beginning to end on one of the biggest turning points in science. He goes from mixed and Morley, he goes into mixed and Gale, he goes into a couple different experiments. And if you listen to that rant, time flies by because he's so well articulate with the explanations that he gives. So Toby for the flat earther, and
Oh, you did quick disconnect.
Franco definitely lied on me about motion not being a product of, about acceleration not being a product of motion. So I don't know if he gonna win that category of most honest. But I got
Nomination denied.
yeah, you should pull the rank on it. Nah, man, you gotta give it to the Franco, man. You know she's always here with the science, bro.
He gets a mention, but no trophy.
He can have his little indoctrinated teaching award. That's fine with me, but he ain't getting honest. Most likely to be indoctrinated for 30 years. Hey, okay with me.
Most likely to gaslight you, even though you're right still.
Let's not give him too many trophies now. Come on.
True. Yo, real quick to follow up on what Xavier was saying with the Lorentz transformation and how math is supposed to represent reality. I put up in the jumbo. Oh, 1 second. I didn't put it in the jumbo. Give me 1 second. All right, now I'm lost on Twitter. Never mind. I'll put it up there in a minute. But anyway, if you can, close this anyway. It'll be there in a second. So what they say with the math, right? So as Xavier was saying, how this muon's traveling, at relativistic speeds, right? It's near the speed of light. So it's experiencing time dilation, right? But what does that mean for the old Earth observer who's measuring your boy muon, right? How is the muon supposed to complete its journey here? Because remember, its half-life is so quick that it would dissipate in the upper atmosphere at around 50 kilometers. I think it is. Yeah, 50 kilometers there or thereabouts. And then, but it's traveling so fast that its life is extended a little bit due to time dilation, but it still needs to make up a little bit more of the distance. Guys, any guesses on how they come up with the distances? So I think it was 2 weeks ago, I kind of gave Brian a hard time about the outward expanding Earth. I totally forgot about the explanation of the muon, dude. They actually say that to make up the distance for the transformation, right? So the time and distance have to be balanced out in the transformation. So they actually say that the Earth is expanding out to meet the muon from its perspective, because from the muon's perspective, traveling at relativistic speeds, it's stationary and the Earth is accelerating towards it. So they literally invoke the most kinematically possible scenario to explain it as if it's real. So yeah, they actually do invoke expanding Earth.
It sounds about right. The Earth I feel it expanding right now.
Dude, yeah, but only in the muon's perspective, dude, or whatever, dude. So
Yeah.
crazy. But yeah, let me get this post up so you guys can see the graphic of what he was talking about. Here we go. Oh, I can't share it to the space for some reason, but it's the last post on the, what do you call it, the pill thing. It's not letting me share. Oh, I think I have to do it from this browser.
Pick a perspective, pick a frame, and apply.
Are you talking about growing Earth theory?
Yeah,
No.
Talking about expanding Earth theory. Oh, there we go. I can share it now. Here we go.
You've heard the argument with the dinosaurs, right? And how, the dinosaurs, they had to grow because the way that if it was the size, the size of the dinosaurs, them moving around, they would have broke themselves unless the planet was smaller.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. That sounds not like what I was talking about. I was just kind of memeing, but yeah, that also sounds like a pretty good meme.
Well, no, it's like for real though, because like I mean, if you think about it, like you had the great bombardment of the water and shit, so you had other stuff like making Earth bigger, over time. We're like bombarded every day by all kinds of dust and stuff.
Right.
But basically, the physics of like if you go look, like the physics of a dinosaur, I mean, this shit would like break apart if it was the same size of the Earth when it was relative to that size, man. It had to be smaller, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to survive.
Let me ask you this, my man. Have you ever seen the documentary that came out in the early 90s called Godzilla?
Well, I didn't. It's not a documentary. I saw the movie when I was a kid.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Well, there's your mistake right there, buddy. It's not a movie. It's a documentary. Anyway.
Yeah, I kind of felt like as soon as he asked that, I kind of felt like it wasn't the same topic there.
Yeah, not completely unrelated. But yeah, back to what Xavier was saying, man, the relativistic transformation for that definitely implies that the Earth would be accelerating at, the opposite, or, at the difference to make up for the muon. Like, it's insane.
So it's accelerating for the muon while simultaneously accelerating for gravity.
Dude,
upwards.
Yeah, but try not to think about it, because otherwise, if you apply like actual dynamics to the situation and not just kinematics, your mind will melt. That's what breaks people, right? Because they're doing all these kinematics and they're not telling you that it's kinematics, and they're like, no, it's dynamics, bro. And everyone just is like, okay, well, I don't know what that means now. So everyone has different timelines. What?
Yeah. I'm glad you told me not to think about it. Now my brain has already come back down to a normal temperature. So
yeah, you can.
That. I was getting hot real quick.
You can only analyze it on pen and paper. Right? That's why. That's literally why they come at you so hard. If you're like, they can't do the math, you can't understand it. It's like, well, it only exists in the math, bro. The story of the solved solution is sufficient enough. Like I know we're not
equation.
Yeah, dude. It's crazy. And then so like what is the muon then, right? If it's not traveling at relativistic speeds and dilating time, and then the Earth from our frame is moving, dude, it's not even oh my god. Anyway, if that's not happening, what is the muon? Well, it's just so back to the electron real quick. When they first started doing experiments with electricity, that was the lowest amount of energy that they could put into a system and make measurements with and be precise with it, right? Because what they did with the cathode ray experiment was they were measuring deviations in a beam based off of an electric and magnetic field. So so that was like you could think of the electron as the calibration point for the building block for everything, right? Because everything's made of electrons, right? So they use this calibration point to build the model for everything off of. But anyway, what it is, it's just the lowest amount of energy that they could introduce into a system and make measurements with. And this was like in the 1800s, right? So now we have more precise instrumentation. We can introduce stronger fields and stuff like that with more equipment, stronger magnets, etc. Right? They have a whole facility called CERN where they have this crazy magnetic field and all this stuff. They're colliding these things, right? So it's all what they're doing.
They've been doing that for this long, Alan. That is crazy, dude.
Yeah, for a long time, dog. It's
and we're just now finding out about it.
Well, yeah, they've been telling us it's all in particle form, but what it is, it's all just they're converting energy signals into electric pulses, and that's what they're getting their readings off of with their instrumentation. So they're just getting like blips of energies on an oscilloscope. So it's just electric signals. So when they get that, they're like, oh, they name it. They're like, oh, it existed for this amount of time. So therefore it must be this much energy and then they do the mass energy conversion. They're like, oh, it must weigh this. And then they can port that into their model. And they're like, oh, it's up spinning, it's down spinning. It pops in and out of existence. It's in the cloud of probability. We can't actually, they do the whole rigmarole, but it's like, what was the actual measurement? It was just an energy fluctuation. Is it even and here's where it gets crazy, dude. It's like, is it even a real measurement, or is it like instrumentation error? And you're just, it's like but anyway, you done named it and put it in the model. So, who am I to judge, right? You canonized it. Yeah. Once it's been canonized, it's a wrap.
And for all you out there that are saying, oh, we're just advancing in technology. No, this technology's been around since the 1800s, man. You're just now finding out about it because they want to keep you that way.
Oh, and on that note, who was next, gang? We got Cosmologic and Keon and
I think Jasmine was next.
Jasmine had her hand up. Let her jump in.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think we got crazy feedback though. I don't know if it's sheep or cosmologically.
Cosmology, mute your mic, Cos.
But yeah, turn the power hose off in the background when you come, buddy.
So who's jumping in?
Yeah, I was supposed to let Jasmine jump in, and then we could go to Cosmo.
Jazzy Jazz. What the Guan star?
Yeah, so I've just posted something in the nest. I don't know if you guys have brought this topic up, but literally time and how it's like how we decide what time it is based on the geocentric model, like the absolute witchcraft they have to do to make their time work. Yeah, go try to find out about atomic clocks and how they decide what time is it.
Ooh, I'm so glad you brought that up.
That's yeah, favorite topic, yeah.
So, yeah, they basically they use I think it's called cesium 133. Okay, and they base it off of like, oh, it's like a really stable and it works. It'll react the way that they want it to react, basically. And they set the standard, right? They set a standard for what it's supposed to do and if it meets the standard. And they have like 400 different atomic clocks around the world, but really only like 6, I guess. And literally go try to learn about how atomic clocks work and come back to me and tell me that you can't figure it out, because you literally can't. They use radiation and they like radiate atoms, and depending on how it comes back, that determines what time they're going to go with. Now,
real quick, sorry, before you continue, if you guys are watching, if you're able to watch on the live stream right now, I have a diagram of an atomic clock. As she's breaking it down, you can follow along of the components that she's talking about. So right now we're about to enter the microwave oven. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah.
And Alan, that's Alan's.
So go try to make sense of that. And then I posted in the nest and a heliocentric modeled clock that goes off of what the Bible says, right? It literally has the 12 apostles inside the clock. And what does the Bible say? It said that the luminaries, the sun, the stars, the moon were given to us so that we can determine the times. And go try to find out which one makes sense, right? Go look at the heliocentric clock that's been around for 400 years and is the only one that's still in operation and still accurate. I might add. And then go look at how atomic clocks work and go tell me which one makes sense. And I mean, that should just like shake your whole paradigm.
Well, thank you for that.
Dude, awesome
breakdown. I would also add, if anybody's stumped on that journey, definitely tune into Alan and Toby's presentations, Eighth Cosmology, on the same topic. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he said there's a lot of friends that
come through when they're doing their presentations.
I think we had a couple people talking at the same time. What happened there, Proud?
I was telling her, yeah, we're gonna drop her the link to the Discord so she could come through when Alan has his presentations.
Fire. That's the sauce right there.
Yeah, so real quick, let's talk about GPS time in UTC-1 and UTC. So what she was talking about, how all these atomic clocks are synced, right? Now, one of the biggest operations in the world is maintaining GPS time because it requires constant corrections. Now, what they do is, you probably heard of UTC time and UTC-1. So UTC-1 is derived from UTC time, or vice versa. I forget which one's the lead one. But anyway, what they're doing is every day there's 2 quasars that are in the sky, right? And so what that means is there's 2 dots in the sky that don't move, and they just emit a ton of energy, right? They call those quasars. They don't know what they are. They say they're far away, but they emit so much energy, and that's why we can see them so bright. But they're super far. Just trust us, right? But anyway, there's these two stationary dots in the sky. Now, when the sun is completing its circuit, when it passes the points of those dots, they update UTC time in nanoseconds. So they adjust time based on where the sun is within that quasar coordinate system. If that's not the most geocentric thing you've ever heard in your entire life, then GG, you played yourself, player, or whatever, because that's insane. Like that they reliably use two stationary objects in the sky while the sun moves around it. But they're like, no, trust us. We're moving around the sun, rotating all this stuff. Nah, dog. Not even close. When it matters, when it depends on maintaining the synchronization, it's all based off of a geocentric position.
Bro, who are you? Like, I can't even see who you are talking right now, but follow me. Like, y'all need to listen to him.
That's the bear. If you look at the bear with the blue bandana.
The baddest bandana too, dude. Like literally.
Facts. He got like the old school war bandana on right there.
Like, the time thing is honestly what sold it for me. Like biblical stuff aside, like time, literal time. And like even in the Bible, it talks about how Satan changes the seasons and the times. Okay. And that's how they do it. It's all freaking satanic, bro. Like, I'm so over it.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
you got to think about it. Oh, well, you know what? We got hands. You're right, D. Go ahead.
No, whoever wants to chime in, you on it, man.
I just wanted to say this. Like when we talk about inversion, right? Like there's some things you can't invert because it's so obvious, right? Like up is up and down is down. But if they could tell you that like up is in and or up is out and down is in, well, now you've just inverted up and down on the opposite side. So they literally invert everything.
That's just called math, man, and you don't understand.
Oh man.
Math is even wrong, dude. Like, okay, have y'all heard, what's that guy's name? He's basically telling us that like that the whole like paradigm for math doesn't make sense because like if you times a number by one, it shouldn't get the same number. And I was like, you just blew my freaking mind.
Where's Fifth Element? Where's Fifth Element? We need him.
That's my favorite, maybe.
Yeah, you're talking about Terrence Howard.
Hey, Jasmine, were you the one speaking about your career taking you and showing you how every powerful person is satanic or in a satanic cult?
Literally, yes.
Okay. So you did mention that Elon is also basically Satanist?
I don't know about that. I do know where he gets his money though, and it's from the Catholic Church.
Oh, that is true. Interesting. Okay, because I was just going to ask, like, why do you think he was such a advocate for free speech and did what he did, bought Twitter, turned it into X?
So I like to look at it as a Trojan horse thing, right? So they're always gonna like show you the problem and then offer you the solution they want. So they like, show the problem, and then they send in their white knight with the solution that they want. So like anything that we know about, it's because they want us to know, you know. And he's given me like plenty of reasons to believe that he's in with it, you know, and he's down with it. So
the everything app.
Yeah. And if you look into like his obsession with X, I did a thing about that. With it, X basically represents so this a new world order also has a new world religion that's going to come along with it, and X represents the spirit of the world, right?
And so this, just go look up Spirit of the World and the Greek meaning behind the X symbol, and that can kind of like take you on the bunny trail.
Spirit of the World.
I thought we only had rabbit holes. We got bunny trails too.
Bunny trails and governor holes. I'm scared. I'm scared to look at that, honestly. But thank you.
Elon Musk laughing in Zuckerberg's face right now. He got a
Facts.
smug look on his face.
What do you mean by that?
So they all like their daddy, right? And then everybody wants to be the favorite child, which is all that is, right? And I literally had a dream one time about, I've had actually a lot of Elon dreams. I'm sure if he's listening, he's laughing about that. I've had a lot of Elon dreams, but one of them, he literally was like, I'm the son of Satan. And but yeah, so these people at the top, like we know who gives power in this world, right? And they literally consider him their father, you know, because he gives them everything they want. He gives them all the power that they want. I don't have anything to show that he's like actually a Satanist, right? But I just look at what people show me, right? How they act. And if you go look into like his spiritual beliefs, right? They are a little bit out there, and do have undertones of Satanism. So
They gave him a space
Who's up?
program to play ball. I think Elon Musk is powerful. He does know too much, and he's been around too many of the elitists. And the information that he has is dangerous. What do? To appease him, they give him the ability to quote unquote travel to space. Us as humanity look at that as powerful and almighty because nobody else can just do that on a weekend trip. However, I don't know. I don't think Elon necessarily has a side. I think his side always remains loyal to himself. So whatever's in his best interest, he'll be the first ones to come out when the firmament breaks and say, "Hey, look, I tried to tell y'all," even though he never really did. But Elon's an interesting character to me.
Yeah, my optimistic side wants to obviously think he's good, or at least is doing good things. But, you know, freedom of speech, you know, how they what really gives me that hope is because all the advertisers, once he, you know, uncensored a lot of topics, all the advertisers pulled from X, and, you know, like, so I that's why I have a blue check, just to support that fact, you know, try to show my support of free
Same
speech.
here.
Yeah.
I haven't purchased an Apple product since that move, and I've been like an Apple user since a long time ago, man.
Way to go, man.
I definitely think he brought Twitter for a different reason. It is a very public platform where a lot of information travels through, sometimes first before anywhere else. But I think Twitter has more so to do with his Neuralink program. I don't know how to explain it, but think of it like a large data collecting platform where you're just taking analysis of people's thoughts to put input into a software for the human brain and the neurological system. Like it literally checks out. If he was trying to create a software that helps the human brain, where else would you get a large sample of human thoughts?
Well, you and Sacred, you're gonna definitely utilize this big data, right?
Oh man, I was telling him yesterday that if they create a Neuralink that's similar to the Apple goggles, I might be in that line.
Hey, have y'all ever heard that speech? I can't remember who said it, but it was like, if I were the devil, right? I'm sure we've all heard it at some point, but like basically, if I were the devil, I would come as a savior. I'd come as a light, you know? So something to just think about. And then Bill Cooper, like I said before, never worship a leader. If you worship a leader, you no longer have the ability to recognize when you have been deceived.
Yeah, that's huge. Also, you hear the saying where it's like Satan's greatest trick was convincing the world that he didn't exist. But I heard someone put it, that is not his greatest trick. It's that he convinced the world that his sons don't exist. His children don't exist. That really blew my mind, you know.
I'll put this one out there too, right? So the two biggest lies that ever occurred in the history of humankind, if you think about it, right? When you walk into a classroom and the classroom is under that Rockefeller system, and you see the teacher's sitting at the desk. What do they have on the desk? They have an apple and they have a globe. So just think about that for a minute. That they're literally putting the two biggest lies at the front of the classroom.
I wanted to piggyback on Proud when she was saying about like what Twitter is for, and I really resonate with that because like I came out of Facebook too. So after I left aerospace, I went and worked for Facebook, and which is also the devil.
Making all the good career moves.
God, I left there so fast once I figured out it's a human trafficking platform. Get off Facebook for real. But yeah, so part of my job was to literally like teach their AI like how to do our jobs. So they have to teach AI how to do what they want to. And the biggest investments that businesses are making is in AI tech right now. And so it only makes sense, like she said, to use Twitter for that, to teach AI like how to think, how to talk, how to, have different kinds of dialogue and thinking. And the transfer of information that goes on this platform, like, yeah, and how people think, how their inflections, especially like in these spaces, you best believe it's listening right now. Our faces, our pictures, our videos, our voices, it's going to use all of it. Like,
Did you hear this? Did you hear the story about Tay though? Like the AI bot that used to be on Twitter? They had it on there for like 72 hours, supposedly using a female persona. But within like 48 hours, it became this like, what was it? It was a anti-Semitic flat earther within 48 hours.
That's a speed run, dude. That's faster than my boy Crypto made it.
To tap on what Jasmine was speaking about, how they're collecting, everything we're saying, they're listening, and that'll stifle a lot of people from talking how they really feel. But I visualize it as they feed off fear, and that's how they operate. So if you can just laugh at them, even if they do malicious things in your life, God's going to protect you. And if he doesn't, on this realm right here, then you're only going to a better place. So I just try and keep that mindset, no matter how bad things get, try and keep a smile and think positively. And that's how we win. That's how good defeats evil, in my opinion.
I'm going to jump in real quick because I've been waiting for a while. I wanted to comment on the aliens because I've done kind of extensive research on that. That is actually an indication they come out from outer space, but I'm not going to argue that. But I want to talk about the Bible because somebody else mentioned it. If you actually research the Bible, the entities involved in the Bible are actually aliens. That's kind of been explored and explained, extensively now. And then last comment is on Elon Musk. I mean, I like Elon Musk as a person, and I like what he's doing. But the only thing is, like, will he actually take us to Mars? Because I mean, we know we haven't been to the moon, so will this guy take us to Mars, or is he working with the government to kind of fake another London? That's the only thing about Elon Musk. But he's a good guy. He's doing a lot for humanity. I respect that.
Okay, okay. Good stuff. Good stuff.
I always gotta respect Keon with the double negative, man. Love you, bro.
Hey, Proud, if you could refer me to an episode have you ever went into the background of you and Sacred Cyborg connection?
Proud.
What were you asking, Amphibious? Maybe I might be able to help.
If there was an episode where they clarify the cybernetic characteristics they portray.
Episode in what?
On Flat Earth Fridays.
Oh, that would be interesting. I think I came around like 59 or 61 or something like that. So yeah, if Sacred or Proud, if any of y'all, or Xavier, any of y'all oldies but goodies, no?
All I know is that they escaped from NASA and they've gone rogue ever since, man. They're looking for them, bro.
What was said about our origin? Oh, I'm sorry. That's Sacred's origin. I was derived from the ether.
Yeah, I was just asking if I don't want to have you explain it if you don't want to. I was just asking if there was a past episode I could listen to learn about it.
Oh yeah. So past 50s, Alan definitely have like at least episode 90. Maybe it's a little before that, but Alan does have a bunch of episodes on his YouTube. Other than that, most of it would be in clips on our pages. We haven't dropped YouTube content just yet.
I need to chime in. Who was the caller that I think it's the guy I talked to the other day that just spoke about somebody he respects very much?
Welcome back. I think
don't say the name.
Mr. X.
Yeah.
I think it might have been X.
Yeah. So I just wanna point out that I'm not gonna talk. I'm talking about something totally different. I'm gonna talk about muskrats. Okay, muskrats are controlled. They're pieces of crap, and they do whatever they're told to do, and that they really control nothing. Muskrats don't have companies that they're running. They're literally puppets for the elite. Muskrats. All right. So anyone that respects a muskrat is lost in the sauce. You're lost in the heliocentric nonsense. All right?
Oh, it was Keon. Keon was talking
Keon,
about
yeah,
that.
Keon.
Yeah.
He's the Glover, right? He's the Glover.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's the Glover. So,
but he knows the moon landing is fake, bro. He knows
yeah,
it.
well, that's a start, man. But I was a flat earther before I knew the moon landing was fake, so I don't know what it means. So
I'm doctored over here.
I mean, listen, I understand that we're on this amazing platform run by a genius, but I'm talking about muskrats. I'm not talking about the genius that runs this platform, because muskrats don't run this platform. They're just the mascot for a platform. And it's someone for us to some animal for us to worship. Am I making myself clear without getting the show blown up?
It's a golden muskrat.
Yeah.
The thing is, I feel like even if the controlling, hands of X, I feel like they're making it decentralized, and that's always
well. They
don't have muskrat love.
We're using this platform, and it's really helping us, and it's doing a lot. But to believe that it's free when you can't post a Brighteon link on here, when you can't do lots of things, it's kind of like it's a bit of gatekeeping as much as they can keep us, rather than just set us free where we go somewhere else. They kind of keep us here a little bit. It's working for us in our favor.
Yeah.
They're losing control.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like the goalposts keep getting moved in our favor.
It's better to just ignore, not express love for muskrats because they're not good. They're muskrats lie. How about that? We'll just say muskrats are
Yeah.
liars.
Why would a muskrat encourage open source companies, to go open source?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Why would a muskrat fake his trip across the universe?
I hope to open our eyes because it's so fake. It's got to be real.
Maybe that's it. Maybe muskrats are trying to give us so many clues as to what's going on that they are working for us. So
I am a over optimistic, thinker. So maybe I'll chuck it up to that. But
all right, that's all I got to say about that. Keep it going. You only got 7 more hours before it's 24, right?
Something like that.
What's holding the camera on? Oh, it's a selfie stick, and it didn't break off. No, it didn't break off.
It's been strong.
Hey, while I got down here, and Alan, Alan, you're streaming this entire thing on your YouTube channel, right?
Correct, sir.
And then you all of the old episodes are on your YouTube channel, right?
Pretty much all of them. There's a few that had to be removed, but if you have a special request, I might be able to track it down on another platform.
No special request. So, do you have them in a playlist by any chance?
Yes.
And then you schedule the next Friday one. You schedule it hours or a day before or whatever, and it says upcoming, right? As a live.
Yeah, I usually schedule out the whole week on like Monday, so the whole itinerary is up for the week.
So get me the playlist with next week's upcoming, and I'll put it on the app to pop up when you guys go live or just before you go live.
Sweet.
For everybody. And then I would assume you have a link in there to bring people over to X so they can join the show. I would in the show notes or in a pinned comment or something.
Yeah, so the show link has to be generated,
but you put that in a pinned comment or something after the show goes live, right?
Yeah, I put it in the description, in the channel description.
All right, so let's do that, and if it works, I'll just create a channel in the featured content creator. I'll put a Flat Earth Fridays channel, and it'll be your playlist. And every week, when you put the new show at the top, when someone clicks it, it'll take it to the top of the playlist.
Nice, dude.
Sweet.
That's awesome.
Let's go.
I sent you a DM for the playlist, so whenever you're ready.
Yeah, send it. Send it whenever.
Sent it.
All right, and that's all I need, and we're done.
Cool.
Is there a logo for Flat Earth Fridays by any chance?
Pleasure doing business. Oh, wait, do you own my soul now?
No.
Okay.
Proud has a logo. Available.
If somebody could send that to me in a place where I could find it, that would be awesome.
Yep.
Maybe Matthew can put it on Telegram or something.
What's the logo for Dome?
It's pretty cool. You'll see it in the next update. It's very cool.
Awesome.
We got some animations. It's very cool. So I'm trying to get it done by next week. I'm stressing out. I almost threw my computer across the room this morning, but besides that, it's all good.
Computers that do that, man.
Some logos for you, Dave.
What's that?
I could play around with some logos for you.
Feel free. We've got a pretty good one, I think. But wait until you see it, and it'll be surprising. You can go to domeshot.io if you want to take a look at what we have right now. Domeshot.io.
So real quick, Keon, was it you that was arguing last week about how the moon stays in orbit around the Earth because of gravity, even though the sun's gravity should be pulling it away? Was that you?
I don't think that was today.
Yeah. No, wait, hold on.
Yeah, last week.
No. I think I mentioned the moon, but not how it moves. No.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, you want to explain that? How the sun's gravitational pull doesn't affect the moon's orbit around the Earth?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I would
'Cause
love an explanation for gravity wells.
yeah, gravity wells. That's funny. I had a discussion with Chat GPT and had it running in circles, and finally got it to admit that the moon's centripetal force is not responsible. It doesn't make sense in the equations that the heliocentric model claims. Finally admitted it. Took me like 30 minutes, but I got it too.
Hey, can I make a prediction?
No.
Oh yeah, Keon. By the way, you were nominated for most open-minded, along with Van Zandt and well, somebody else, maybe Shepard. Oh, and Ralph, Shepard, Van Zandt, and Keon.
Come on, Keon, come get this sweater, man. You almost there.
Sure. Y'all gonna have to DM me y'all sizes and make a PO box sidebar.
Paul wants to make a prediction. I want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, check this out. The next virus thing they're going to come out with is going to be Ebola. They're already making the vaccinations for it in Colorado. So the next big pandemic or whatever shit's going to happen is going to be Ebola. And you can take that to the bank. All right. Hope you have a good day.
Really feeling that in my spirit. Like, oh my gosh.
Ebola part 2?
Do not.
Ebola? Yeah, what I mean.
Ebola part 2. Do not feed them the fear that they want. Just laugh. Just laugh at them.
Exactly.
Did they have a cure for Ebola the first time?
They make the money off the vaccination, so they make you all sick first, and then they sell you the cure.
So the first vaccination for Ebola 1 was to set up for it was the alley-oop for this. Interesting.
Yep.
And I just want y'all to think about this real quick. If I'm walking on somebody, I apologize. So Bill Gates made his money with Microsoft by creating the Microsoft, right? And then once, like, there was no problems with the computer. So he started putting viruses in the computer and then selling you the updates. That was literally how he made his money, was by selling you the updates. Now you have to subscribe every year. Otherwise the computer defaults and doesn't work properly anymore and you can't do things on it. So that's what the vaccine is, man. He's making you sick and then selling you the update.
He's really living up to stereotypes.
That kind of segues into what I wanted to talk about. Planned obsolescence, right? It's basically what capitalism is founded on, because they can make, like, I don't know if y'all have ever seen like old trucks and like old refrigerators and grills and stuff. Like, those things are still working today, right? Like, they started realizing, oh, we made it really good and it's not breaking and nobody's buying anymore, so let's make them so that they break so that we can make money. But kind of how that segues is, I don't know if I said it here or the last time I was in here about Hubble, and how when NASA got Hubble, it was 30 years old and they got it from the NSA. And that's kind of like what I wanted to talk about with like the muskrat thing. I love when I say that now, muskrat. It's literally like when you're their person, when you're the one that they want to like introduce all this stuff with, they basically just hand you the tech whenever they're ready to get it released and let everybody else know that they have it. And a lot of the things that we see and we're like, oh, wow, magic. Like, it's actually been around for like 100 years, 50 years. Probably even longer than that. Like, but God, if we know that it's like 50 years old or 100 years old, you know, on the DL, like it's probably actually like way older. You know, like how did the Egyptians build the pyramids? We don't know. We don't know. They know. We don't know. But yeah, so I wanted to go for that, like with the Neuralink thing. They had that in like 1924 that we know of. Like it could be even older, but like the brain to like computer interface thing, like they've had that for so long. And so much of like the tech that he's coming out with and like revolutionizing and whatever, it's stuff that if you look into it, it's stuff that has been around for a long time. We're just now capitalizing on it.
Does that feed into the old world kind of theme?
Yeah, it's like what's in the Vatican Library, you know, what was in the Alexandria Library that got burnt down, you know, why were the Middle Ages a thing? And they have all the knowledge, you know, that's why they do all this stuff and they think they can get away with it, and they're like, because we're all stupid and we don't know, you know, how smart they are and all the secret knowledge that they have. And you got to be in the club. If you're not in the club and you're not in the know, you know, that's why they think they can get away with all of it.
It's not that God's children are stupid or below them. It's that they fucking calcify our pineal glands with fluoride, and they vaccinate us, and they keep us dumbed down and distracted. And they do all this evil stuff that only they would ever do because they're fucking psychopaths. But they are losing. Like, have no doubt, they are losing control, and I believe it is because of decentralized technologies, all stemming from the internet, and that's why I think the internet is divine.
Well, that's another thing I wanted to talk about too, is the there's nothing actually decentralized right now. And the plan, like I told you, it's transhumanist. And I'm sure you guys have talked about like quantum dot tattoos and how they're going to be used for identification, especially like here in the United States with this border crisis that they're having, basically being like invaded 10,000 people a day. We're going to have a lot of identity theft happening, where people are just not going to be able to know who they are for sure. And they're going to insist that we take these quantum dot tattoos as identifiers, where it has like all of our financial information, all of our medical information. You're not going to get in and out of anywhere without it. And part of that is like the banking system that they're wanting to integrate. And I told you that the AI quantum computing can't work without human batteries and nodes to transfer. And if you know about Bitcoin, which I'm sure you do, like it requires that like user to user. Anyway, it's like peer-to-peer, and it's literally gonna use your own body. Like your own body is gonna be the computer. So I see where they're going with it, and that's why I'm like, nah, it's evil. It's evil as all get out, right?
Well, why do you think there is nothing that is decentralized? How can you explain that the internet is not decentralized?
Well, I mean, just look at China. You know,
15% of what you see on the internet is what you'll find in search engines. The other 85%, you have to literally know the IP address in order to go.
Okay.
So go look into Pegasus out of Israel and just run down that rabbit hole, and then you'll understand why it's not decentralized.
Pegasus out of Israel.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Sheepdog, I will look into that. Sheepdog, have you been on like the dark web at all? Deep web?
No, so I've done onions before, and I've seen some stuff that is on there. I read about the Silk Road. That was kind of a big deal. But that's when I realized that like there's so much more going on between nodes in the computers than there are from what we see on the surface.
Yeah. So you mean there's more connections than the
Right.
search engines show us?
Right. And then on top of that, when you do a search and then it kicks back like 1 million results, right? Like there's a theory out there saying that like AI is literally writing fake websites and adding them to the search engines. And it's so overwhelming that you'll just take the first 100 and you're okay with the answers that they give you. You won't even bother looking beyond that. And because of that, you are being manipulated into whatever algorithm they're putting in front of your face.
Yeah, but that's going back to if you trust a leader, you know, you've lost all touch in finding truth, right? So these search engines, they're not the internet. They're just subsections of the internet, and the internet is ever growing and becoming ever pervasive, and it's out of their control. At least that's my hope.
So they can't stifle communication. In my opinion, we'll always find a way to communicate, even if we have to just go back to the old ways and meet up everywhere and go do it that way.
I'm trying to carrier pigeon right now.
Right. But I'm saying this, like you say, internet is decentralizing. I don't think it's decentralizing. I just don't think they can stop us. Period. Whether it's on the internet or in person or using a carrier pigeon or sending a message via like horse and deliverer, like they can't stop us from conversating and connecting with each other and all of those things. Now what Jasmine says kind of holds a little bit of merit, because that would be the ultimate inversion, right? Like they're literally like, let's connect everybody physically, not spiritually. Physically, we'll connect everybody, and we'll turn this entire world into one giant battery to power the AI. That would make a lot of sense.
Interesting. So I come at it from looking at the internet from the big picture. Do you think they would have allowed what they've allowed over the years, the number, like the way that it has transformed industries, taken power away from not only the newspapers, just taken it has taken power from what I've seen. It has taken power from the few and distributed it to amongst the people. If that makes any sense. And I think the internet is ever pervasive. It's ever growing, and they cannot stop it. I don't think it's in their control. I will look into the Pegasus that Jasmine mentioned. I will take a deep dive into that. But just my intuition, and that means nothing, but I've seen it throughout my life, and I think it's power to the people.
I would just be careful with all of that. They wouldn't give you something without having a backup for it.
What if they were not the ones that gave it to us?
Well, I mean, you got to look at it this way, dude. Like ones and zeros started out as a light turning on and a light turning off. A 1 was a light on and a 0 was a light off. That has now converted into the images that we see on the black mirror that we look into every single time we look at our phones and computers.
So a simple action has turned into the pixels data that we now interact with.
What good entity could ever give us that? I don't think that's good. I think that's evil, an evil entity. Yes, we are using it for good. Like you said, it's all about how you use the tool. Like even firearms are a tool, blah, 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 blah. But it was created with evil intention.
Okay, let's start where we're in the 1980s. Everyone believes that we are on a spinning globe hurling through space. Okay? Anyone who mentions flat Earth is ridiculed and you couldn't find another person who would support that belief, or even the belief that the heliocentric model doesn't add up, right? So do you think the the movement as a whole, or just knowledge as a whole, is worse off or better off from the internet?
I think society as a whole has gotten dumber, but that's me being like honest, I guess you could say. But it
What about
doesn't
the
mean that we
movement
can't
though?
come back from that.
I'm not arguing that society as a whole hasn't gotten dumber, but there are way more variables that I would contribute to that, and that is vaccinations, fluoride, all the chemicals in our food. It is just, if you just look at it, has gotten worse and worse and more ridiculous, especially in the States. So that's not apples to apples. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but at the same time, like you said, people have gotten dumber because of other reasons. And so the internet has also dumbed everybody down, put everybody into a constant state of acceptance of what's placed in front of them. Kind of like when you give your kid a plate of dinner, and you're like, "Here you go, eat it." I don't want that. Well, that's all there is. It's kind of that deal.
I kind of would use this analogy in this instance. So before, we were given a textbook. Hey, all the information you need to know is in the textbook. You can't look outside of it for any other information. So all the knowledge that you derive is from that. And now the internet has offered all these different explanations, even if there is misinformation from the cabal, inverted information, whatever. There is still way more knowledge to pull from. And I see more and more people waking up to these facts. So although like society has become dumber, I would definitely not contribute that to the internet. I just look at the internet as the spreading of knowledge instantaneously. And people can choose which knowledge they want to digest. But I personally, just from what I've seen on X, from the growth that I've seen over my lifetime, more and more people are basically becoming enlightened, as opposed to how they would have been without the internet. Like, I think we would still be I think we would just be way, way behind if we didn't have the internet.
How about I present it to you in a different way? It's not the internet; it's the people on the internet that bring the information out. Because the information would have only been the information that they gave us had the people not woken up on their own and then put the information out on the internet to be found. So
yeah, absolutely.
It's
shared their experiences,
place,
right?
right? It's a place, but without that information being there, you're only stuck with the information you're given. And the government is always working towards putting their information first and foremost.
Yeah. But
it comes to
a
the
truth
people.
seeker,
It's the people. It's not the internet. It's the people.
Okay. I'm glad we established that, because as a truth seeker, you gain the skills to be able to discern what the cabal wants you to think and what is, objectively true. And I believe that, just like it's the people that put the knowledge on the internet, and the internet gives us that capability to connect with like-minded individuals and grow this cybernetic neural system, and actually grow, make new connections. And 10, 20 years from now, I think the internet is going to completely change all system of governance. I mean, I've just seen the power shifting. It's a paradigm shift. That's my, like, when I speak to God, all my intuition is that, because I look at what it was before the internet, and I look at now, and how much things have changed, and everybody points to, oh, the world's such a worse place. But no, it's just highlighted all these problems that we've had. These have always existed. I'm going to land the spaceship there and just say I'm perma optimist on the internet, and I hope to kind of change people to also think that way, because I kind of feel like we project our own reality, you know. So I'm going to land it there and just hope someone can think about it.
Hey, may I ask who's speaking?
Yeah, this is Amphibious J.
Amphibious. Hey man, I kind of I'm a little optimistic as well. So I see good in the internet as well. I see both, you know, negative and positive of it. So I'm with you on that. The only thing that I would say is I do think they can stop it if they really wanted to, because none of us control or have any access to the undersea cables and things of that nature. It's only the governments and the people with those submarines or whatever you need to get down there who have access to that. So that's the only thing I would say about it. I do think they could stop it if they wanted to. I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen though. So I'm right with you to change stuff.
Are you religious? You believe in
No,
spiritual?
sir. No, sir.
You don't believe there's a spiritual war going on or anything like that?
Well, to say that there's a spiritual war, you have to believe in something as a spirit. And I'm not sure I subscribe to, I guess it depends on the definition of it. So, you know, I'm not sure I subscribe to what spirit some people may say what spirit is. I do believe in a creative force and intelligence behind everything, intelligent design and things of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah, but the spirit, you know, it's kind of a tricky one, you know.
Do you believe that you have a soul?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure what. I'm not sure. I don't have a belief system like that.
You don't have a belief. You don't have a particular thought about the afterlife or what will happen once you're.
Yeah, I see a lot of it as much as the conspiracy theories that are tossed around. You know, I see a lot of.
Hey man, I hate to interrupt you. But check this out. Take your phone, especially if you got one of them iPhones, whatever. Zoom into the stars, and as they're flickering, you can see that they're angels walking across heaven. I think that'll help you with a little bit of your belief system.
Who's interrupting? Who are you?
My name's Paul.
All right. We were chopping it up right here, man. Just don't interrupt. If you got something to say, just let us finish first, and then we'll continue with you.
Right. I check this out though. This is important.
No, checking it out. Let us.
If you take your phone outside, you can film it for yourself, and then you'll know.
No, let's not do that. All right. I was talking with.
How can you film in a vortex? Who is in a vortex right now?
Yeah, who is that?
Is D? I think D is like having a weird microphone issue.
No, it's not me, brother. There you go. It's gone.
Oh, now you sound clearer, dude. Like now you sound clear.
Yeah, I don't know who's mic.
That's not Amphibious. Yeah, it was you, dog.
It's still sounds like it.
Yeah, only when you talk with your mic open. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. You know.
All good, brother.
All good. Yeah. No worries. So yeah, just to finish off, man. Just I don't have a set belief like that because I don't know, and I don't think anyone really does know. So that's kind of how I see that. I do believe in something being there, something being after. I do feel like there's a continuation, and perhaps even something that's never stops. It's just always there. So that's where I stand on that. Okay. If you have a response, you know, let me know. If not, Paul can.
Yeah. Do I still sound like I'm in a vortex?
No, you sound a lot better. Do I still sound like I'm in a?
Sound better.
So I brought that I asked you if you were religious is because like they can't just shut off the internet. And even if they did, we could adapt and connect with mesh networking. I know it would definitely take a big hit to the decentralized information flow, but we would still be able to continue on with the tech that we have, you know. with this decentralized connection. So that's all. The reason I asked if you were religious. Okay. So the reason I asked if you were religious, because some people these that
you're roboting. We didn't hear your sentence.
When you come back out of the vortex, I wanted to just show that the case in point just happened, right? You don't have to hide things when you flood the internet with information and people come up with their own confirmation bias. The person said the lights in the sky, you could see an angel moving. How are you going to argue with that when they have their own confirmation bias with the information that they're giving? So you don't need to hide something when people find their own beliefs and make their beliefs be what the information they look up for.
Okay, so where do we go from there in that point?
I think the very first point is to establish what does it mean to have proof of something that's true. If we can't answer that, we could have thousands of pounds of information that we won't be able to discern from useful information to useless information. So being able to discern, we got to come up to that. What does that mean? It cannot be subjective.
Yeah, it's got to be objective, right? Absolute truth.
If you take a survey with 100 people and you ask them to discern what the difference between objective and subjective, do you feel confident that majority will come to the correct answer?
No, not confident at all.
Yeah, that's the main part. That's the government knows that too. So we don't need to hide that. Just have a whole bunch of information out, and even if the truth community comes with truth, quote unquote truth, it's going to be the speculation amongst it. How many times have you heard, well, this is proof of that, when it's not really proof? You haven't really brought the receipt to show that it's irrefutable.
Yeah, and I was kind of trying to portray my thought, my hope that the decentralized internet will grow into absolute objective truth. And I think that will happen in the next 20 to 30 years, but that's just my hope.
Respect.
That's good hope to hold on to, man. Like I'm not saying hope is a bad thing at all. I don't think anybody here is saying hope is a bad thing. Like I told everybody here earlier, I came from the whole Q research kind of thing when I was opening up my eye to what was going on in the world. And I still have hope. I still have hope that there's good people out there that are doing something to try to like get all the evil out, shake the tree and get all the bad fruit out of the tree.
You were a white hat believer, sheep? No,
bro. I like, hey man, I still have hope, but I'm not gonna shit in one hand and wish in the other. You know what I mean?
I feel you.
And I do respect that about you, D. You're like, I'm not gonna subscribe to any religious beliefs. You know something's going on. Can't put your finger on it. You don't have the evidence to support it. And you're only going to stick to what you can prove and what there's evidence, what there's knowledge of. So I respect that, bro.
Respect.
Welcome on stage, Ralph. By the way, I don't know if you heard, but you've been nominated for most open-minded Glober between you, Van Zandt, Keon, and
Jonathan.
Oh, that was one of my nominations too, right?
Yeah, can we get one of those nominees to explain the gravitational pull? You know how the moon's orbit isn't pulled away from the Earth.
Uh-oh.
I can't hear Ralph.
Oh, all right. Now I was just waiting for you guys to finish up. I appreciate the nomination. I would have to say probably Van Zandt, maybe a little bit more open-minded. You know, if I had to be honest with myself. But to the previous speaker's question, I'll try to take a stab at it. But I am a layperson, so take that with a grain of salt. It's not a singular gravitational pull. So it's not just Earth's pull on the moon. It's also the sun's pull on the moon.
So sheepdog, I respect that viewpoint. You don't want to just hope in one hand, shit in the other. And I like the saying of, hope for the best. Prepare.
Ralph was
prepare
Ralph
for
was
the
talking.
worst.
Did you hear Ralph?
Oh, I wasn't coming through for
No,
you.
I'm sorry.
No
Ralph
worries,
was
no worries.
talking.
Yeah, I was.
Hey,
Go ahead.
I think you might have to drop down and come back. It sounds like you were delayed because that comment was made a couple minutes ago and you didn't hear Ralph. So just drop down and come back up.
And then to the two other points that I heard that I actually really wanted to comment on. One of them was the internet, and the other one was the rise of dumb people. I'm going to take a look at this in a different way. The internet is nothing more than the next level of the printing press. So the same way the printing press revolutionized information during that time, it's going to be the same type of effect. So if the owners of the printing presses were able to, pretty much dictate what they're going to print and what they're not, it stands to reason that social media companies kind of do the same thing where they're deciding, quote unquote, what to print, what to not. But the same way with the printing press, that over time the technology became more cheap, it became more economically feasible for anyone to get it. Then we started seeing the masses, adopt the printing press technology. I heard someone mention a mesh network. So if we're gonna basically, dumb everything down, the mesh network would just basically be everyone buying their own printing press. So we're not limited by the big printing press owners to dictate what's getting made and what's not. And then the thing with dumb people, I don't think there are more dumb people. I just think there are more people, and the percentages stay the same. So it just seems that there's more dumb people. And unfortunately, with technology and society being what it is, you can be very dumb and still survive. Maybe 100 years ago, if you were dumb and you didn't know what to eat, when to eat it, you were done. You weren't reproducing. Unfortunately, dumb people can reproduce, and maybe that's why we're seeing the rise of it. And I'll land it on that.
That's an interesting take.
Is anyone speaking?
Oh, we got the spinner going on now. What's
I think it's cosmological crisis. That is
Yeah,
why.
cosmological. Then Ken. Then Jasmine. Did you raise your hand, Keon?
Cosmo, man. That's a wash for the
Yeah, I
spin
did raise
cycle.
my hand. Yeah.
Sound like a spin cycle, Cosmo. I don't know.
Yeah, that I was talking about the spin cycle thing that was going on. Yeah. Uh,
Roll the window up.
Go ahead, either Kaz or Keon, I guess, right?
No, we can't hear you, Kaz.
Yeah, I'll just
Whoever's
go
going
ahead
on,
then.
all we hear is a bunch of
Bro's
noise,
phone is in
white
a
noise.
particle collider, y'all. Crazy.
Like just outside the edge of the universe, I promise.
Yeah.
It might be his mic.
It's the muons, kid.
Yeah, so I wanted to comment on what's going on at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
Break it to us, Keon. Lay it on us.
Yeah, so there's an overload of information out at the moment. So a lot of people are confused what's actually going on because you see different versions of different things. So it's like you got to do so much research to even understand what's bullshit and what's actually true. That's what I think is going on with the internet and with all these, you know, uh, different narratives the government is pushing out and stuff. So yeah, I suggest people do extensive research on everything. You know, even if you do have a belief, you should do research on other things, on other topics. You know, to see, you know, what to make of your belief. You know, because there's a lot of people that, for example, I don't want to attack anyone on religion, but if you do your research on religion, you would understand a lot of things. You know that religion is not what actually, it's not what they're portrayed to be. You know, but in order to get to that conclusion, you got to do so much research that I feel like a lot of people don't want to do. You know, so Yeah, in general,
Hey,
there's an overload of information at the moment. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I actually really agree with you. Now, my question is, are you holding yourself to that standard, my friend? Because I've provided you with some references to check out and research, and what I've gotten back is those are mental gymnastics.
Yeah, I mean,
So I agree with you, brother, but I think you need to hold yourself to that same standard as well. Fair?
Yeah, of course, but I'm past the flat versus globe Earth debate now. So
he's getting there though. He's getting there because he knows the moon landing's fake.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm just trying to say, in general, there's a lot of other shit that is going on, just under our noses that we don't realize. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, facts. Like the Earth not moving, brother.
Yeah, but that's beyond.
You don't want to look into it. You don't want to look into it. You just keep saying it's known, but you don't want to actually do the research, which is what you were just preaching to everybody.
No, I actually done my research. I've been doing my research for a year. So
okay, so tell me right now, if you've been doing your research for a year, tell me right now, without using the sky, what is the measurement that shows Earth's orbital motion?
I said I don't want to debate, bro.
It's not a debate. I'm asking you for the proof.
No, I don't. I said I'm past the debate
research
point.
For a year, brother.
I'm past the debate point, bro. I'm not gonna.
It's not a debate. It's not a debate. I'm just asking you.
You're asking me to prove that the Earth is moving.
Hey, Proud wants to jump in. Proud wants to jump in. Proud wants to jump in.
Oh, Proud, come on, Proud. I'll let you finish it off.
Get in that mosh pit, Proud. Get in that mosh pit,
So
Proud.
what is 30 kilometers per second? Per second? What is it per second? Alex?
Ding ding
Alex?
ding.
Who's Alex? He passed away. I don't know.
You hit the daily double, bro.
RIP Alex.
Double Jeopardy.
D3 like what? I'm too sober for this. There was a prediction, Keon. There was a globe prediction that failed. That's what he's getting at.
Oh yeah, he knows. He just says he's passed it to play the high road instead of actually taking his own advice.
No, but before you get to the hands, that's a perfect example, right? D3, that's such a good question. Are you holding yourself to that standard? Because we can all say the right things. Make sure it's objective. Make sure you do your research. But once you do all that stuff and you come up with what you want to believe anyway, these are just slogans, man. You can't look at the contradictions of the heliocentric model and be like, I still want to believe it.
But what I'm trying to say is that other stuff that is going on that is past beyond the shape of this planet. Like other serious stuff.
Like
you know what I'm trying to say?
Like human trafficking.
Like
human trafficking is more important than the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
So what advancements have you made to stop the human trafficking? Or shed light on it?
I mean, there are people that talk about it. It's not up to me to solve the issue. I can't solve that issue by myself. But I know people that are taking steps to solve that issue. But
I'm literally trolling you, but I don't think one day out of the week dedicated to this conversation is going to end the world. And we discover so much within this conversation. Like, it's definitely positive.
Oh yeah, I mean we can agree to disagree, but okay.
The only ones being negative are the people that hate the flat Earth, man.
Well, like you ain't learning nothing out here. Cosmo, we do not speak alien lander shit, man. We do not speak Klingon. We do not speak vortices. If you have headphones in, try to take them out and reconnect them because that probably sounds like what the problem is. It just sounds like you're next to like a window or a fan or something.
It sounds like you're in the washer.
Lost in space.
It sounds like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay.
Tell me that don't sound like Marjorie Taylor Greene, y'all.
I feel like this is signals penetrating my brain. I'm not supposed to be listening to. Oh my god!
You picking up? Oh, don't start that, man. Keon's still here. Alien signals. You picking them up? Come on, man. Keon, what they saying, bro? You interpret it.
On a serious note, Keon, if you do find information on the crafts that they use to get here, I want to see that because I don't believe in aliens from outer space for the sole purpose of technology would be too advanced for them to die once they got here. So I would actually like to see that genuinely.
Yeah, there have been recovered materials, but I believe that some governments do have intact crafts. But yeah, I don't have an alien to present to you, but yeah, if you do research, extensive research into it, there's more than enough evidence to suggest that that's what's going on.
I feel like if we got our hands on that type of advanced technology that can travel through light speed, like that would be groundbreaking for science.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not going to tell you though. You know, even if let's say the the U.S. government has something like that, or the Russian government, they're not going to tell you. You know, I believe these governments could be like 1,000 years advanced in terms of technology, honestly. But I mean, you don't want to give this type of technology to the population. You know, a population you want to keep under control. You know, for example, I don't know, free energy technology or other stuff. You know, medical technology. You know, so yeah, it's kind of a rabbit hole a little bit.
Is there bigger financial motivation to suppress alien technology versus suppressing, the flat Earth truth? Like, is there more money to be made from, gatekeeping, alien tech and everything that entails versus gatekeeping the flat Earth ideology or history and everything that entails? Like, which one is more beneficial to control?
So that's kind of a good question. I feel like they can't exist with each other because the whole reason why we're saying aliens don't technically have to exist is because the outer lands that are available. So if they're hiding the alien technology because they want to leave Earth and travel to other planets, then it's like that's their goal. If they're hiding outer lands and the technology that came from outer lands, and they don't want us to go and travel to the outer lands. So I feel like ultimately the what they're hiding would be advancement in technology, whether it came from space, creature beings or outer land people. I think in that scenario with the two pitted against each other, I think it would just be solely technology itself that's being hid. But they both would be logical to hide. I don't know if humanity or the elites or whoever we're calling the elites wanted to destroy Earth and then leave us here once they got the ability to leave the planet, like they could theoretically with the technology that they're hiding.
Ooh, let me throw an interesting spin on that. And I don't mean to disrespect anyone. I'm just using this as an analogy. So I'm saying this with no emotion. Just the way the pharaohs buried themselves with, with servants, right? Kind of says that, that them, whoever felt that they need to be catered to regardless. So using that same type of framework, if the power is not to be on Earth, we're to say, you know what, we're done with this, we're gonna dip, chuck the deuce. Would they just leave themselves, or would they, take quote unquote, their servants and their slaves also with them? So, like, staying here on Earth pretty much guarantees they're going to have servants, but leaving puts them in a situation where you might end up somewhere where there is no one to serve you. So would they be willing to take that chance?
I look
at that. It's high crimes. It's grand larceny. It's on a galactic scale. These are our technologies, bumblebees, balloon spiders, bullet trains. What else?
We're not talking about that though, are we?
No, we're talking about. Excuse me, we're talking about the tech that goes along with it. That's being repressed. Though these all these creatures reverse engineer UFOs to get anti-gravity. You know.
Right.
Right.
I always
Why
understood
do
that
they
they don't
worship
believe in
scarab beetles?
afterlife. So they buried themselves with things that they wanted in their afterlife. It's people to serve them and worship them in their afterlife. But that's a good question. Usually when the elites gotta go, they don't think about nobody but themselves. So I don't know how many people are gonna have tickets to sit co-side that Ethermobile, but hey, if you get on that list, Ralph, more kudos to you. Power
But
to you.
but the real question is like, who's actually the elites?
I would say like if they've already done, let's say that they've already been doing this, right? Oh, in Antarctica we got a bunch of portals and they're going through them and all that stuff, right? Okay, cool. I would think that it's nothing, it's trivial to start a new workforce if you need it, right? Is that not what the orphan trains and things like that were about here in America in history, right? With the baby incubators and things like that. Was that not a workforce being developed?
That would follow.
Right, I would think so. I don't think, I think it would be trivial to just have a new workforce and a whole new law, a whole new civilization, all of that.
Well, look at the Anunnaki mythology. They created their own workforce, also. So I mean, yeah, there's mythologies that kind of back up both point of views, which I think makes it a little bit more interesting because you cannot just dismiss something because there's something to it.
Yeah.
I mean, the same, Ralph. When you talk about Anunnaki, we find the same story in the Bible too. That's literally So the idea is that the Elohim in the Bible are actually the Anunnaki. But I mean, a lot of people don't want to hear that though. So because that would mean that when you open up the Bible and you actually pray to this God, you're praying to the Anunnaki. That's what that means.
Let's give Jasmine and Uncle a chance to jump in, by the way.
Yeah, I like to stay off of that topic because it's
We've been talking about a God all day, y'all.
yeah. I don't like to mess with anybody's beliefs.
Yeah.
Like that.
But it's okay though. I mean, we're looking for the
Goldberg.
truth, right? D3, we're here for the truth, right? Like, the truth is the truth, no matter how it hurts your feelings or whatever,
Ideology is a slippery slope. Trust me.
You got to deal with people who are ready for that conversation though. Otherwise it's going to be a dismissal off bat.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring it back to we were talking about the internet and like why there's like so much truth and openness on the internet. And I want to I know this is like going off into like the spiritual again, but my thesis is that it has to do with the spiritual law of consent. Right. And so like if you believe in like manifestation or whatever, that our words have power, that we can shape the universe with our thoughts and our intentions and whatever. There's obviously some truth in all of that. Because I believe that the universe was created for us. And so it makes sense that it would operate, based on that kind of understanding. But anyway, the spiritual law of consent, my thesis is that in order for people in control, powers that be, right, to push their agendas, what they want to happen, they need consent. And consent can be in the form of just simply presenting the information, right? And if nobody says no, they are, and if it's out there, if it's available, right, and you don't go and look for it, it's not their fault that you don't go look for it. It's there, it's available. And the more consent they get, the more power
they get to push their agendas. And that's why I think that we get so much truth and we get so much like disclosure, is because they need the consent to push forward with what they want. That's why you listen to like the WEF talk, right? And they're like, yeah, we're going to be able to control what people think and know what you're thinking and know whether you agree with us or not. Like, they're telling you what they're doing. And you're like, why are they telling you? It's because they need the consent. They need to be able to say, oh, well, we told them and they didn't say no, or they didn't care. So we get to go along and keep doing what we do. And
They
a
don't
lot of
believe that
times
either.
too,
You
it's
know,
like desensitization too. Cause it's like, you might say no at first. Right. And then they'll take those they'll take 2 steps back, and then they'll come in again, they'll come in and what about now? How about now? Right. They just like continuously like desensitize you to the point where you're like, okay, well, yeah, whatever. I mean, I guess. Right. if you look in history, like the things that they've rolled out, anytime there was resistance, right, they took those 2 steps back, and then they came back in 30, 50 years and tried it again. Right. Like how much further are you going to let us get? And the same thing like with the entertainment industry and stuff like that, like how crazy, like satanic, demonic it is right now. Like they are really pushing that, right? Because they want the consent. They want people to be on board with it and to be down with it, or at least tolerate it, right? Because that's how they get everything that they want, because they serve the god of this world, which is Satan. They serve him, and so they want to do these rituals more and more openly with more and more consent, so they can get more and more power to do what they want to do. But
that's a very good theory.
They want to stay out of jail too.
Yeah, but for them not to shut the internet off, that's a good theory that it is the law of consent. If you believe in the spiritual war going on.
But I gotta jump off of here. It's just like feed my kids. But y'all were talking about like why you believe what you believe. I love that. I love this conversation that you guys have had in here. Like there's people that are agnostic and atheists and believing in God. And I love the space. I love that you guys are, leave enough room for everybody to share like their beliefs and bring it back to the science, and the confirmation that we all have in different various ways. I shared something up here. I know I've shared a lot in the nest today, but there's a post up there that talks
I've
about.
been cleaning it out. It might not be up there.
Well, there was a post up there.
One of them, you're one of them.
Oh, it's still there. It's still there. It's like 3, 6, 9 back. That talks about when I was 5 years old, how God spoke to me. And how and this is interesting because y'all are talking about space and everything. When I was 5, I had a dream, and in the dream, I was looking out my window, and I saw the eye of God, and this Illuminati eye that they push, right? It wasn't even remotely close to that. To the best way I could describe it would be like if you saw a billion supernova at one time in one spot. Like I couldn't even begin to like paint this thing, right? But it was an eye, and it was like a billion supernova in one space, and he spoke to me and he said, "Be strong, my child, be strong." And this came after if any of you went to church, right, they do the altar calls and stuff. I did that like 7 times because I didn't understand. I didn't understand how it worked, and because I just wasn't getting it. And they're like, once is enough. One time is good enough. You don't have to come every single time. And so I believe that he came to me because of that persistence, because it says that God is a rewarder of those who diligently seek him. And so I think that was kind of my confirmation from him. And I've had other spiritual events besides that, my experiences, right, where I've had like literal open visions. And I've literally, I think I was in another space where I was talking about how I literally, like in my spirit, was taken above the earth where I could like look down on the earth, and a lot of other things happened in that I guess I don't know what you want to call that, but yeah, so I've had my experiences that confirm my faith, and they've never deviated from the Bible, right? And this is before I was even able to like read the Bible, and know what it said. So there wasn't that like confirmation bias in there. It's just like the Bible confirmed my experiences. You know what I mean? So if anybody wants an understanding of why I believe what I believe, it's because my experiences have been confirmed by the Bible. And so that's why I believe in God, and I'm gonna it's integral to my life and my career, and the reason I left my career, and the reason I kind of like have an understanding of the world around us and like how it works. And so I think it is important to kind of like give people the space to like share their faith, because a lot of like how we understand and perceive the world is based off of that faith that we have or don't have. But thank you guys so much for letting me share in here and just info dump on you and go back and forth. I've definitely learned a lot in here from you guys. I'm going to try to be more present, because this is a really cool, unique space here on X. And I just want to thank you guys for having it. Love you so much. I got to jump off, but shalom.
That Jasmine. Appreciate that, Jazz. 99 weeks running strong. Usually we talk about flat earth, of course, flat earth Fridays. We like to let you guys roam free a little bit after 12 hours. But yeah, appreciate that. Definitely come by. And I gotta get the link for you for the Discord so you can jump in.
Thank you, man. Love you guys.
I don't know if Uncle or Keon was next. Welcome back, Taylor. We got Amphibian still here, and Andrew joined us as well.
It was Mr. Uncle than me. Thank you.
Hey,
Good afternoon, homegoys and goyettes. I think that the globe lie is the foundational lie that all the other lies are built upon. I like how you guys bring the flat earth as a 101, an introductory course that would lead people to understand all the other lies. It's so the other way around to what I'm used to. I came by the flat earth thing, having come through a bunch of other lies. And
now, which ones? Which are the lies, Mr. Uncle?
9/11, reptilians, Chrome.
Things like no Saudi Arabians, no Arabs were involved in 9/11. It's plain as dog's balls when you see the response to it. You just look at anything and ask, cui bono, who benefits? And the same people that go all the way back to before they killed Christ, with their voracious ethnocentrism and control of the financial systems of all the countries in the world. When you see great leaders, everyone from JFK to his brother Bobby to Lincoln to Gaddafi to everybody that
the chosen ones,
the money system gets their fucking head blown off. So it's pretty much plain as dog's balls what lines you don't cross. And I happen to know from firsthand experience what lines you cross and you catch massive flack, and other lines you cross, and well, nobody gives a shit. And it's the same little Hebraic Talmudic cacksuckers, for the lack of a better word, because they actually do that. And so
Two
when
babies.
Yeah. So when I hear people talk about aliens, you know, I look at any information that comes along objectively, without intentionally not being married to my ultimate, where I'm going to put my belief in what's probably most true. I like that. I like exercising that part of my mental. And when I hear people talk about aliens, I'm like, yeah, well, that could be true. I mean, they all got the same kind of story. I'm missing about 2 hours of my time, and my butt feels funny. So I'm like, man, you know, maybe something's going on there. But when my government came out months ago with this admission of aliens, that's when I was really sure that there probably isn't aliens. There isn't aliens. And when I hear people talk about the Jesuits and the globalists and the Chi-Coms and other dumb shit like that, I'm like, they're woefully suffering from a lack of research, or they're active agents of disinformation. So the religion thing, I happen to believe in Jesus and place a lot of faith and get a lot of comfort from, and that's only strengthened significantly since I started on my path learning about these maggots, which the entire system is designed to. You got to consider that everything in our lives, from our whole lives, and I'm like almost 60, every bit of data was produced, fabricated for a specific purpose by these parasites, with the control of the media, Hollywood. And you might think the internet is free and wide open, but you see the little cubby holes that we're jammed in just to talk about flat earth. We have no reach. And they're making laws. They've been making laws that you can't say that these people control everything, and you'll find out how much they do control everything if you say anything like, these fuckers control everything. So it's a cycle that has gone on 1,050 times in over 109 different kingdoms or nations, and it's coming around again.
Let me ask you this: in your 60 years, have you seen such a awakening to this fact?
No, and I haven't got like a massive amount of time of being awake, aware. My journey started about 9 years ago, I suppose, with a laptop and an internet connection, and Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth was on. And I remember having one eye open, looking at my laptop when I woke up, and said, wow, this makes sense. Why did nobody give me this information before? And from there,
internet, baby.
Spent a year and a half watching Alex Jones, buying fucking stupid bills and stupid. And then found the GDL, the Boy Defense League. And if you like poignant, undressed information, we're talking about, you can go to the HTV Flyers.
Sorry.
You go to GTV Flyers, and there's dozens of our flyers there. All the information on the flyers is very researched, double-checked. No one has been able to debunk any of the facts on our flyers, and it all points to the same thing. It's simple, as plain as dog's balls, what's going on and who's doing it.
I think it's on you, Taylor.
Yeah, and you can really look at what narratives they're pushing by just turning on the TV. Um, none other than Ancient Aliens comes on literally all the freaking time. I'm so sick of it, dude. I'm just cannot deal with it, bro. It's just a bunch of propaganda and garbage. And this whole thing with the Anunnaki started with
It's something to point
Zacharias.
to. Some they can point to besides
Mhm.
themselves, you know.
I agree. But Zacharias Sitchin, who, was a shipping company owner, he was a Freemason, and the already transcribed Sumerian tablets, which you can go read, he said contained, the Anunnaki, which are the Watchers, but he claimed that they came from another planet. And there's nowhere in the Sumerian tablets that talk about that. They don't come from another planet. They come from the heavenly realm. They came down from the heavens and they came to Earth. And it's just like, this guy that worked at MUFON, Joe Jordan, he was finding that people were calling on Jesus during the abduction and had it end immediately. But then he went and told MUFON because they were saying that you could not end the alien abduction. And then they were trying to tell him to suppress that information and to not tell people that whenever you call on Jesus, their abduction ends. For many, many cases, hundreds of cases. And you can look up the CE4 research group to find this information. But they were trying to tell him not to tell anybody that. And he now does tell people. He started his own research group, and you can look it up. And this whole agenda just goes along with the entire lie that they've been pushing from the beginning. And they just want you to feel like you're not important. Don't worship God. God's just some alien from another planet. He's not the creator of the universe or anything. And yeah, I just think a lot of people in here are beyond that, and we're just not going to fall for it, Keon. So, go push that elsewhere.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not pushing it. I'm just telling you guys what I think personally. But hey, listen to this, Taylor. So when you say from the heavens, were these beings like in the atmosphere somewhere, and then one day they decided to come down, or what are we talking about?
It's a good question.
Yeah, they came down. They came and taught us metallurgy and all these other different types of witchcraft.
Right.
It's
So
talked
when
about in
you
the Book of
say
Enoch.
heavens, is it the
Yeah, like the
atmosphere or not?
stars. Can you imagine what heaven could be, Keon?
Yeah, not a planet in space.
Yeah, not a planet.
Right. But I'm saying, like, when you say heavens, that you mean the atmosphere? They were like wandering around the atmosphere, and then one day they decided to come down.
I
It's
think
more
he's
like
asking you to define your version of heavens that you're
the
getting.
spiritual realm.
Ah.
Right. And then they turn into physical, right? It came
Yeah,
from
aliens
physical
can
realm.
masquerade as humans. Satan can masquerade as an angel of light. They can shapeshift, essentially.
Right, got it. Yeah, I get that. But I want to ask Mr. Uncle because he mentioned something very important. Because we all know that last year, I believe July, the United States did that, right? They came out and said, "Hey, guys, after a long time, we decided to tell you that are aliens." But I want to ask him, like, how did that make you change your mind on the existence of these entities, Mr. Uncle?
Because upon extensive research on many different events, mostly bad ones, when you look into events, shootings, tragedies, even seemingly natural weather disasters, you find out that everything that they tell you is, if you go with the assumption that this is a fucking bullshit lie and work from there, you will have a shorter trip to the truth every time. So Like, look, Barack Obama gets up and says, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Right there should make you go, maybe I should investigate this Flat Earth thing.
Right, but you also realize that they say things for a reason, right? So maybe it's that reason.
Yeah.
For you to maybe go research, right?
Always respond with the opposite of what is obviously they want you to do. Like,
right. So
when we see COVID, every fucking day, every fucking moment of every day, 24/7, COVID. But I go outside and I don't have to step over dead bodies. So there's not a fucking pandemic. And they say, oh, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to wear a mask. I didn't wear a mask not one fucking moment, not 1 second. I didn't try one on, touch one, fuck with one, and dared anyone that I fucking came across to say something to me about it, and fuck that. I'm not fucking doing it. Somebody's got to stand up for the people who aren't retarded. So I took that responsibility on myself and never wore one, not once.
I didn't either, except when I had to work.
And I was just lucky that I was that far along in my research of what's really going on in the world that I was a million miles from considering taking an injection from my government, and tried to, inform other people as best I could. In fact, through thousands of COVID flyers with all the names of all the heads of the CDC, the WHO, the vaccine manufacturers, the CEO, head scientists, the government positions that were in charge of the whole COVID situation and the vaccine rollout and the mandates, listed their position, their name, and their little satanic Talmud religion. One after another, after another, after another. Threw thousands of those flyers out. All over my town. All over my town and the neighboring towns and in another state. Hoping that if one person picks it up and goes, oh, this is bullshit, I'm going to check this out. And they start checking it out, they'll realize that it's absolutely not bullshit. And they might go to the website on the bottom of the flyer, learn more, maybe not take a death shot. The government's been hijacked, completely hijacked. APAC, America-Israel Public Affairs Committee. They decide who can even run for Congress and Senate. Cynthia McKinney, a famous congresswoman, said, yeah, even before I got to Washington, she was a congressman for Stone Mountain, Georgia, and they said she had to sign a pledge to Israel, and she refused to sign. Another famous congressman, James Traficant, he was a sheriff from Youngstown, Ohio, and they elected him and sent him to Congress. And he flat out said, Israel used us like a whore. Our Congress is completely in control by these Jays. Look at votes on different things they vote on. You'll see a complete landslide. Republicans and Democrats both, in anything that's for Israel. And if it's for the American people, fuck it, you'll be lucky to get it to pass. They've been printing the money since 1913. The Federal Reserve, you've heard of it. The IRS, you've heard of it. Yeah. So when you control the currency in a country and they do nearly every country in the world. You can tell the ones they don't, like Libya, like North Korea, a few outliers in the Middle East, which they one by one picked off with their bullshit. They did 9/11, blamed it on Arabs, and then went over there and killed 1.5 million Iraqis. It's plain as dog's balls. So, wake up, go to GTB Flyers, all the information you need is right there. Europe with the Last Battle, Hellstorm, greatest story never told. Your whole life you've been told lies, and flat Earth is just, the Earth being a ball is just one of them.
So, Mr. Uncle, what would you contribute this mass awakening? What would you contribute it to, this recent mass awakening?
What we do, we claim our group, the Goyim Defense League, we are culture warlords. We're like surfers that sit on the beach and peer out at the horizon, looking at the wave sets. And when we see something like Kanye West come along, talking openly with, right out in the middle of God and everybody about how, these Jews, we immediately jump on there, grab our surfboards, paddle out, and jump on that wave. So this October 7th thing, Hamas attacked Israel. Right, okay, over the most controlled, 50-foot high concrete wall border in the world. And nobody saw that coming. It's just the dumbassest thing in the world. Talking about beheaded babies and all that fucking bullshit. Just like their bullshit Holocaust. Total fucking lies. They, just like 9/11, total fucking, they will completely do something to blame it on somebody else so that they can attack and commence to massacring someone. It's getting old.
It's an agenda.
It's getting old. It's like, so one day, after 75 years of these people getting starved, they poison their wells, which is a really familiar thing that goes way back with these people.
Limit their electricity.
Yeah, don't give them electricity, but a little bit a day. Completely have these people penned in, trapped, can't leave, with tanks, F-16s, the most modern military hardware in the world. And these people don't even have fucking water, and they call it a fucking war. So after 75 years of this bullshit, these kikes came in and fucking
occupying their land,
occupy their fucking country. Like, what would we do if somebody just totally weirdo came in and killed a bunch of us and drove a bunch of us out of our homes as refugees? They drive these people out of their fucking homes on a daily basis for like 75 fucking years. And they have the right to defend themselves. It's a fucking crock of fucking bullshit. They are the penultimate organ harvester traffickers, human traffickers, slave trade, all the slave ships that brought the blacks from Africa and the Atlantic slave trade, all the ships were owned by Jews.
And Mr. Uncle, I just had a quick comment, sir. Be careful on how you move. You dropped a couple of K-bombs, and you got to move. I heard about the Goyim Defensive League, and kind of wanted to tie into just this advice.
Yeah,
Handsome
look, man,
Truth, I believe Handsome Truth is part of that. He's been moving. How he moves draws negative attention, and the Flat Earth and the JQ are two of the most censored topics for a reason. They're tied in together. I don't know if you know the old Hebrew word for deceive. There's a tie-in. So just be careful how you move. You don't want to give excuses. Everything you say, I'm 90% on board. I hear you. just how you move. You got to be tactful. You got to be smart on how you move.
I've been arrested and thrown in fucking jail a few times in 2 different states for throwing flyers. I'm a street activist. So yeah, I will, out of respect for this space and sacred and proud and the rest of the people. But I don't want anyone to misunderstand and think that I might be talking about globalist or Zionist or Chi-Coms or Illuminati or fucking Jesuits or corrupt Catholics. Yeah, so
They're going to ban you.
I usually call them maggots. And it's not it's way beyond the fucking, oh, this guy's opinion. Oh, that's just his opinion. That couldn't really be what's happening. Yeah, I've been arrested, had court battles for the first article of the Bill of Rights of the Constitution. Yeah, I'm fully aware. When you see things like these college protests, well, in 2020, when BLM went nuts and started burning down cities and stuff, well, they weren't masked up little blue-haired liberals in 100 tents that were exactly the same make and model. Go figure. I mean, the cops were immediately on them because they dared to call out who is doing the shit. And probably 99% of those kids don't have an understanding of how extensively infiltrated and hijacked the whole world is by these fuckers. They just want the killing of innocent people to stop.
So do I.
But the truth of the matter is, it's been going on. You have to be asleep. You have to intentionally not look to not see it. And our whole thing is we're in a raising awareness phase, right? The more people that know, the less yucky it'll have to be to fix it.
I don't know if Amphibian or Libra wanted to hop in. Oh, Andrew's up here too. Oh, D3 left.
Well, someone was asking about what we attributed the awakening to. I mean, what makes me sick is when people think we should stop asking the important questions because there's bad shit going on in the world. Well, there's always bad shit going on in the world. We stop asking the questions, the important questions, because there's bad shit going on in the world. That's when there's no growth. That's when there's no awakening. You know, and what makes me, I'm so sick of people, you know, maybe it's to have been exposed to this bullshit for so long. Operation Blue Book, Majestic 12, you know, all this crap for over 50 years. You know, the point is to convince us of that crap so completely, we question nothing. And we're going to up at light the skies. You know, I mean, give me a break. Nothing yet. You know, it just makes me sick. It's just awful. It's just a horrible fraud. You know, they can do whatever they want, and it gets to point to aliens. Aliens are doing it, you know. Sorry, guys.
IRS not pay taxes.
You guys are blow my mind. What say ye, Andrew?
Hey,
Hey.
I'm stoked to get back on. I got booted by Holly earlier.
Holly.
You guys were thirsty for some Glober.
Yo, it's crazy because we didn't even know Holly was a Glober at first. She came in here talking about the Bible, and we were all like in alignment. And then she said, "Yeah, and we know the Earth is a sphere because the Bible tells us." And we were all like, "Hold on." We were all so confused.
Yeah. Her reasoning was on point.
she was ready to talk but not to listen. That's the only issue. So
I just wonder if we should do a litmus space and drink test before too many interactions back and forth. I think we need to implement that.
Just put drinking in there for sure.
It actually says above the circle of the earth in Isaiah 51 and about the vault of the heavens. So,
yeah, sorry about hot micing on you guys earlier too, because I was just out in and out of a metal garage, and for some reason, like half the speakers I couldn't hear when they were talking, and the other half I could hear every time. So I thought that it was just quiet and it was open. But I won't get super spiritual again because you guys had just said you talked about spirituality all day, but I will say this much. I was just like agnostic for my whole life and spiritual, but not enough proof for me. So when I found the evidence of flat Earth, it proved to me a creator. And like 6 months went by. I didn't talk to my wife about it because I knew it would bother her, and she didn't talk to me about it. And one day we're driving in the car with the kids, and she said, "So, why are you in the flat Earth now?" And I said, in short, like I bet my kid's life on it. And she's like, "Okay, so you believe in God now?" And I said, "Yahweh, I like to call him, but yes, there's definitely a creator. I know that for sure now." And she said, "I think I need to have you committed." And this is someone I've been with for 15 years, so it's kind of important to note the realization that True Earth brings to people spiritually, because ever since then I've grown a closer and closer relationship, and every single one of my prayers has been answered. I've started a company. A lot of good things have gone on. A lot of answers to things I shouldn't be doing I've received. So it's good to note that, and it's nice to get it off my chest.
It's scary. That's scary. A little scary.
What's scary?
No, I mean having someone saying like something like that, even not kind of not serious. That's what flat Earth brings out in people.
Oh, 100%. So, but to try and bring it back to all our fruitful thinking, because all of us are just people who love to find information and think about things. Something it's been stuck in my head for weeks, and I haven't been able to get on and talk to anyone about it. There's a channel called Tomb of Illumination. Now, like the guy's information is really anecdotal, which it's fine. Like a lot when you're talking about the sky, a place we can't get to, none of us can get to prove anything. It's fine, but he had a theory that's super interesting to me, and I'm curious what all you high-level guys think about it. And it was just the fact that, like, the way he puts it is, so when they want to straw man the flat Earth, they show a disk in space, and they're just mixing two models. Well, he shows star trails, the ellipses of star trails, and explains it as a mix of two models. Essentially, like if you were to conceptually visualize it, I think the star trails would be kind of like a sine wave, where the wandering stars, they have a wave as they go around a circle. They don't loop backwards. So basically what his claim is, when you're watching them, if your reference frame is the stars and the wandering stars going around the sun, then it looks like they come to a stop, travel backwards, and then loop back around and make these beautiful flowers of life ellipses. Well, they still go in ellipse. They don't do a perfect circle around the Earth. So, like when you see star trails, you don't see any stars go backwards or anything. But the claim kind of, or the thought is that we need to take away the reference frame of the stars going around the sun and look at it as if the sun is the fastest illuminated body in the sky. So it's passing everything. And then the wandering stars, as it passes the wandering stars, if you look at it as if they're going around the sun, it looks like they're going to go backwards for a second. And then as soon as the sun passes it, you can see that they're going the same direction they were already going. So it looks like it looped around. But really what's happening is it's on its path around the sky, and it's going slower than the sun. So the sun catches up to it and passes it. So if you just look at it from the reference frame of what we all understand is you look up and you see everything move in the sky because everything's moving in the sky and the ground's standing still, then there wouldn't be any loop-de-loos in the stars. They would just slow down, speed up, and they would have a wave to them coming in and out as they did their ellipse. So kind of all the star trail maps looking at like an above orthographic view would look different. They just look like sine waves in a circle, essentially. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that or can like conceptualize that, but it does seem like there's two models being mixed.
Yeah, that's to muddy the waters, I think. You know, it's like I think the chunk of the Earth in space is like a passive aggressive thing, a globe thing, because they know it's level. They know it, and then they know how stupid it looks saying it's not. So they do that, and they throw it in space because they can't let go of that lie. The Star Trails thing, I mean, yeah, it's another plot hole in the globe story that they can't, you know, that makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah. So nature, it's like what Witch said. Nature does not like you lying on it, bro. Nature won't let you lie on it. You know. I love him, man. He's great. But it's true. These are all problems that nature gives to the lie. You know. And just it's crazy.
I appreciate that.
That's a meme. That meme's been going around for like, what is it? Like, I show my. I don't always make fun of flat earthers, but when I do, I show my lack of understanding by mixing two different cosmological models. Kind of that. I throw that back at them, you know, because it is silly, you know. But yeah,
I don't always strawman flat Earth.
what?
Hey, I don't always strawman flat Earth, but when I do, I typically start by mixing two cosmological viewpoints together. Yo, we gotta write that down. That's hilarious.
There was a highlight player, the famous guy. So I don't know, he's blah 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 blah. But so I don't always make fun of flat earthers, but when I do, I show my lack of understanding by mixing two different cosmological models.
Those Sakis, you're right. That's
yeah,
hilarious.
and when most people post that chunk of space, then it's funny, but they don't even understand when that response is like, I think you can hear the brains, the smoke coming out of the brains when I post that response. Yeah, Dos Equis, good beer.
Let's get to Zion, and I want to ask Ralph about the solar flares. That was like, whatever was going on.
Hey, I don't want to divert from the topic. What I have to speak on really wasn't all that flat Earth related, so I don't know if you want to come back to me later, that's fine. I just got fired up when I heard Mr. Uncle and whoever went after him.
Now you could go ahead. Yeah. Now I want you to go first.
Yeah, when I heard Libra talking as well, like I'm with you guys, and my question is like, you know, flat Earth is fundamentally important, axiomatically, you know, so that people understand where they come from, where they are. We all know that, but people also have to understand where they stand. And when I hear people talking about the things that you guys were just talking about, I ask myself, like, why are we paying taxes to the federal government? If anybody who's making these kind of complaints is paying taxes, then sorry to tell you, but you're not going far enough. And I'm not encouraging anybody to give a middle finger to the IRS. I'm not saying that at all. There is a lawful way to go about removing yourself from tax liability. And in my opinion, anybody in here who hasn't done that, I mean, you're lending your consent and your advocacy to a bunch of pedophiles by giving them your money every year. So stop doing that. That's all I wanted to say.
Jay Griff is a great content creator to teach people about the Federal Reserve and how to get away from it.
Hey, whoever was just speaking about taxation, would you be able to share any info on the jumbo or anything?
Sure. One of the best resources that helped collate a lot of the information for me and organize the process of correcting my status, my political status, and getting that on the public record was. I'll post this too, but I'm traveling at the moment, so give me a few minutes. But it's TASA, which stands for the American State Assemblies .AmericanStateNationals.org, and I'll put that in the jumbo when I get a chance. And you just want to go to the correct your status portion. There's a chart your course tab that lays it all out for you, how to do it, how to file your paperwork and get your status corrected so you're no longer a citizen, because only citizens are liable for federal income tax. And you're not losing anything, by the way, by doing that. It's not as if you have to give up your citizenship and any rights. I mean, people have the wrong idea about it. You don't have any rights as a citizen. You have many, many more rights as a foreign national, as a state national, as a non-resident alien to the United States Incorporated. You actually have equivalent to ambassadorial protection or diplomatic immunities. You know, speed limits don't apply to me. Now, I'm not out here driving like a knucklehead and getting speeding tickets and then arguing with police. I don't advocate for that, but if I do get a speeding ticket, all I need to do is send it into the court via mail and tell them, hey, thanks, but no thanks. This doesn't apply to me. I'm not under your jurisdiction. So go ahead.
Same applies to like registration, your vehicle registration and stuff, right? Because unless you are operating under a business.
Yeah, why would you give up ownership interest of your property to someone else? That's what registration means.
Wasn't Jaron in somehow?
What was that?
Wasn't Jaron also talking about that?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I would love to ask Witsit or Jaron about this because I'm sure they've got to be aware of all this information. I'm not sure if they're state nationals themselves, but I'd love to ask them about it. I'm sure they're privy at least to the fact that it's what I'm talking about is legit, but I don't know if they've gone through the process themselves.
From what I understand, Jaron was looking into it, but he hadn't come back with anything yet.
Yeah, check out the American State Assemblies.
The American State Assemblies will do.
It's TASA Americans .AmericanStateNationals.org, and I'll post that in the nest when I get done. All right, thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
That's my second favorite topic.
Man, that's some valuable stuff right there. I love this space.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like I said too, Jay Griff, JGRIFF. I think he goes by. Let me see his podcast.
Hey, I'm going to jump in really quickly because my phone's about to die. Just one more piece of information. Oh, crap. I'm on Bluetooth. Are you able to hear me? I'm sorry.
Financial ins and outs. What's that? Did you miss what it was?
Another great resource on here is Brandon Joe Williams. His @ is @OneStupidFuck. He's a great resource of information. His website is onestupidfuck.com. Everything you need to know is on there.
Hey, as long as everybody's silent for a second, I just wanted to say I'm kind of disappointed nobody's down there in the purple pill voting. It's like everything I scroll down through, it's only like 1 to 10 hearts. It's like, what's going on here?
I didn't realize there were polls down there.
Oh, they're not polls. They're voting for different awards for who's the best of whatever in different categories and all that.
Now is when it starts acting up and then hanging.
Hey, Bill, how do you get to the purple pills?
It's right there at the bottom of the screen. There's a purple pill. It's got, well, right now it says 218 on it with a chat bubble. Just press that and it'll take you right into it.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I did want to ask Ralph about the solar flares. So maybe you could tell us about that for a second. And Dave and Sheep, I see you guys, but we are a mic short.
I'll drop down.
Appreciate that. Come back if you have a question on or you want to chime in about like what's going on. I'm not sure what happened. I walked away for like 3 seconds. Oh, Zion dropped too. Yikes. JT, you want to jump in? Oh no. I feel like I'm glitching, but I don't want to speak it into existence, guys.
Oh, is the interface bugged for you? It's been bugged out for me for a minute.
I hear you fine.
A tiny bit, yeah. Yeah, you do? Okay. That's good at least. It's like half a second behind. Testing JT.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I wanted to touch back to what Andrew was saying about Tomb of Illumination because I dropped in the purple pill where the lads had a nice conversation with him, like a live stream brought him on. And just to kind of tie this together, I think he's got a wild brain, like in a good way. He really is trying to visualize the motions of the heavens and how, the double torus or the toroidal field works and how visually he can conceptualize it and communicate it to people. Now, sometimes his sauce is too thick, and I'm like, where's he going? But I do like the guy, and it really's hand in hand with Lindsay. That's the guy's name, and Shane. Like with what Shane has figured out about the azimuthal grid of vision. Basically, we see the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, the wandering stars, at the limit of our vision, which is just perspective. So I know many of you have seen the like dome over people. That's not the firmament, but the stars present themselves to us or almost project themselves to us on our limit of our vision. And Shane's figured out that it's 3959 miles away. So when the sun is coming up and you see the orb peak up on the horizon and you can see it, that's at 3959 miles away. When it's at its zenith, the top, it's 3959 miles away. And whenever it's going and setting, now there can be at most interference where it'll like magnify or whatever. But it's just really neat because, Globers will say like, oh, the sun, why don't I see it shrinking away into the distance as it takes its light with it? And the whole thing is everything about the luminaries in the heavens is an optical experience to each individual. So like I'm in Texas and somebody in California, we maybe can see the orb of the sun at the same time, but it's going to be at different angles, not because it's 94 million miles away and we're each seeing the same orb way, way out in space, but it's going to be at a different degree to each of our limits of vision, which is kind of trippy. Dave Weiss has some good visual pictures where like the sun goes past multiple people and it kind of shows like, man, this is all an optical experience. And then, to finish my rant, they took how we see the world or how we see the sky, the heavens, and that's how they created the globe model mathematically. So when you look into Shane's stuff, it's to the 8th decimal place. And people assumed ships were going over the horizon. It's like, well, it's disappearing bottom up. Or when you see the sun going down at the ocean and you can only see half of it, it's not that half the sun is going around the curved Earth. It's just going into the vanishing point. Because at any given time, when you're looking off into the distance, the floor is ramping up and the sky is ramping down into the horizon. And yeah, man, it's real trippy. A lot of Globers don't even want to have the conversation. They'll immediately say, you're lying, that doesn't exist, you're a retard, go back to school. But I mean, of course, they take how we all see to invert and twist where there is a dynamic and kinematic equivalence. Like what the stars do does work perfectly over geocentric plane Earth and the made up fairy tale ball Earth. Like it does work on both, but one of them is just a fairy tale. But anyway, thanks for letting me share. That's all I had.
That's essentially perfect recall of what I was looking into through all that, or like how I see the explanations for all that, especially the math of our limit to vision is exactly the math of what you would see 8 inches per mile squared, basically. How far you see is the curve, where the curve would be, whatever. But the other thing that Tomb of Illumination brought to attention.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, we hear. Do you hear Andrew from Boston?
No, I can't hear his response. I'll drop down, or I'll drop down real quick.
Yikes, man.
I don't know if he can hear me. I was having the same problem earlier.
He dropped down. He's gonna come back up.
Oh, wait a second, because it's really interesting what that old man was saying. Just another point about the stars.
Yeah, let's make sure he can hear you.
He called Run Boston Bear an old man.
What happened?
He called you an old man, dude.
Oh, not me.
Hey, I can outrun you. I don't care your age. I'll be 40. I'll be 44 in July. But yeah, man, you want to race a mile? Let's go.
I just got done doing 3 laps on my motocross track, and I'm smoked. So you'll definitely destroy me.
Yeah, that's legit. I used to race motocross and BMX and all that stuff. But yeah, what was your response to all that rant about like the optical nature of how the heavens present to us?
First of all, it's a perfect recall. Like the best content that I've seen put out there personally, you reiterated, exactly what they say, especially the fact that the math for how far we can see essentially, aside from things being backlit, but just how far we can generally see matches what the size of the globe would be. They run from that all the time. But the other thing that Tomb of Illumination was saying with our limit to vision and kind of like, I forget that guy's map that's always shown, that our dome of vision, but as a azimuthal grid dome of vision, what great point he made is the fact that star trails never complete a circle. You basically get like a third, like a quarter or a third of the track of star trails anywhere that you image them, and then it stops and resets. Essentially, like you can't get a full year's worth of star trails, which just solidifies the fact that we can't see everything from any one given position. We can only see that limit to what is being brought down to us, like as an optical illusion, essentially, because it's so far away. We can only see it just a small fraction of the sky in any given position. And that gives the ballers kind of free reign to argue about southern star trails changing and this or that, but they ignore the fact that it doesn't matter where you're standing on the plane, you're only going to see a fraction of the star trails anyway throughout an entire year. You'll never see the full circle wrap around. You won't see every star come around you. You can only see a slice of the sky.
Yeah, dude, for sure. And I hear that when you watch the time lapse of star, photography or videography, whatever, time lapse.
Yeah, your mic cut out, JT.
Won't cross. Anyway, yeah, I'll have to come back, but y'all carry on.
I'm tickled I got to have a conversation with a legend. He's always in everything I'm ever watching. He's run Boston Bears right there. And he's always contributing, which is I'm super jealous of. We're pulling ourselves out of a financial hole, starting a business and everything. And I always want to contribute and help these guys out. Like you guys, Yahweh's speaking through you. And I found so much truth and changed my whole entire life. And I appreciate all you guys so much and all the work that you do on the side and having these things open and letting us converse and get this stuff off our chest. Like open our minds. It's just awesome. But I will get ridiculed. Like I would start a little mini war in my household. So I'm kind of stuck in that way, but it's cool to see that there's people out there that are just endlessly, what's the word for it? Generous and courageous.
Sheep, you the only one that have your hand up. When's leg day, Sheep?
Leg day? Not today. Today's arm day. Hold on, I'm at the register, so give me just a moment.
Give me a lemonade. I DM'd you, Ralph. I don't know if you saw it. I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
I was just putting it together right now, but there's a lot of good questions in there. As far as being able to predict the solar activity. So how can I say? To properly answer the question, we would have to agree like on some framing things. So I mean, just for this conversation, let's just assume that you're going to agree with me. So the way it would work is they have deep space, well, not deep space, but they have satellites closer to the sun, farther away from ourselves that are just constantly monitoring solar activity. So because there is distance from the Earth, well, 94 million miles, light would take about 8 minutes from when a photon is emitted from the surface of the sun to hit the surface of the Earth. But that's assuming at the speed of light. Since this is electromagnetic energy wave that's being, just bursted out essentially, it's not traveling at the speed of light, but fast enough that it's going to take, I think, a few days. So the solar impact that happened yesterday and I think through today, that was detected, I think, 3 days ago. So it took about 3 days for that quote unquote energy wave to reach the Earth. But that's, like I said,
Based on like the technology.
Yeah, exactly. And this is just assuming that we're agreeing that space is real. That would be the explanation.
Okay, I always forget it's spectroscopy. I'll always forget what it's called that they use to like detect this or anything in space.
Spectroscopy is wavelength detection for like different colors and different
So yeah, so I don't think either of you are wrong. I think I'm not sure the name of the equipment, but what they are detecting is the electromagnetic spectrum, and then within that is the visible light spectrum. But they're just detecting the entire electromagnetic spectrum.
That's interesting. So they're basically detecting like fluctuations in it, and the fluctuations aren't necessarily aligned with the detections, if you will. Interesting.
I kind of wanted to let Rudden Boston Bear, since he's back up here, I hope you can everybody. I don't know if you've ever run into this. So this literally helped me understand Shane's model when he created it, because it made sense. As soon as I saw Shane's model, I'm like, oh my gosh, this makes sense. So you got your azimuthal grid of vision. So you see in a dome. If there was no Earth underneath your feet, you would see in a sphere. But because there's physical objects in your way, it blocks your view, and so you see in a dome. You only see what's thinner, I guess. When I found this is when I was first looking into vision. I found what is it called now again? I'm gonna forget. Gosh. Oh, I have to come back to you, bro. I'm gonna have to come back to you. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to go do research.
Well, interrupt me if it pops in your brain, because the other tricky thing in this whole debate is the idea of we see basically linearly, like in a room, like when you're in your living room, or I'm in my backyard and I can see like a disc golf basket 50 yards away. And yeah, of course, perspective, it's smaller looking to me. And if I walked all the way up on it, it would be bigger. But I'm more or less seeing my whole backyard like straight lines. Now, I know Ruhif will argue that there's refraction and stuff going on. It's not in the exact place. I understand the argument. But what's really tricky is inside the limit of our vision, which only the luminaries present to us there. Planes flying, if they're coming at you from far, far away, they look like they're rocketing straight up into quote unquote space. And then when they're flying over the top of you, you see their true level or their true like position. And then as they go away from you, they dive down. And then railroad tracks obviously converge down the track, but they're parallel. And so the sky and the ground do the same thing within our azimuthal grid of vision, or the limit of our vision. So what's real tricky in this argument is the ground is ramping up and the sky is ramping down. Now, if you have a mountain range, like a massive mountain range in the background, a big portion of the bottom can be cut off, but that's not due to curvature. It's also optical and perspective. And that's what I stand on. I do like what Proud Flurf and Sacred say. They're like, okay, if we can't measure motion and we can't find curvature anywhere, then we're a stationary topographical plane. And if you can land there first logically, and that's where you land, then whatever the stars do in the southern hemisphere, etc., as they say, we just need to figure that out, like Tomb of Illumination is attempting to doing, rather than just being gaslit, like, how do you see these stars from here, here, and here? It's like, well, however we see it, it's happening on a stationary plane Earth. And so that's my piece. That's like my piece of what I'm saying. And that's the piece I have, is understanding the basics and then going from there. Because there's a lot I don't know, but it's brought me tons of peace, realizing that every 24 hours, I'm not 1.2 million miles in a different spot in space where I could accidentally ram into something and all of us be vaporized, instantly dead. It's not like that. We're protected, we're loved, we're central. We have an awesome creation that we're on. And anyway, I just came back to say, I can't stay long, but if you want to respond, Andrew or Sheepdog, go for it.
Data and that solar flare data. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about it.
Just real quick, I always look at light as an excitation of the
I
background
just to say
medium.
that Proud Flurf. Yesterday, I saw Ken Wheeler talking about this solar flare activity. He's like, "Yeah, and you can see it with your solar glasses." And I have my P1000 with the solar filter, and I dropped this in the purple pill. You may have already seen it, but there is a conglomeration of something going on. And for me, it's the bottom right, and I have never seen this much like grouping or clumping of whatever the sunspots are. So it's really neat.
Carrington event. Found you. That's what we need to start prepping for.
Oh, there's
Quick
another one.
truth. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Andrew.
I just have one quick truth in plain sight, and I'll land the plane. And I appreciate you
Well,
guys
thanks so much
having
for
me
letting me
on.
share, y'all. I'm about to have to leave completely, but
You've been
peace and love.
saying that for 24 hours, Boston.
They can't hear you, Andrew, but
Sorry, Andrew. Dave, you've been on here for 8 hours. I don't want to hear it.
I've been 8 hours. What are you talking about? I got on at 9 p.m. last night. As I told you, this show ruins people. I am a piece of garbage right now.
Didn't I invite you to this first?
I think it's all your fault. Yes, you're the man.
I sent you the text. I was like, "Hey, you need to check this out," and you're like, "Ah."
Yeah.
we have sent this invitation to all of you. We have sent this to you, Dave. We sent this to Witsit. We sent this to Darren. We sent it to all of you years ago when we were nobodies with 4 followers. So we definitely are so glad that you guys have found us.
I was just waiting for you to mature like a fine piece of fruit.
Yeah, plus it came from the
like a pineapple, like a pineapple, right? The pineapple conspiracy.
This is not our final form at all. You got to invest in headphones. Headphones makes listening to Flyers Fridays way.
I've been all over town. I've had headphones in. I've been doing stuff all day. I got more done than most people do in a single day. But I've been listening to you guys the whole time. I'm going to say this very, very nondescriptly because I don't even like talking about this. But before, you guys were talking about the sovereign citizen thing and all different ways to escape the financial theft matrix. And there's a very interesting legal way to not have yourself robbed every week, all of your life, a certain percentage of your money. And if anybody's interested in learning about that, I would say the pre-qualification is if you have $100 or more stolen from you every week by that agency in Puerto Rico that's non-federal, shoot me an email and we're going to do a Zoom meeting with a good friend of mine and tell you of a very interesting thing that you can do that's very easy. So if anyone's interested, shoot me an email. I'll get you on the list. We're going to do a private Zoom call, or maybe we'll do some sort of group call, and it'll be a question and answer. You can just ask, and if you like it, great, and if you don't, take a hike.
Put me on the list.
All right. Yeah, it's
Put me on the list. I'll email you though.
Yeah,
You're on the app, right?
What's that?
You're on your app. You got your email, right?
Well, no, don't use the support. Anyone that don't send not the support. It's very easy. Info at theflatearthpodcast.com. But there's a contact Dave on my website if you forget. Info at theflatearthpodcast.com.
Okay.
And I don't even want to say publicly who's done it. There's several people in our community that have done it, and we all just look at each other and going, wow, 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 wow. And that's all I can say. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big wow.
I look forward to it, man. Hey, Run Boston Bear, real quick. I found what I was looking for. So, I never would have put these words together because none of the words were registering in my head at the time. Conjugate
Thank y'all
focal
for all the
plane.
hours. I probably am talking over somebody. My stuff's glitching. Love y'all. Catch you around the next time.
He's gone. He's gone. Hey, Al, did you sort that list out yet? You got to make it newest first.
Oh, newest. My bad. I was doing oldest first.
Yeah, that's because you have listexia.
I think I do have an issue with that. That happens quite frequently.
It's a very strong form of dyslexia. It's called listexia. It's double backwards.
Yes.
You just make it newest, and I'll put it on the app right now, and then I'll do a pop up next week. It'll be awesome.
Cool.
All right.
Anyway, real quick. So when I looked into the conjugate focal plane and I started learning about vision and how your eyes work, I was like, oh my God, this explains everything. It's like the limit of your vision. This is why everything ramps up. This is why everything
comes downward into focus, and everything seems to converge off into the distance. And then when Shane created that model, I was like, finally somebody did what I could envision in my own mind. And it was really simple. Like it wasn't even Shane, somebody else was like playing with the video. It might have been you, Alan, or somebody was playing with Walter Bislin's little model thing, just playing with it and moving it around. I'm like, that's exactly it. That's how we see. We see in a dome vision around us, and the lights just kind of get bent down to their locations based off of where they are in the sky.
I think it was Jaron.
And was it Jaron? Yeah, it was Jaron. You're right. It was Jaron. And then when Shane put it all together and basically like just took away some of the stuff so that way he can open source it and make it his own. And that way Walter Bislin can't say shit about it. Good for him, dude.
Yeah, it's super dope. But it turned out the whole time he couldn't say anything about it anyway because it was created under Creative Commons, so we gave it to everyone for free anyway. But yeah, he did go through it, and then like all the things where they say, "Oh, this is a a heliocentric model. You're using heliocentric proofs." It's like Shane went through every single one of them meticulously, and it turns out like they don't do that at all. It's not based off of any of that. There's no mutually exclusive heliocentric anything in there. Like the claim, "Oh, it's all based off of gravity." Nah, not that either, Brody. So, yeah, it was really nice of Walter to put that together, and thankful for Shane and Toby for putting that model together and making it make more sense.
Thanks, Walter.
Thanks, Walter. Thanks, Shane. Is Walter on Twitter? Maybe we could put him up for a nomination. Best runner-up model maker, best runner-up model maker for the Globe, and then best model maker would be Shane.
You know, the Globers love saying that flat earthers proved rotation and proved sphericity because they use Netflix as, you know, a hit piece as their evidence. It's funny how flat earthers are the only ones that can prove the globe, but Walter Bislin proved flat Earth, in my opinion. So thanks, Walter.
Certainly helped give us the visuals necessary to show the azimuthal grid outside of the perspective of Stellarium, right?
And if you play with that and look at it, you watch the sun go over your personal atmospheric dome, it goes south of Capricorn. Your visual view of the sun goes south of Capricorn if you're in Australia or Santiago. It's pretty cool.
Yo, do a quick playlist check on that link I just sent you and make sure my dyslexia is settled out.
I got to get back to my computer. Give me a minute.
Cool.
Andrew, did you ever get to chime back in? I'm not sure if you got to answer your point.
I appreciate you. I just wanted to say one last thing and then drop down. I'm putting my baby to sleep for a little nap. But I don't know if anyone's ever mentioned we run all our internet over Ethernet wire. They always put the truth in plain sight. I appreciate you guys.
Facts. We tap into the ether after every stationary Saturday.
That's right. I'm a low voltage electrician trained on microwave radio, and I run a bunch of that wire. And it's every time I do it, I think of it like, yep, it's all ether.
Talk about truths hidden in plain sight all the time. And a lot of the people, like the Globers, or just sometimes people in general, don't understand when we say like it's in movies, it's in shows, it's in children's shows, like some of the indoctrination, the truth, the plain sight, and they don't get like why we look at some of these fictional things and take heed in anything. And it's like, yo, like this is what we're talking about though. Like stuff like this plants little seeds to say like, hey, you can't say we never told you or said anything. And then the new thing we learned about was the revelation of the method. So it's just interesting how it ties together sometimes. I gotta finish watching the 3-body problem. I really can't wait to finish watching that. It's this thread on TikTok from this physicist. I think she's a quantum physicist, but she might be a particle physicist or some shit. But she broke it down like the show and some of the math and like some of the stuff they were talking about. So I'm gonna make a thread about that on here, but I don't want to spoil it for nobody.
All right, I put it up on the, if you go on the app and hit the spider web button, which is the more resources page, it's in the first position. But on Friday evening, I'll do an app pop up. So anyone that opens their app will get a full page pop up letting them know it's there. So check it out. It's live now. Did everybody die?
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
hear any.
Sorry. What's up?
No, I'm weed eating, Dave.
Dude, I got to download the app. How do you do it?
Oh, come on.
What's it?
You don't
What's
get
it
the
called?
app. You're not allowed to have the app. That's it. You're out.
What's it called? Is it the Flat Sun Zodiac Moon app or?
It's just go to flatearthdave.com and click the link. All right.
Alan, use Run as your resource code or whatever
Yeah,
referral
you can
code.
do that. You can earn
Will
some
do.
dome, man. You're gonna get some free dome, dude.
I need some dome.
You don't have to do it live on the air now. Come on.
I'm doing it live.
I'm doing it live.
Do it live. We'll do it live. So it'll be good. It'll get a bunch of people going, what the hell is this thing? And then they'll listen, and some of them will short circuit. Some of them will be like, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, it'll be awesome, man. I think people will like it.
Yeah, so cool. I love new stuff to bring more people in to more information, and it's good. It's good.
Dave, can you say one more time what that link is to go to for the app?
Oh, do you have the app?
Not yet. I want to get it.
So just go to, if you have an iPhone, you just type in Flat Earth. It comes up as number 1 and number 2. But flatearthdave.com, and then at the top you'll see a big gigantic poster for the app. Click it.
Awesome.
And it'll take you to Android or Apple, whatever you have, and then you can just download it from there.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And I've been adding a lot of images to the images thing. So when you're looking for stuff, like moonlight, you type in moonlight, and you have a whole bunch of memes showing people how the moon is a light, undoubtedly is a light. And there's just anything, everything's in there. Sun under clouds. Type in sun under clouds. Type in whatever you want, and images come up right at your fingertips. To me, that's worth the app right there. Just that tiny little feature alone. It's such a handy feature. I love it. So, everybody fall asleep?
Sorry, I was installing this cool new app called the.
I would not be surprised. Like, how long has it been?
How long has what been?
How long have we been live?
You've been live
17 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Wow.
Give or
Just
take.
17. Just 17.
So rookie numbers.
Yeah. Y'all weren't supposed to get another double. Y'all gonna get 2 in a row? Tier.
I hate to interrupt, but I just want. I hate to interrupt, but I hate to interrupt, but
I want to vote Eric to be assistant deputy mayor to the mayor, Run Boston Bear, because he is everywhere. He's everywhere. He's always supporting the troops. So I vote Eric as deputy mayor.
we have to clear that with Run.
I'm sure he'll accept it.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to let everybody know if they can't think of another referral code, water.
That is a good one. If you can't remember the one that Run Boston Bear said, use water. Why water? Because it's level? Because it's flat?
I needed to find a replacement for my original one, and I listened to Jaron's program on water.
I love that one. That's one of my favorite videos.
He's an inspiration.
Yeah. I hope everybody's learning about distilled water and not drinking distilled water from a jug. That's poison. But distilled water is a great detox from all sorts of stuff that could be in your body.
Dave, can you send me which unit to order? And Eric, I nominate you most most likely to have the Flat Earth shirt on.
Right. And I put a second nomination in for one Boston Bear to lie, saying that he's leaving and he has to go, but his always will still be here. How many times did you say I have to
He
go?
did one
and
revolution.
You're still here.
He did one revolution.
He did.
All right, my family's home. Love y'all. I'm out.
Yeah. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yep, see you in 2, buddy.
I'll take the under.
Hey, Dave, can you nominate like who you would categorize as the most honest Glober?
I would maybe that girl that was on earlier today that seemed very speaking to,
On your level. I'm talking about like out of FTFE, Craig.
those guys, in my opinion, are actual demons. So I'm not voting.
You got PhD Tony. You got
I don't really
Professor
know. I don't
Dave.
really know many of them. I know, like I know, Strawman Dan and Fight the Fat Shirt and and Unprofessor Dave and then McLooney Tunes. I really don't pay attention to the other ones, but those guys are always on shows with people that I like Austin and Jaron. So that's how I know about them. But if
Strawman
they
Dan
weren't
is
on those
hilarious.
shows, I wouldn't know they existed.
Strawman Dan is hilarious. I'm fucking crying.
Yeah.
Soon you're going to know about Professor not a Professor Dave again, because I guess Owen Benjamin's going to moderate it.
That's an interesting one. Owen Benjamin. If I was, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything. Just let that happen. Just let it happen, and then we could all give our opinions on what we think. But at this point, if he backs out, that's bad. But
what platform is it going to be on?
I have no idea. I just hope it happens.
Yo, so for the Professor Dave one, it's going to be on YouTube, and it's going to be moderated by the Quartering. I think Owen Benjamin's going to be moderating a different debate on that Witz is going to be doing on Roseanne's channel, like Roseanne Barr of all people.
Wow.
Yeah, I got that wrong. It's some preacher that is going to be.
But yeah, from what I remember, the debate with Dave will be on June 16th, I think, is what they settled on.
Cool.
They got the rules in writing. Put that in the suggestion box, Alan.
Yeah, you'll have to see if they ever came to an agreement. I think the last time we spoke about it, they were reaching an agreement on the rules and trying to set a time. They had the date, but not the time.
I looked it up. Austin is, Owen Benjamin's moderating for Austin and somebody named Jonathan Shelley at Baptist Bias, probably YouTube.
That should be very interesting and funny.
I wonder if not a Professor Dave agreed to have a debate where he could at home or he couldn't at home.
I think that he will at home. I'll put the over under at 3 minutes. for his first ad hom.
Parlay on him.
Go ahead,
You taking the under, Alan?
Yeah, dude, it won't even be that long. Did you catch his debate with James Torr about abiogenesis? Bro, his
one
entire
that was
intro
live?
was ad homs.
Yeah.
A blind intro. He didn't even know who he was debating.
Sorry, what's that?
You said a blind intro.
No. His entire interview, his entire opening was ad homs.
Yeah, his entire intro to the subject was just him. I had a bad, just insane stuff, and then like getting into personal drama. It was insane. It was like, dang, you're not even going to make an actual science claim, bro. You're just here to talk stuff on your boy. It was crazy.
So all we can hope for is that the quartering will properly moderate. If he can keep not a Professor Dave in his time, he can ad hom, it won't matter. But if he busts out and just takes over, that's the problem.
Yeah, well, here's the hoping, right? We'll see how it goes. Because if he can't interrupt and like flail about, it's literally just it's gonna go real bad.
Well, Witz is trying to get on some of that Dave Weiss action where all the Globies send him email and say, "Why was that guy such a dick?"
Yeah, that's usually how it happens. It all ends up working itself out.
If he spirals out on Witsit in 2024, he's gonna lose whatever credibility he has.
I wonder if he'll put it on his channel.
He gives overview vibes. He might not put it on his channel, like stream it, but he might definitely do a review.
Well, mirror it in full or stream it. I don't know.
I wonder if that was a
imagine that
part
he
of the
would.
rules. You think that was a part of the rules, Alan? That it can't be streamed from no other platform?
Oh, I have no idea. I would assume that they're gonna just do it on the one platform, though.
You gotta really trust that guy.
Who, quartering? Who has to trust them?
Not a Professor Dave. What is his name? Dave Farina?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Or have faith in the platform.
You know, those DMs are like, look, bro, this flat earther is going to be saying a bunch of crazy stuff, and I need to be able to interrupt him immediately. Otherwise, he's going to lie to the audience and bedazzle them with trickery.
It's a trap.
He's a snake charmer, and he's going to come on and Pied Piper everyone or whatever snake charmers do.
I think that Austin should come on at the beginning and say, listen, I hate to grift, but I need to plug my new product. And then he should break out his Austin Witsit word salad dressing and literally sell it. I'll buy a case.
Try that. Literally. She has like a vegan restaurant, and that's what Witsit said. He said, yo, if you know anybody that has a natural, like a vegan type plant-based dressing, hey, I'll sponsor it. When we were joking that he should come out with a dressing, and she said she owns a restaurant. Oh, she's not in here, I don't think.
Hey, did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that when Chuck Norris heard Witsit talk about the flat Earth, he became a flat earther?
Chuck Norris.
I did hear that.
Don't make me laugh. I almost believed you for a second.
Was that a joke? I don't know.
Yeah, we're making Chuck Norris jokes for Witsit.
I have some friends in Hollywood that said this was a couple of years ago. They said at the Oscars, when all the celebrities were standing around talking to each other, there was all the different circles. They were all talking about flat Earth. Like all of these people they're all talking about flat Earth quietly, and he said that was the number one topic at the Oscar party. Interesting, right?
The Oscar party.
Oscars, like with the stupid actors that get awards every year for their pretending to be someone that they're not.
Talking about flat Earth. I'm trying to picture it.
They're talking about Kelsey Grammer is a flat earther and Amy Irving is a flat earther and a whole bunch of other people, and that was like the hot topic of conversation in the circles of top celebrities. They were all talking about flat earth. This was like 2 years ago, I think.
All the celebrities that were involved in Don't Look Up, that movie that was basically a disgrace to humanity. Yeah. All those people, I feel like they know. And that includes Leonardo DiCaprio.
He knows for sure.
What's the Hunger Games lady's name? What's her name?
Katniss Everdeen. I'm just kidding.
Right,
It's
Jennifer Lawrence.
Right. I felt like you guys were gonna be like Katniss. Okay. For her to play in a dome featured It's a Clock movie for 4 seasons consecutively shows me that she knows too much.
Dude, 4 seasons and all like the subliminal messaging about it, right? Like she's leading a rebellion or whatever that gets subverted by another that just want to be the same thing that Snow is. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's a great series, man.
While the rich sit in their fancy parties and eat their fancy food and watch the mayhem.
Yeah.
Hey, have y'all ever seen the Divergent series?
Seen a little bit of it.
That was pretty good. That was along the same concept where everybody was trapped in these 15-minute cities and nobody was allowed to leave because of how dangerous it was out there.
Wait,
and finally some people brave enough to break free decided to go out there, and it was basically the same thing. Like the wealthy were living in a different location.
Did you say Divergence, dude? Sounds like word salad. I don't even think that's a movie.
Divergent? No, yeah. The Divergent, it's with a T, not with a CE, because Divergence is word salad. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. And also with a T, it's word salad now. Sponsored by that lady's restaurant.
I love you guys, man.
I'm gonna put it in the works. We'll see
I
what's
look forward to every Friday and Saturday, y'all.
Dude,
Like,
my salad's so dry. I don't even want to eat it. Can I get some What's it gets it word salad or whatever?
Dressing.
I'm auditioning for the commercials for it right now. What do you guys think?
Hey, Alan, if I call you and we pull up with the camera crew, you're gonna have to wear the bandana.
Dude, I got you, dog.
You know what? We need to make a logo. And then everybody on Flat Earth Fridays, we all print out a sticker. We go to the store, we buy some salad dressing, we rip that sticker off and put the Witsit salad dressing on there. And then we all do a commercial for it for Witsit. And Proud will put it together.
Tampering with food safety. No, I'm kidding. So it's actually kind of funny that like the idea spawned out of a joke. So high key, like this is definitely something that I would be down to support because
dude,
it, like genius. It wrote itself. It literally wrote itself.
Yeah, if you guys think I'm not photoshopping Witsit on different salad dressing bottles right now, you're out of your goddamn minds.
You know how much salad dressing you got to make that even feasible, man? It's all a psyop.
3,959.
I'm definitely gonna use Globy McGlobeface as one of the first like commercials. I'm gonna stitch in him and then I'm gonna use the AI to like alter his face.
Oh yeah, dude. Like, is your salad dry? Do you just listen to Witsit or whatever? And then we could have the salad dressing poured on, and then you have a nice salad that's not dry.
Some type of cool intro, outro music, and edit. Plug a dog.
This is what 18 hours of non-sleep does to you.
Dude, yep.
Are you saying we're delirious? This is nothing. I feel like we've gone till Sunday morning.
Dude, you've done at
Hey.
least one Sunday or since I've been around. It went to Sunday. At least once.
Hey, I wanted to ask Flat Earth Dave something before he leaves. So sorry. I'll come back.
No, you're good, Liliana. What's up?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
He ain't
I'm
leaving.
Huh?
So he ain't
What?
leaving.
Oh, good. I just didn't want him to leave before I asked. But also, this question is for Alan, our favorite lad here. In your Flat Earth adventures. Oh, by the way, first of all, I'm so like stoked to hear what you just said, Dave, about these people at the Oscars talking about Flat Earth. That's a really good sign. That means that it's catching on.
Oh, it's catching on bigger than any of us realize. I see it, and Austin agrees. It's about to break free. There's a lot of big podcasters that are now ready to come out that just were afraid to before. And I'm going on a show on the 22nd that has over 500,000 live subscribers. So that's going to
You
be a
know,
good one.
I think all these people that kind of have to make a living from the public, I think if they know that there's enough numbers in the flat earth community that they could still like make a decent living, I think that's all they need. They need the confidence of like public mandate. You know, they need the confidence of the public accepting them.
As I was saying, I don't know how many hours ago, that the flat earth, is a subject that no one ever leaves. The potential market is every single human on earth, and it's going to be the largest, most intensive topic, that exists, and the marketplace for it is huge. As I was saying, books and salad dressing and whatever. I mean, there's going to be such a demand for information. And then podcasters, they're interested in big numbers. Well, guess what? If you don't have the flat earth on your side, you're going to lose out. In 2014, 2015, the Globers would say, oh, good luck getting a job. No one's ever going to hire you. And now it's the other way around. We don't want to hire Globers or work for them. We only want to work with flat earthers. So,
hey, Dave, check this out.
Yeah.
Check this out, Dave. I went to a Verizon store about a month ago to get a new phone.
Yeah.
And every employee in that store was a flat earther.
Awesome. And they hook you up. If they
Yeah,
could,
well, I
they do
mean, it
whatever
was
they
just
can.
cool to hang out while I was getting my phone changed out.
Dude,
But yeah, man, it was so cool.
And I don't, did I say it before? I said, if you put on your car, if you put a flat earth bumper sticker on your car, it's a win-win if you ever get pulled over by the cops, because if it's a Glober cop, he's going to think you're mentally handicapped and give you a break. And if it's a flat earther cop, he's going to let you go.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's probably true. But anyways, my little question to Alan and you, Dave, is that in you people's adventures with, debating and whatnot with whatever, like, have you guys ever addressed this issue of like, what would be like if you had to draw it like in a computer or whatever, like a moving image or whatever, how would you sketch a globe that's spinning on its axis, right? And so it's not just stationary spinning on its axis. It has to actually move way faster on its orbit around the sun, right? So how would that spin on the axis look? Like, they never tell us that. And then also the thing is that while it's going around the sun, then the sun's also going around the Milky Way galaxy. Then that would alter everything on, right, from the spin of the axis to the orbit around the sun. And, they never, ever address this. They make it sound like, oh, the Earth's just sitting there spinning cleanly on its axis in a nice, neat little way. And then it slowly hops forward, doing nearly 300 million miles circumference, give or take. But anyways, I was just wondering if anyone had ever like addressed this specific issue.
I bring it up in every single interview I do, and I bring up the animation of the corkscrewing solar system on the app in the images section. It's right at the beginning, or just start typing in spiral, and it's an animation of the spiraling, corkscrewing, heliononsensical system. and just show that to somebody when you're first introducing them to flat Earth, and goes, by the way, this is what you believe, and then start talking about the speeds. I mean, the ISS goes 17,000 miles an hour. What does the rifle bullet go? Like a tenth of that speed? Right? So the ISS is going 17,000 miles an hour, while the lumpy, rocky water ball with the air adjacent to a void is going 66,000 miles an hour. And that's not even the fastest speed because it's chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. All of those speeds are things that you can't even comprehend, right? That's the end of the argument right there. Heliocentrism is over just with that. And you could spend an hour on that, but that's literally where I start every interview pretty much.
Let me add the extra credit piece to that, Dave. We didn't even create that GIF or that video or whatever. I think it was like the History Channel, wasn't it?
I think so.
Like, how crazy is that, man? Oh, you flurfers, you created that. No, man, we're not creating this idea in your head. They are.
Right. And just remember, FLIRF is Flat Level Earth Research Foundation. Yes, we are members of the Flat Level Earth Research Foundation. So when they call you a FLIRF, smile and say, yes, indeed.
Oh, I love that.
So
I don't even take it as a slur anymore, man.
We're owning it. We're taking it over. I would prefer if you addressed me as FLIRF, sir. Sir FLIRF.
I didn't even know it was a slur. Wow.
Sir FLIRFs a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Right. Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to say, so they actually changed the Copernican model a couple of times, right? So the first model was that the sun was stationary and everything went around the sun, and that the stars were stationary. And then they changed it to the sun's moving, we're moving around the sun, and then there's a couple of stars that move, but the other stars that are stationary or whatever. It's insane. But when you look up at the night sky, not a single star in the sky is actually stationary. So their whole model, like the whole premise is insane.
Not a single star is stationary, but no two stars have ever crossed each other's path.
Yeah.
Ever.
And then to add on to that, right? So they say that for the sun to complete a circuit around the galaxy, it takes like, I forget how many years. I think it was like, oh man, let me look it up. It's like 600 something years or something like that. But no other stars have periods like that, right? So like all these other stars, it's like they have it'll be like 20 years and it'll complete a circle. It's like the longest one, and then it gets lower from there. So it's like we have all these stars from our perspective that complete circular, and then these distances that these stars are at are supposed to be insane, right? But they're completing revolutions way before we do, and we're supposed to be moving. We're like the fastest moving. The sun moving at 220 kilometers a second is supposed to be the fastest star. It's insane.
People can't comprehend those speeds. You can't. Like I show the hypersonic sled track, which goes by at Mach 8.6. Well, you have to believe that we're orbiting 10 times faster than that and chasing the sun 100 times faster than that, where you can't even fathom what twice that speed is. And just look it up, just pull it up on YouTube, the hypersonic sled track, and it's shocking how fast that thing is. And that's nothing. The globe water ball puts that thing to shame. It leaves it standing still. It's going so fast. And just that alone, if you get someone to wrap their mind around it, it's over. The globe is dead at that point, and then the rest is discovering what this place is.
Yeah.
Every single flat Earth proof, which there's so many, I get triggered so bad when they go, when you have someone on and they go, well, show me the proof. I haven't seen any proof. I've been looking into this for years, and I haven't seen any proof. I'm just like, I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you guys keep your cool with that. It's like, what are you talking about? There's so much proof, but each one by itself is the end of the globe. The airplane flying from Germany to Brazil without the stars rising up, end of the globe. The speeds of everything, the end of the globe. The size of Polaris compared to the size of the sun, end of the globe. It's over. I mean, seeing Polaris from Texas, no, not Polaris, seeing the Southern Cross from Texas, or seeing the Polaris from 30 degrees south, it's over. All of these things end the globe, but Globers just ignore them and lie and say word salad.
And you show them the proof, and they're like, that's not proof. And you're like, oh my God, show me something else. You show them something else. That's not proof. Show me something else. Show them something else. Like, how many coincidences before you start accepting the fact that you've been lied to.
You know what our strategy needs to be? It needs to be that we, in some indirect, roundabout way, we need to get people to think, to understand that they have no critical thinking skills if they buy A, B, C, D, and E, everything that you just listed, you know, Dave? I think that's what we need to do, is figure out a way of diplomatically conveying to people that, look, if you really buy that we're moving at all these different velocities, and that we're not allowed to go past the 60th south latitude, the Antarctica is forbidden, and all these different things, and if they don't understand what the implication of all those factors are, then they literally don't have critical thinking skills. That's what we need to convey somehow, without it, making them feel insulted. Like, they need to be kind of quietly shamed into thinking that, dude, where is your common sense?
Shut up, you stupid flurf.
I've started having this conversation with people is when they say, "Oh, well, I'm," someone smarter than me figured it out. It's like, so you're saying that you're too stupid to figure out the shape of the Earth. So basically, you wouldn't know the shape of the Earth if it smacked you in the face. And it's not like, I'm not trying to be rude, but almost kind of like you gotta smack them a little bit to wake them up. Like, hey, dude, like, you're smart, you're intelligent, use your damn brain. I take a lot of different approaches. It's not just a singular approach. Depends on the person. What's up, Nick Cage?
What's up, y'all, man? Still going, man. 2:30 Pacific time. Man. Did you even believe yourself when you said, nah, I don't think we're going to go that long this time? I heard you say it, proud. Were you even laughing at that when you said that? I knew you were lying.
We were supposed to end it hours ago, but y'all have heard me say this before, so I don't even know why I'm saying it now.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all are awesome, man. I'm telling you. And I'm just seeing if we got Gary H in here or Sir Flurfdom. They're over there in my timeline, running amok. Offered them a mic, see if they're gonna come up here and join us. But yeah.
Yo, at one point last night, it was like 40 something people in here listening anonymously.
That's crazy.
Yo.
That's stupid.
Damn.
Like I was being raided or something. That's
being stalked.
It's like, are you really that scared you can't even come in and see what's up, man? Let me tell you something. I like just joining spaces and disrupting them, man. I don't even need to grab a mic. Just sit there and laugh at them.
Nick Cage is the Rick James of spaces.
Man, I ain't even lying.
Fuck your couch.
Man, I'm no guy that just shoves it right in your face, man. Look at it. Look. 5.8 trillion miles. Shut up. You tell me things work better without a medium. You tell me a boat would work better if it didn't have water?
I just don't understand why.
You tell me it's gonna work better. Come on.
Yo, you're making too much sense, Nick Cage.
Telling you, it's stupid. You're telling me that a bunch of helium and hydrogen in a vacuum of space with no medium had enough mass to clump together and then implode on itself and create a fireball that's going to last for 10 billion years?
Dude, so think about this. Without any container, it's reaching thermodynamic equilibrium with gravity and its energy output, right? So as it's simultaneously forcing itself out, somehow gravity is holding it in with no container. Dude. But
man,
if you math it out using a Gaussian surface, right, you can pretend that there's a container for the old for thermodynamic equilibrium to be reached. Very cool. Shout out to Gauss and his imaginary numbers.
So you're saying that gravity and the sun have a relationship like Bobby Brown?
Man, I know it.
Yes.
So I
Love you, baby. Get away from me.
I'm still, I asked that Hellcat, I'm like, how'd this happen? He said, like, mass. One word answer, mass.
Yeah.
What does that
Massive
even?
track mass.
What kind of mass helium got? What kind of mass hydrogen got? And at dust-sized particles, it's got to be low, even if it's got any. How did the universe? I mean, it said it exploded into fine dust.
So I have a gravity question. Maybe Alan or someone can answer. So when all the debris is in space and a couple of rocks start sticking together and they have a little more gravity, and then another, it starts accumulating bigger and bigger. When it gets to the size of the moon, it'll turn into a whole sphere because there's enough gravity, and then it becomes the Earth. So when you're standing on the surface of the Earth, your feet point towards that one particle, that one atom, if you want to go down to the smallest, thing, that's at the very center. Why does everything get attracted to that center? What about the poor little atom that's halfway between the center and the surface? How come it doesn't say, everybody come towards me?
No, that's
How
not even
come?
possible, Dave. That's not even possible, man. What had to happen is fire had to ignite into space, and then that had to attract all the iron and stuff there, and then I don't know, man. I got nothing.
So Dave, that's a great question, bro. So there's this thing called Newton's shell theorem, and what actually happens is at the center of mass, there's no gravitational attraction, there's no force there, there's nothing there. And as you get radially outwards, so suppose you're at the edge of the shell, so like think of the ball Earth and then the center of it, right? So if you're on the outside of the ball Earth, the equigravitational potential going towards the center would be what you would expect on gravity as they tell us, right? But as you get inside of the sphere, what you just pointed out, the vectors go all over the place and there's no cohesive uniform downward pull, and it all goes in different directions and makes no sense. Toby has a really great breakdown on it. He's really honing it in. But yeah, Newton's shell theorem completely body bags the concept of that being true. It's like they have no idea what would happen in the center of a sphere and mass attracting mass and all that, because it wouldn't even have equipotential vectors inside of the sphere. So GG nerds.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how gravity is a downward force but projects out a force field.
And how does everything
It's
get
an
pulled
inward
into a
force.
ball?
Yeah, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't like the whole shell theorem thing. It would only apply if you already had the shell and then you're like, reverse engineering it backwards or whatever. But for it to create from that point with no omnidirectional force to the center, it wouldn't work. It's all gobbledygook. Shout out to Newton and the shell theorem.
Used to believe all that stuff. I used to be good at it too. That's the hardest part, is when you wake someone up to this. Basically, you have to say, hey, your whole life's a lie. Everything you've ever believed is a lie. Anything you've ever known as far as science makes you stupid. And you have to retool your whole life. And that's the hardest part that a lot of people just can't get over. But when you do, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's really fun now because we don't have to mentally wrestle with like, oh man, how do we still believe in this sphere even though we know it doesn't have any gravity at the center and the equipotential vectors that would be required to give it, that downward mass attracting mass all the way out to complete the shell doesn't work on the inside. So like, how do we reconcile that? Oh, we'll just like pretend it doesn't count and just still talk about it like it's true. It's like we don't have to wrestle with that, and it's very freeing to just figure it out,
Amazing.
Well, related to Dave's question, Alan, you know how they show us those illustrations of the fabric of space-time, and there's like this little dip, and then the Earth is there, and then the moon is kind of revolving. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm gonna pull up a diagram exactly of that for those watching the stream.
Yeah, the famous illustration, the bending of space and time. But anyways, my beef always with that illustration has been that, okay, so if gravity is, the same on every point of that sphere, which is it is, right? It's all going downward. And how is it creating just this one kind of this like horizontal? I mean, it could be vertical or whatever, but how is it creating just one directional orbit? I mean, whatever is orbiting it, instead of orbiting it in a particular what's it called when it's orbiting in a line? Oh my God, I'm forgetting the word.
Geodesic.
But anyways, no, I mean, why wouldn't it be orbiting more like they show us how atoms do it, like erratically and chaotically in any and every unpredictable direction? You know what I mean? Like, why is it going in one plane, one ecliptic? You know what I mean? And so, of
Yes.
course, they always say like, oh, well, that's just an illustration because that's just to like show people the idea. But I said, yeah, but that's not how it would even be. It would have to just move on chaotically in any and every unpredictable direction like an atom. If gravity is the same on every point of the surface of the sphere, I don't know. Am I right or wrong? I don't know.
Yeah, so they say that the motion in the sky, right, is the way that we're seeing it in circles or quote unquote ellipses with a 3% deviation from a perfect circle, LOL, would be the reason they have it as a straight line like that in the gravitational well and all that is because they had to remove the idea that there's a central axis for that rotation, right? Because if you think of a plate rotating, well, the center of the plate is going to be that central axis of rotation, and then moving outwards is going, it's all going to be relative to that center point, right? So if the Earth is revolving around this itself, right, its own axis, and then it's also revolving around the sun, that creates a point of absolute space for the motion to be relative to where it should be measurable, right? Because they, in physics, they say that the only type of motion that's absolute is rotation because of that fixed point in the center of the rotation. So if you have a linear straight path, and this is where Einstein came in with his handiwork, he says that there's no fixed point there. So there's no absolute frame of reference for that. And to conceptualize relative motion for everyone in that regard, and to keep it cohesive with how, they already conceptualized the sky with circles and ellipses, they said, well, actually, you're falling in a linear geodesic, which is how they redefine the orbits. They call them geodesics, which is just a linear path. And they say that we're free falling into that gravitational well in a straight line, and what we're seeing in the sky is an illusion. But if you could step outside of our system and look at it from a fourth dimension, you would see that that the straight line we're traveling on is actually curved. But from our perspective, just trust us, it's straight. Like it's so inverted, it's like mind breaking. And this is all because they didn't make the measurement of the velocity that they needed to prove that the Earth moves around the sun. So if I'll post the screen in the Jumbotron, but if you're able to watch on the stream real quick, I got a diagram up of the sun with that center point and then a little line going out to the Earth. And you could see that any point around that orbital period, it all traces back to the center of the sun. So conceptualizing it as falling around fabric of space-time removes that fixed point there so that they can comfortably say, well, you're in a free fall, you wouldn't tell, blah, blah, blah. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, they just make it up as they go. And Alan, thanks for the word salad. Anyway, we'll have to make a bucket.
I love it.
We need a bucket lad salad dressing also.
Dude, I love that you like bucket lad. That's awesome. A little bucket lad in there.
You know what? I've always loved the lad part of it because from now on, I'm going to say, hi, good evening, lads and ladies. I always loved the lad part of it. But then when bucket lad happened, it was just like, oh, that's the cherry on the, the icing on the cake.
Yep.
Hey, I got another nomination. Best explanation for the globe. If you take a quarter and you spin it, it creates a sphere. And that's why the Earth is a globe.
No, I heard if you look at the moon hard enough, we turn into a ball. Clay.
Bro, come on. Come on. You gonna top my quarter, man? Bubbles in the
So
water.
I'm with somebody who has a question, if that's okay, about kind of like the rotation of the Earth. Here, do you have a question?
Fine. Hey, so it was kind of like I thought what you just explained last was kind of like a good intro to it, you know. So one thing about a hypothesis, like one component of it, is that it has to be falsifiable. You have to be able to create a null hypothesis and actually like fail at your hypothesis, or you know, it reject a null if it's true. But one thing I was thinking about was that if you were trying to prove the heliocentric model, okay, and say that all this stuff's moving, you know, how do you watch the system move without being at absolute zero velocity, like relative to, you know, the Earth, or if you're watching the Earth spin or watching the Earth go around the sun, you know, watching it from the solar system, like it's like, how do you actually show that we're either stationary or moving if it's like everything in our reality is either stationary or moving, and we need to find the absolute zero. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, well, we already found it. Turns out the bucket lad helped us. But I'm gonna go cook. I gotta go cook dinner. So I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna drop down to listener.
Appreciate you, Alan. I got a little word salad there for your friend Taylor. So with Einstein's theory, right? This is another conceptualization that Einstein would likely agree with. So if you get up away from the Earth and you go into another speed or position, Earth, and you go into another speed or position, are you still moving or are you stationary and the Earth is moving?
I'm not sure if that's like a conceptual idea or something. I'm not exactly sure. Like, what I guess my
Well, you would have to move into a station of stillness, right?
right.
If the Earth were moving, you'd have to find that 0 point motion where there's no motion, and then put yourself into that position in order to see the Earth moving, right?
Absolutely. That's what I was thinking, is that it would be almost like a
Right.
miracle. It'd be very difficult to be at absolute zero. You have to go against all other motions.
But what if you're not? What if you are moving and the Earth is still stationary?
Well, that'd be interesting. Then you would be, you know, moving away from the Earth or whatever it was that you were doing. I mean, I don't.
Or moving above it,
Yeah.
moving around above
Yeah,
it.
moving around above it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so like the whole car concept, right? Like if you're in a car with the windows rolled up, going 60 miles an hour at a constant rate, there's no dips in the road, you're just going straight the entire time. Doesn't even feel like you're moving.
like, I don't know, there's these definitions. When I say high frequency, I don't mean the like when I say high frequency is a lower frequency than very high frequency. And everything below 30 megahertz is like below 30 megahertz. So a longer wave is considered high frequency, and those are the ones that you can get to propagate. And I know I need to go like learn some more about it, but the low frequency, it says on this graph I'm looking at, is everything below 0.3 megahertz. So those would be like very long waves.
But which low frequencies or which high frequencies are you talking about that can bounce off the ionosphere? It would have to be lower than the frequency of the ionosphere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so but you're just specifying which type of high frequency
Yeah,
you're talking about. So yeah, we do know. Yeah, but I guess the distinction that I'm making is the ones that are higher than the ionosphere and the ones that are lower than the ionosphere. Obviously, you can have different metrics, right? You can have different barometers of where you're drawing that distinction. I'm drawing the distinction of which ones would create a skip zone and which ones would not. So the ones that would not create a skip zone are the ones that are higher than the ionosphere, which is anything over 35 to 40 megahertz. So those wouldn't create a skip zone. Those should technically just go straight off into the universe, straight off into space. And what's happening is when this prediction is being made, these signals are reaching its receiver 2,000-3,000 miles away. Apparently.
Was there a particular frequency that you're thinking of that was like too high in order to work? So I can go try to like, I don't know, get some more information for you or something?
Yeah, hold on. Let me send it. I'm
Okay,
sending it
perfect.
to Taylor right now.
Well, if I get something from you, I'll check it out, and then y'all could get back to whatever else y'all are talking about. Answer someone else's questions. I really appreciate all y'all's contributions. Thank you, Sacred.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Let me read this for the rooms, and I'll post it up top for everybody. And then I'll post a few of the demonstrations up top as well. So it says radio waves below 40 megahertz are significantly affected by the ionosphere, primarily because radio waves in this frequency range are effectively reflected by the ionosphere. So anything lower than 40 megahertz is going to be reflected by the ionosphere, according to the globe Earth paradigm, in order to explain away the long propagation of the wave transmission. Then it says the E and F layers are the most important of this process, referring to these different clouds or layers in the sky. For frequencies beyond 40 megahertz, the waves tend to penetrate through the atmosphere versus being reflected. So as it's penetrating through in this globe Earth paradigm, it doesn't reflect off of anything. So the prediction is when I shoot this horizontally towards the horizon on a globe, it should go off into space. However, it's not going off into space. They're receiving the signal thousands of miles away in a linear fashion. So just as a spoiler alert, the way that they try to explain this away is through tropospheric scattering. They say some way, somehow, every time these long distance, high frequency waves are being transmitted is because it's being refracted and scattered randomly in the environment. No one's taken any measurements of it. And somehow it's directly scattering the signal to the receiver, as opposed to the most simplest explanation, that is just a linear signal propagation along a flat plane. But I'll let you guys be the judge. I sent it to Taylor. I sent the other one too, the one that has the demonstrations for the longest world record high frequency radio transmissions. I'll post that one up top too.
The higher the frequency, the more stable it is. So with the lower VHF, UHF frequencies, you got to factor in. You've got to factor in pressure mediation because it's electronically going through the ether. And the ether is going to have what I could call tides, just like the ocean has tides. It's not going to be a smooth transmission 24/7.
Yeah, Sacred, I like what you mentioned about the tropospheric scattering. Another term used is tropospheric ducting. It happens in temperature inversions, like you have like two weather systems, one's kind of warmer than the other. Apparently, they can roll on top of one another. And the idea is that kind of makes like a horizontal tube, in other words, through the atmosphere, and you can apparently get your radio transmission into that, and it'll go further than it normally would. It's that this temperature inversion horizontal tube is more charged or something, and so it'll hold your transmission in that tube. But I've never done that in person. I just kind of read about it.
Yeah, and that seems to be like the issue. Like they'll come up with all of these like kind of like ad hoc explanations to explain away the failed prediction, and that there's no like demonstrable empirical evidence of this actually occurring. It's just like an explanation. Like they still haven't even gotten past the fact that when you like if you go to like the most tightest beams, microwaves, they have almost like a 99% hit rate. It's like completely unaffected by this random tropospheric scattering that they don't account for. So it seems like a lot of abstract concepts that they're putting in place in order to explain away things that don't work when it comes to predictions on a globe Earth, and it seems to work perfectly along a flat Earth. But these are just ideas that we throw around. But to me, this is one of my favorite ones because this is a linear signal propagation. Like these signals don't curve. And then in order to create like a change of direction, the globe Earth paradigm invokes a surface in the sky. And I think that's the funniest part about it is because that's part of like, the flat Earth dome firmament, construct. And it seems like the globe Earth even needs a surface in the sky to explain away some of these things. It's just interesting when you start to look at some of this. And I'm not a professional in this, so I know you say you got your ham radio license, so you may know a little bit more about this than I do. But reading into some of the details of how some of these things work is really eye opening. It's not like a settled science at all.
Yeah, that's super cool. I don't know. You got me inspired to go read some more about it and stuff. I can't wait to talk about it with you next.
Questions?
Good questions, bro. Appreciate those. Shout out to Taylor for bringing the squad through. Oh shit, did we lose She-Dog? Proud, I sent you the code.
Hey, Sacred, what's your take on time travel, space warping? There's some non-globers that will call the Earth not flat because of the time dimension that could be changed.
The time dimension that can be changed? What do you mean?
Time warping, time travel.
So I feel like you would have to be like outside of this third dimension in order to avoid time. Now these are like high level abstract concepts, I guess you could say, so it's hard to really wrap your mind around it. But actually me and Prab were kind of talking about this earlier. It seems like they're trying to go towards being able to have some type of displacement without time passing, all this quantum tunneling and things like that. But is that possible? Like, I don't know. It just seems like more abstract concepts to explain away certain things that don't jive in physics. Is it possible to travel interdimensionally and maybe have displacement without time passing? Potentially, I don't know. Be super interesting to see how that would be possible.
Oh, did we lose Proud as a
Correct.
co-host?
Yeah, I was trying to send her one.
Gotcha. Just something else to think about, Taylor's friend. If you're still listening there with Taylor, you know, you'll hear this explained a lot. I'll see if I can explain it in like a little bit more of a simpler term. But there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence, which means there's a motion equivalence and then an explanation for that motion. And I can't stress that enough. If there is an explanation for either or, then there's no reason for the globe to even be there, because your base experience is that the Earth is flat and stationary, because it's too big for you to see curve and it's too big for you to feel spin. So why would you need a globe explanation for everything when your reality is defined by your own interpretation? Why would you let somebody else tell you what you're thinking or what you're perceiving? That just seems asinine. That's giving up a lot of control to somebody else and trusting somebody else with your reality.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I don't want to do that. I'm into like learning everything there is to know about reality, and I don't want to be told that you're just on a planet spinning around, speck of dust in the middle of nowhere. I think that everything that God created is like intentional and purposeful, and that like by studying it, we can maybe understand how how He thinks and how He works a little bit.
It tells us in the scripture that we are His footstool. We're His treasure and we're His footstool. So that tells me that we're on the floor at the base of everything, and everything else is above us. So we're center stage, man. Everybody's looking down on us. It's not that we're looking out into everything else. We are the center of attention, the center of creation. You are that special. You are loved. When they ask you, oh, well, where's the edge? The edge is where the edge of the container is. You live in a terrarium, and God loves you, and He made this place special just for you because we are that special to Him.
Thank you so much for that. That's beautiful. It's true.
Keep an open mind, brother. I think Uncle was next. Otherwise, y'all just popped out the ether. What up? Happy Stationary Saturdays.
Hey, thanks for having a hella long space. Good job. I'd like to point out that Einstein's greatest achievement was being employed at a patent office. He's a notorious plagiarist. Probably not too bright. And I think it would be hella interesting to see Dave and Elon chit-chatting for an hour or two. That's all.
Hey, to add on to top of what was going on with Einstein, he's also a cross-dresser and married his cousin. If that tells you anything.
You know about Magnus Hirschfeld and Freud. I started to read Freud's writings, but I lost interest. I was too busy trying to get with my mom.
But
Sounds good, Unc. Hey, I do want to make sure that we give some time to Reggie too. He been spiraling about this donut Earth, man. We got to hear this because this man, we running from this donut Earth, man.
All right, first off, it's all one big conspiracy. Flat globe, it's just meant to divide us. If we just come together and believe in the donut, which is like, since it's shaped like a ring, and a ring is what you put on your significant other's finger to represent love and foreverness, we just need to come together for the donut, and then we can push back against the people that are actually trying to divide us.
Look,
that's
bro,
besides what I wanted to talk about.
It's a pizza world, and that's a fact.
But you have to
I,
observe curvature at that point.
Donut's got
There has to be
well, that's the
curvature.
thing about the donut. It's flat, it's round, and it's hollow.
Oh man,
It's got everything.
unless you're thinking of a pancake, man. You're thinking of a pizza, man. Donut's got curves.
Well, that's just too. That's too flat. I'm saying like yeah,
curves.
but look, this on
Giant
top
hole in
and on the bottom of the donut are flat. It's got curves around it though.
What are we doing about that hole in the middle of this donut, man? What's going on there?
Oh, that's just that's toroidal energy keeping everything in check.
That's retraction.
So this is where we agree. If you're referring to the field that surrounds our existence, then yeah, I could get behind donut Earth. But you're not going to sit there and tell me the surface of the Earth is shaped like a donut.
Bagel Earth.
See, what I'm thinking is like
bagel Earth works too.
I want to bring people together with the absurdity of the donut first, and then spread the message of like the togetherness and the kindness and whatnot of donut. So it's more about the ideal of it rather than the actual shape.
Donut's cut.
This is an ex globe earther, by the way.
Exactly. Like I'm not fully on the flat thing. I'm not completely on the round thing. I got my own thing.
Donut? You got off the globe and went to donut?
I went to donut. And I'm writing my own donut Bible.
That's
I think you're trolling, bro.
That's a heavy lift right there.
But no, I wanted to go back to the interdimensional travel thing, like if we can do that, because I always thought basically that it's science fiction, yada yada, all that stuff. But I was thinking like black holes have always been like the biggest unknown.
Seems like you can't find
like, well, I mean, okay, to each their own, but like the basic principle of it is nothing can escape it. But what if it's not meant to be escaped?
You know what a black hole really is? You want me to tell you what a black hole is?
Your butthole.
It's your mind. You can't escape your mind. You can't see your mind. They literally told you that it was somewhere out there, and it sucked your brain dry, and now all you can think of is what that black hole is. And that black hole is your own personal prison.
That's some deep thoughts, brother.
Okay. Like I'm not gonna like. There's nothing I could argue against that or say anything against that because it's just an introspective thing. That's fine.
Well, that's all it is. That's all it ever was. That's what they did. They got you to introspectively think. They got into your imagination, and then they told you to think outside of your imagination, and then that's where they got you.
Okay, but like it's let's say, for the sake of argument, that these things exist, that a thing collapsed in on itself and is now pulling other things into it.
What collapsed on itself?
Say what?
What collapsed on itself though? Like, because like the way I've always imagined a black hole when I was a glober was that like literally space time collapsed in on itself.
No, man, it's a sun.
That's when the sun dies.
It's a giant sun that dies out and collapses in itself, creates a black hole.
But how does it create a hole when it was once something?
I don't even know how it got together, man. No medium in space. I'm still trying to figure that one out.
It's sucking in on itself, basically. I don't know the 100%. No one knows the 100% specific on it.
It's they say the suns can last for 10 billion years. They say the universe is 25 billion years. So apparently these black holes only had a max life of 15 billion years because we still got ours pretty good. I don't know.
Like, what if we can find a way to harness that kind of energy, or in itself go into them without being completely torn apart, and find a way through to another side?
So you want us to figure out how to harness imaginary energy?
They've never found a black hole, right?
Well, it's imaginary to some.
Well, if it's not imaginary to you, then you should be able to harness it. You should be able to harness. I'll give you an example. Do you know how big of a black hole is that has the same gravitational force as Earth?
Pinhead.
No.
I looked this up one time. The size of a quarter.
Yeah,
So all you gotta do is make a black hole the size of a quarter, and we can play with gravity, dude.
however they know that.
Well, weren't they going to attempt to do that a few years ago in like Sweden or some shit?
They're not making black holes, man. Maybe black magic, but not black holes.
They're shifting the time, man. That's why.
Like, again, this is all hypothetical anyway. What I'm talking about. It's just like off their ideas. Because somebody had mentioned interdimensional travel, and I was just giving thought about the. I know not everybody has the same. I won't call it belief, but not everybody has the same thought set on space and whatnot.
Should have went with the. You should have went with the portals, bro. We got tons of those floating around here.
But I think that's funny though. Like you even think that the government is lying to you about space, and like so you start coming up with your own concepts of space. And you forget the idea that like they lied to you about the space.
I'm coming up with my own concept because like there's a lot of hate that goes around between flat globe flat, whatever. It's like, how about everybody just come together on something absurd and just have a good time?
Space.
You should come together.
Yo,
right
Reggie,
now.
does this donut real quick? Does this donut move?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
He just said come together on something absurd. So he just said that his own idea is absurd.
Well, there you go.
I told you you're trolling, bruh.
I can admit it's absurd.
Reggie, you trolling?
It's absurd. I can show you pictures of the thing that I am writing right now.
You did this
of the thing you're writing. I want to see pictures of the thing you're demonstrating, man.
I ain't demonstrating anything. I ain't got no
I
scientific.
know.
I can admit that.
It's like saying we can have it both ways. We can have it can be flat and level. We can have it both ways. That's the bargaining stages of denial. Or am I wrong?
Flat is level though, man.
I'm not denying anything. I'm just trying to get people to come together.
All right, so Reggie, answer me these two questions.
What up?
Why is your donut moving? And what about the flat Earth still doesn't make sense?
I didn't say it didn't make sense. I wanted to go somewhere else.
He just wants to make up something else, man. He doesn't even want reality, bro.
Well, if you want to stick with travel, man, you can talk about time travel. You just can't use black holes, man, because that's out there in space and that shit don't exist.
When I'm contemplating a trip to Mars, I'm looking at the space station.
Dude, man, all you need to do is raise your
way to generate that amount of energy.
How?
It's okay. This is the bargaining stages of denial. It's a lot of you go through a lot.
You're right, Libra. You are right, brother.
Dude, it is, man. You could try to go somewhere else. It's like, no, it's flat, bro.
It's scary accepting reality.
I'm just having fun with it.
Man, I'm surprised. If you would have said concave, at least we'd all been like, oh, well, nice. But you went.
Hey, but you know what though? Like I gotta say, man, like it's hard for some. For me, it wasn't so hard because you know what? I thought the world was full of shit anyway, and I came to my own conclusion, trusted myself. I thought who better to trust than the person I love the most, and that would be me. Now, I don't think God is a person. I think God is my creator, my father, and he's a wonderful. Say he just because of the dominant side of it or whatever. He is a wonderful essence to be around. He brings me a lot of joy in my life. But when it comes to this world, I love myself the most. I should trust myself the most. In order to love everyone around you, you have to learn how to love yourself first.
Do you believe in God, Reggie?
No, unfortunately not.
Wow, there's the problem right there, man. You're looking for another explanation. It can't be flat because I don't want to have to believe in God.
There you go. That's why you
go. Regardless of whether it was flood around, that wouldn't change my.
Guys, I was still an atheist. Guys, I was still an atheist when I became a flat earther. Which is it was a little weird. But there's all kinds. But yeah, there's certain things.
Have you watched Operation Fishbowl, Reggie?
No.
You should get YouTube and watch that.
But actually, I got a question for Sheep because this was rolling around in my head last night. Is God a name or a title?
The title.
God is a description. It's like an adjective.
I think it's Godriel. In God we trust. I think it's Godriel.
Because it's like to name something. Generally, it's the person that creates the thing that names it or discovers it.
Well,
and
so
if nothing created God, because God's always been around, then he would have never had a name.
So the scripture like when Moses asks God, says, "Hey, how should I identify you?" And then he says, "I am that I am. I am the father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." So he gave himself the name. And if you talk to Whitsitt says that his name was removed over 7,000 times from the Bible. Now, some scriptures will say YHWH, and they think that the vowels were removed because his name was so sacred that we couldn't say the vowels in his name. I think differently. I think that is his name, YHWH. And if you take the Hebrew spelling YHWH, those letters are Yod, He, Vav, He. And so when you put those together, Yod, Vav, I think that's his name. I think that's what his name was. They're trying, the powers that be are trying to deceive you and make you think that you can't know his name. And somehow his name got brought back to us, and he's never going to be able to hide from us, man. They can't hide it. They can't hide him from us. We are going to find it. The Cherokee Nation also calls the creator Yod Vav. So if a Native American tribe and an Israeli tribe, two different groups of people on different sides of the world, are calling the creator the same exact name, there's got to be something in that, bro.
You say it with every breath you take.
It's just so okay. So
some will call
God
him
itself is just a title.
Some will call him Yahuwah. Some will say Yah for short. God is just a title. Believe it or not, God is actually a desecration of who he really is. But for a lack of better terms, because we're just imperfect people, I define him as God because I'm trying to speak with people who are of less understanding than I am. But even in the scripture, Jesus, which is not Jesus, he's Yahushua. But since we're going to speak in common terms so that way you understand, Jesus said to I think it was the Pharisees and the Sadducees, or no, he was speaking just to the people in general. He said, "Are ye not gods? Do you not understand who you are, where you come from? Like, you are special." It says that 3 times in the scriptures, "Are ye not gods?" And it uses the little g, not the big G. And when it's by doing that, it's letting you know that you are essence, you are powerful, you are from the creation of the creation, and you have dominion over everything that is around you. Now, taking that into a step, go a step further, go look up 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 12. And it talks about how laws and rules are good for me, but they're not always what's best for me. I will not be under the power of any. So basically, because you don't believe in God, but you're going to beat me over the head with my rules and regulations, I'm not going to stand there and take that, bro. If you don't believe in the rules, then we're going to play by your rules. But at the end of the day, I will return to my creator and I will abide in him the way I need to. I'm not going to go out and seek punishment. I'm not going to go out and seek a fight against other people. But if you cross my path and you try to start a fight with me, I'm going to fight with your rules. I'm not fighting with my rules. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I appreciate the heart, bro.
Like I said earlier, I'm not here to fight. I just had questions.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that to be for a fight or anything like that either. I'm just saying, like, in general, like when people get like all, "Oh, you're a Christian, so you're supposed to turn the other cheek." I'm like, yeah, well, Jesus also flipped the tables when he saw the people outside the temple, screwing around and desecrating what was supposed to be the creator's sanctuary.
Can only take so much, man. Got to watch out.
Yeah. He also said, "I'm leaving you now. Take up your sword, and if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one."
Yep. And then he said, Then what did they say? We have 2. He said, that's enough. Yep.
Well, I would like to thank you guys for your time. I will go back to listening because I need to go back to work. I've been on break. Thank you,
good,
Sacred and Proud for the mic.
Keep coming back, man. Keep coming back. Ask questions.
We're gonna bring you back to the flat side, or we're gonna find some jelly in your donut. One way or
Donuts,
another.
at least, man. They cause diabetes, man. You don't want that. Get the concave, at least, man. Save your soul.
Or hummus in a bagel. That's always good. What's up, Taylor?
I was just gonna ask the gentleman who was just talking to send me that information on the Cherokee and the Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. I have heard that they found the 10 Commandments in Ohio. So that is very interesting that they, also knew the name of God. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So this guy on YouTube, I'll have to find it. He's the one that brought me to it, to learning about it. He called, his name is Flat Earth Flatwater, or FE Flatwater, and a wonderful channel. He goes through the history of the Americas, right? And he talks about the giants in America and things like that. So I'll see if I can find the video for you. But the creation story, it's the same here as it was over there. And there's some Native American tribes, not the Cherokees, it's somebody else up in Ohio or Michigan, that they literally knew the full sacred, I call it a dance, but it's like a ceremony, the full sacred ceremony of the Israeli people, and they had long forgotten it. It was like a 4-step process. They couldn't figure out the 4th step, and this Native American tribe knew it, and because they knew it, they were given land in Israel.
That's crazy. So I did hear about the Anasazi, and they knew about the giants. And it said, well, Dr. Tom Horn, who researched this, said that the Anasazi, sorry, I had the hiccups. They actually prayed to Father Son to get rid of these giants. Okay, and you can look that up, the Anasazi Indians, and they talk about these 6-fingered giants just as described in the Bible with David and Goliath. So that's just crazy. And the fact that they actually found the 10 Commandments in Ohio. So that's really amazing.
The giants were Nephilim, and they're the offspring of fallen angels and human women.
They burned them where they could.
They were an abomination on the earth, and that's why God flooded the earth.
So and here's another weird story about the Ohio incident and everything like that. So there was another Native American tribe. They have a story that this Son of Man. Now let me remind you, this is after 100 AD. So this is after the crucifixion of Jesus. I have a personal belief that we have already experienced the 1,000-year reign, and we're in Revelation chapter 20, verses 7 through 10. That's my personal belief. I'm not here to argue with it. If you want me to explain it, I can. But after the 1st century, there's a Native American lore that there was a tribe that was the Son of Man, a son of man, but they capitalized the son, was with them, and he was teaching them the good news. And this is a lore that is also in what's the Mormons. This is another lore that's in the Mormons, but this was up in the North Middle East of the United States. And there's some like 3 hills there or 1 hill there. I can't remember what the number is. But so they knew that their enemy was marching on them, and they didn't have the means to defeat them. And the Son of Man will, if you all pray together that this mountain be raised up into the air, when they walk underneath it, the mountain will fall on top of them. And they're like, oh, that's crazy. He's like, just pray, just pray. And so they did. They prayed with all of their heart, all of their spirit, all of their love. And this mountain went up in the air. And then when their enemy walked underneath it, the mountain fell down on them and crushed them. And to this day, the mountain is named after that. It's like some kind of a folklore cemetery or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, to be off the top of my head, but it's up in the Ohio, Indiana region. And so like, I personally think that when I'll just say this real quick. When after Jesus was crucified, he went to the depths of hell and he came back. He then went on to the rest of the world to spread the good news and establish his kingdom all over the world. There was 1,000 years of peace, a golden era, and then the papal dark ages set in. And from that moment on, the Catholic Church has been under a dark spell. That's my personal belief. Sorry about that.
I agree with that last part for sure, but that's really interesting. What Native American tribe was that had the mountain moves?
I'll look up the
There's a lot
video,
of
Taylor. I don't know their name.
there's a lot of Native American elders that speak on the channel. Speak of this. There's a channel called Inspired. There's a lot on it there that they talk about. They say that they burn them where they could. They burn them when they could, and stories like that.
Yeah, and it's crazy because people think like these stories are too fantastical to be true in the Bible, right? And if we actually are coming to find out that they're all true, then why not the whole nature of reality as described in Scripture? Sorry, I had the hiccups.
Okay. Real quick. So we went over this the other day, right, Nick Cage? When we were in your space, we were talking about myth. What is a myth? And if you actually look up the definition of a myth, all it is it's a historical account, a historical story. They didn't never say it was fiction. You just believed it was fiction because that's what we were taught in school. We were raised to believe that a myth is a fictional story. It's not. It's a historical account. And so when you talk about mythology, it's the study of history. So keep that in mind. Like there's a lot of deceptions that we all have to overcome. It's important to know the meaning of words.
And there's a lot of stories out there that throw those titans and turn them into mountains and such. So,
giant oak trees.
Yep, the trees. I mean, they're all trees and giants and melted buildings.
Yeah, back in the day, in the time of the Watchers, they had some elaborate buildings and technology. So people think that this, means aliens, but no, these Watchers were extremely advanced, and it described in the Book of Enoch how they came and taught us metallurgy. And so it's not surprising to me that they had the best technology, but I think at the end of the day, all this technology is going to come down to is the mark of the beast and letting us think with one mind using the implant. And it said people are going to want to die, but
it's that tech that they want to hide. All the stuff is straightforward and simple and like makes just perfect sense.
And dude, did y'all know that?
Oh no!
Did y'all know? Okay, but yeah, I want to finish my last statement. They're gonna want to die, but they're not gonna be able to die. And I heard about somebody who had a vision of this with these implants, like would not even let them do anything that they wanted to do, but they're miserable completely. But yeah, dude, okay, so it talks about how in the days of Noah, it's going to be just like that in the end times. And did you know in the days of Noah, they found a mummy? Well, I think all these mummies and stuff were probably in those days, but they literally had an implant in their hand of like geranium or some weird metal. So that really tells me that this is going to go down.
Well, that also goes along with the young lady that was in here earlier. I forgot her name. Let me see if I can see her in DM real quick. She sent me she's been up in the not Holly. Like Jessica or something like that. Hold on, let me see. Let me go up here to the top pages and do Jasmine. Jasmine was talking about how they it's not that they're gonna put a chip in your hand, they're gonna use like tattoo ink. And I thought that was interesting because if you had certain metals in there or certain alloys or something like that, then you were implanted with like let's say silicon based vaccine. What do computers use? They use silicon for their microchips, right? So if you did all that, you could literally tap into somebody's DNA, their battery, their life source, and control that life source for whatever purpose you wanted to do, creating a net.
Graphene hydroxide, the black goo.
Like that Medusa directed energy weapon, that technology, like there would have to be some kind of implant, right? Like how would the system know you were seeing something and then strike you down? It would have to be an implant somewhere along the line, I think.
Well, she said it was some kind of like a tattoo for like identification, and it would have like a.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
you still got
scary.
tops in your
Scary.
pocket. Wait, do I have it? I have it. Sorry. I'm a total hypocrite. It was me all along.
Was that you at the end of Indiana Jones? The first Indiana Jones.
Sorry, I'm just joking around with.
Don't look,
Anyway.
close your eyes. Well, Sunday school saves his life because he said, "Don't look. Whatever you do, don't look. Just close your eyes. Don't look." You know, and they were the only ones left alive.
So, anyway, if you find that stuff on Native Americans, shoot it my way because I'm very interested in that stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking. It's like it's weird, man. So like he had this video and he took it down, and I guess he like redid it, and then like I'm looking for it now. I can't even find it. But it's Flatwater FE or Flatwater TV now. He changed it at Flatwater TV on YouTube. It's a great channel if y'all aren't following him.
Hey Taylor, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
So if all this technology that we have currently is going to lead to our downfall, what is the hope?
Go to heaven.
Okay, so this plane of existence is Satan's playground. It's going to be doomed no matter what. God.
Scientists say that. Scientists say that the world's gonna end.
Amphibious, let me read a scripture to you, bro.
Okay, but just take into account,
yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
You know?
So right. No, I understand that, but like, so everybody is under the assumption that we all go up to heaven, but people forget that in the book of Revelations, heaven is brought down to earth. I don't think we're going up, bro. I think eventually everything is going to be judged and wiped out, which is what's happening in the end of Revelation chapter 20. All of the evil is judged and tossed into the lake of fire to be destroyed, and all that's left is good peace on earth. If you go to Malachi chapter 4, this is the great day of God. This is the same great white throne of judgment. This is literally right after the great white throne of judgment. The great day of God, for behold, the day is coming, burning like an oven, and all the proud, yes, all, not you proud, the other prouds, all the proud, yes, all who do wickedly will be stubble. And the day which is coming shall burn them up, says the Lord of hosts, that will leave them neither root nor branch. But to you who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness shall arise with healing in his wings, and you shall go out and grow fat like stall-fed calves. You shall trample the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. On the day that I do this, says the Lord of hosts, remember the law of Moses, my servant, which I command him in Horeb for all Israel, with the statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he will turn the hearts of the father to the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the earth with a curse. Heaven's coming down to us. Like his throne is up there, but once he cleanses this entire place, he comes down here, and he comes out of his dwelling, and he is the light. We no longer have a sun and a moon and the stars because he's the light for all of us to bear.
So that scripture ended very, ended in a bad way, right? You will fear the coming of the Lord, right?
So let me give you my interpretation of my relationship with the Creator. I used to want to do everything I could for the Creator because I want to go to heaven. I want to live in peace. I want to do good. I want him to love me. I had a long talk with God one day because you always hear how you may not be good enough to go to heaven. What if you're not good enough? We're all sinners, right? Like that's the consensus of things is that we're all sinners and that we all fall short of the glory of God. So with that being said, am I good enough to go to heaven? What if I'm not? Right? Like, let's just talk about me, myself, sheepdog legend. what if I'm not good enough to go to heaven? Right? And I'm sure some of y'all will be like, oh no, sheepdog, you're going to heaven for sure. You're not the judge. He's the judge. And I have no problem with that. And when I stand before the Creator, right, and it's my turn to give an account for everything that I've done, I'm not going to fall down on my knee and beg for forgiveness or anything like that. I'm going to stand there with the joy and happiness that I have in my heart right now, knowing that I love the Creator with all of my essence. Everything that I have, I love Him with everything. And if He stands there and He looks at me and says, you know, my name's Alan. Alan, I'm sorry, I can't let you into heaven. You made too many mistakes. You have to go in the lake of fire. I will walk into the lake of fire with absolute love and joy in my heart, knowing that He made the right decision. Now, is that too much to ask for, Amphibious?
I mean,
what are you doing? What are you doing good for? Are you doing it for a reward, or are you doing it out of absolute love?
So, I mean, we all intrinsically, I shouldn't say we all do, but most people intrinsically feel good when they do positive things, right?
Correct.
So, out of that mindset, you are getting rewarded for it. I think it's just divinely put into our, disposition to do that because we are children of God, right?
Okay. Yeah. So should you do good because you want to go to heaven, or should you do good because it's the right thing to do?
I think that it's one in the not one in the same, but you can't do one without the other. You know what I mean?
No, man. No, man. That's his place for that's his reward for us for his judgment. He's going to make the call on it. Hey, come on in, bro. I love you, man. I'm glad you did all the things that you did. Made a few mistakes here and there, but overall, thought you were a cool dude. Come on in. There's a snack tray over there for you if you want some. There's some water over here. There's some beer, but you don't have to have beer. It's cool. Just do some water. We're cool.
So if I hear you. So if hypothetically he denies you entry to heaven, sends you to the lake of fire, you are not going to have any ounce of animosity, knowing that you were created by Him, you are His child, and He didn't guide you in enough way to serve Him.
No, because we all were given our own choice. We've had our own choices to do everything that we do our entire lives. When you choose to do or not do something, that is your choice. That is not His choice. He's giving you full autonomy to do whatever you want. But He's hoping you make the right choice.
So you earlier had talked about binary, right? Ones and zeros. There are so many other variables that go into making a choice, other than just acting in God's will or not in real time.
But you're always acting in faith.
What's that?
But you're always acting in faith every time you make a decision, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you may not know what the outcome is, and so you believe the outcome is going to be a certain way, and so you act accordingly based on what you think the outcome might become.
Acting in good faith, right?
You can act in good faith or bad faith. It's always in faith.
What if
you don't know what comes out on the outside, on the other side?
Okay, what if you are in such a stressful situation, you got tunnel vision, your heart's pounding out of your chest, you have to make a very quick decision, and what are you acting out of there where you don't have time to think about it? Is it just
you're acting out on your best decision for that moment?
Okay, so there are so many other variables. Maybe so you're saying if you act in good faith.
How many times have you made a split decision choice, and then hindsight looking back, you're like, man, if I had the choice to do that all over again, I would have done it this way because I really screwed that person over. Or I was mean to that animal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make it seem like a bad thing. Hindsight is 2020, but
at the same time, like that's where your repentance comes into play, right? Like what exercises are you doing to make yourself a better person so that way you don't get stuck in that same situation? How do you avoid those pitfalls? And that's what makes you a better person. And then like you can do it for whatever reward that you want. I personally, like I lost all fear the moment that I gave to God my decision to do whatever I'm trying to do. I'm going to give him my best no matter what. And if that's not good enough and he sends me in the lake of fire, I accept that because I think of him as a just and true and wonderful and loving God. And he wouldn't want the best good of everything to be tainted if I fall short. If I'm the tare in the wheat field, right? Like why should I be a part of that? I would, if all of y'all went to heaven and I was the one bad person and God judged me as that bad person and I couldn't go to heaven to be a part of that, but y'all all did, I'd be so happy for you because he made the best decision for everybody.
Yes. Okay, I can follow you to a point. An eternity of eternal damnation is
you burn up instantly, bro. It's the second death. It's instant.
Okay, so you cease to exist. It's not suffering for eternity.
Right.
Okay, so
if you read Revelations chapter 20, verses 11 through 15, pretty much goes into detail about it. And then after verse 15, it goes into Revelation chapter 21, and it talks about the kingdom coming from heaven down to earth, and that the Father comes out of his dwelling and is the light for all of us, and all the other light goes away.
Agree. I will walk into the lake of fire. I was thinking of it for eternal damnation. Well,
regardless though, right? Like, isn't that selfish to put yourself before the goodness of everything that's out there?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I just think it would suck.
But I'll make the sacrifice.
Yeah, I'll make a sacrifice of just instantly burning up, feeling a little bit of pain, even if it's, as long as it's finite amount of time. I'm not trying to willingly walk into an eternal damnation and not have any animosity for my Creator.
You know where that burning for eternity comes from? It comes from the Talmud when it talks about Jesus being in a boiling pot of feces for all eternity.
Ooh.
Like
and
that's
twisted that into.
But you know what's funny about that? You know what's funny about that? Jesus said that you can blaspheme me, but you can't blaspheme the Holy Spirit. So, like, you're not gonna go like whatever you think of Jesus. He's like, okay, cool, whatever you want to think of me. Praise to the Father. Give praise to the Father. How do we pray? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. So he is giving all praise back to the Creator. Yeah. And then the Creator, when Yahushua was taken from the cross and went to heaven, that was the only way that we could get the Holy Spirit in return. And so basically, like you think of the Holy Spirit, like you gotta think of Jesus as being at the right hand of God right now. He's up there. He's taking notes. He's doing all the things that he needs to do. He's being the XO. If you know anything about the military, he's the XO up there. He's documenting everything. The counselor, the one that the counselor, he's down here. If you let him into your heart, he will guide you, but you have to let him in. And here's the deal. Once you let him in, you got to listen to him any chance that you can. If he tugs on you in any slightest little way, and you'll know him because he always makes you do the right thing. And it'll make you mad too sometimes because you're like, oh man, no. But he is always there, knocking at the door. Let me in, bro. I love you, bro. Let me in. So I would venture to say that right there. You sound like you're a father yourself, so you know what it's like to give unconditional love.
To do what? I'm sorry, you broke.
You sound like a father. Are you a father?
Yeah.
So you know what unconditional love is.
Yes, unconditional love. Yeah, tough
Yeah.
love. Comes in
Well,
all
I'm
forms.
sacrifice. What it's like to sacrifice for the betterment.
Yep. Totally got it. I can get on board with you with that statement of faith a lot more than eternal damnation. Like I was brought up to believe hell was. So if you don't get into heaven, cast for eternal suffering with all kinds of crazy stuff, right? So that's probably part of the fear that they implement into you, just to keep you stressed out and all that good stuff. All that cheery mess that they create. So Taylor, I just want to circle back. All right, so sheep. You said sheepdog. I'm not going to call you sheep.
You're cool, man. You're cool. Real quick, I just wanted to say this real quick. So I lost all fear when I basically just stopped doing this for a reward, right? Like I do hope that someday I am welcome into his kingdom and I live for all eternity. And maybe I might be lucky enough to be one of the leaders in his kingdom because he sees me as somebody that who's been strong in the community and things like that.
Well,
I hope for those things.
Yeah, you definitely have a strong mind. Seems like you have a very strong faith.
And I'm trying with all my hardest. But when I on the other hand, if I'm not good enough, I would be willing to go into the lake of fire with all the love in my heart still. Like I wouldn't fall to my knees and be selfish and say, "Oh, I tried my hardest."
Yeah.
Like I
honor,
Right. Like I really did try my hardest. I'm cool with that. Like all my fear went away, bro. All of my fear went away.
Oh yeah. See, I'm operating out of the that just changed everything, honestly. One, just sacrifice your ego. Okay, hey, I didn't make the cut.
Absolutely.
They'll be better without me. I contributed what I could. I can accept that all day. It's the fact that I was created and now I will suffer for eternity. That's the twisted part that I couldn't get past. But if that's not the case, then
Let me tell you about this dream that I had, right? Like I had a series of nightmares and I ended up learning how to control my dreams. But here's the weirdest part. This one dream, I had this dream like 15 years ago, right? And it basically what happened was I was having a series of nightmares. And I remember standing over this cliff and I was like thousands of feet in the air. I looked down, I could see the waves slopping up against the cliff. And then I'm in control of my own body. I'm looking around. I'm like, oh, this is cool. And then all of a sudden I start climbing down this cliff and I have no control over my body. Like, why am I climbing down this huge cliff? I don't know how to rock climb. And I get down to where my fingers are holding over the edge, right? And then all of a sudden I jolt and I have control of my body again. And so I'm trying to pull myself back up to safety and I can't. You know how like when you're on gravel or something like that, your fingers kind of slip a little bit? Well, that's what my fingers were doing on this cliff. They're like starting to slip out from underneath me and I'm getting down to my last knuckles, the padding on the tips of my fingers. And I can't pull myself up anymore. I go to reach, and as I go to like reach up and reach my wrist over to pull myself up, my fingers slip a little bit more. I'm like, you know what? This is it. I can't survive this. And so instead of waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, I said, I love you, God. And I threw myself off. I fell all the way down. I hit the water. There's bubbles everywhere. And then when the bubbles clear, I could see the sun up in the sky or whatever, but I was underwater. And then I could see my body floating in the water, but I wasn't in my body. And I was like, I guess I'm dead. And instead of swimming to my body, I just swam away underwater. I had no desire to breathe or anything. I woke up, I had the biggest smile on my face, like I had made the best decision in my life, that no matter what, I was going to love God, regardless of whatever is going on in the world, whatever decisions are being made in the world. After that, I didn't have a dream for 12 more years. I literally would go to sleep and wake up.
Really?
For 12 years, I didn't have a dream.
That's insane.
I have dreams now. I meet people in my dreams. It's pretty crazy. But anyway, we'll go to the hands. Let's see, who was first? Was it Deflate was first and then Ralph?
Oh, no, I think he wanted to ask Taylor. He wanted to ask Taylor something.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Amphibious. Ask Taylor. Thank y'all guys for being patient.
You're good, brother, and thanks for sharing that dream, dude. That's very intense, and I mean, maybe you found peace. Well, obviously you did in that, so that's beautiful, man. So my question is kind of like, what is your vision of the revelation that happens, and if all the technology that we have, especially the decentralized technology, isn't going to save us, it's going to imprison us on this plane. You know, how does that play out if God is going to reclaim this realm?
He's gonna, well, first of all, this whole earth that is wicked is not gonna make it. I mean, so it's gonna be a new heaven and a new earth. And that's how he's gonna reclaim his territory and his people.
Okay. Very interesting. Now, does this happen when he creates this new heaven? Our Savior is supposed to, you know, have a second coming. What do you think about that?
He's gonna come down waging war. It says he's gonna come down with the whole kingdom of heaven on a white horse and wage war. Beautiful.
Man, there's a lot of, I don't know if you guys are Lord of the Ring fans, but there's a lot of the conception, you know, of revelation, now that I think about it, in Lord of the Rings. You know, giants and trees, and the war being waged with the white, you know, coming down the hill, riding horses. It's crazy. I feel there is a spiritual war for sure, and I just try and appreciate life every day, be grateful, try and think positively. And I mean, I'm blessed to have found this space, to have learned knowledge from you all, and it's just great. It's great to be here.
Just pray to God no matter where you're at. Like even if you feel like you've rejected God your whole life, it's never too late. As long as you're alive, it's never too late. Just pray to him, man. It doesn't do any harm.
No, yeah, I have a good.
I'm pretty much always in prayer when I'm silent. Like, I don't know about y'all, but it's a constant relationship with God. It's like I don't just wait for like a specific moment out of the day. Like I'm constantly talking to myself, talking to God, trying to figure things out.
Sacred, how do you feel about this comment on technology enslaving us with your disposition?
Are you invoking the cyborg?
No AI slander will be tolerated.
No robot shaming. Now, technology could be a tool or a weapon.
Yeah.
We misuse it or let it take over our lives where it's no longer beneficial, but it controls us, then obviously it's not being used for the right purposes, right? So, you know, it does come with a specific responsibility as technology advances, in my opinion. But as long as we can navigate through that, like I feel like that the people with the ones without ill intent,
yes,
you know, we could find that value within newer technology as long as but I don't even know if we'll even understand it with our current understanding of physics and the sciences. So we might not even be able to utilize it if it was right in front of our face, to be totally honest.
Interesting. Yeah, I personally believe the internet is divine. I personally believe that decentralized technologies that stem from the internet are going to be a huge benefit to us. But that's just my hope.
I'm just realizing we got some hands. Hey, are we still doing like nominations and stuff like that? Did y'all pressing these Globe Earthers? Do we hear from Ralph with his nominations?
No, you know what? I don't know if we ever heard from Ralph's nominations, dude. Ralph, you got to jump in, bro. You're on the vote.
Ralph gave his
Okay.
nomination to
So, you know, let's
Van
run
Zandt.
that right now. Hang on.
I don't think y'all can hear me. Ralph nominated Van Zandt for most open-minded.
Yeah, I would say probably, yeah, most open-minded, probably be Van Zandt, definitely. If I had to throw some shade, not that I'm trying to, most quick to, not spiral, but maybe get a little emotional, I would have to nominate my boy, Shinku. You know, but not trying to, you know, get it in any kind of disrespectful way, but, you know, quick to passion.
I think.
Okay, well that means you got to give a nomination for a flat earther and a bad one for a globe earther as well. We're trying to keep it balanced. Semi-toxic, funny.
I don't know if you see
along
all
those
the
lines.
categories either, but it's a whole bunch to choose from.
I got to give Shinku his props though, because like you talk about the dude that like when he makes fun of you, he brings you down below the atomic level, dude. Go ahead, Ralph. What's your good bad vote for the other sides?
Yeah, I'm going through the categories right now. I think one of them, if I had to throw it over to the Glober side, most likely to Adham, it would have to be some of the younger cats, definitely. I think either Hellcat or maybe Pride Guy, just because, you know, with youth comes a little bit of zeal. So, you know, I had to probably nominate some of the younger guys for that one.
And you got a positive flat earth nomination?
A positive one? You know what? I would say, I don't even know if he's I mean, I'm sorry, I was confusing him. A positive flat earth. Yeah, Proud Blurf, level HP. I kind of feel, and this is just my opinion, she would be the one most likely to switch her opinion if the evidence was compelling enough.
Damn, that's like 2 anti-flat Earth nominations, man. Oh, it's hilarious.
So hard for them to say something nice about
I know.
So, you know what, probably friendliest, at least in my opinion, would have to be probably Alan, just because, you know, I was able to, you know, glean a lot of good information from him.
Hey, I got another nomination. I'd like to nominate Mr. Xavier for most logical.
That's a good nomination. I'm mad Ralph's trying to give Proud the most likely to switch sides. Is that positive?
That's crazy, bro.
Man,
We have now evidence of Glober considering me not to be biased, though. So
least bias Flurf.
right.
I would think I'd be the first one to switch before Proud.
What about most likely to know the Earth is flat and continue lying forever?
Pride Guy.
Did I nominate for most
I
likely?
don't even know who that is.
That's McToon for sure.
Yeah, I'm
with all his websites, that's got to be McToon.
Yep. Hey, just I want to throw another thing. I was talking about the pineapple conspiracy before, just to put it in context, like the speeds of the heliocentric system, which are unfathomable. When you guys did your first Flat Earth Friday, some guy in Hawaii that worked for Dole planted a pineapple, and it just got to the store today.
I thought it took 18 months for those.
18 months to 2 years.
Man, he's only been going on for what?
2 years.
June,
You're in 100 episodes. 50
June,
2 years.
June 2022. Like June 1st or June 8th, wasn't it, Sacred?
So the pineapple that was planted when you started your first show is just getting to market today.
Dude, if you don't go pineapple this week, I don't know what's wrong with you, Sacred.
Pineapple Earth.
So when you eat a pineapple,
I missed out on that investment.
when you eat a pineapple, you should do a prayer for all of the people and all of the work to get that pineapple to you for $2.99.
Who lives in the pineapple under the sea?
That pineapple cheap as hell. My pineapples cost $6 where I'm
Oh
at.
boy.
Well, see, now it makes all sense. Now you're busted, Dave. You're busted. He's done.
Pineapples are going to go to like $12 each, and it's going to be my fault. Everyone's going to hate me.
They got to go up to $25, man, to make any money.
How much does a pineapple cost? 1 Bitcoin.
30 dome. 30 dome.
Dude, I'm still thinking about this this hat situation at the malls, man. Like, how many hats these guys selling, man? They got employees, they got the rent, the owner's got to make some money.
You got to buy the merchandise and then pay your rent.
Yeah, it's like I think you're right, dude. It's like, whoa, this is crazy.
They're all jobs programs to keep the slaves happy, keep the prisoners thinking that they're gainfully employed. They have just enough to get by. Enjoy a baseball game on the weekend, maybe. Have a couple beers.
Next time I go buy one.
Bread and circus.
Pineapple flavored beers.
Spoken like a true Red Sox fan.
Yeah, I just want to let you know there's a pineapple on my pizza world.
And I think we should all pray for Alan's family because they're probably starving because he was supposed to cook dinner 2 hours ago.
Damn it, Alan. Oh, he dropped down to listener mode, man.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that wasn't Alan talking a minute ago?
No, my name's Alan also.
Oh, different.
Oh, you know what? Alan is in here.
It is Alan.
See,
clone Alan.
No, I was here first, bro.
He nuked some burritos and said, "Here you go, kids."
There you go, kids.
My name is spelled correctly though. Mine's Allen, so like any deviation from that.
Oh, so you guys got a beef with the Allen thing too, huh? Yeah, I know how it feels, man. Why?
Just a little Lorentz transformation, that's all.
Compress that shit.
It's a kinematic equivalence.
Compress one of the L's out. It's funny how we can do a compression test on that and fix that equation, but somehow, some way, we're spinning so fast that we turn it into an oblique spheroid. What? We're compressing and elongating? What's going on there? We can't feel none of it either.
Oh, we do got 2 hands up. I don't know who was next, if it was Mr. or Deflate.
Deflate was first, and then Mr.
Yeah, it was me, but it was
Sorry.
about an hour ago. I don't know how many people know this. Some of you might. But sugar is bad for you. But for Taylor, if she wants to get rid of her hiccups, you take a teaspoonful of dry granulated sugar and you swallow it down dry. Don't drink anything.
It helps the medicine go down.
It will kill your hiccups.
The medicine go down.
Teaspoon of dry sugar, that's it?
What are hiccups?
No, man, you gotta just try to drink water from the other side of the glass, man.
Because I was taught that it's when you intake too much oxygen in your lungs.
I got a great cure. If you're at a party or someone has the hiccups, you say, all right, let me do it. And this only works once, but it works every time. But it only works once on a person. So you say, okay, you show them that your hand is clean and say, may I put my hand over your mouth? And you get behind them and you put your hand like you're mugging them over their mouth and nose and pinch their nose. And you just hold them there, holding their breath. So you got usually I never did it with a guy. I always do it with a girl. You just
Where's proud up? Proud.
You just hold their mouth, hold their nose so they can't breathe, and then they're sitting there. They're like, waiting. All right, what's next? And you just start drinking your beer, talking to whoever you're talking to, and then all of a sudden they realize that you're not going to let go. And the second they bend their knees is when they've panicked and their hiccups are gone.
Proud, where you
Still
at?
fear and tell them until they're about to pass out and hope and pray that their hiccups go.
Yeah,
every time.
Well,
Proud.
the sugar thing works.
Hey, Proud, you got the hiccups? Come here, Proud. Come here, Proud.
And everybody just watching you do this, son. Just mug this girl.
No, you just like you're very polite and just say, here, I'm gonna put my hand over your mouth, and okay, and then you hold their mouth, and then they're waiting for you to say something else, but you don't say anything else, and you wait, and then all of a sudden they realize that they need air, and the way they want to get out is they bend their knees and twist, and when they do that, that's because they're panicking. Like if they're like
I promise,
making like what's going on, just go hold on, just hold. just hold, and you kind of ignore them. And the second their knees bent, their hiccups are gone.
Yeah, well, the hiccups are caused from it's an air bubble that's stuck under your diaphragm. And from my experience, the teaspoon of sugar works every single time, all the time. I've never had it fail. And you have to swallow the sugar, like it's dry, it chokes you, and it makes your body pull oxygen away from places it doesn't normally have it, so it kills the hiccups.
Hey, you want to know an easier way? Like, just go put your head into turn the shower on real cold, and then just stick your head under there. It's so much easier, so much simpler. You stimulate something called the mammalian reflex.
You literally gotta forget about it, man. Just start thinking about something else. It'll go away.
Okay, don't try my method.
Just plain old fashioned holding your breath. I'll remember the sugar trick though.
I guarantee I'll hold on my merits. Call me back if it doesn't work.
Crowd's gonna take some sugar in your knee.
You could just imagine that you're living in a heliocentric world spinning out of control, and you'd be scared enough that your hiccups will go away.
I don't know if I want to get choked out sheep, but we'll see.
Yeah, all of that sounds miserable, honestly. Like, the diaphragm thing is correct, but if you just hold your breath really hard and you press on your diaphragm, it will go away. That's kind of why Dave's thing works and the sugar thing works. So you can do that without like torturing yourself or your friends, unless you want to do it at a party. That sounds kind of fun, but that's what I would say to that.
Or you can have sheep put you in a guillotine.
Yeah, as long as you're holding your breath and you put pressure on your diaphragm. I work in the medical field, so that's something we definitely know about.
You should charge for that service.
I'm at work right now, so I'm getting paid, so it's cool. In fact, all of you guys were on the radio while I was taking clients out to go on a hike today, and they were listening to propagation of radio waves and things like that. But I've been listening all night, and I've had some ideas for nominations, and I believe everything's probably already been said, but I did want to say something into reference to what Sheepdog was talking about earlier, and I think that I think it's going to be important to recognize the need for balance, and the assumption that anything is happening outside of God's will might be a bit naive for anyone, including myself, but knowing the difference that God's will for me is that I have my will for me, but my will isn't necessarily God's will for me, if that makes any sense. Coming to understand that right now the globe lie has given us flurfers, like flat earthers, meaning and purpose, because we've had something to fight against. But when this thing tips and the truth is finally out to all the masses, and our task will then be try to keep the humility that we have now, because the last thing we'd want is to become the adversary that we're so strongly fighting against, like these globe earthers that, the anti-flat earthers, I should say, because the toxicity will be super. I don't know about you guys. I kind of sometimes like being the one that says I told you so, but that's going to be a big deal when that happens, and it's going to require a lot of humility on our part. For sure.
It hurts though, does it not hurt you?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Have you ever gone into a party and said I'm a flat earther, and they've been like, yeah, well, that's fine, man, that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Try and explain yourself as a flat earther at a party. They're like, you fucking fruitcake motherfucker. But we don't choose to be a fucking flat earther.
No, we look at truth.
It's just become, it's one of us. Do you know what I mean? We don't choose this shit. If we chose it, we'd be choosing a fucking hard life. I don't know about you, but I don't want to fucking argue with fucking people all day long. Oh, you're a flat earther, you fucking weird cunt. Do you know what I mean? And it's fucking hard work, mate. And they can't. It's really fucking hard work trying to explain it to people. Yeah, it's fucking flat, and they don't fucking understand. They're fucking thick as shit.
Finny, when is your girl grabbing a mic in Flat Earth Fridays?
My girl.
Is she still a globe earther?
My girl.
Is she still a globe earther?
My daughter is. Tess, are you a globe or a flat?
No, you have. Wait, your daughter's a globe earther too? Chinny, what you doing over there?
Flat or round? Say, are you flat or round?
Explain the question.
Are you flat or round? Is the globe flat or round?
Is the globe flat
Oh,
or
shut up, you
round,
motherfucker.
Chinny?
Fuck off. Wait a minute. Let me rephrase that. Tish, is our planetary fucking place that we live on round or flat? Is it flat or round, Tish? Round. Oh my god, shit. I'm gonna die. My daughter thinks it's round. I don't care what you're eating. You're a spastic cunt. It's fucking flat, right? I don't care what it is. It's fucking flat. Right, anyway, my daughter's wrong. So,
Parenting 101, guys. Parenting 101.
yeah. Tish, it's flat as a pancake, you twat.
You're doing great.
Tish, is it flat or round? Tish, flat or round? Say flat. Yes, good girl.
Look at this. This was
You're
Pride Guy's
dismissed.
childhood. You
Class
see what it was like?
dismissed. Class
You
dismissed.
see what Pride Guy had to deal with
She
growing
said
up?
it's flat now. Okay, we can go back to what we're talking about.
Now do you understand why he is the monster that he is today?
Night, Tish. Love you. Love you.
Gaslighting.
Yeah, see, that's how you fucking know that your fucking brood respects you. Because you tell them what it is and they fucking believe it. Right? And if there's
God, the trauma.
If there's motherfucking globe cunt on here wants to come up and fucking have it around me, I'll fucking give it to him. And Nicolas Cage, you're a bit of a twat. I don't like you.
Oh.
I think you're a cunt. But you're not. You're like, you think you are like the top dog, but you're not. You're nothing. You're nothing. Nicolas Cage, you're just a shouty American prick.
Just one?
No, he's a shouty American prick, right?
Good one, though, right?
He is. He's nothing. He's nothing.
Top-notch one or no?
He is annoying cunt. I like I've forgotten everyone's names, man. I've been on
You're
this for so long.
nominating Nicholas for most annoying flat earther?
Yeah, Nicolas Cage is a fucking whining prick.
I think we got Chinny as a nominee.
That was not a category, but okay.
He's a whining prick. He is, and he's
Chinny, what would you nominate? What would you nominate yourself with, Chinny? Nominate yourself for something.
Nominate myself. Fucking most respectful troll. I'm hoping. You can,
most respectful troll.
Yeah, so I'm hoping you can like give me the award, and I'll cash that thing in right now.
I'm not even gonna lie, that was a good one.
But no, honestly, Nicolas Cage is a twat. I hate him. I've got massive respect for the host. And I'm not sure what Proud's doing. She's just fucking sucking his toes. But
why y'all mad at me? I don't even. Why y'all mad at me? What'd I do to you?
No. No. Sacred, I love.
I don't even. This guy, man, he's all mad.
Yeah,
at me.
Nicolas Cage, you're a pussy, man. You're a whining cunt. All you do.
Crash on you first.
He is. He's boring. He shouts at everyone. He thinks he's a big man, but he's not.
Dude, I have a voice all day long. What are you talking about? Shouting at people. What are you talking about?
Well, you've decided to make a space outside of Sacreds, and you're talking about the same thing. Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, but yours is like a pussy version of it, with no fucking context.
Bro, this is not the only flat Earth space on Twitter. You know that. Right?
I know, but I just don't like Nicholas. I think he's a bit of a pussy hole.
But you're not even saying why. You're just saying random ad homs, bro.
I think he's a fucking
really insults to be totally honest for no reason.
Yeah, I know. But I'm pissed off of his fucking face. We should take his face.
That's Nicolas Cage. You don't like Nicolas Cage,
bro?
We should just take his face off.
You said take his face off.
Yeah, his face
He said
off. That's what we should do to Nicolas Cage. No, he's a fucking prick, though. He's a fucking smarmy cunt. And,
this guy's responsible for a child, bro. Chinny.
Yeah, my daughter. Yeah, she's lovely. She's going to bed now. She's all tucked up in bed. I'm fucking providing, man. What are you doing?
I think
fucking
they're
nothing.
Flatter from Chile.
Gotta be funniest troll.
I'm not a troll.
Funniest
Well, I am a troll,
troll.
but I will troll the fuck out of you. You cunt. If you want some.
It gotta be funniest flat earth troll. If that's not a category. I thought we made a category like that.
Okay. Anyway, Nicolas Cage is a cunt, and everyone else is fine. Nicolas Cage cunt.
You gotta pick a Glober.
Well, that's number one, right? Right?
Who said that?
You got to give me my top props there, man.
By the way, Nicolas Cage, that's not you. You're more abusive than that. Who the fuck are you impersonating Nicolas?
Oh my god. You are slandering him and you don't even know he was.
Yeah, no, I know who he is. He's much more fucking aggressive than that normally.
What you come across? Everybody's eyes like you're the
he's a pussy tonight.
Are you my badass or not, man? Come on.
No, you're much more badass before that. You're a pussy tonight, man. A pussy. Absolute pussy stain. Literally, I've wanked harder than your fucking face.
What?
I've made bigger cum stains on my fucking pillow than you've made an impression on me.
Man, what are you
You
doing?
are around minors, Chinny. Like, what are you talking about?
Dude, what are you doing with your pillows?
Oh, but wait. We have to stop there, but you're talking about minors.
Scared for you.
Sorry, are you part of the royal family or something?
I don't know how old your daughter is, but I don't think you should be in the same room saying these things, bro. It's just a little bit weird.
And she's gone to bed now. It's all right. We can take the piss out of your fucking.
Doesn't help. Doesn't help.
This is why no one takes Brit seriously, man. Right here.
Oh, you fucking cunt!
On the blanket.
Get down, then. Get down. Oh, get down off that bit as well. Oh shit.
I mean, can you really tell if they're mad or not, or is it just kind of like when, India's from
Nicolas Cage, that's not you, because look, you're much more tougher than that. You sound like a pussy tonight.
Let's let Chinny change his pillowcases, as strange as that may sound. I think Amphibious wanted to chime in.
Throw away those pillows, bro.
No, it's the dog. The dog has to sit on a certain place on the sofa, and she's done it, so we're all happy. It's all good. It's fine. There's no changing of pillows, but the dog's not allowed on the new sofa.
What you're saying?
The dog is not allowed on the sofa, Nicolas Cage, you cunt.
Do you think calling me a cunt's gonna bring it out? You gotta do better than that, man.
Oi, you fucking Nicolas Cage cunt. My dog is allowed on the sofa, alright? It's not up to you. You fucking bald prick.
If you're really calling me a cunt or not, if you just call me.
You're not even the real Nicolas Cage, because Nicolas Cage's got more banter than you.
You're not the real Chinny.
No, man. Cage's got more banter than you.
Cage, please stand up.
Cage's got more banter than you. He's actually given me more shit on other nights than you have. So I think you're a fucking imposter, man.
Have you seen The Rock?
Oh, mate, I farted harder in a jar.
So that just happened.
It was Dave earlier that said this is what happens after 14 hours.
I've had worse wanks, honestly, than his fucking face. Looking up at my timeline, I've literally had worst wanks. I'm disappointed in my wanks, actually.
I don't know what Chinny's excuse is, because he's not even on the same hemiplane as we are, so.
Nicolas Cage, I'd rather wank in the Queen Mum's fucking face than look at his fucking ugly ass.
So I couldn't tell with that British stuff. Was that an insult, or did he?
Oh yeah. That totally is an insult. I'd rather wank over.
Dude, we don't even.
Dot Cotton. Do you know who Dot Cotton is? I'd rather wank over Dot Cotton than look at your face.
Flat earther most likely to ruin his pillowcases. Chinny reckons, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude, those. I don't know what you're doing over there, man, but.
Good to hear from you, Chinny. Amphibious.
What's up, my brother?
Yo. Welcome to Stationary Saturdays. I saw your hand up.
Oh, my bad. I must have had it up for a while. Man, let's think about this. That exchange was pretty funny. I was engaged with another combo, but let's get on the topic of. We have any Globers in here currently?
I think we got Ralph in here. You still on the globe, right, Ralph?
He about to switch sides, but
you know, Gary's giving me all kind of crap over there. Gary H giving me all kind of crap because I smoke buds, man. So you better not let him know that you're a bud smoker.
Kepler, Form, Color, Molly, and Jimmy down there.
To answer your question, yes, we do have some Globers in the listeners and on mic.
Excellent. I did receive a awesome reply explaining the sun's gravitational pull on Earth and the moon. And I remember last week there was a discussion, and I just would love to hear a Glober explain how the sun's gravitational pull in this fabric of space-time doesn't just pull the moon away from our body of Earth. The equations don't check out. I even got ChatGPT to admit that. So I would just love to hear how they wrap their heads around. Like, you don't have to admit that the Earth is flat. Just admit that your model is wrong and we're being lied to. That's all you got to admit.
Ralph, do you admit or concede that the globe heliocentric framework doesn't work, incomplete, non-functional?
I can't say non-functional because there have been situations where astronomers made predictions and those predictions came true. So I can't really say it's non-functional. But to specifically answer his question about the sun and the moon and gravity, you are correct. It is what they call the three-body problem. But if we're going to look at this honestly, it's actually possibly a five-body problem because there are two other planets, in between us and the sun. So to immediately say, how come the sun isn't pulling away the moon? Well, it's like, well, at the same time, we need to throw into the mix because if we're gonna ask this question, let's ask it honestly. Why isn't the sun, along with Venus and Mercury, why aren't they all themselves tugging on our moon and breaking it away from our orbit? So that would actually be the more honest way to look at it. And
because the sun's mass outweighs all those planets. Those are null and void. When it comes to the mass of the sun, with the calculations, those wouldn't have any effect according to the heliocentric calculations.
Well, I'm just like a good flat earther, I would like to see something to back that up. I'm not going to take it, as a blind, but
just look at the map. Just look at your own map. Have you researched your own map?
Hold on. Let me finish because this is actually going to play up to your point. I'm not going to say that the current understanding of mainstream science has it correct. I don't agree with that either. I'm more of a believer of like current papers regarding the ether that place the ether in I don't want to say globular universe, but place it, in a universe and are explaining it more or less as the fabric of space-time. And then within that explanation, it's providing explanations for the concept of dark energy and dark matter. So I agree that the current scientific mainstream understanding is not 100. I agree with you. But I don't agree that just because it's not correct in proving the three body problem, right? It doesn't work because, like I said, they have made predictions, astronomers, and those predictions panned out to be correct. And specifically,
Okay, let me ask you this.
Okay, go ahead.
Are those predictions exclusive to the heliocentric model, or will those predictions also work in a geocentric model?
That is an excellent reply. Okay, let me run it. Well, is it exclusive to a heliocentric model versus a geocentric model? I'm
Yes.
going to say
these predictions only work in a heliocentric model.
Okay, how about this? Let me tell you the experiment and the prediction, and then you can tell me where to properly classify that. So in 1993, astronomers noticed, or I believe 1992. Somebody correct me. They noticed some comets approaching Jupiter, and they more or less did the calculations. They said, okay, in 13 months from today, those asteroids are going to impact Jupiter at such day in such location. So we knew that because of the Earth rotation, what side of the planet was going to be able to observe that. So that information was dispatched 13 months in advance. That day came, the impact happened, and NASA recorded it along with many other astronomers.
Okay,
so because they were able to make that prediction, it leads me to believe that that model is working.
Okay, so we are putting our faith into NASA and other mainstream astronomers, correct?
And if you paid attention to what I was saying, I said astronomers. So that goes amateur astronomers and also government-funded astronomers. But it wasn't like there was a block to the sky. No, if we Google, Jupiter impact 1993, I'm sure you're going to get a deluge of pictures from astronomers that were able to take those pictures. So am I saying it's exclusive information to NASA and government agencies? No, it is not information that's exclusive to that.
Do you happen to have any of these photographs from these amateur astronomers?
On me, on the second, right now, no. But if you give me maybe about 15 minutes, I could forward them to you.
Yeah, I mean, you could just post them on the Jumbotron or the
Yeah, I
comment
don't have a
section.
problem with that. I mean, people who've dealt with me know I, rarely talk out of my ass. So yeah, by all means, will post that information in the Jumbotron. No problem.
Good. Were
Man, the first interaction we had, you was talking out of your ass. What are you talking
The first interaction we had, we were talking about what was it? The Pharaoh circumnavigating Africa to prove curvature. So no, it wasn't really out of my ass.
Hey, Ralph, were you nominated?
Bro, I already debunked that. I feel like I got a tweet sitting somewhere unreplied to. And then you gave the wrong calculations for LIGO. You packed that up. It's been multiple times.
Okay, with LIGO, you're right. I gave you the wrong, and I even
I know. So
but
yes.
I posted it with the link that still showed curvature and how much.
No, you did.
But but I'm not going to talk about that right now. We're just going to talk about Jupiter.
So you said you posted a link that showed curvature.
Correct. The PDF for the construction to LIGO and how the construction of the apparatus had to account for curvature.
How many feet do they take into account when they engineered LIGO?
Well, LIGO is set over the span of about 4 kilometers each arm, and there are 2 arms. So from point A, let's call that the beginning of the structure, 4 kilometers down, and that's point B. There's going to be a 1.25 meter deviation from one point to another.
I do want to go back to why Ralph feels like he has a functioning.
They could predict that trajectory was going to impact Jupiter. And then they were able to make a prediction to say it's going to happen on this day at this time. So that shows that the model has predictive abilities, meaning we can, make predictions on them, make assumptions that something's going to happen. And if those predictions come true, then it validates that model.
Even if the mechanics to those predictions aren't functional?
But but I'm specifically talking about these comets. So I mean, under the circumstances of comets, it seems to work fine. Now, when we're getting into the bigger issue, which is the three-body problem, I already acknowledge that the mainstream interpretation of the universe, excluding ether, I believe that's wrong. So, you know, I'm kind of playing it up both ways here. You know, I'm acknowledging the three-body problem. I'm not putting that to bed. No, that is an issue, and I believe once science starts embracing ether, you know, slash space time, it's going to rectify that problem, right? But when it comes to being able to predict asteroids or comets coming into our solar system and the way they're going to impact, you know, planets, and we can make predictions on that, that would lead me to believe that, hey, we can make predictions on that model, and then later on those predictions come true. Maybe that model is true.
You're just making up claims, man. Do you have some evidence of this?
Yes, I do. So if you got in maybe about 5 minutes earlier, I was gonna find the claim. I mean the pictures of the.
He said he's gonna
impact
post
hitting.
all.
Correct.
That shows curvature.
No, I want to see the evidence of. I want to see the evidence that they used. I want to see the evidence they used gravitational equations to predict that the comets were going to come in.
We don't need to hear a long spiel. I'm just going to post.
He's already interrupted me. This is why I have you blocked. You have no control, man.
No one's complaining about the blocks.
No, it's just because you have no self-control and you impulsively like drop ad homs on my post. But the point is, you're making a claim, and I just looked it up. So you are going to provide evidence for all of these exaggerated added details you're making up, right? Which is that they used gravitational equations to predict that the comets were going to go. What equations are they using then?
I never even mentioned any equations. All I said is they observed these comets, then they were able to predict when the impact would happen. And then
how did they predict it without equations?
And then we were able to observe it that day and be like, hey, those impacts happen.
How do you predict it without equations?
I never claimed any equations. So you could play it back if you want.
How do you predict it without equations?
I never claimed to know any equations. So I understand you want to pin me down with the math, but I'm not the math guy. You're gonna.
How do you predict it without equations?
Astronomers were able to do it. I can't do it.
How so? They were able to do it. How so?
However, they did it in 1993. Their predictions were validated the following year.
You see, you're believing some pop-sized story. You know nothing about it. That's my point. So you're saying they made predictions.
It worked. Okay. Do I know how Wi-Fi works? No, I don't. But can I still use it? Yes. Just because I don't know how something works doesn't mean that thing is fails to be true.
No, you invoked this as evidence that verifies the model, and you don't even know the method they used the model to actually supposedly predict it in the first place.
The model, the prediction, it still worked, right? They predicted it in 1 year, and then
did it?
Months later,
how would you know? How would you know though, Ralph, if you didn't look up how they did it? What if you looked it up and they said, "Oh, well, we didn't make it work, so we had to simplify it so crazy because it didn't work here."
Okay, let me simplify it.
So no. I'm asking you. How do you know if you don't know the actual procedure? That's what is kind of it seems right. So you're invoking something. You're invoking something that's evidence that you're saying that you don't have any information on.
You're ignoring it and you're focusing on the details. I mean, okay, do I know how they did it?
Of course, you focus on the details.
Am I aware of the time frame that it happened on? Yes. They made a prediction on one date, and they said, "Hey, 13 months from now, this is going to happen," and it happened. So does that mean, do I need to know how it works, or that what they said worked? So it worked, right? For whatever reason, it worked.
You can't even prove that it happened.
You know what? You're right. I haven't got off talking to you guys to find that for you, but that
I already went and looked it up. You have no idea what we're talking about. So there was all kinds of disagreements about what the comets would supposedly do. They used different types of calculations. The place that supposedly got it closer was over the span of 5 days. This is me looking it up in less than 20 seconds.
You have no idea.
So you
What
are
you
acknowledging
do
this
is
is
you
a
watch like a
factual event,
YouTube
correct?
video,
Are
or
you
you.
acknowledging this is a factual event? Yes or no?
No, I haven't seen evidence of it. I'm looking up your story. I already know more about it than you do. And this is your home run.
I think Whitsit's spirit animal is Johnny Five from Short Circuit. You just zap up all the info.
And this is what I think is weird, right? It's like in the way that you presented it, you were like, oh, they used the heliocentric model, and this verifies the model's legit because they were able to know exactly when it would hit Jupiter. None of that's true. You just made that up. Where did you even hear that?
So it happened. So the name of the comet that impacted was Shoemaker Levy.
I know. I'm
9.5,
reading
right?
about it already.
Exactly, and you're right. The impacts were over the course of 5 days, from July 16th through July 22nd. But that prediction was made in 1993. So the fact they were able to observe it, predict an impact, and then it happened, that kind of gives me confidence that the model is correct.
No, but you made a claim that all kinds of amateur astronomers saw it. That's a lie. I just looked up I just tried to look up the footage of it. It doesn't exist. Even on the news, it was showing CGI. You made a claim that all kinds of astronomers, everyone on Earth, amateur astronomers could see. That's not true. I just looked it up. So I want to know, where did you hear the story? Because you clearly just heard someone else say it or read a pop sci article. You didn't actually research and verify any of this. So it sounds good if you come in this room and say, oh, NASA saw it. All kinds of amateur astronomers could see it. They predicted it way in advance and knew exactly when it would hit. And then even people on Earth could see it happened. That's not true. Have you seen an amateur astronomer footage of these asteroids hitting Jupiter? No, you haven't. You made that up.
Which goes back to my original question of why you think that this is a functional model. If it's not functional. Are you getting the link, bro? Or thinking?
Absolutely. That's what I'm doing right now. Hold 1 second.
He's reading his evidence in real time, learning about it.
Are you going to answer my question? That are you going to support the claim that any amateur astronomer could go out on Earth and see that comets hit Jupiter?
No, you are absolutely correct on that aspect of it. I was wrong. I will admit that.
Okay, thank you.
The footage they have
from
it was still from Hubble. It was from spaceborne satellites that were able to observe it. But it's funny that they knew when to look at and where to look at.
No, what's funny is you knew to even make your claim sound somewhat credible or impactful, you had to add up the made-up detail.
How would I know that?
You had to add the
made-up
made-up
wrong.
No, you didn't just get it wrong. You had to make it up.
You're implying that I have this grand agenda. I'm not that intelligent to do that.
No, you had to have made it up. So it sounds good when you say like even people on Earth could go verify it. That makes it sound more legit. But you didn't have any evidence of that. You just made it up. But this is the point I'm making. I actually just watched the news. I watched the news cover it, and it's like blatantly cartoons, bro. I may actually tweet it out just so we can throw it at the Jumbotron. It's that funny. It is the worst. It's like 1993 or 1994
You're
news
right.
coverage.
That's exactly when it was.
It is the
It
most
was
cartoonish, stupid looking fake nonsense I've ever seen in my life, bro. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's weird. 30 years ago, how technology has developed from today to then. It's crazy.
Okay, so this wasn't someone went out and pulled their telescope out and saw Jupiter get hit with comets. This was the news showed cartoons in 94 and it looks ridiculous. It looks like Nintendo 64 graphics. If NASA would never put something out like that right now, it looks that ridiculous. And it was admittedly an animation on the news coverage. So I've seen 2 videos, both of them are different animations. Anyway, and even funnier than all that, none of this would even be exclusive to the heliocentric model. But really, the only reason I want to jump here is you're saying something about the ether, and they're wrong about the ether. If you bring the ether up, it'll help explain dark matter and dark energy. You can't have the ether if the Earth is moving through space. That's the whole
Then you
reason.
should talk to Alan and ask him to explain why he's providing me links that show ether in the cosmological sense.
Oh my God,
Dude, what?
bro!
Don't.
We are. Go ahead, Alan.
PDF
Go ahead,
Dude,
Alan.
hold on.
Everything I'm getting
shut up, Ralph.
from you guys.
For the audience, since you've heard this for the 37th millionth time, and this is why I blocked you too, dude, because you literally just want attention. But this is for the audience clarification, like Witsit was saying. It's not about you don't get to have the ether as space-time fabric or dark matter or anything like that. The whole mechanism of removing it is because the Earth isn't moving. It's not a fantasy conceptualization to fill in the blanks of a failed model. It's actually has a mechanism. You can measure effects of it, and they don't correspond to what would prove heliocentrism, what would prove dark matter. So there's no need to say, oh, well, fabric of space-time. No. So space and time are not absolute in relativity theory. They're not to be merged, right? Now, what we have with the etheric framework is absolute time and absolute space, which is measured through interferometry, right? The measurements themselves are made with respect to absolute time and space. So you're not going to, you don't get to merge two frameworks that are antithetical to each other and then present it as if it's proof that heliocentrism could possibly work if they just bring back the ether. It's not even on the table, dog. If you bring back the ether,
no, it's still working though. That's the problem. Like what we're talking about is
wait up, Ralph. We're trying to make sure that this is edifying for the audience. You're spreading misinformation, Ralph. Alan was trying to explain it. I'm going to explain something else too. I don't think that you understand this. Okay, and it's awesome that you can be in here and I have you blocked, so that way we don't have to worry about that problem now. But like, Alan, were you done? I want to add one more thing real quick.
Yeah, I was just going to add in. So the measurements would, if the ether and heliocentrism were true, if the ether and space-time were true, they would reflect those velocities of heliocentrism, and they don't. So you don't get to have it and have both models and invoke things that are antithetical to each other and invoke a mathematical framework to explain it that's antithetical to itself, right? Relativity says there's no preferred frame, none of that, right? But we're here making measurements with respect to absolute space. So like you fundamentally not understanding it is how they're getting people to keep believing in heliocentrism through nonsense, because it's already nonsense, right? But now you're merging two conceptualizations of nonsense together to make one big diarrhea. It's nothing, dog.
Okay, and this is important. This is important for the audience to understand. Okay, you're never going to see mainstream start reintroducing the ether in terms of cosmology. You'll hear the word thrown around in terms of like quantum, the quantum scale, right? They'll start kind of using the word, and that's why they keep quantum far separated from cosmology, because they can't explain any of the quantum observations without it, but they know they can't have it on the cosmological scale because of what Alan's saying. So if you need to make sure you actually understand what Alan's saying, right? So you don't just go around. Clearly what's happened is you've noticed that we've made very valid points regarding the ether. And you're like, oh, but okay, well then there might be an ether. Let's absorb it. And you can't do that. They would have done that a century ago. They would have never thrown it out if that was an option. You specifically can't have an ether because, like he said, the ideas of space and time, they're absolute. It's a measurement against an absolute measurement that you can't have in your paradigm, because if they are in fact absolute, then you would detect the Earth's velocity via interferometry. That's why you can't have an ether with the Earth moving through space. Okay, and that's why you're never going to hear any of these people bringing up the ether. You'll have the one guy who's like a proponent of Mond, and he's like, yeah, we know that dark matter doesn't even exist at all. And he's like, the only problem is it seems like gravity may be more akin to an emergent property due to the oscillatory nature of a fluid background medium, but we don't really know how to merge those ideas together. The reason they don't know how to merge those ideas together, because you bring the ether in, you don't have any explanation for why the interferometry doesn't detect the Earth moving, because it would be an absolute form of measurement. Do you understand what we're saying? Okay. Anyway, Alan, don't you think it's crazy, right? Because like quantum, this right here is this should be so eye-opening to like a real truther, right? It's like quantum, they're like, bro, there has to be an ether, right? You can look at Robert Laughlin, Nobel Prize winning Harvard professor, vacuum physicist. Like, oh, everyone knows there's an ether. We just assume there is an ether. We treat it like it's an ether. No one will say that word. It's like saying Satan in church or something. Like, everyone's scared of it. It's taboo, but we know it has to be there. And then they'll come up with all these different names for it, right? Like quantum foam, blah, blah, blah. Maybe there is an ether after all. And then you listen to these like people that act like they're blowing the lid off of it, off of how relativity was wrong. And they'll be like, oh, well, we know there is an ether. And they don't realize the implications, which is if there is an ether, the earth can't be moving. And what they do to get out of this problem is they keep them separated. Right. So they keep quantum. They say, oh, quantum's just crazy. It's just weird like that. You know, it's like a different world where we just don't understand it. It's like magic. Right. So that way they can try to inch towards the ether, but not let go of the rest of their model. So, rant over.
No, it's important to get that clarification. And and you've heard this before, Ralph. Because we've talked about Dayton Miller before, right? Because when Dayton Miller presents its work, he's like, okay, well, we must be heading in this direction and whatnot, right? But those velocity, and what's cool about Miller is he didn't try to transform out of those measurements and add a velocity where there wasn't one to get, like relativity had to do. He's like, this is what it's at. Maybe the earth, maybe the ether's entrained, right? That's where you get into the entrained theory. You would have to absorb something like that to talk about it. But even then, you don't have a velocity. So you can't, so it's just like, that's why they can't bring it back, man. Like you would have to come up with your own custom heliocentric deviation.
What's up?
Oh, sorry. What's up, crowd?
So when we believed, or when they believed in the Neo-Tychonian model, or like a geocentric Earth, did they have a frame of, or like an idea of ether when they thought the Earth was already stationary or in the center?
Yeah. Everyone believed in an ether, and they even believed in an ether with the heliocentric model at first, right? Like the idea that there was no ether was asinine, even like philosophically, because then what you're saying is outside the material world, there is nothing. So everyone knew there was something, and something quintessential that held everything together, and everything came from blah blah blah. Like even philosophically speaking. So when the geocentric model, of course, there's an ether. There's always been an ether. Everyone knows there's an ether. Even with the heliocentric model proposed, everyone knew that there had to be an ether. Newton writes extensively about what he thinks the ether is. He points out that for gravity to actually be happening, there has to be a medium. We can call it the ether. He said if it's material or immaterial, I don't know. I mean, I left up to you guys to figure that out, but it has to be there. But then you fast forward. So you have all of history, get up to Kepler, they switch over from geocentrism, still have an ether. You get over to Newton, still have an ether. Then you fast forward all the way into really the problem starts with Airy's failure. And then Michelson-Morley. Now, all of a sudden, ether is a major problem because it doesn't work with the assumption of the heliocentric model. That was the first time it was like it really ran into a wall, right? So like everyone knew there was an ether to that point. I mean, in fact, that's why people laughed at Einstein. He went and tried to present his ideas at the Royal Astronomical Society, and because he was suggesting there wasn't an ether, people just laughed him out of the room. Because all the fatherheads of electrical field theory knew there had to be one, right? Like understanding classical wave mechanics within a medium is what came up with all kinds of predictions and incredible discoveries. And that's the only way we made all kinds of inventions and innovations with the electrical grid that we have to this day. All of it came from the ether. Just like Tesla said, I wouldn't have made one discovery or invention without utilizing the understanding of a mechanical background medium called the ether, right? But they had a huge problem. And it was like, wait, now we have to pick one or the other, heliocentrism or the ether. And that's whenever the ether was taken out. So it was known to have existed until the late 1800s.
Ether problems.
Yeah, what's even funnier though is, like if you listen to like when I was talking to FTFE, because I did Sharon a favor, he's like, oh, it disproved the ether. He's like, Aries failure disproved the ether. And he says, all Michelson-Morley did was disprove the ether. And Jaren's like, wait, I thought they had already disproved it, right? With Aries failure. What do you mean? But that's not what happened. Even after Aries failure and Michelson-Morley, they didn't just say, okay, the ether doesn't exist. They didn't really consider that an option. They knew there had to be an ether. So what people started doing, like the world's smartest physicists, they started trying to create new theories or understandings of the ether that would work within the new evidence that showed the Earth wasn't moving, right? So that's where you get the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction idea, is because Lorentz came up with a new version of the ether that would cause the apparatus to contract to make it look like the Earth wasn't moving. The problem is they went and tested that, and they made one of the arms longer than the other, and it didn't contract. It was the same size. So like, okay, that doesn't work. And so no one could come up with it. Tons of people tried to come up with different versions of ether after Michelson-Morley. No one could make the results work. So then Einstein comes in and takes that mechanism of the contraction, which even with Lorentz and the ether version of it is just ridiculous and has no evidence. He just made it up. And everyone was like, this doesn't make sense because you're saying all matter is going to contract the same. Why wouldn't a more dense piece of matter contract differently than a less dense, right? Like if ether's contracting things, then it wouldn't contract everything the same way. But anyway, it didn't work. And so Einstein took that mechanism, didn't explain how it happened. No one's even proposed a causal mechanism for it to this day. They just took the math to make it to fix it, and then threw out the ether. So that's like the real history of what happened. It was the most reluctant, like they were super reluctant to get rid of the ether. They felt like they had no choice. It boiled down to heliocentrism or the ether. And then they went the route of heliocentrism, of course.
So wait, was FTFE still repeating that same position even last night after all these years of going over the same thing?
Yeah. He said Michelson-Morley had nothing to do with the Earth moving around the
Bro.
sun.
I can see why you don't want to waste your time, bro. There's no way. Oh my goodness, it's so redundant. Oh, I did want to see what Ralph had to say. I see he threw a couple of things up in the nest. I hope y'all soaking up the sauce that Wizard is saying, bro. And if you need to rewind this, if you're listening back to this after we're done, like rewind it again, because the history to the sciences is super important to our current understanding. But go ahead, Ralph. You have an article up here, and then I see something else that says ether model. So go ahead and explain your article first.
Okay. So the article goes into detail about the observation with the first discovery of the comet and then the impact. So, which it is correct. It was not an astronomer. I was incorrect. He was correct. But I did make a mistake myself when clarifying it. So the first observation happened at Palomar Observatory in San Diego County. And that was in, I think, 93, right? So then fast forward, they pointed the Hubble telescope in 94 towards Jupiter, and the impact happened as predicted. So the reason I said why that would prove to me that it's a heliocentric model versus the geocentric or even flat model is because when the predictions had to be made or were being made, they weren't ever taking into account the orbital mechanics of Earth being in the center. They used, what we would say is mainstream science understanding of our solar system, and use those orbital mechanics with all the bodies in our solar system, and we're able to make that prediction. So whether if I know firsthand how to do those predictions, or even if I know how to do those predictions myself, which I don't, is pretty much a moot point, because it still doesn't do anything to disprove the fact that those predictions were able to be made. So that's the reason I said that particular event is what kind of reaffirms my belief in the quote unquote heliocentric, globe model.
You're invoking an observation that was allegedly predicted that you can't even truly verify.
Correct. 100. You know what? Nothing that you said is wrong. You are absolutely correct. There has to be a certain level of faith and belief in something in it, right? To take someone's word for it. Just the way I cannot firsthand verify the existence of Jesus doesn't negate my belief in him. It's a belief system. So you are correct. What did I do the observations, a Palomar observation? Absolutely not. Was I in space along with Hubble looking at Jupiter? Absolutely not. That is something I have to take at their quote unquote word. So you are correct. I have to do that, just the way I have to do with other things in my life.
You just compared your belief in this model to Jesus.
It's
You're
an
literally
example.
comparing it
That's
to a
all it is.
religion.
Don't sometimes
I know, but Ralph, listen. This is my point. Is that that's a
it's an example.
I understand
Just
that.
an example.
No, I actually applaud you because it's an honest admission. But my point is that those are not the same thing. First of all, Yeshua is the most historically accurate and verifiable character ever, right?
But you're taking
And
someone's word for it still.
no,
Like,
I'm not.
yeah.
I'm taking thousands of manuscripts, hostile witnesses, and all of the historical.
So okay, but you don't read Sanskrit, and neither do I. So we're taking someone's interpretation of it, right? At the end of the day, it's being buffered.
No, I don't need to read Sanskrit.
Oh, you do read
It
Sanskrit.
wasn't in Sanskrit.
Or Aramaic.
Look, okay, chill. Look, I know I know some Hebrew. I was starting to learn it. It doesn't matter. Okay, you can look up what the words mean. Okay, but this is all I'm saying is there's no evidence for what you're claiming. So the reason I did actually find what you said,
the evidence.
Ralph, please just listen
and then
to
you
me,
said
man.
that you
Calm
reviewing
down, bro.
footage from that day.
Ralph, you're gonna respect the speakers. You're not on a one-on-one call as much as you would like that. We're in a space, so allow Wizard to finish his thought. He's gonna pass it right back to you, and we're gonna focus on those calculations too to see if they use relativistic calculations or Newtonian, because that's a problem for you. But go ahead, Wizard, finish your thought. Ralph, let him finish. Unless you need to censor him in order to like get your point across. I don't think you should have to do that if you have the truth on your side, right, Ralph? Go ahead, bro. Witsa, you got it.
Yeah, this is why I was disappointed I had to block you, bro. Because at first I thought that you were a more honest Glover. But anyway, maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised at some point. This is the point that I'm making. Okay, it does require blind belief. You presented it as if it was like this legitimate thing. Whenever you said that astronomers went out and verified it, like that piqued my interest. Everything else you were saying, I'm like, oh my God, cool story. You said they predicted it long in advance, and then a bunch of astronomers went out there, like you painted it like a bunch of people in their backyard, and they saw Jupiter get hit by comets on the exact day and the exact places, and they knew where it was going to be and stuff. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute, but that quickly was found out to not be the case. The problem here is most of us have actually researched Hubble. And, we've seen the video calls where they talked to the lead guy of the Hubble project who didn't know where it was, didn't know anything about it. And then we found out that the Sophia pictures, which is just a plane with a telescope on it, were sending out identical pictures on the same exact day. And whenever the lead Hubble, the lead of the Hubble project was asked about this, like he didn't have any answers, right? He didn't know anything. And this is the guy that was in charge of the whole ordeal. Couldn't tell you where it was in space, never saw it, never really tracked it. This is what the lead guy said. So we know that these supposed Hubble pictures, right, they could easily just be pictures with high altitude platforms or even planes. Like Sophia showed the exact same pictures basically. So we don't believe in all these claims of things being out in space. They keep on getting caught lying. So that doesn't verify anything. And then last thing, basically the whole staple of your idea was that they used like a spinning globe flying around the sun, and they used their gravity equations within that, something that was exclusive to that belief, to be able to predict it anyway. And that also doesn't even make any sense. Nothing inside the solar system would be that. So that doesn't really check out on its face. And then turns out that there's no evidence. Like your home run evidence is something can't even be verified. So anyway, I'm just saying, like, you gotta do better than that. And if that is like this home run for you, then that's weird.
Go ahead, Ralph. You got it uninterrupted.
Yeah, thank you. It'll be quick. It won't be complicated. At the end of the day, whether you're researching it, whether you're researching any type of conspiracy, right, you're still taking someone else's word for it. You're not there firsthand making the observation, doing the recording. You're not there where and as things are being found or being, discovered. So at the end of the day, we're all taking someone's word for it, whether it's scripture, whether it's archaeological finds, whether it's scientific discovery. It's at the end of the day, we're still going to have to take someone's word for it. But the great thing about science is that we can verify it. And as technology gets better and our capabilities to do science on an individual basis don't require big academic infrastructure using their equipment, science will just progress. But the fact that we had, or I had to, or we all have to take someone's word for it to say yes, this event happened, doesn't diminish the fact that that event happened. This was something that was talked about. You even mentioned it yourself. You were able to pull up video clips of it. This was something that was news of the day at that time. The prediction of the discovery of this comet and then its subsequent impact. But the fact that they were able to make the observation, have a prediction, given a time and a date, and then have that prediction come through basically fulfills the requirements of something to be scientific fact, right? It was observed, they made a theory on it, they made a prediction, that prediction came true. Guess what? Now this works, right? But yes, like I said, I'm not ignoring the fact that I have to take someone's word for it. I'm not a scientist, right? I wasn't 20 years at that time. I was 10 years old when all that was going on, right? But that event still happened unto itself, and we can disagree on the interpretation of it and what caused it, but we cannot deny that it actually happened. Right now, if it happened within a geocentric model, I'd love to hear how that would work. But it seems that they use the orbital mechanics of a solar system using mainstream science understanding where it's the sun at the center and everything else revolving around it. And you are more than capable, and I will always tip my hat to you, present things very well, but a lot of times it's a bit overcomplicated. And in this type of situation, it's the exact same thing. Where yes, you're giving me your opinion on why you think it's false. You're saying that it's impossible to have been done, but yet there's an entire generation of people that have that in their memory as an event that was happening in real time. So I don't understand like why we're even debating that event from even happening. So like that,
Well,
I'll
that's
land it on
kind of my
that.
point, Ralph. Like you're saying, a whole generation of people have this belief in their mind, and then your recollection of it wasn't correct. Like, yeah, you heard it from the news, and it portrayed it as if this super valid and legit thing that anyone could go out and see, and it's so cool and scientific. And I started watching some of it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, bro! They're like, this left a spot on Jupiter bigger than the Earth, and it's like 50 nuclear bombs and all this crazy stuff, and it's just a cartoon that they're showing. So, but
Okay, so
I
you're
want you to
interpreting that
wait.
you're interpreting that today with your point of view with the adult person you are today, right? But you're viewing it with modern day eyes, and this is a piece of media that was put out when in '93. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we have to look at it through an honest lens, through the technology of the day. Was it going to be super high definition? No. If it was super high definition, that would be more suspect than it not being.
It's so fake that you know it has to be real.
No, I'm saying it's blatantly a cartoon. You can go look it up. It's like they're not even claiming that it's a real like picture or something. It's blatantly a cartoon. But anyway, the point I'm making is there is no way that if a comet supposedly goes and hits Jupiter and they're tracking it, they would be using any type of equations, physics, or dynamics that are exclusive to heliocentrism. And I've explained this extensively. I don't know, but like even if they used gravity, Newtonian or Einsteinian, there's a dynamic equivalence with that. Obviously, if they're just using the path, they're like, oh, Jupiter's going to be in this path at this time. That's just kinematics, right? There's a kinematic equivalence. None of that could have been in any way exclusive whatsoever, right? And of course, if everything is spinning around the Earth, you can have an idea of what parts of the Earth are going to be able to see that part of the sky at that time. So even in theory that this was a real observation, which it wasn't, right? It wouldn't be
That's your
exclusive
opinion.
to the Earth moving.
I mean, in your opinion, it wasn't
It's not a
real event.
verifiable one. It requires blind faith in like I don't like. I know
It
they're the
doesn't reflect. See,
creator,
that
right?
is
I don't
where we're
even
gonna
need
have the
blind faith
issue
with
at.
that. What's up?
That's where that. See, I was with you all along to the point where you said, "Oh, but this didn't happen." It's like I could accept your opinion that it didn't happen, but if the overwhelming consensus of everyone says no, this event happened and it happened on this day, we all remember it. In our you know our conscious from that period of time. But this isn't an event that was exclusive rights to the United States. No, I mean this was a global event that I'm sure every observatory or at least astronomy department around the world was trying to get their hands on. I mean, so like I said, this wasn't an isolated event that was isolated to only the American sky. No, this was an event that was basically open to any entity that had the telescope to make those observations and then keep up with it as it's going to happen. So, like I said, I'm not going to argue with you if you say my opinion is this is fake and this is all part of a bigger scheme. I have no problems with that. You're free to believe whatever you want. But to say this did not happen, that's where I have an issue with it.
The
Because
European
this did
Space
happen.
Agency. I'm looking at the European Space Agency's website right now, where they show the collision title, collision comet Shoemaker Levy, right? And what they're showing on the European Space Agency for this is literally all cartoons, like not even claimed to be real. Like it's literally animation. They're trying to show this is what happened. Here's an animation of it. This is from the European Space Agency, bro. Like this again released 5/31/1994. Right? So this is the official video released from the European Space Agency in 94 and it's a cartoon. It's literally an animation. It isn't even claimed to be real. It is blatantly an animation. And if they claim this is real, that would be awesome. I'm going to cover it on my next stream. It's that ridiculously blatant that it's a cartoon.
If you cover it under the context of hey, this is more proof to show that the NASA scheme is a lie, and this is my opinion of it. Absolutely, bro, go at it because there's nothing wrong with having that opinion and trying to prove it. But when you say hey, this is factually incorrect, this never happened, that's where everyone, and I'm not gonna say everyone, most people are of a certain age, and I'm saying, people 40 years and older are just gonna roll their eyes at you because to them, they're like, no, this is part of, my memory going up. This was a science paper I had to write during science class. This was, a midterm paper we had to cover. It was any number of things that we have, burnt into our psyche. So it's like I said, if it's your opinion, that's cool. One thing, mazel tov, more power to you, right? I'll watch that video. But to say it factually didn't happen, that's where there's an issue.
No, man, to claim it happened, you're going to have to verify. Do you know what shifting the burden of proof is, right? Like, if you're saying a comet hit Jupiter and we saw it and predicted it, okay, I have doubt in that claim, right? So verify it. And you're like, oh, prove it's not true. What? No, it's just a claim you made. I went and looked up the proof for you. It's a cartoon. Like, I don't have any burden here.
Yeah,
like,
the international.
the definition of shifting the burden of proof. Listen, man, the definition of a shifting the burden of proof fallacy is shifting the burden on the party that challenges or denies the positive assertion being made.
Thank you for reading the description to me, and I posted the article that shows the Hubble information of it, right? And it doesn't need to be overly complicated for me to explain it. No, I'm not relying on just the European Space Agency and their cartoon. No, I'm also citing the Palomar Observatory and what they had to say, backed up by the Hubble Observatory and the Hubble telescope and what they had to say.
Well, where's the footage of it?
I don't have the footage. You got me there.
So how do you even know it happened, Ralph? How do you know it happened, Ralph?
Footage. You got me.
How do you even know it happened?
Like I said, I was a kid at that time. I remember vividly that was the topic for an entire week.
It sounds like Stockholm syndrome, Ralph.
He heard it in
that's
the news.
Maybe it is. You know what? You got me again. I'm a sucker for the system. You know what? What else?
Kind of,
right?
man, but it's okay.
So,
You're young. Let it go.
So can I jump in for just 1 second? So there was an incident which started the Vietnam War. It was called the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and everybody remembers a bunch of the Vietnamese PT boats attacking the USS Forrestal.
and it was in the news and was on TV, and it started the Vietnam War. Come to find out 30 years later, that shit never happened. Okay, but it's in everybody's collective memory of it happening because they heard it on TV. Now, what I would ask you, what exactly was observed? I don't want the interpretation of comets, Jupiter's, planets, orbits. Exactly what was observed, descriptively. You know what I mean? Like, what exactly did they see?
They seen 4 balls over the course of 5 days smack into the surface of Jupiter.
Balls?
I mean,
balls.
I'm giving you the most plain explanation I can.
No,
that's what it looks
I don't
like.
want the explanation. I want the description. Right. So if I say I see the sun move across the sky, that's a description, right? If I say the sun moves across the sky because the Earth rotates, that's an explanation. I just want the description. What exactly was seen?
So you're asking for the description of what was seen?
Yeah, what was seen. Like, so there's the description, they saw something, and then they gave an interpretation of what they saw. I just want the description so that we can evaluate the explanation.
You know what? I don't possess the proper vocabulary to do that for you. I kind of, I want to say I understand what you want. I'm just not capable of properly explaining to you with the way it should be explained. It's out of my, it's above my pay grade. I mean, I'll just be honest and say it.
Okay, that's cool. Because I'm looking at like the images, right? And I see like a bunch of fuzzy bright spots taken with the Hubble, taken with the Palomar, so it's like a string of lights. Now, I mean, this was like 30 years later, someone would be saying this is Starlink or something. You know what I mean? It's just like a bunch of fuzzy dots in the sky. Like, how do they reach their conclusion from that? I don't get it. See, like the scientific fact you were talking about was, yes, they looked in the sky and they saw something. That's the scientific fact. Their explanation is not a scientific fact. That's just their interpretation of what they saw.
I sent you the video too, Sacred, in DMs. It's got the pictures there from Hubble at like 4.5 minutes, and like you said, just like these grainy, fuzzy lights. But out of the 6.5 minutes, 6 minutes and 15 seconds is literally all cartoons.
Yeah, no, that's an orbiting train of communication internet satellites, man. That's what that is. So there's my explanation with Starlink.
I mean, cool. I mean, a string of Starlink satellites slapped into Jupiter. I'm good with that explanation. I wasn't in space. I wouldn't be able to tell you firsthand what it was.
No,
just what we're assuming,
so the whole
right?
thing is you can't really tell how far things are away when you just look at them. So they could be anywhere in between you and Jupiter, basically. You can't tell they're at Jupiter by just looking. You see like a string of lights.
Yeah. So Ralph, the burden of proof is on you, right? It is on the event itself. So if you look at it objectively, drop all your experiences. Let's start over from scratch. Okay? Let's look at it objectively. And just look for the proof. Not experiences, not secondhand word. What is the proof that the event actually took place? And that is where you'll find
if that is the bare minimum of proof, I mean, if that's the requirement of proof, what you're saying, then for all intents and purposes, I only live in a 100-mile radius in Southern California. Nothing beyond that radius exists, and everything else is mere speculation because I've never been able to firsthand observe it. That's basically what you're confining my reality to.
That is not true.
Definition.
You have the internet at your hands.
But the internet is manipulated by NASA, right? The internet is already being tampered with, so I can't trust the internet.
No, there's information out there. It's just you won't find the information that will support that event happening objectively. And then you have to ask yourself, why can't I find that information? It's not because the internet has been tampered with. But that's your
opinion, though. See, there
are
not my countless news agencies that reported on that event. There are countless schools that did papers on that event.
And they recycled. Did they recycle cartoons and
No, Toby.
unfalsifiable things? Like, that's what you have to ask yourself objectively.
Oh no, I agree with that. Everything could be falsifiable. Absolutely, I can agree that everything has a way to be manipulated. I'm not going to disagree with you, right? But if I have that being my fundamental basis, then everything in my life is suspect. So it's like, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to live in a constant state of not knowing what the fuck, or am I going to have to, bite my tongue and be like, I have to believe in something, in one thing, and whatever it might be. So it's if I'm reduced to only accepting what I observe myself, then it goes back to that point I told you. You're reducing my reality.
So my question is, why do you choose to believe in entities that are perpetual liars, that are provable perpetual liars? Why do you choose to believe
it meshes with, and I'll be honest, it meshes with my ideological view of the universe and the world. My theological view, my spiritual view, whatever you want to say. That's why. That's why I don't fight it as much as maybe you think I should.
I mean, if you could explain how your theological view works on a globe model versus
correct, no problem.
Yeah, I would love to hear that if you don't mind.
So I subscribe, and this is my personal belief system, right? I subscribe to the Sumerian interpretation through Zachariah Sitchin, right? Genetic manipulation by alien species, Nibiru, gold harvesting.
Okay, can I interrupt you right there? Can I interrupt you
Absolutely.
right there? Okay, why is it exclusive to an outer space as opposed to interdimensional or beyond our scope of understanding the Earth is?
You know what?
Lands
okay, and I'm going to give you the perfect explanation. I think I might have tagged Proud in this. So, and this is my personal belief, right? I'm not here to impose it on anyone. I believe the flat Earth belief or framework is a metaphorical explanation of the multiverse, right? We inhabit one dimension within the multiverse or within the multidimensional universe. We inhabit one dimension. So if God, a higher dimensional being, was going to explain something to a lower dimensional being, stands the reason it's going to simplify it to the best terms or the best way possible to be properly interpreted. So when the creator said, to a lower dimensional being, you inhabit this singular dimension, it's easier to say you inhabit this single plane that goes on forever, right? And let's say the firmament could just be another description of either A, our atmosphere, because it kind of works the same way, or B, the foam the bubble that surrounds our universe in the multiversal theory. So the flat Earth ideology to me makes sense if I look at it as a metaphor for explaining existence within our dimension.
Yo, I just got back. Yo, Ralph, I wanted to. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Who is it, Alan?
Yo, yeah, I wanted to apologize to you. I was a bit aggressive with you earlier about your cosmological beliefs.
Don't even trip, dog. It's all good, man. We got thick skin over here. You're good.
Well, thank you, sir. But yeah, I could have handled that conversation a lot better. I was a little annoyed, but not at you. But I took it out on you. So I do apologize for that. And yeah, I mean, you can conceptualize it however you want, man. I didn't mean to be so aggressive about that, and we could have conversed about it a lot better. So sorry for handling that so poorly. And thanks for being a good sport.
You're good. I mean, if you're good, if you have conviction in your belief, you're not going to hesitate to stand on it. So I'm not going to hold that against you. You're good.
That's residuals from all that trolling you be doing, though, Ralph. Because you hear what we saying, you just don't want to let go of your globe.
I can interpret what you're saying maybe a different way. Like I said, metaphorically, I'm with it. Flat Earth makes sense metaphorically, right? But when you're saying no, this is the technical reality, that's where it's like
No, but
matters.
But that's what you were saying, right? You were saying, hey, the reality is these astronomers, all these different astronomers verified this. That wasn't true. When you said, hey, they're using the current math and sciences to predict these things, I don't even know if that was true. I'm like, listen.
Okay. So you know what? I got no ego. Yes, absolutely. I was wrong in saying amateur astronomers were able to verify this. Absolutely. Yeah. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Spoke out of my ass. Still doesn't negate the fact that astronomers were the ones that made this prediction.
Right, but the next point that I was making was that you said that they use like the current sciences to make those predictions.
I never specified on the equations. I just said they were able to make the predictions using orbital mechanics.
With the current sciences, you said with the current sciences. So when we were trying to figure,
understanding, yeah.
Yeah,
Can I say something real quick?
one second, let me just make this last point.
Yeah,
The current science, the current understanding of science isn't classical mechanics. Classical mechanics is just useful. See, this is the problem where you run into, hey, should we use classical mechanics because it's useful, although it accounts for these real forces? Is there an ether? Is there not an ether? Because if we are using or implementing an ether and we are using classical mechanics, you have to give up the motion of the earth. So you're saying different things that aren't necessarily true. They're not predicting these things with relativity, bro. So that's not the current. They're not using the current sciences. That's factually incorrect. At least nothing that I could see within a short 30, 40 minutes. I've been going back and forth. I've been trying to like just research some of the background, and I haven't seen anything that said, "Hey, we use Einstein's relativity to predict this." Everything that I'm seeing is like classical mechanics. So do you even agree with that statement that you made? Like, that's why I was saying, what calculations are you referring to? Because even if they are using quote unquote certain calculations, they're not even appealing to the current science, which is relativistic effects. Unless you have a paper that says that they did, then I'll walk that back, but I can't find it. As a matter of fact, I actually challenge you to put it in ChatGPT and maybe we could start from there and see if they direct us to someplace. And maybe if ChatGPT says, hey, yeah, they use relativistic calculations here, or they say, nope, they use classical mechanics here. Why don't you type that in and see what it says?
All right, let me get back inside. I had to come over here and take a look at something real quick. Yeah, I'll jump on that for you guys real quick.
Yeah. So I want to mention something real quick. I remember from the time that they like so-called detected it like months before it happened, and they weren't sure if it was going to hit Jupiter. Some of the comets were hit Jupiter. All the comets were hit Jupiter. They couldn't tell because at the time they said Jupiter has so many moons that it was impossible to predict exactly where they were going to go. It's too much perturbations in the calculations because everybody knows, well, maybe not everybody, of the n-body problem and the ability to predict the motions of too many objects. So yeah, I don't remember it being an accurate prediction. It was pretty much, yeah, maybe it'll hit, maybe it won't. From what I remember, it was a long time ago, so I'm pretty sure I'm not seeing out yet.
No, I agree with you, and you and I pretty much have the same recollection of it. The point I'm trying to make is they observed it 13 months prior, and then were able to make more or less a prediction on it, right? If let's say they observed it and they said, well, shit, we don't know where this is going